Battling Records of the Chosen One Chapter 2603 to Chapter 2658. The palace lord invited him over. Nie Qingrong and Ling Qingxue looked at each other. They felt that something was amiss. Young Fidu, let me ask you. Is your master Nian Yunjing dead or alive? Nie Qingrong's eyes were cold. The elegant man was one of the vice palace lords of the Yinyang Academy, Young Fidu. He couldn't help but smile. Why don't you ask the palace lord later? His eyes glanced at Nie Qingrong's graceful and proud figure, and a wave of heat rose in his heart. Logically speaking, with his current realm, he could have gotten rid of his desires long ago. However, he couldn't control his crazy desire when facing Nie Qingrong. For an existence like him, he'd long since become accustomed to seeing peerless beauties in the world, but only beauties of the same realm as him could truly enter his discerning eyes. Disregarding everything else, just Nie Qingrong's progenitor realm cultivation was enough to make him want to conquer her. Moreover, she was an absolute beauty. This only solidified some of Yong Feidu's thoughts. In the past, he wouldn't have dared to have such delusions. But now, things were different. Although Yong Feidu's gaze didn't leave a trace, Nie Qingrong still caught it. She felt an indescribable sense of disgust. Lord Nian Yunjing is your master, yet you don't care about him. Aren't you afraid of retribution? Yong Feidu smiled nonchalantly. I don't care about retribution. The palace lord is still waiting in the Yinyang hall. Shouldn't the two of you leave now? Sister. Ling Qingxue wanted to say something. Nie Qingrong cut her off. Qingxue, since the palace lord invited us, let's go see him and ask about Lord Nian Yunjing. Ling Qingxue nodded. Yong Feidu smiled and gestured for them to enter. Please. Yinyang hall. Yu Qianheng sat alone on the main seat in the center. He was examining an old and tattered secret map. He had a tall figure and long hair. His face was as handsome as a young man's. Even though he was sitting casually, he gave off an oppressive aura. Palace Lord, the two vice palace lords are here. Yong Feidu's voice resounded from outside the hall. Following that, he, Nie Qingrong, and Ling Qingxue entered the hall. On the central seat, Yu Qianheng put away the secret map in his hand and raised his head to look over. His eyes were cold and indifferent as he said, I've only invited the two of you here for one thing. Nie Qingrong's expression was cold and calm as she said, Before we talk, can I ask Palace Master if Master Nian Yunjing is dead or alive? Yu Qianheng frowned and said unhappily, Why are you mentioning this old geezer? But since you asked, I'll tell you that he's already dead. Dead? Nie Qingrong and Ling Qingxue were both shocked. Their expressions changed slightly. This grievous news caught them off guard and they were unable to accept it. I obtained news that he's secretly colluding with the members of Ice Descent Academy with the intention of harming me. What's the point of keeping such an old thief that harbors malicious intent? Yu Qianheng's voice was indifferent. How can you do this? Ling Qingxue was furious. Her clear eyes were filled with coldness. As the palace master, it's my duty to eliminate traitors for the Heaven and Earth Academy. It's not up to a vice palace master like you to question me. Yu Qianheng scoffed. Nie Qingrong calmed herself down and signaled Ling Qingxue not to act rashly. She then said, Then why did the palace master summon the two of us here? Yu Qianheng knocked on the back of the chair and looked at Yong Feidu who was standing at the side of the hall. You speak. Yes. Yong Feidu immediately stood up and looked at Nie Qingrong and Ling Qingxue with a smile. The palace master has decided to replace the vice palace masters. In other words, the two of you will no longer be vice palace masters from today onwards. Nie Qingrong and Ling Qingxue's hearts sank. Yong Feidu continued, however, the palace master can give the two of you a chance on account of our past relationship. As long as the two of you choose to pledge allegiance to the palace master, the two of you will still have a place in the Heaven and Earth Academy in the future. Nie Qingrong was so angry that she laughed. What if we don't agree? Yong Feidu no longer concealed his burning desire to possess her. He stared at Nie Qingrong unscrupulously. Then, that old bastard Nian Yunjing is a good example for all of you. Of course, if all of you are suppressed, I'll still plead for leniency with the palace master. After all, it's extremely difficult for delicate beauties like all of you to attain the Tao and become ancestors. If you're killed, then it would truly be too painful. You are courting death. Leng Qingshua's eyes were filled with a bone-chilling coldness. Her beautiful face was filled with killing intent. Nie Qingrong said, "Aren't you worried that the He family and Hong family will find out about this and punish you?" Behind the Heaven and Earth Academy stood the Zhu, Hong, and He Immortal Emperor clans. They kept each other in check. Under normal circumstances, no one would dare to become enemies with them. However, Yong Faidu couldn't help but sneer. "I forgot to tell you. Not long ago, the Zhu family obtained a heavenly order energy from a forbidden secret realm. It won't be long before they move from the 6th heaven to the 7th heaven. Do you think that under such circumstances, the He family and Hong family will become enemies with the Zhu family just because of the two of you?" Nie Qingrong's expression changed. She finally understood why Yu Qianheng and Yong Faidu were so fearless. It was because the Zhu family was no longer the same as before. "Sister, I would rather die than submit." Leng Qingxue said word by word. "You don't know what's good for you." Yong Faidu snorted coldly. "In the past, you had Nian Yunjing, that old crook, protecting you, which allowed you to cultivate wholeheartedly and ignore the disputes of the world. But now, that old crook Nian Yunjing is dead. Even if you want to die, you can't. You must submit. Who do you think you are? If Qing Shui and I fight to the death, do you believe that even Yu Qianheng won't be able to save you?" Nie Qingrong's eyes were cold. Her words caused Yong Faidu's expression to change. "Have the two of you considered doing this?" Nie Qingrong ignored him and looked at Yu Qianheng. "So, if the two of us don't agree to this, we won't be able to leave this place today?" Yu Qianheng sighed. "Why do the two of you have to do this? I really don't want the two of you to follow in Nian Yunjing's footsteps." Nie Qingrong sneered. "One last question. Are you the one who leaked my whereabouts to the Ice Advent Academy?" Yu Qianheng's eyes narrowed. He said expressionlessly, "What a joke. As the palace master of the Yinyang Academy, how could I do such a thing?" As he spoke, he suddenly stood up. Divine light surged in his eyes as he glanced at Nie Qingrong and Leng Qingshui. "I only have one question. Have the two of you made up your mind?" Nie Qingrong and Leng Qingshui looked at each other. Swoosh! Swoosh! Almost immediately, the two of them turned around and disappeared into thin air, rushing out of the hall. "Do you think you can escape after entering this hall?" Yu Qianheng sneered. Boom! A terrifying light barrier of order suddenly appeared near the hall's entrance, blocking them like a natural moat. Nie Qingrong and Leng Qingshui's figures staggered out of the void. Their hearts instantly fell to the bottom of the valley. Originally, they were already prepared and vigilant. They planned to find an opportunity to lure Yu Qianheng out of the Yinyang Academy. At that time, they could rely on Lin Sun's strength to deal with Yu Qianheng. Who would have thought that Yu Qianheng's killing intent would come so quickly? If they knew that they would be faced with such a situation, they definitely wouldn't have agreed to it. However, it was obviously too late to regret now. "Ha ha ha, Nie Qingrong, Leng Qingshui, the two of you should obediently surrender. In this place, the palace master is the heavens. You can't struggle or resist." Yong Faidu laughed loudly in the distance. His eyes were filled with lust. He couldn't wait to capture Nie Qingrong right now and conquer her. Kill this despicable and shameless thing first. Nie Qingrong raised her hand, and a snow-white flying knife flew out and slashed at Yong Faidu. "Go!" Leng Qingshui's pink lips lightly spat out, and with a clang, a colorful flying shuttle shot out like a dazzling bolt of lightning, its murderous aura shocking the world. Yong Faidu laughed wantonly. He didn't resist at all and dodged far away. Boom! A terrifying green power of order emerged and transformed into a large net that was dazzling like a rain of light. The snow-white flying daggers and the dazzling flying shuttles instantly stopped in their tracks and were suppressed in the large net. They buzzed and wailed as they were unable to move. At the same time, Nie Qingrong and Leng Qingshui's figures were directly restrained by the green power of order. Even though they had the cultivation of a progenitor, they couldn't move a finger. The two of them couldn't help but reveal looks of despair. This was the power of order. Even if it was only at the 3rd grade of the Earth rank, it wasn't something an emperor ancestor like them could resist. Yu Qianheng, who controlled the power of order, was like an overlord in the heavens. You too, you can't commit suicide even if you want to. Ha 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 ha, young Fido laughed without the slightest scruple. He stared straight at Nye Qingrong and licked his lips. Empress, please hand Nye Qingrong over to me. I guarantee that I will train her until she's completely obedient. She won't have any other thoughts. Nye Qingrong was so embarrassed that she wanted to die. Her phoenix eyes were spitting fire, but no matter how she struggled, it was useless. I'll hand them over to you. Remember, I want loyalty. Yu Qianheng's eyes were cold and emotionless. Young Fido was overjoyed. I won't let you down. As he spoke, he couldn't help but walk toward Nye Qingrong. This peerless beauty was like a demon in his heart. Now that he could finally get his hands on her, it wasn't hard to imagine how excited he was. Beauties, I'll treat you well. As Young Fido spoke, he was about to take the imprisoned Nye Qingrong and Ling Qingshui away. At that moment, an indifferent voice suddenly sounded outside the hall. Isn't it too early to be complacent? Young Fido was stunned. Nye Qingrong and Ling Qingshui, who were already filled with despair and anger, revealed looks of pleasant surprise. It's him, Yu Qianheng frowned. He looked outside the palace and said, which scoundrel dares to sneak into my Heaven and Earth Academy? Before he could finish speaking, a tall figure slowly walked in from outside the hall. He wore a moon-white robe and had a handsome face. It was Lin Sun. P.S. Let's do 2 consecutive chapters first. Try to do another 2 consecutive chapters at around 6 in the evening. Lin Sun's appearance surprised Yu Qianheng and Young Fido. He was too unfamiliar to them, and they couldn't recognize who this young man was. Out of an instinctive vigilance, they didn't make a move immediately. But Nye Qingrong suddenly thought of something, and her expression changed. Brother, run. This place is covered by the power of order. Want to leave? I'm afraid that's impossible. Yu Qianheng coldly said. I never expected that you, Nye Qingrong, would actually bring back a helper. Unfortunately, in my opinion, he is merely a fool who overestimates his capabilities. Otherwise, how would he dare to barge into this place? It's no different from courting death. Young Fido concluded with a smile. After the initial shock, he was no longer afraid. What was this place? The core area of the Yinyang Academy was covered by the power of order. Not to mention ordinary people, even immortals would be beaten to a pulp if they barged in. However, Lin Sun didn't seem to feel it, and he didn't retreat or stop. He looked at the green power of order that filled the hall, and then looked at Nye Qingrong and Ling Qingshui. Don't worry. Since I've decided to help, it's just some power of order. It won't be a problem for me. Lin Sun smiled warmly. Those calm and indifferent words calmed the anxiety and uneasiness in Nye Qingrong and Yimo's hearts. Some power of order? Yu Qianheng almost thought he heard wrong. He laughed out loud. Nye Qingrong, where did you find such a weirdo? Palace Lord, it's better to kill this person as soon as possible. Young Fido was in a bad mood. He was about to subdue Nye Qingrong and Ling Qingshui, but someone had interfered. All right. As Yu Qianheng spoke, a jade seal with green light appeared between his fingers. Boom, the next moment, countless green power of order surged out like divine chains, shooting towards Lin Sun. Lin Sun didn't dodge. He stood his ground and said in his mind, Wu Shuang, you can enjoy this food alone. Thank you, master. Amidst the crisp voice, the abyssal sword cauldron turned into a pattern and floated in Lin Sun's palm. In the depths of the sword cauldron, Nirvana? Amidst the order, a young girl in white clothes who seemed to be 14 or 15 years old woke up from her slumber. She was young and elegant, like a pretty girl from a humble family who was waiting to be married. She was delicate and charming, and she glowed with an innocent aura. It was the spirit of order of the heavenly Tao of the origin world from the last era, Wu Shuang. Naturally, outsiders could not see all of this. Almost at the same time, Lin Sun reached out his hand. Boom, the green order energy that filled the sky was like a stream returning to its origin, firmly imprisoned. That strange and abnormal scene caused everyone to be dumbfounded. How was this possible? Immediately afterward, the pattern of the sword cauldron in Lin Sun's palm began to circulate like a huge black hole, releasing a terrible devouring aura. Streams of cyan power of order turned into flowing light and swept into it. In the blink of an eye, The third-level Earth-rank power that covered the unparalleled hall was completely swallowed up, leaving nothing behind. This, Nie Qingrong and Ling Qingshui stood there in a daze. Their hearts were in turmoil. That was the power of order. But now, it was swallowed up by Lin Sun's fingers. How could this be? Yu Qianheng cried out involuntarily, his face turning green. Since he started cultivating, this was the first time he had seen such an incredible thing, which made him directly confused. The hall was dead silent, and everyone's expression was extremely interesting. Master, is there more? Inside the abyssal sword cauldron, Wu Shuang asked timidly. She seemed to want more. The corner of Lin Sun's mouth twitched, and he said in his heart, if you perform well in the future, I will help you collect more power of order. Speaking of which, not long ago, Lin Sun noticed that Wu Shuang had shown signs of awakening, and it was as if she had been completely tamed by the Nirvana order. As if the order had been completely tamed, when he used his divine sense to sense it, Wu Shuang revealed an expression of absolute submission. This change was not seen before. Unfortunately, although Wu Shuang had awakened, she was extremely weak. Moreover, she was the spirit of order and had no real wisdom. All her actions and words were deduced with the help of her own rules of order. According to the information Lin Sun sensed, even if Wu Shuang could recover, if he did not set foot on the immortal path, it would be impossible to use Wu Shuang's power to fight. Fortunately, in terms of fighting against the power of order, whether it was Wu Shuang or the Nirvana order, they could exert unexpected power. Order could unleash unimaginable power. At this time, Palace Lord, he must have a taboo item on him that can resist the power of order. Not far away, after the initial shock, Yong Faidu shouted to remind Lin Sun. You talk too much nonsense. Lin Sun collected his thoughts, looked at Yong Faidu, and extended his hand. Boom, a large palm formed in the void, simple and powerful, and slapped towards Yong Faidu. Yong Faidu was also an emperor ancestor, so he could not just sit and wait for death. He immediately activated his own cultivation and used a secret technique to meet the palm head-on. Unfortunately, he did not understand how terrifying the young man in front of him was. Bang, amidst the dull sound, he was sent flying, and his body was smashed into pieces. Blood splattered everywhere, and when he landed on the ground, he was already on the verge of death, unable to get up again. I'll leave him to you. Lin Sun glanced at Nie Qingrong, then looked at Yu Qianheng in the distance, and said, are you going to surrender yourself, or do I have to do it? Who the hell are you? Yu Qianheng was shocked and angry. The cyan jade seal in his hand was a secret treasure that controlled the power of order in the hall, but now it was broken into pieces. This also meant that from now on, he had lost his greatest support. I'm the one asking you. Lin Sun smiled, and suddenly reached out his hand. Whoosh, Yu Qianheng moved at once, trying to escape. But before he could move, he was grabbed by Lin Sun like a fly, and could not move. He was shocked, and said, aren't you afraid of the Zhu family's revenge? Lin Sun's eyes were filled with pity. To tell you the truth, I came because I know you're a lackey of the Zhu family. Yu Qianheng's eyes were filled with panic. Just as he was about to say something, he felt his vision go black, and he fainted. With a plop, he fell to the ground, unconscious. Seeing this, Ling Qingshui finally understood why Nie Qingrong repeatedly told her not to test Lin Sun. This was indeed an unimaginably powerful existence. Do you need my help? Lin Sun asked. Nie Qingrong, who had escaped from death, had regained her composure. Hearing this, she quickly said, don't trouble yourself. Qingshui and I can handle the rest. Lin Sun nodded, turned around, and left. When he disappeared, Ling Qingshui could not help but ask, Sister, who is this Taoist brother of yours? Is he a Zhu Xian emperor ancestor? Obviously, although Ling Qingshui was pure and simple, she was not stupid. She could tell at a glance that an ordinary emperor ancestor could not have the combat power like Lin Sun. Qingshui, this person's background is not simple. But don't ask about this matter again. Nie Qingrong sighed with emotion, and then smiled, when the time is right, I will tell you the whole story. Ling Qingshui nodded. Bang, with a muffled sound, Yong Faidu's head was directly smashed by Nie Qingrong's palm. She seemed to have not vented her anger, and wisps of golden divine flame drifted from her fingertips, burning Yong Faidu's body completely, and he was completely turned into ashes. This damn thing, he still wants to subdue me? Why doesn't he look at himself first? Nie Qingrong's eyes were full of hatred and disdain. Then, she walked towards Yu Qianheng. Sister, if what Yu Qianheng said is true, then the current Zhu clan cannot be compared to before. If you kill him, I'm afraid the He clan will not be able to stand up for you, Leng Qingxue could not help but remind. My silly sister, since it has already been done, there is no turning back. As for the Zhu clan, someone will deal with them. Then, Nie Qingrong waved her hand. Bang, the unconscious Yu Qianheng was engulfed by endless flames, and in the blink of an eye, he turned into ashes and scattered on the ground. Leng Qingxue looked at this scene in a daze, and said, Sister, what if the He clan also abandons you because of this? You also know that people like us seem to have limitless glory, but in the eyes of the immortal emperor clans, we are nothing more than chess pieces that can be abandoned at any time. Nie Qingrong's expression was complicated, and she said, Sister, don't worry. That Taoist brother has already prepared for a rainy day, and has already thought of a way to resolve all of this. Lin Sun had previously said that he wanted her to push all the responsibility onto him. Even if the Zhu clan sent people, Lin Sun would deal with it. This way, the He clan would not say anything. On the contrary, as she took control of the Yinyang Academy, the more contributions she made, the easier it would be for the He clan to value her. However, Nie Qingrong always felt that she owed him a lot, and she did not know how to repay him. She even thought that even if she gave herself to him and made him her master, he might not agree. After all, he was a legendary existence, how could he be greedy for beauty? On this day, Nie Qingrong announced to the public that the previous Palace Lord Yu Qianheng and Vice Palace Lord Yong Faidu had been killed by enemies, and both of them had perished. From today onwards, she would take over the position of Palace Lord. For a time, the Yinyang Academy was in an uproar, and countless disciples were alarmed. The 36 peak masters could not sit still, and they all went to the Yinyang Great Hall to inquire. Among them, there was no lack of important figures who were loyal to Yu Qianheng. After confirming that this news was true, they all realized that there was no way to save the situation. No matter how loyal they were to Yu Qianheng, no one objected. Nie Qingrong had the He clan behind her, and Leng Qingxue had the Hong clan behind her. Now that Yu Qianheng was gone, even if they wanted to object, they did not have the confidence to do so. A period of turmoil was unavoidable. After all, Vice Palace Lord Yunjing had been suppressed not long ago, and now even Palace Lord Yu Qianheng and Vice Palace Lord Yong Faidu had perished. Losing three great figures that were the pillars of the academy was no less than an extremely heavy blow to the entire Yinyang Academy. Even the Yinyang Academy's position in the first heaven would be greatly affected and impacted. Half a month later. After the initial turmoil and chaos, Nie Qingrong took complete control of the palace master of the Yinyang Academy, and the situation gradually stabilized. It should be known that the Yinyang Academy is the #1 force in the Donglai region. It seems that there are only tens of thousands of disciples, but the forces attached to the Yinyang Academy are spread all over the Donglai region. For example, Huixingdu, the lord of the water cloud continent, is the best example. The first heaven may not be as good as the other heavens, but it is far from comparable to the other universes in the vast thousand battles domain. The reason why the Yinyang Academy can become the #1 force in the Donglai region is because of the tributes it receives every year. Of course, the vast majority of this wealth will eventually be sent to the 6th heaven. In this half a month, Lin Sun lived a very leisurely life, either cultivating, fishing, or cooking food. He simply ignored what happened in the Yinyang Academy. Occasionally, he would give little Shi some pointers, but most of the time, he was studying the ancient book, the classics of all worlds. Now he was clear that there are two ways to enter the 2nd heaven from the 1st heaven. One is to be guided by people from the upper world. For example, if Nie Qingrong wants to enter a higher heaven, she must rely on the power of the He family to guide her. The other is to break through the barriers. Between the 1st heaven and the 2nd heaven, there are boundary barriers. These boundary barriers have different forms. Some are violent space-time turbulence, and those who enter will die. Some are broken areas of nothingness, and those who enter are very likely to get lost. To the cultivators of the world, the safest domain barrier was undoubtedly the domain star path that was distributed within the domain barrier. The so-called star path is a zigzag path between two major realms, decorated with countless star remains. Cultivators can only reach the end of the star path, which is where the second heaven is located, by following the star path. However, there is no shortage of dangers on the star path. There are many terrifying and strange creatures around the long and winding star path. Even if the Emperor Ancestor wants to break through the star path, it will be a narrow escape. Therefore, under normal circumstances, if one can be guided by people from the upper world, very few people will choose to break through the star path. For Lin Sun, this seems to be the most reliable way to go to the second heaven. In fact, he suspected that his eldest senior brother and the others had used this method to clear the trials when they arrived in Eternal True World, and in just a short 9 days, they had slaughtered their way to the sixth heaven. In the classic of all worlds, there is a star path leading to the second heaven, and it's extremely easy to find. It's right in the sky of the first heaven. Once my cultivation base recovers, I'll have to go take a look at what's above 90,000 feet. Lin Sun sat on the bank of the lake again. He hung the bamboo pole and picked up the wine gourd from time to drink leisurely. Fellow Taoist. In the distance, Xianxia's figure gracefully walked over. Has everything been handled properly? Lin Sun asked. Yes. Xianxia came to Lin Sun's side and looked at him with her beautiful eyes. She said gently, I came this time because I have a few things to discuss with you. Go ahead, said Lin Sun. Every 3 years, an Inspector Heavenly Ambassador will descend from the upper realm, and there are less than 3 months left until the next 3 years, said Xianxia. The so-called Inspector Heavenly Ambassador was an emissary from the Immortal Emperor clan. Every 3 years, they will come from the sixth heaven. One is to collect tributes, and the other is to take away some of the most outstanding seedlings. It was not only in the Yin-Yang Academy, but also in the other 3 academies of the first heaven. In other words, within 3 months, the Inspector Heavenly Ambassador from the Zhu family will also come? Asked Lin Sun. Xianxia nodded, that's right. Lin Sun smiled, alright, then I'll wait to meet the Inspector Heavenly Ambassador from the Zhu family. By the way, how are their cultivation bases? Xianxia pondered. In the past, the Inspector Heavenly Ambassador has always been an Emperor Ancestor from the Immortal Emperor clan. Occasionally, an Immortal Emperor would personally come, but the number of times is very few. Lin Sun had a rough idea in his heart, when the time comes, just let me know in advance. Xianxia brought up the second matter, fellow Taoist, do you still remember the assassination we encountered when we returned to the Yin-Yang Academy? Of course Lin Sun remembered. At that time, Yuan Wanzhong said that he wanted to ask me for a secret map. I didn't understand at that time, but now I understand that it was for this item. With that said, Xianxia flipped her palm, and an old and yellowed secret map scroll appeared. I found this among Yu Qianheng's belongings. It's very likely that it was left behind by an Immortal Emperor realm figure a long time ago. It records a mysterious forbidden area, and it's very likely that there's order power within it. She handed the secret map scroll to Lin Sun. Fellow Taoist, you'll understand once you take a look. Lin Sun held it in his hand, and what he saw was a bloodstain, as well as an aura of time. Opening the scroll, there was a map of mountains and rivers drawn on it. Apart from that, there were also the names of some mountains and lakes. Eternally Fallen Forbidden Area? Lin Sun was startled. This was a very strange and ominous name. Xianxia said, according to my understanding of the first heaven, the so-called Eternally Fallen Forbidden Area on this secret map is most likely located near the Withered Willow Mountain Range in Donglai region. The Withered Willow Mountain Range is extremely remote, desolate, and shrouded in filthy mist and miasma all year round. Since ancient times, very few creatures are willing to live near it. Lin Sun immediately recalled the records of the Withered Willow Mountain Range in the Classic of Ages. Comparing it with the secret map in his hand, he found that there were indeed many similarities between the two. If the Eternally Fallen Forbidden Area is really near the Withered Willow Mountain Range, and if there's order power within it, then the value of this secret map is absolutely immeasurable. Xianxia said, I suspect that the Ice Arrival Academy already knows about this, but they don't know who has this secret map. Lin Sun nodded, speaking of which, the order power of the Yin-Yang Academy was destroyed by me, which means that you, the Palace Master, have lost your greatest trump card. When I have some free time, I will personally go to the Withered Willow Mountain Range to take a look. If there really is order power there, I can collect it and suppress it in the Black-White Academy. Nie Qingrong couldn't help but be shocked. Fellow Daoist, the order power is extremely precious, and can be considered a supreme treasure. If you can obtain it, you can establish your own sect in the eternal true world. Even if you can't use it yourself, if you offer it to the Immortal Emperor clan, you will immediately become a guest of the Immortal Emperor clan and be able to cultivate in the sixth heaven. Do you think I care about this? Lin Sun smiled. Nie Qingrong let out a sigh. She recalled the earth-shattering rumors about Lin Sun, and vaguely understood Lin Sun's mentality. Perhaps in her eyes, the order power was a priceless treasure, but in Lin Sun's eyes, it wasn't necessarily so. Then I will leave this secret map in your care, fellow Daoist. Nie Qingrong didn't try to persuade him anymore. Also, does fellow Daoist need any other cultivation resources? Now that I control the Yinyang Academy, as long as I can help fellow Daoist, I definitely won't refuse. Lin Sun thought for a moment, then said, how do you plan to arrange for little Shi? Nie Qingrong pursed her lips and smiled. I was just about to discuss this matter with fellow Daoist. I want little Shi to become the Vice Palace Master Lung Qingshui's disciple. Qingshui has a noble and clean temperament, and what's rare is her attainments in the Great Tao. It can be said to be exquisite and strong. With her teaching, little Shi's talent and foundation will definitely not be buried. Lin Sun couldn't help but think of a beautiful woman in snow-white clothes with a golden hairband wrapped around her hair. All right. He immediately agreed. Having an emperor ancestor teaching little Shi cultivation was undoubtedly a blessing. After all, little Shi was just a little girl in the immortal tribulation realm. Sister. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out in the distance, carrying an anxious tone. Along with a fluctuation in the void, Lung Qingshui's graceful and ethereal white figure appeared out of thin air. Qingxue, I've already told fellow Daoist that you will be little Shi's master from now on, and she will be your last disciple. You have to shoulder the responsibility of being her master, Nie Qingrong said with a smile. Lung Qingxue grunted, and then she said swiftly, Big sister, let's not talk about all this for now. I've just obtained news that the 3 Vice Palace Masters of Ice Arrival Academy will arrive at our Yinyang Academy very soon, and they said they're coming to pay their respects to the deceased Yu Qianheng. I suspect they've come with ill intent. It was difficult to hide the worry in her words. Ice Advent Academy, Nie Qingrong's beautiful eyes narrowed. The situation in the Yinyang Academy had just stabilized, but the big shots of Ice Advent Academy had come together, and they even came under the banner of mourning Yu Qianheng. If the big shots in the Yinyang Academy who had always supported and been loyal to Yu Qianheng in the past knew about this, they would probably take the opportunity to stir up trouble. Are you sure that there are only 3 Vice Palace Masters coming from Ice Advent Academy? Nie Qingrong asked. Lung Qingshui hesitated before she said, I don't dare be sure about that. I'll deal with this matter. Lin Sun put away the fishing rod in his hand and stood up as he said, just take it as the gift I prepared for little Shi to take you as her master. Daoist brother, Nie Qingrong was deeply moved, and she felt rather embarrassed in her heart. She felt that she'd troubled Lin Sun too much, and she owed him more and more favors. Don't forget that it was I who killed Yuan Wanzhong and the others that day, and the reason I killed them was no different than helping you deal with Yu Qianheng. After all, the Wen clan stood behind Ice Advent Academy. Lin Sun smiled as he spoke these words, and then his figure had already floated off and vanished in the blink of an eye. When Nie Qingrong still wanted to say something, it was already too late. Sister, could it be that this Daoist brother has feelings for you? Otherwise, why would he help us so much? Lung Qingshui stared blankly as she asked. Nie Qingrong's beautiful and charming face burned, and she spat lightly. Don't speak nonsense. With my beauty, it's utterly impossible for him to take a fancy to me. As she finished speaking, a trace of a faint sense of loss couldn't help but arise in her heart. If he really does have feelings for me, then it would be great. P.S. 3rd and 4th updates, there will be a 5th update at around 8:30 p.m. Everyone's enthusiasm to cast their monthly votes today isn't high. I'm urgently begging everyone. The sky was vast and filled with auspicious clouds. Jean Join pointed to the distance and said, that's the Shinshu mountain range, the #1 blessed land in the Donglai region. The Yin and Yang Academy is located there. He was one of the vice palace masters of the Ice Advent Academy. He had a strong body, and his hair was like a halberd. He was the leader of the operation this time. I still don't understand how Nie Qianrong could kill Yu Qianheng, who wielded a level 3 Earth rank sequence power, with her combat power. When did this woman become so terrifying? Huang Zhen, another vice palace master of the Ice Advent Academy, frowned and said. He wore a feather robe, and his eyebrows were like swords. He stood on a painting of the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers. His clothes fluttered in the wind, and he looked unrestrained. The Zhu family has already obtained a new heaven rank sequence power. It won't be long before they move to the 7th heaven. Under such circumstances, Nie Qianrong still dared to kill Yu Qianheng, who was backed by the Zhu family. Her courage is indeed too great. Beside Huang Zhen, a beautiful and charming woman in a black dress with her snow-white hair draped over her shoulders and a flower basket in her hand also spoke with a sigh. Her name was Shi Yunfei, and she was also one of the vice palace masters of the Ice Advent Academy. According to the information I've obtained, the person who killed Yu Qianheng wasn't Nie Qianrong. Instead, it was a person of mysterious origin. Nie Qianrong merely took advantage of the situation. Otherwise, how could the position of Palace Master of the Yin-Yang Academy possibly fall into her hands? Jin Jiuyin, who was the leader, said indifferently. Huang Zhen and Shi Yunfei revealed a look of understanding. This was reasonable. With the death of Yu Qianheng, Nian Yunjing, and Yong Faidu, only Nie Qianrong and Ling Qingshui had the qualifications to take over the position of Palace Master. Ling Qingshui had always ignored the affairs of the world and stood aloof from worldly affairs. It was only natural that Nie Qianrong could seize this opportunity to take over the position of Palace Master. Brother Jin, do you know who that mysterious person is? Huang Zhen asked. Jin Jiuyin pondered deeply for a moment before he said, I'm not sure about that. Both of you are aware that there's a pawn placed within the Yin-Yang Academy, but according to the information he spread, I don't know who this mysterious figure is. And Nie Qianheng and Yong Faidu's deaths were all pushed to this mysterious person as soon as she took over. This is very strange. If this mysterious person was invited by Nie Qianheng, why would Nie Qianheng and Yong Faidu dare to blame him? Huang Zhen and Shi Yunfei couldn't help but frown. This was indeed strange. No matter what, our operation this time is to find out the truth about the Yin-Yang Academy. Besides that, even though Yu Qianheng is dead, he once spread the news that Nie Qianrong possessed a Dao diagram related to the energy of order. So long as we're able to eliminate Nie Qianheng, then this Dao diagram will belong to our Ice Advent Academy. Jin Jiuyin's eyes were suffused with a cold light as he said, but both of you are aware that the operation of Vice Palace Master Yuan Wanzhong and the others failed not long ago, and it's very likely that they've already perished. This matter infuriated our Palace Master, and he feels that Yu Qianheng played tricks and intentionally seized this opportunity to harm our Ice Advent Academy. When this matter was mentioned, the space between Huang Zhen and Shi Yunfei's brows were suffused with a cold expression. The deaths of Yuan Wanzhong and the others were extremely strange, and it caused them to have no choice but to suspect if all of this was a scheme of the Yin-Yang Academy, using the Dao diagram as bait to carry out a slaughter. Supposedly, along with Yu Qianheng's death, the energy of order at the 3rd grade of the Earth rank of the Yin-Yang Academy has been lost, and it isn't in Nie Qianrong's control. If the opportunity is right this time, then we'll capture Nie Qianrong. Killing intent flashed in Jin Jiuyin's eyes. At that time, the Yin-Yang Academy would be like a group of dragons without a leader, and it would surely fall into chaos. Our Ice Advent Academy would be able to seize this opportunity to enter. Huang Zhen and Shi Yunfei nodded in their hearts. They'd come here this time precisely for this reason. The only thing they weren't sure about was the mysterious figure that killed Yu Qianheng. We're almost there. Everyone, it's time to reveal the strength of our Ice Advent Academy. When he saw the boundless Shinta mountain range from afar, bright lights surged in Jin Jiuyin's eyes, and a strand of lofty sentiments arose abruptly in his heart. No matter what, along with the deaths of Yu Qianheng and the other great figures of the Yin-Yang Academy, it was strong on the outside but weak on the inside, and it was greatly weakened. This gave them an opportunity to seize this opportunity to enter. Haha, let me see if Nie Qianrong has the ability to go against us. Huang Zhen grinned in a carefree and unrestrained manner. Shi Yunfei was just about to say something when her eyes suddenly squinted, and she looked towards the distance. Before the Xianxia mountain range, a wave of smoke curled up from the bank of a stream at the foot of the mountain, and there was a wave of the faint fragrance of roasted meat faintly wafting over. When one looked carefully, one saw a campfire surging at the bank of the stream, and an iron fork that held a fat fish was being roasted to the point it dripped with oil. The person roasting the fish was a man that sat on the ground while a variety of seasonings were placed by his side, and he frequently applied seasonings to the fish in a highly skilled and concentrated manner. The fragrance of roasted meat and smoke came from there. This wouldn't be a gluttonous disciple of the Yinyang Academy, right? He actually came to the entrance of his own academy to roast fish. What a scandal. This obviously shows how rotten and corrupt the rules of the Yinyang Academy are now. Jin Jiuyin couldn't help but laugh with ridicule as he'd noticed this scene as well. This is the sign of the Yinyang Academy being ruined. Huang Zhen judged. If such an incident occurred in our Ice Descent Academy, then this disciple along with the instructor would be severely punished. A light punishment would be to ponder over their mistakes behind closed doors, and a heavy punishment would be expulsion from the academy. However, this kid's skill in roasting meat isn't bad, and it makes me drool. Shi Yunfei couldn't help but tease with a smile as she smelled the tempting fragrance that came from the air. Unfortunately, you don't have the fortune to enjoy such delicacies. Right at this moment, an indifferent voice resounded out. The figure at the bank of the stream removed the roasted fish, and with a flick of his finger, he tore off a piece of fish that was tender on the inside and charred on the outside, and then he stuffed it into his mouth and started chewing while a wisp of satisfaction appeared on his face. This person was naturally Lin Sun. The roasted fish in his hand was born from a source of spirit energy, and it was extremely plump with pure and crystalline meat. After it was roasted with a variety of seasonings that he'd hidden in his collection, its taste was truly wonderful. There's something wrong with this person. The eyes of Shi Yunfei, Huang Zhen, and Jin Jiuyin narrowed when they heard Lin Sun, and they realized that something was off. An ordinary disciple of the Yinyang Academy wouldn't dare speak to them like this at all. All of you don't act rashly for now. Allow me to probe him. Jin Jiuyin spoke via voice transmission, and then his gaze was like a torch that locked onto Lin Sun as he said, I'm Jin Jiuyin of the Ice Descent Academy. May I know your name? You're about to die, so why ask all of this? There's no need to be anxious. I'll send all of you on your way once I finish eating this fish. Lin Sun chewed with large mouthfuls of wine, and he seemed relaxed and at ease. But his words seemed to be so ear-piercing, and it caused the expressions of Jin Jiuyin and the others to sink while cold lights surged in their eyes. There really is something wrong with this kid. So in this way, you've been waiting for us here? Jin Jiuyin's voice was deep and revealed an oppressive pressure, and an enormous consciousness swept towards Lin Sun like a gale. At the same time, Huang Zhen and Shi Yunfei were prepared for battle. Sort of. Lin Sun finished all the fish in a short while, and only a snow-white fish bone remained. He casually tossed it away, and then he picked up the wine gourd and drank to his heart's content. When Jin Jiuyin's consciousness swept over, it was crushed and dissolved by an invisible force before it could get close to Lin Sun. This caused Jin Jiuyin to be shocked in his heart, and he felt that something was wrong. He immediately sent a voice transmission to Lin Sun, let's kill this guy first. Boom, the void formation dimmed, and the sun and moon lost their light. Jin Jiuyin seemed to be extremely decisive. A huge sword surging with lightning slashed out, and it set off boundless ancestor realm light as it slashed towards Lin Sun. Huang Zhen and Shi Yunfei, who had been prepared for battle for a long time, made a move at the same time. Buzz, a diagram of the sun, moon, mountains, and rivers flashed out, and it ceaselessly spread and expanded in the void. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into a vast world that blotted out the sky and the sun, and it enveloped down. Swish, Shi Yunfei threw out the flower basket in her hand, and colorful and magnificent divine rainbows poured out from the flower basket. There were a total of 9 colors, and every divine rainbow transformed into ancient divine beasts of different shapes, and they let out earth-shattering roars as they rushed towards Lin Sun. How terrifying was the power of 3 emperor ancestors when they made a move! The originally tranquil world suddenly fell into chaos. All kinds of great Tao rumbled, the sword intent was dense, the Tao diagram was surging, and the divine beasts were roaring, causing the mountains and rivers to tremble, and the grass and trees to turn into ashes. The rules of heaven and earth in the first heaven were extremely solid, and only immortals could cause a disaster that could destroy the world. In contrast, these three emperor ancestors from Ice Advent Academy were able to cause such a terrifying scene of destruction as soon as they made a move. It could be seen that their foundation and cultivation were extraordinary. Boom, in just an instant, the area near the foot of the mountain suddenly collapsed, the stream was completely evaporated, and everything was annihilated in the surging Tao light. But the strange thing was that Lin Sun's figure wasn't in the scene of destruction. This caused Jing Jiuyin to be shocked in his heart, and he was just about to react when a tall figure appeared out of thin air, and the figure raised a finger and pressed towards the center of his eyebrows. Bang, a bloody hole appeared in the center of Jing Jiuyin's eyebrows. His eyes were wide open, and his expression was filled with confusion and disbelief. Even he couldn't resist the power of a finger. In the next moment, he lost consciousness, and his body silently turned into ashes that scattered all over the sky. The power of Lin Sun's finger not only pierced through his spirit, but also obliterated all the vitality in his body. Oh no, run! This scene was clearly seen by Huang Zhen and Shi Yunfei, and they were so shocked that their scalps almost exploded. Their first reaction was to flee. But how could Lin Sun give them a chance? He waved his sleeve. Boom, a wisp of light condensed in midair and transformed into a boundless sword qi that seemed like a river of stars, and it enveloped Huang Zhen's figure within it. He resisted desperately while roaring repeatedly, and he utilized all his ability. He utilized all sorts of Dao arts and secret treasures as if they were worthless, yet it was utterly futile. All of them were crushed beneath the boundless sword qi. Bang, in the blink of an eye, his whole body exploded and disappeared in the surging sword qi. At the moment of death, he let out a shrill and unwilling scream, "You're that mysterious man." Mysterious person, Shi Yunfei's heart shook fiercely. She finally understood. She even realized that this person was obviously waiting for them to help the Yin Academy. Otherwise, why would he be so ruthless towards them when there was no enmity between them? This damned Nie Qingrong must have a close relationship with this mysterious person. Shi Yunfei wasn't stupid. She roughly guessed the truth and couldn't help but grit her teeth in hatred. "How far can you run?" An indifferent voice sounded in her ears. To Shi Yunfei, it was no less than a clap of thunder striking her heart. Her heart trembled. She suddenly waved her hand as if she was going all out. Whoosh, a Taoist sword covered in dense runes whizzed out. In an instant, a wave of silver order power whizzed out. Before this operation, Shi Yunfei had obtained the secret treasure from the palace master of Ice Advent Academy. It could control a wave of order power. Originally, they planned to use it to suppress Nie Qingrong after entering the Yin Academy. But now, it was used by Shi Yunfei as a means to escape. Boom, the silver order power was like an arc of lightning, illuminating the mountains and rivers. Its aura was terrifying. Lin Sun stretched out his hand and grabbed. The shadow of the abyssal sword cauldron faintly appeared in his palm. Immediately after, the silver order power was like a python that was being grabbed. It was swallowed and disappeared in the blink of an eye. It had become Wu Shuang's food. Shi Yunfei's soul almost left her body. She almost didn't dare to believe her eyes. At this moment, her mood was the same as Yu Qianheng's. She didn't dare to believe that the order power could be defeated so easily. "Who are you?" she screamed, her pretty face pale. What answered her was an oncoming sword qi. It was brilliant like a rainbow and spanned across the 9 heavens. It completely shocked her vision and mind. Pooh, in the next moment, her figure withered. She died. "I'm already dead. Does it matter who I am?" Lin Sun shook his head and turned to leave. Not long after his figure disappeared, a group of dazzling escape lights flew out from the Yin Academy in the depths of the Shinta Mountains and flew over. They were led by Nie Qingrong, Leng Qingxue, and other important figures of the Yin Academy. Obviously, the battle that occurred here had alarmed the Heaven and Earth Academy. But when they arrived, the battle had ended a long time ago, and only the ruins of the mountains and rivers and a scene of desolation remained. What's going on? Many people were bewildered. Didn't they say that the Heaven and Earth Academy's 3 vice palace lords came? Could it be that they suffered a calamity here and have already passed away? Someone was bewildered and vaguely guessed something. He looked towards Nie Qingrong. Before the facts are clear, don't make wild guesses. Nie Qingrong glanced at that person. Her cold gaze caused the person's expression to change, and he lowered his head. Let's go back to the academy. In the next moment, Nie Qingrong made a decision and brought her people back. Although everyone was confused, they still followed him obediently. Only Xianxia seemed to understand, and she couldn't help but send a voice transmission. Big sister, isn't that fellow Taoist too formidable? From the beginning to the end of this battle, it was only a short moment. Others might not know, but how could she not know that all this was Lin Sun's doing? If it wasn't for him, our Heaven and Earth Academy would have suffered a calamity today. Nie Qingrong's heart roiled as she sighed with emotion. She probably wouldn't be able to repay the favor she owed Lin Sun in this lifetime. A calamity was resolved just like this before the Xianxia mountain range. While the cultivators of the Heaven and Earth Academy were still kept in the dark, Lin Sun had already silently returned to his residence. Besides Nie Qingrong and Xianxia, no one knew that this mysterious person had always been in the Heaven and Earth Academy. Taoist brother, thank you. As soon as she returned to the Heaven and Earth Academy, Nie Qingrong went to Lin Sun's residence, and her beautiful and fair face revealed an expression of gratitude that was impossible to conceal. I told you, this is a gift for little she to take Lin Sun as her master. Lin Sun smiled indifferently, and then he said, besides that, help me prepare a map to the Southern Fire Region's Icefall Academy. Nie Qingrong couldn't help but be surprised. Taoist brother, what are you doing? Waiting for the enemy to come knocking is too passive in the end. What do you think? Lin Sun smiled. Nie Qingrong instantly understood, and her heart shook. One day later, Lin Sun quietly left the Heaven and Earth Academy. He wasn't in a hurry, and like a wanderer, he walked alone in the first heaven. During the day, he trekked through the vast mountains and rivers, and at night, he walked through the bustling cities. This was the first time he sensed the eternal true world in such detail and vividly. Even though it was just the first region of heaven, to Lin Sun, it was still an eye-opener. A month passed in a hurry. At this time, Lin Sun finally arrived at a city called Fish Stream, which was the closest to the Icefall Academy. It wasn't that he deliberately slowed down, but the journey from the Donglai region to the Southern Fire region was too far. I'll rest here tonight. Lin Sun found an inn and used it as a place to stay. Although it was called an inn, it was actually built from independent caves and mansions. It was extremely luxurious and could meet the needs of Emperor Realm cultivators. Of course, the price was so high that it wasn't something that ordinary cultivators could afford. In less than 3 months, my strength will be restored to its peak state. Lin Sun sat cross-legged in meditation, calmly sensing his own qi. He had already noticed that although his strength had been restored, his cultivation was still at the early stage of Emperor Ancestor Realm. But compared with the past, it was completely different. Because the reconstruction of the Tao this time was like being reborn in nirvana, breaking and building. Moreover, with the Great Way Furnace scripture as the foundation, the Tao and potential tempered by it were much stronger than before. And the most obvious change was his talent power. Recently, there would often be a strange and obscure fluctuation in his heart vein, causing his chest to faintly feel a scorching heat. This made Lin Sun wonder if this was a sign of awakening the third stage of his talent power. If that's the case, then I'm really looking forward to it. Back in the Tai ruins of the vast Kiliacosm domain, he had seen the power of the Blade of Time that the Skirich Lord had used. He had beaten Wei Mingzi back to when he was a teenager, and his cultivation had been reduced. It could be said to be heaven-defying and abnormal. Moreover, the Blade of Time was now sealed in his heart meridian. At that time, Lin Sun had inferred that when he awakened the third stage of his talent, he could easily control the Blade of Time. Similarly, he could also awaken his own talent power. Because every person with the talent of devouring abyss would get different talent power when awakening the talent power. For example, the star-obscuring emperor awakened the star-obscuring skill. For example, the first stage of Lin's talent awakened was the star-obscuring skill and the devouring skill. But in the final analysis, the power and talent of devouring abyss were all related to the law of time. If I can awaken the third stage of my talent power, I may be able to fight against immortals. Lin Sun's black eyes were bright, and he was looking forward to it. The next morning, before dawn, Lin Sun had quietly left the inn. At the same time, in the depths of the misty river mountain, where the Ice Forest Academy was located. According to the time, Jin Jiuyin and others should be back by now. In a magnificent palace, Ruwei Taifu, the master of Ice Advent Academy, paced back and forth with his hands behind his back. If I can bring back the diagram related to the power of order this time, I don't need to look for it at all. When the inspector of the Wen family arrives, I can present the diagram to them. It will be a great contribution, and then, thinking of this, Ruwei Taifu was excited, and his eyes were full of longing. Why should I worry about not being able to enter the sixth heaven for cultivation? Come in. Ruwei Taifu suddenly said. A figure of a servant appeared outside the hall and said respectfully, "What can I do for you, Your Excellency?" Is there any news from Jin Jiuyin and others? Ruwei Taifu asked. These days, he asked almost every once in a while. The servant shook his head and said in a low voice, "Your Excellency, don't worry too much. Jin Jiuyin and others will definitely succeed in this trip and return triumphantly." Return triumphantly? I hope that as long as they can bring back that Dao diagram, I will be satisfied. Ruwei Taifu let out a long sigh. It's a pity that they can't come back, and you are destined not to be satisfied. Suddenly, a voice that was calm like water resounded from outside the hall. Ruwei Taifu's pupils constricted, and he suddenly saw a tall figure appear out of thin air outside the hall. The figure looked extremely strange. How dare you? Who are you? How dare you sneak into my Ice Advent Academy without permission? The Dao attendant exploded with rage and berated. The person who came was Lin Sun. He said casually, "This place is not a dragon's pool or a tiger's den. I can come and go as I please. Why sneak in? You." As soon as the servant opened his mouth, he felt a pain in his divine soul, and then he lost consciousness. His body fell to the ground softly. Lin Sun looked at Ruwei Taifu and said, "Are you the master of Ice Advent Academy?" Ruwei Taifu had calmed down at this moment. His eyes flickered, and he said, "Who are you?" Lin Sun smiled slightly, "I'm asking you. You just need to answer. If you don't cooperate, don't blame me for being rude." Ruwei Taifu's face became extremely gloomy. This was his territory. For so many years, who dared to threaten him like this? Immediately, he seemed to guess something and suddenly said, "Are you the mysterious man who killed Yu Qianheng?" Lin Sun sighed softly, "It seems that you didn't listen to what I said." His voice was still echoing, but his figure had disappeared out of thin air. Ruwei Taifu felt a chill in his heart. Flames were rising all over his body, and he shouted, "Rise!" Within the hall, an expanse of silver energy of order suddenly surged into appearance, and it condensed into a dense expanse of divine chains of order and space that formed layer upon layer of defenses around Ruwei Taifu. At this moment, Lin Sun's figure appeared. Faster than him, a bright palm print, like a swift and overbearing streamer, shot out fiercely. Boom! In just a moment, the power of order, which Ruwei Taifu regarded as invulnerable and unshakable, collapsed and exploded layer by layer in the rumbling sound of explosion. P.S. The 6th update is here. The outbreak is over. Asking for monthly votes. Boom! Before the crumbling power of order splashed out, it was swallowed up by the dazzling palm print and poured into the abyssal sword cauldron. In the world of Nirvana, Wu Shuang, who was dressed in white like a pure girl, cheered. The devoured power of order was like tempting food to her. Moreover, Xiaoxian and little Ming couldn't compete with her, which made her feel extremely happy. At this time, Ruwei Taifu, the headmaster of Ice Advent Academy, was frightened and confused. Like the third-level Earth rank of Yinyang Academy, the power of order that Lin Sun had devoured was also Ruwei Taifu's biggest reliance. But now, it was vulnerable. No, before Ruwei Taifu could dodge, Lin Sun grabbed his throat and imprisoned him. Ruwei Taifu trembled uncontrollably. He was completely frightened. Since he started cultivating until now, he could be considered to be a ferocious person that had seen great storms and great dangers, yet when had he ever seen such an inconceivable thing? "Now, can you cooperate with me?" Lin Sun asked indifferently, his dark eyes deep. As he spoke, he threw Ruwei Taifu to the ground. Ruwei Taifu twitched with fear, horror, and confusion on his face. "Ice Advent Academy has no grudge against you. Why do you do this? What do you want to do?" he asked in a trembling voice. I have a grudge against the Wen family. As soon as Lin Sun said this, Ruwei Taifu was like being struck by lightning. He suddenly understood that he was implicated by the Wen family. But I'm not a member of the Wen family. Ruwei Taifu tried to dissociate himself from the Wen family. Lin Sun interrupted him, if a dog is disloyal and unjust, what do you think will happen if its owner knows? Ruwei Taifu's face suddenly turned pale. What's more, as far as I know, since you stepped into the Emperor realm, you have been attaching yourself to the Wen family. Now you have served the Wen family for nearly 2,000 years. How dare you say that you have nothing to do with the Wen family? Lin Sun's voice was full of sarcasm. Ruwei Taifu was paralyzed, as if he had collapsed. His eyes were blank. Of course, Wen family is Wen family, and you are you. Although I have killed countless people, I don't kill innocent people. Lin Sun said. Ruwei Taifu was like a hopeless prisoner who had seen a trace of hope, and he said agitatedly, as long as you can spare my life, I'll definitely turn over a new leaf and repent for my wrongdoings. I'll never do evil again. Lin Sun said, if you had been so cooperative just now, how could so many things have happened? Ruwei Taifu had a bitter taste in his mouth. If he had known that even the power of order could not withstand a single blow, would he have dared to not cooperate? Refine this talisman into your natal Emperor realm, and I will give you a chance to live. As Lin Sun spoke, wisps of Taoist light emerged from his palms and fingers, condensing into a strange black talisman, which was inserted into the space between Ruwei Taifu's eyebrows. Dao Taboo Divine Talisman, it was a secret technique recorded in the origin of Taoism of the last era. It was condensed from willpower, and when it was inserted into the enemy's body, it was like planting a seed of disaster. As long as the caster willed it, the power of the Dao Taboo Divine Talisman would instantly destroy the enemy's cultivation. It was really strange and ruthless. Ruwei Taifu acted very happily. He released his natal Emperor realm without the slightest resistance or obstruction. The Dao Taboo Divine Talisman instantly turned into wisps of black light and integrated into his cultivation. I won't make things difficult for you for the rest of your life. As long as you obediently obey the orders of the headmaster of Yinyang Academy, Nieching, and obtain her understanding and approval, she will naturally remove the disaster in your body. I might as well tell you that even an immortal can't help you remove this disaster. You'd better not take chances. Lin Sun said. Ruwei Taifu took a deep breath and said, thank you, senior. Even the way he addressed Lin Sun changed. Lin Sun didn't care whether Ruwei Taifu was sincere or not. With the Dao Taboo Divine Talisman, he wasn't afraid that Ruwei Taifu would go back on his words. From today onward, you're still the headmaster of Ice Advent Academy. Understand? Said Lin Sun. Ruwei Taifu pondered briefly before he said solemnly, I'll definitely remember senior's teachings. On that very day, Lin Sun left Ice Advent Academy and embarked on his return journey. It was also on this day that the people of the world were completely unaware that the current headmaster of Ice Advent Academy, Ruwei Taifu, had already become a pawn in the hands of the headmaster of Yinyang Academy. 1 month later, Lin Sun appeared at his residence in Yinyang Academy. His trip this time had lasted for 2 months, yet the outcome was to Lin Sun's satisfaction. At the very least, after he left, Ice Advent Academy would imperceptibly become a great assistance to Yinyang Academy. On that very day, Lin Sun passed the secret technique to control the Dao Taboo Divine Talisman to Nieching, and it caused the latter to be shocked repeatedly. No matter how she racked her brains, she would never have imagined that Lin Sun would actually directly subdue the headmaster of Ice Advent Academy during his trip this time and firmly take control of him. Lin Sun didn't give any explanation towards this. Nieching also tactfully didn't ask any further. Before she left, she did tell Lin Sun one thing. In another half a month or so, the Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors from the Zhu, He, and Hong Immortal Emperor clans of the 6th Heaven would arrive together. This made Nieching extremely nervous. She was afraid that after the Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors of the Zhu family arrived, they would vent their anger on her because of Yu Qianhing's death. At that time, even the He family's Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors wouldn't be able to do anything. After all, the Zhu family couldn't be compared to the past. It wouldn't be long before they took root in the 7th heaven. The He family probably wouldn't be willing to offend the Zhu family at this critical juncture. After understanding this, Lin Sun couldn't help but smile and comfort her. don't worry, just push all the blame onto me. I'd like to see what kind of Inspector Heavenly Ambassador the Zhu family will send. Time flew by quickly. Unknowingly, more than 10 days had passed. On the vast and tranquil blue lake, along with a long and drawn-out breathing sound, Lin Sun woke up from his meditation. Just a little bit more and I'll be able to completely recover. After sensing his body's condition, Lin Sun felt relaxed. A few years ago, he was seriously injured and on the verge of death. Today, he was finally able to rebuild his cultivation. Naturally, he was extremely happy. Moreover, in the recent period of time, the changes in his heart meridian became more frequent. It was like a seed was stirring, yearning to break out of the ground. This made Lin Sun realize that he was getting closer and closer to the third stage of his talent power. This was also a piece of good news that he was looking forward to. Suddenly, Lin Sun seemed to have sensed something and looked far into the sky. At the same time, outside the Shintu mountain range, the void fluctuated and 3 figures appeared. The leader was a thin middle-aged man. He was tall and dressed in black. His entire body was bathed in a divine halo made of immortal Tao light. He was like a ruler that had descended to the world, causing the heaven and earth to wail. Beside him was a man and a woman. Their aura was also extraordinary, but they were completely overshadowed by the black-clothed immortal emperor. An immortal emperor actually came. At the sight of the lake, Lin Sun's black eyes narrowed and he quietly retracted his divine sense. He didn't even need to guess to know that these 3 were the Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors from the Zhu, He, and Hong Immortal Emperor clans. At this time, the Yin-Yang Academy was in an uproar. 3 Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors had arrived, and Palace Master Nye Qingrong led a group of important figures to personally welcome them. This attracted the attention of countless descendants. Fellow Taoist. In less than an hour, Leng Qingshui hurried over and appeared in front of Lin Sun. Her picturesque and beautiful face was filled with worry. Without waiting for Lin Sun to ask, she told him everything that had happened. This time, the 3 Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors were Zhu Han, He Yufeng, and Hong Yinghe from the 3 Immortal Emperor clans. Among them, Zhu Han was the thin and tall black-clothed middle-aged man. He was an immortal emperor with a heavenly longevity realm cultivation. Previously at the Yin-Yang Great Hall, something happened the moment Zhu Han arrived. Some of the important figures of the Yin-Yang Academy jumped out and denounced Nye Qingrong's wild ambition. In order to usurp the position of Palace Master, she didn't hesitate to use crafty schemes to kill Yu Qianheng and Yong Faidu. They hoped that Zhu Han would personally take down Nye Qingrong and bring justice to Yu Qianheng. Nye Qingrong naturally wouldn't just sit and wait for death. She immediately explained and pushed all the blame onto the mysterious person Lin Sun was playing. Moreover, He Yufeng and Hong Yinghe from the He family and Hong family also spoke up for Nye Qingrong. Only then did they resolve the crisis without any mishaps. But no one expected that in the following time. Zhu Han didn't care about Yu Qianheng's life or death, nor did he care who the mysterious person was. Instead, he asked about the Tao diagram related to the power of order. Moreover, he directly ordered that if he didn't see the Tao diagram within 2 hours, he would punish Nye Qingrong. Leng Qingshui had come for this. After understanding this, Lin Sun immediately made a judgment. Zhu Han's true purpose was probably for the Tao diagram related to the eternally falling forbidden area. As for the lives of Yu Qianheng and Yong Faidu, they weren't important to an immortal like him at all. No wonder he sent an immortal. So it's for the power of order, Lin Sun understood. If it was just for some tributes, an immortal like Zhu Han would probably not come to the first heaven personally. Tao brother, what should we do? Leng Qingshui couldn't help but ask worriedly. Lin Sun thought for a moment and said, since he came for the Tao diagram, as long as you hand it over, he won't make things difficult for fellow Nye. Take the Tao diagram to fellow Nye now and let her hand it over to Zhu Han. Leng Qingshui was shocked. Tao brother, if we hand over the Tao diagram, what will you do? Lin Sun pointed at his head. I've already memorized all the clues on the Tao diagram. That's not what I mean. If we let Zhu Han find the power of order, wouldn't we be letting him off easy? The loss would be too great. Leng Qingshui said anxiously. Lin Sun smiled and said casually, so, when Zhu Han sets off to search for the power of order, I will go with him. At that time, let's see who can seize the power of order in their hands, and who can walk out of the eternally falling forbidden area alive. At the end of his words, a cold light flashed in his eyes. P.S. Late at night, my thoughts are in a mess, and my condition is a little off Yin and Yang Great Hall. Looking at the Tao diagram handed over by Nie Qingrong, Zhu Han's lips curled into a smile of satisfaction. This Tao diagram saved your life. He put away the Tao diagram and glanced at Nie Qingrong. His cold eyes made the latter shudder. As for the matter of the tribute, I'll have to trouble you too. Zhu Han looked at He Yufeng and Hong Yinghe beside him. Senior, are you going to act now? He Yufeng cupped his hands. Even if he is a member of the He family, in front of an immortal, he has to be respectful. This kind of thing should be done sooner rather than later. What's more, I came here for the power of order. Zhu Han sighed softly. It's a pity that Yu Qianheng died too early. Otherwise, with the merit of offering this Tao diagram, I wouldn't mind bringing him to the sixth heaven for cultivation. Nie Qingrong felt uncomfortable all over. Fortunately, Zhu Han didn't pursue the matter any further. He walked straight out of the hall. Everyone, I'll go first. His voice was still echoing, but he had already disappeared. Nie Qingrong, why didn't you tell me earlier that you have such a Tao diagram? Without Zhu Han, He Yufeng's face suddenly sank. Do you know what it means to be able to obtain the power of order? Nie Qingrong lowered her head and said. This subordinate has just obtained this Tao diagram and didn't have the time to report it to my lord. Humph. He Yufeng said. If you had reported this matter earlier, with this great merit, you could easily enter the sixth heaven for cultivation. But now, the Zhu family has benefited from it. I think you deserve to stay in the first heaven for the rest of your life. After saying that, he also flicked his sleeves and left. Nie Qingrong's pretty face was pale, and her heart was cold. She had already realized that because of this matter, He Yufeng, who represented the He family, had already become dissatisfied with her. What a good opportunity. Hong Yinghe, the inspector from the Hong family, also sighed softly. It was unknown whether she felt sorry for Nie Qingrong or for missing this opportunity. Nie Qingrong lowered her head and didn't dare to say anything. So what if he is the emperor ancestor? So what if he is the palace master of the Yin and Yang Academy? In the eyes of the sixth heaven's inspector, he is no different from a chess piece. Sister, are you all right? Only after Hong Ying had disappeared from the hall did Lin Qingxue step forward and look worriedly at Nie Qingrong. I'm fine. Nie Qingrong shook her head and forced a smile. Today's matter seemed to have been completely resolved, but she did not feel good about it. Only when facing the big shots of the sixth heaven did she realize how small and insignificant she is in their eyes. Big sister, that fellow Taoist said that he would follow Zhu Yin when he takes action. Without waiting for Lin Qingxue to finish, Nie Qingrong's expression completely changed. This is too dangerous. No, I have to stop it. An immortal is an existence that can call the wind and summon the rain in the sixth heaven. Lin Sun may be tyrannical, but how can he be Zhu Yin's opponent? But when she and Lin Qingxue arrived at Lin Sun's residence, they found that there was no one there. He actually really went. Nie Qingrong was in a daze. Sister, since that Taoist brother dared to do so, he must have something to rely on. I believe that the inspector heavenly ambassador of the Zhu family might suffer greatly. Lin Qingxue comforted her softly. Nie Qingrong was stunned. After a while, she suddenly remembered some rumors from the past. A few years ago, near the ruins of the gods in the vast Thousand Battles domain, because of that legendary disciple of Fengsuan Mountain, it caused an unprecedented bloodshed. At that time, not to mention ordinary emperor ancestors or those Zhu Shui emperor ancestors, even the immortals, fell like rain, and all of this was thanks to Lin Sun. His martial uncle Kong Ju shocked the universe and returned to the site of the eternal true world. His senior brother Ling Xuanzi became famous in this battle and caused a stir in the eternal true world. Perhaps his brilliance had been overshadowed by his martial uncle and senior brother, but one would understand how dazzling his performance in the All Heavens Remnant was if one had a careful understanding of his accomplishments in the All Heavens Remnant. Even the powerful cultivators of the four Eastern imperial clans were defeated, and the nobles from the eighth heaven were killed one by one. How could such a peerless and ruthless person be measured by common sense? Thinking of this, the anxiety and worry in Nie Qingrong's heart decreased. Qingxue, maybe what you said is right. Whoosh, in the vast world, Lin Sun's sleeves fluttered as he moved through the void. Not long after Zhuyin took action, he also moved immediately. However, he did not pursue. This was too rash. If he was discovered by the other party, there would be endless trouble. He chose another path that could also reach the vicinity of the Withered Willow mountain range recorded in the Dao map. If we really fight, with my current combat strength, I may not be able to compete with him, but in terms of subduing and absorbing the power of order, he is destined to be unable to compare with me. When the time comes, I will act according to the circumstances. If I can seize the opportunity to kill him, it will naturally be excellent. If not, I will seize the power of order in my hands, Lin Sun thought as he moved at full speed. Martial Uncle Kong Ju was no longer useful. After being injured outside the ruins of the gods a few years ago, Kong Ju had been sleeping in the abyssal sword cauldron. This made Lin Sun, who was originally extremely worried, feel relieved and could not help but laugh. When this martial uncle was sleeping, his snoring was like thunder. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't wake up for a long time, people would suspect that the injury he suffered back then was far from as serious as he appeared to be. Xia Ji was also sleeping, and her slender body was covered by the power of order. The power of order covered her body. Recently, Lin Sun had made many investigations, but he didn't know when the injury in Xia Ji's body would be completely healed and when he would wake up. This also meant that he could only rely on his own strength for this operation. Instead of fear, Lin Sun faintly felt an indescribable excitement. It was a kind of desire for battle. Since he was injured, he has been silent for several years. Even if he is now walking in the first heaven, even if his injury has not completely healed, he can't find any opponent in the same realm. For example, Yu Qianheng, Yong Faidu, Rui Taifu, and others may be called the top overlords in the first heaven. But in Lin Sun's eyes, they are completely no different from chickens and dogs. What's even more helpless is that characters like the Zhu Xian Emperor ancestor are extremely rare in the first 6 heavens. They are rare existences that can only be encountered by chance. All this means that if he stays in the first heaven, he will be almost invincible in the world. Fortunately, Zhuyin had appeared this time. Even though the other party is an immortal in the heavenly longevity realm, Lin Sun wants to try and see if he can compete with the other party after reconstructing his cultivation path. A few days later, the world was dark, and the fierce evil qi turned into a raging wind that whistled in the void, making ghostly wails and wolf howls. A vast mountain range appeared on the horizon. If one looked carefully, the winding mountain range was boundlessly vast, and strands of foul-smelling miasma covered the mountain range like mist. Not even a blade of grass grew there, and the vitality was dried up. Only evil qi and miasma raged around. Not to mention ordinary cultivators, even martial emperors would suffer a terrifying corrosion of their cultivation if they stayed here for a long period of time in such a terrible place. This is the Withered Willow mountain range, a desolate and uninhabited area. Whoosh, there was a fluctuation in the void, and Lin Sun's figure appeared out of thin air. His tall figure was flowing with light, dispersing the evil qi and miasma around him. He raised his eyes and looked around, and the map related to the forbidden land of Everfall emerged in his mind. After a little comparison, he stepped forward and went straight to the depths of the Withered Willow mountain range. Just a moment later, Lin Sun found the traces of battle. Dark blood stains were scattered on the side of a collapsed mountain, and pieces of flesh and bones were scattered messily on the ground. Lin Sun scanned with his divine sense and judged that the battle had only lasted less than 10 minutes. From the blood stains and aura left behind, he could tell that these fierce beasts should have the power of the 5th level of Emperor Realm before they died. However, the way they died was extremely miserable. They should have been easily annihilated with a single strike, and they didn't have the strength to resist at all. Lin Sun's black eyes flashed, and he continued to move forward. Along the way, he found more traces of battle, which were exactly the same as the first scene he found. It seems that the old guy has arrived ahead of time. Lin Sun made a judgment. Without hesitation, he sped up and didn't encounter any danger along the way. The fierce beasts along the way seemed to have been killed by Zhuyin, which gave Lin Sun an advantage. Until an hour later. Boom! A dull roar came from the depths of the miasma, and Lin Sun spread his divine sense over. In the depths of a barren mountain in the extreme distance, there were countless gray-colored bolts of lightning that were thick like an arm interweaved and flickered. They frequently emitted strands of dazzling sparks, and they emitted muffled and rumbling sounds of thunder that surged through the world. Lin Sun's pupils suddenly shrank. The gray-white lightning was actually the fire of order, a terrible flame condensed by countless broken pieces of the power of order. When he was in the Kiliacosm battle realm, Lin Sun had risked his life to collect the fire of order. How could he not know the horror of this power? The broken order evolved into fire, which could seriously threaten the immortal figures. Immediately, Lin Sun was delighted. In the relics of the gods, he had used up all the fire of order. Now he could take this opportunity to collect some more with the abyssal sword cauldron. In this way, it could produce great lethality even to the immortal figures like Zhuyin. Whoosh, just as Lin Sun was thinking, a figure flashed into the depths of the mountain covered by countless gray-white lightning and disappeared in the blink of an eye. But Lin Sun immediately judged that the figure must be Zhuyin. Was that huge ravine the entrance to the eternally falling forbidden land? With a thought, Lin Sun approached it quietly. Boom! Gray-white lightning was constantly intertwining and colliding in the void, bursting out wisps of extremely dangerous flames. These flames were the fire of order. Lin Sun immediately released the abyssal sword cauldron. Hundreds of millions of rays of light emerged and covered his body. Then he looked down at the void where the fire of order was flowing. An enormous ravine stretched out between the barren mountains, and it was bottomless as if it was torn apart by the hand of the heavens. Surging baleful chi roiled within the ravine, and even if one used their divine sense to investigate, they would at most be able to see the scene within 3 kilometers. Lin Sun resisted the urge to enter and waited quietly. Like him, Zhuyin entered the withered willow mountains for the first time. Now Zhuyin rushed into the huge ravine. If there were unknown dangers hidden in the ravine, it would definitely cause a great disturbance. At that time, Lin Sun, who was waiting here, would notice it at the first time and take action. A quarter of an hour passed quietly. In the depths of the ravine, the mist was rolling, but there was no abnormality, and Zhuyin did not retreat. Obviously, if the entrance to the eternally falling forbidden land was under the ravine, Zhuyin was very likely to have entered it. I can't wait any longer. Lin Sun suddenly raised his head and fixed his eyes on the densest gray-white lightning, where the fire of order intertwined and collided. The next moment, his figure suddenly rushed out like a stream of flowing light. With a light flash, he came to the area where the gray-white lightning intertwined. The abyssal sword cauldron, which had been accumulating power for a long time, suddenly shrouded him. Boom! A heart-palpitating explosion sounded, and the silver-white lightning bombarded Lin Sun madly like a startled fierce god. The terrible lightning was so dazzling that people could not open their eyes. The most terrible thing was that the fire of order shrouded in the abyssal sword cauldron was extremely violent, madly attacking, trying to get out of the trap. The shock made Lin Sun's blood boil, and he almost coughed up blood. He did not dare to hesitate at all. He jumped down to the ravine below. In the process, the abyssal sword cauldron rumbled and trembled violently, suffering from the extremely terrible killing. Fortunately, he had the abyssal sword cauldron to protect him. Otherwise, the power of the attack would have easily killed Lin Sun. Only when Lin Sun's figure charged into the gorge in an extremely sorry manner did the silver-white torrent of lightning stop in midair, and it seemed as if the gorge was a restricted area that they didn't dare cross. Few in the mist deep in the gully, Lin Sun breathed a sigh of relief. His back was soaked with cold sweat. That violent torrent of shattered order was too terrifying. Even though he had experienced it before, he still felt as though he was testing the edge of death. It was too exciting. However, the rewards were also huge. Inside the abyssal sword cauldron, the raging flames of order were all extinguished. The order suppressed and imprisoned him, rendering him unable to move. Lin Sun counted carefully and found there were 19 flames of order. Moreover, its quality and might weren't inferior to the nirvana flames of order that he'd gathered in the past. A smile appeared on Lin Sun's lips, and then he looked at the top of the gully, where dense gray lightning intertwined and collided with each other, creating a dazzling fire. When I return, I must clean you all up. Lin Sun licked his lips. If he could collect enough flames of order, it would definitely be a great killing weapon. Even if he met an immortal, he wouldn't have to be afraid of anything. He could directly burn them all. Soon, he abandoned all distractions, and his divine awareness spread deeper into the gully like invisible ripples. And his figure also swept down carefully and vigilantly. A quarter of an hour. Half an hour. Half an hour. 2 hours. Along the way, Lin Sun didn't encounter any danger except that the mist was thicker, but he felt a little uneasy. The gully was so deep that it seemed to have no end even though it had been tens of thousands of meters. What was more frightening was that Lin Sun had tried to approach the rock walls on both sides of the gully, but he found that it was empty and he couldn't find any rock walls at all. It was like falling into a boundless abyss. Up, down, left and right, there was no boundary in all directions. It was too horrifying. Eternally falling into the forbidden area. Eternally falling, could it be that this is the mysterious forbidden area recorded on the Tao diagram? Lin Sun's eyes flickered. Eternal fall meant falling forever. It was easy to understand, but it was creepy when he thought about it carefully. Because it meant that the depth of the gully was very likely to be endless. Otherwise, it couldn't be called eternal fall at all. No, I can't go on like this. Lin Sun felt that something was wrong. Just when he wanted to rush up and return along the original road, a terrible force pressed down fiercely, as if there was a barrier above, making him unable to return. On the contrary, after suffering this oppressive force, his figure suddenly sank and fell hard. Lin Sun's face changed slightly. Now he finally understood what it meant to fall into the forbidden area forever. Because the power of rules in this damn place made it impossible for anyone who entered it to turn back. They could only fall and sink continuously. Boom, Lin Sun was just about to use all his strength to open the way with Abyssal Sword Cauldron. Suddenly, a wave of fighting came from the depths of the gully, stirring up the rolling mist. At the same time, a burst of shocked and fanatical laughter rang out. Ha ha ha, this damn place really gives birth to the power of order. Lin Sun's heart skipped a beat. This must be Zhu Yin's voice. Thinking of this, he quietly operated his breath, took the Abyssal Sword Cauldron into his body, and approached the bottom. Boom, the mist was heavy, rolling like huge waves. Vaguely, thick chain-like branches were dancing, flashing with the gray-white luster of order, and the breath was terrifying. A thin figure was fighting fiercely with these branches. This man was dressed in black, full of immortal breath. He was Zhu Yin, the Inspector Heavenly Ambassador from Zhu family. At this moment, a white outline of the world was suspended above his head. When the branches whipped over like divine chains, they were all blocked by the white world. Bang, 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 light rain splashed, and the terrible power of destruction spread. Although the white illusory world trembled violently, it was actually able to withstand the terrifying power. Zhu Yin, who was protected under the white world, approached the direction of those branches step by step. Look carefully, in Zhu Yin's hand was a crystalline and snow-white decree, and the decree surged with an unfathomable sheen of order. It was precisely the energy that was suffused from this decree that condensed into a boundless white world that floated above Zhu Yin's head, and it resisted the attacks of those strange tree branches for him. The battle was extremely intense. The dense branches seemed to be bare, yet they were like numerous divine chains that came from hell, and they emanated a strange and terrifying gray energy of order. An eternal figure like Zhu Yin had relied on the mysterious decree in his hand to resist the attacks of the energy of order. This, as he approached step by step towards the direction those branches came from, Zhu Yin's eyes instantly opened wide. What did I see? A withered willow tree formed from the energy of order. It was rooted in the sky, its old skin had split open, and its entire body was charred black. It seemed as if it had experienced countless strikes of tribulation lightning in the past, and it was even to the extent that countless strands of gray lightning that were dense like a net interweaved around it. Its branches were bare like blades, and when they danced about in battle, they were soft and flexible like divine whips. Moreover, strands of the energy of order coiled around them, causing those branches to emanate a terrifying aura that caused the hearts of the world to palpitate. In Zhu Yin's eyes, this was simply a great fortune that could only be chanced upon by luck, and it could be considered to be rare and precious even in the sixth heaven. If he wasn't mistaken, it was very likely that this withered willow tree was formed from the energy of order at the 9th grade of the earth rank. Bang! Suddenly, numerous branches lashed over, and it shook Zhu Yin to the point his figure staggered, and the white world above him almost collapsed. His expression changed as he suddenly took a deep breath and unfolded the decree in his hand. Clang! The decree swiftly transformed into a strand of snow-white and crystalline energy of order, and it condensed into a silver-white spear in midair that was held in Zhu Yin's hand. In an instant, his imposing aura changed abruptly. I don't believe I'm unable to suppress it with the energy of order at the 9th grade of the Earth rank. Zhu Yin shouted loudly as he flashed up, and then he entered into battle with the withered tree. The battle was so intense that it was like two types of order were in conflict, and it caused a terrifying torrent of destruction to arise. Zhu Yin was extremely strong, and he was overbearing like a god. His entire body was covered in eternal energy as he controlled the silver-white spear, and his battle momentum was peerlessly formidable. But in merely a short moment, his expression changed. Wait, the quality of this withered willow tree is actually not inferior to my clan's extreme order, and it might even be stronger. His heart roiled, and besides feeling shocked, he felt even more fervent and excited in his heart. Could it be a rare 9th grade of the Earth rank? Or perhaps, a heaven rank? Zhu Yin's heart was boiling, and he was excited like a hungry wolf. Rumble, he simply seemed as if he was fighting desperately with all his might. Even if he ceaselessly coughed up blood and suffered injuries, it was still unable to eliminate the fervor in his heart, and it caused him to be even more pleasantly surprised instead. The stronger this withered willow tree was, the more terrifying the profundities of the energy of order would be after he subdued it, not long after. Zhu Yin's hair was disheveled, he was covered in injuries, and his body was dyed red with blood. However, he seemed to be extremely firm and ruthless, and he seemed as if he intended to do everything in his power to suppress this withered willow tree. Bang! It wasn't long before the withered willow tree trembled violently. Numerous branches collapsed and transformed into a rain of light that rained down, while its thick trunk transformed into a gray bolt of lightning that soared through the sky. This was its true appearance, a complete and unfathomable strand of the energy of order. At this moment, Zhu Yin's face was ghastly pale while blood flowed ceaselessly from his mouth. Moreover, his entire body was extremely damaged, and he'd suffered extremely severe injuries. This battle had almost cost him his life. However, when he saw the gray energy of order that revealed its true form, his heavily injured and on the verge of death instead beamed with joy, and he couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. The opportunity was just around the corner. Zhu Yin's heart was filled with unspeakable joy. He even imagined that when he returned with this force of order, all the clansmen would be shocked, admired, and envied. Whoosh! Suddenly, Zhu Yin's vision blurred. He was stunned at first, and then he suddenly found that the force of order that he had defeated was gone. In an instant, the smile on his lips froze, and the joy and excitement in his heart were replaced by an uncontrollable rage. His long hair stood on end. Who on earth did it? This sudden scene made Zhu Yin, who had been coughing blood, spit out another mouthful of blood, and his old face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Plucking peaches under his nose. He should be hacked to pieces. Whoosh! His eyes burst with a terrible light, and he instantly caught the thief who stole the power of order. It was a tall young man in a moon-white robe, holding a sword tripod in his hand. The power of order transformed by the withered willow was imprisoned and suppressed by the sword tripod. When he looked over, the young man showed a bright smile and waved his hand. Thank you for overcoming the obstacles and subduing the power of order for me. Puff! Zhu Yin was so angry that he spat out another mouthful of blood. His beard and hair stood on end, and his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He pointed at Lin Sun with a trembling finger. Little thief, I'm going to kill you. Boom! He stepped into the void, and the violent killing intent spread out in an overwhelming manner. He suddenly stabbed the silver-white spear in his finger fiercely. The void burst and collapsed, and the unparalleled sharpness of order pierced the space, stabbing at Lin Sun at an incredible speed. The power was powerful enough to make ghosts and gods fear. Clang! The abyssal sword tripod blocked in front of Lin Sun, and when the two collided, there was an earth-shattering explosion. Lin Sun staggered. Even if he had been ready for it, he was still shocked by this blow, and his body was in severe pain. His blood and chi were in disorder, and he almost coughed up blood. He couldn't help being surprised. Although Zhu Yin was an immortal of heaven longevity realm, he was seriously injured and dying, but his combat power was still extremely strong. At the same time, Zhu Yin shouted in surprise, "It's you, the evil creature of Fengsuan Mountain." The sword cauldron hovered above his head, and he was so young. To be able to block his attack, apart from the Heart Mountain Forest, who else could it be? It had to be known that Lin Sun's wanted posters were hung everywhere in Eternal True World. The most eye-catching symbol of Lin Sun's figure was his origin emperor weapon, the sword cauldron. I didn't expect that I could be recognized by you. I'm really flattered. Lin Sun smiled and looked calm. Why are you here? Zhu Yan's brows knit together tightly as he realized that the situation was slightly off. A few years ago, Lin Sun had mysteriously disappeared outside the ruins of the gods, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Who would have thought that he would have already come to the first heaven of the eternal true world? If you can come, why can't I? As he spoke, Lin Sun rushed over, not giving his opponent any chance to recover his strength. The abyssal sword cauldron rumbled and pressed down in a domineering manner. Humph. Little bastard, your senior brother Ling Xuanzi and Uncle Master Kong Ju aren't here. What kind of storm can a mere sovereign ancestor like you do? Disdain flashed in Zhu Yin's eyes. With a flick of his wrist, the silver spear shot into the air like a dazzling rainbow. Clang! 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 In an instant, the two clashed dozens of times. The abyssal sword cauldron and the silver spear collided, and a torrent of power that could sweep through the world erupted. Light rained down and divine light rumbled. Lin Sun's aura surged. He was under great pressure. Even though he was using his full strength and fighting with all his might, he was still at a disadvantage. There was nothing he could do about it. The difference in strength was too great. Even though Zhu Yin was heavily injured, he was still a genuine eternal being after all, and the might that every single move he made was truly too terrifying. Die! Suddenly, Zhu Yin let out a shout. With an unstoppable momentum, he swung the silver spear towards Lin Sun. This was the moment. A ruthless look flashed in Lin Sun's eyes. He pushed the abyssal sword cauldron to its limit. Billions of rays of light rose, and the mouth of the cauldron was aimed at the silver spear. In an instant, the silver spear stabbed into the abyssal sword cauldron. The strange thing was that it didn't make a sound. Instead, the silver spear seemed to be swallowed, shattering and dissipating at an incredible speed. Zhu Yin's pupils shrank abruptly, and he was so shocked that his eyeballs almost fell out. This silver spear was condensed from the 9th grade earth-rank power of the Zhu family. Although he borrowed it with his own cultivation, its power was enough to kill someone in the same realm, but now, such a terrifying attack was actually dealt with so easily. This was completely beyond Zhu Yin's expectations. He was caught off guard, and his mind shook violently. Kill! At the same time, Lin Sun suddenly exerted the forbidden passage. A dazzling white power of time suddenly spread out. On Lin Sun's body, the 5 Tao forms rushed out together. Together with his own body, they used all their killing means to bombard Zhu Yin. Boom, the void was chaotic, and divine light swept and spread like a tide. Zhu Yin's body, which was already seriously injured and on the verge of death, was directly blasted apart, and the defensive power covering his body completely disintegrated and collapsed. No. Zhu Yin's primordial spirit had just escaped when it was bombarded with full force by Lin Sun and his doppelgangers. In the blink of an eye, cracks appeared on his primordial spirit, and he was about to dissipate. No. Amid a shrill and unwilling cry of madness, Zhu Yin's primordial spirit couldn't hold on in the end. It exploded with a bang and was drowned in the roiling torrent of destruction. Swish, Lin Sun's figure dodged far away at once. When he looked again, he saw that Zhu Yin's figure was no longer in the turbulent torrent. This Inspector Heavenly Ambassador from the Zhu family, a famous undying figure at the heavenly longevity realm, had already truly perished. Zhu Yin died in a very aggrieved manner. The fierce battle with the withered tree earlier had already caused him serious injuries. Originally, he thought that with his cultivation, even if he was injured, he could still easily kill Lin Sun. But he never expected that the power of order he borrowed would suddenly collapse into nothingness. This unforeseen event also impacted his mind. Before he could react, he was attacked by Lin Sun with the forbidden death divine art. With the 5 great Tao bodies surrounding and attacking him together, under such circumstances, even if he wanted to risk his life before death, it was impossible to destroy. Indiscriminately, an opportunity was right in front of him, but he lost his life in vain in the end. How aggrieved was Zhu Yin's death? It was no different from being killed by a trap, and at this moment, Lin Sun heaved a long sigh of relief. His whole body relaxed. This was the first time he had killed an immortal in front of him since he started cultivating. Even if he killed the opponent while he was seriously injured, this gave Lin Sun a lot of confidence and excitement. The natural chasm of the emperor ancestor could be broken, so why couldn't the natural chasm of immortality be broken? Lin Sun didn't believe in this. Admittedly, if he met Zhu Yin in his peak state, he was destined to have no chance of winning. But as his cultivation improved, sooner or later, he would be able to have a real fight with Zhu Yin. Without delay, Lin Sun first looked at the abyssal sword cauldron. The grayish-white power of order formed by the withered tree had been suppressed and imprisoned, and the power of order borrowed by Zhu Yin had long been crushed and devoured, becoming Wu Shuang's food. Unfortunately, this power of order was not complete. For Wu Shuang, it was of little value and didn't benefit much. Master, according to the saying of this era, what you have subdued this time is a rare power of the 9th level of earth rank. It contains the incomparably vicious mystery of the Order of Thunder, which can be called the Evil Thunder Order. Nirvana? In the order, Wu Shuang, who was dressed in white like a young girl, said crisply, if I devour it, my power can recover to 20% of what it used to be, 20%. Lin Sun was stunned. It's roughly equivalent to the power of the 4th level of heaven rank in this era, Wu Shuang explained. Since Lin Sun helped her collect and devour a lot of the power of order, Wu Shuang had obviously become much more intelligent. Although she was only formed by the order and didn't have real intelligence, she could derive her own cognition and opinions. Her intelligence was extraordinary. Lin Sun was shocked and said, then what level was your power in the past? I'm not sure unless I can recover to my original form. But based on my current deduction, I should have surpassed the 9th level of heaven rank in the past, Wu Shuang answered seriously. Lin Sun was shocked. As expected, a long time ago, when he subdued Wu Shuang for the first time, he had a premonition that the power of order Wu Shuang possessed was at least at the level of the 9th level of heaven calamity. This was because in the eternal true world, only the rare 9th level of heaven calamity could give birth to a spirit of order. Even if an ordinary spirit of order had the 9th level of heaven calamity, it was impossible to achieve this. Thinking about it, it made sense. Wu Shuang was a spirit of order who had luckily found a chance of survival from the 5 signs of heaven calamity during the end of the era and survived until this era. How could an ordinary spirit compare to her? Master, can I refine this evil thunder order? Wu Shuang asked. She was just a spirit of order, but she seemed to be very intelligent. All right. Lin Sun thought about it and agreed. He had originally planned to seize another wave of power of order for the Heaven and Earth Academy, but he later realized that he had been wrong. Only a person who had completely mastered the secrets of the power of order could refine a treasure that could be used to borrow the power of order. For example, the 3rd level of Earth rank order that Yu Qianheng had borrowed in the Heaven and Earth Academy had been borrowed through a jade seal treasure. Of course, Yu Qianheng was just an emperor ancestor. It was impossible for him to master the secrets of the 3rd level of Earth rank order, and it was impossible for him to refine such a treasure. In other words, the power of order in the Heaven and Earth Academy had been controlled by an immortal a long time ago. He had refined a treasure that could borrow the power of order and left it in the Heaven and Earth Academy as an inheritance. This was why it had been inherited and controlled by every palace master. The same was true for the power of order that Rui Taifu of the Ice Advent Academy had borrowed. The same principle applied to the 9th level of Earth rank order that Zhu Yin had borrowed just now. This also meant that no matter how much power of order Lin Sun could subdue, as long as he could not understand and control the secrets of the power of order, he would not be able to borrow the power of order. The evil thunder order belongs to the complete power of order. If it is obtained by an immortal, after understanding and mastering its mystery, it is enough to establish a sect in the 6th heaven and become an immortal force. This is the value of the power of order. But now, the evil thunder order seized by Lin Sun has become the food of Wu Shuang. If those old guys in the 6th heaven saw it, they would scold Lin Sun for wasting God's resources recklessly. But for Lin Sun, it was not painful at all. In his abyssal sword cauldron, there was the Nirvana order, Little Ming, Little Xian, and the power of the curse order seized from the depths of the fallen god pond. And Lin Sun has now learned from Wu Shuang that this power of the curse order contains extremely overbearing and vicious curse power. Its mystery and power are comparable to the 3rd level of the heaven rank. Because of this, Lin Sun did not let the Nirvana order refine the curse order. After all, the power of the heaven rank order is far superior to that of the earth rank order. In short, in Lin Sun's eyes, the power of the order below the heaven rank can be used as food for Wu Shuang, Little Ming, and Little Xian. Only the power of the order above the heaven rank is worth collecting. This old guy's property is too shabby. While Wu Shuang was refining and absorbing the evil thunder order, Lin Sun did not stay idle. He began to count the spoils obtained from Zhuyin. But to his disappointment, such an immortal figure only had an immortal Tao weapon. Although the other items were valuable, there was nothing useful for Lin Sun's cultivation. Throwing the treasure tempered by immortal matter into the abyssal sword cauldron, Lin Sun went straight to the outside of the huge ravine. After the evil thunder order was subdued, the power of rules in the eternal fall forbidden land disappeared, so Lin Sun easily returned to the outside of the ravine. These are good treasures. Outside the ravine, Lin Sun's eyes were burning. There were gray-white lightning intertwined in the void, and wisps of the fire of order splashed in the collision. With his current cultivation, he could not borrow and control the power of the order, but he could collect the fire of order to kill the enemy. Rise! The abyssal sword cauldron rumbled as Lin Sun made his move. Every time he collected the fire of order, it was like a crazy test on the edge of death, dangerous and exciting. But when he saw the fire of order subdued by the abyssal sword cauldron one by one, he felt it was worth it even if he was courting death. A full day later. The flames of order that interweaved in the air were almost nowhere to be found. Lin Sun left reluctantly. The abyssal sword cauldron he'd collected almost 400 flames of order. It was a shocking number, Yinyang Academy. It's already been a month, yet Senior Zhu Yin still hasn't returned. Could it be that something unexpected has happened? In a hall, the Hong family's inspector heavenly ambassador, Xianxia, frowned. It is indeed unusual. At the side, He Yufeng, who was drinking, had a strange look in his eyes. Since ancient times, undying beings who died under the power of order are not rare. Xianxia was startled and said thoughtfully, Taoist brother, you don't seem to want to see Senior Zhu Yin return? He Yufeng laughed and didn't answer her question. Not long ago, the Zhu family just obtained a heaven-rank power of order. If there is no accident, they will soon move to the 7th heaven. This makes many big forces in the 6th heaven very envious. After a pause, he glanced at Xianxia and said, to be honest, in my opinion, you are probably very happy to hear the bad news about Zhu Yin, right? Xianxia's eyes narrowed, and immediately smiled. It's good that you have a tacit understanding. Why do you have to say it clearly? He Yufeng laughed, but then again, the bad news will definitely not come back. After all, this time Zhu Yin is acting alone. Even if he is really in trouble, no one will know how he died. Xianxia nodded, suddenly looking at Ling Qingxue sitting in the lower position, and said, Qingxue, what do you think about that matter? A few days ago, she had proposed that if Ling Qingxue was willing, she could take her to the 6th heaven to cultivate, but the premise was that Ling Qingxue would become a concubine of a noble of the Hong family. Concubine, in fact, she is no different from a plaything. Asking an emperor ancestor with an outstanding appearance and extraordinary background to become someone else's concubine was clearly a humiliating suggestion. But in Xianxia's opinion, she is helping Ling Qingxue, because ordinary characters are simply not qualified to become a concubine of a noble of the Hong family. He Yufeng also looked at Ling Qingxue, as if examining an object, and said, this woman is indeed extremely beautiful, but if she goes with you, who will serve your Hong family in the 1st heaven in the future? Xianxia smiled and said, it's not easy to find a 3-legged toad in this world, but there are many who are willing to serve my Hong family. At this time, Nie Qingrong, who was sitting on the side of Ling Qingxue, said respectfully, Madam, Qingxue is focused on cultivation. I'm afraid she can't play the role of a concubine. If she causes any trouble in the future, she will cause trouble for the Hong family. Xianxia's face sank, and she said, do you have the right to speak here? Nie Qingrong's delicate body stiffened, and she lowered her head. Madam, please calm down. Ling Qingxue, who had been silent all this time, took a deep breath and said, Madam, I want to stay in the 1st heaven and concentrate on cultivation. Being rejected like this, Xianxia's face became very ugly. He Yufeng snorted coldly, childish, do you know how rare such an opportunity is? If it were someone else, I'm afraid they wouldn't be able to get it even if they fought to the death. I advise you to think about it again. If you can enter the Hong family to cultivate, it will be a great blessing. On the contrary, if you stay in the first heaven, you are destined to be unable to embark on the path of immortality in this life. Leng Qingxue pursed her lips, lowered her head, and didn't say a word, looking stubborn and firm. He Yufeng couldn't help but be surprised. Hong Yinghe's face was already gloomy, and she said, "You really don't know what's good for you. Forget it, I won't force you. In the future, give your position as the Deputy Palace Master of the Yin and Yang Academy to someone else." In one sentence, it was equivalent to abolishing Leng Qingshue's position as Deputy Palace Master. Leng Qingshue's expression was gloomy, and she didn't say anything, but indescribable disappointment surged in her heart. This is the Hong family she has been working for, this is the face of the great forces of the sixth heaven. In their eyes, an emperor ancestor like her is ultimately a chess piece that can be manipulated at will. Nie Qingrong couldn't help but plead. "Madam, Qingxue has been working for the Hong family all these years. Even if she hasn't made any great contributions, she hasn't made any big mistakes. I hope you can show mercy and give Qingxue a chance." Slap, a slap landed on Nie Qingrong's beautiful face, causing her figure to stagger and almost roll on the ground. Looking at her face again, it was already red and swollen with blood. "I said, you don't have the qualifications to speak here. You deserve a beating." Hong Yinghe's eyes were full of cold disdain. An indescribable anger surged in Nie Qingrong's heart. They were both emperor ancestors, but in the eyes of the Hong family like Hong Yinghe, she, Nie Qingrong, was like an ant that could be trampled on at will. "Nie Qingrong, don't get involved in the Hong family's matters. Otherwise, even I won't be able to protect you." He Yufeng snorted coldly. Nie Qingrong's heart turned cold. All these years, she had been working for the He family, but in exchange, this was the result. After a moment of silence, Nie Qingrong gritted her teeth and said, "If Qingshue's position is removed, then I won't be the palace master of the Yin and Yang Academy." He Yufeng was stunned, as if he couldn't imagine that Nie Qingrong would dare to threaten him like this. He couldn't help but laugh angrily. "Bitch! Who do you think you are? If it wasn't for the support of my He family, how could you be where you are today? Not only do you not know how to be grateful, but you even dare to threaten me. You're simply courting death." A terrifying aura spread from He Yufeng's body, and his eyes surged with killing intent. "I'll give you one last chance. Either kowtow and atone for your crimes, or I'll immediately cripple you." Nie Qingrong's expression fluctuated, and her eyes turned gloomy. Leng Qingxue was anxious. This matter started because of her, and it made her feel like a knife was being twisted in her heart. How could she watch Nie Qingrong get implicated? She raised her head and looked at Hong Yinghe. "Milord, I agree." When she said this, she seemed to have lost her soul, and her heart was extremely gloomy. "You're only agreeing now? It's too late." Hong Yinghe's eyes were cold. "I let you be a concubine and gave you a chance, but you don't know how to cherish it. Since that's the case, I'll leave this opportunity to someone else. Can you let my sister go?" Leng Qingxue was anxious. He Yufeng smiled insincerely. "People need to know their own limits. So what if you're an emperor ancestor? In the eyes of my immortal emperor clan, you're no different from an ant. I won't kowtow to atone for my crimes." Nie Qingrong suddenly stood up, and her eyes were cold. "We're all emperor ancestors, so why do you have to be so high and mighty? You, He Yufeng, show off in front of me, but in the eyes of the big shots of the seventh heaven, I'm afraid that you're no different from an ant, right? And in the eyes of the top 10 immortal giants of the eighth heaven, you are nothing. You're courting death." He Yufeng was enraged, his hair and beard fluttered. He immediately leaped up and slapped towards Nie Qingrong. This strike that was filled with rage surged with killing intent while the glow of the Tao seethed, and it was extremely terrifying. Nie Qingrong held her breath, but she wasn't afraid. She had already thrown caution to the wind. Why would she be afraid? It's nothing more than death. However, just as she was about to go all out, a cold and indifferent voice sounded. "I said you're nothing, are you still not convinced?" Along with the voice, a tall figure appeared out of thin air, waving his sleeves. Boom! The palm strike suddenly collapsed like rain, as if it was made of paper. He Yufeng, who was in the distance, was directly sent flying by the power of this wave of sleeves, slamming into the wall in the distance. Debris flew everywhere, and his whole body was embedded in the wall. Blood spurted from his mouth and nose, and he screamed in pain. It was unknown how many bones in his body were broken, and his body was twitching fiercely. His expression was filled with anger and horror. Who is that guy? P.S. The second update is slightly later. He Yufeng had been severely injured. In the hall, Lin Sun's words were still echoing, "You're nothing, are you still not convinced?" This sudden scene shocked Nie Qingrong and Ling Qingxue at first. Then, their eyes lit up and their hearts surged with unconcealable joy. Who else could the figure that appeared out of thin air be but Lin Sun? "Who are you?" Hong Yinghe was also shocked. Her body stiffened and her eyes were filled with bewilderment. One strike was enough to seriously injure He Yufeng. This made Hong Yinghe feel extremely pressured. What answered her was a slap. It was so loud and clear that Hong Yinghe's entire body was sent flying. She fell to the ground and her pretty face was swollen and bleeding. Previously, because Nie Qingrong had pleaded for mercy, she was slapped in the face. And now, because of one sentence, Lin Sun had given her a taste of her own medicine. Nie Qingrong and Ling Qingxue were extremely happy. Previously, they had been repeatedly beaten and humiliated by He Yufeng and Hong Yinghe. They had been suppressing a belly full of anger and now they finally had a chance to vent it. As a member of the Hong family, you actually do such a shady business like a brothel keeper. Is your Hong family a brothel? Lin Sun's eyes were filled with ridicule. Hong Yinghe's hair was disheveled as she screamed, "How dare you? Since you know that I'm an Inspector Heavenly Ambassador from the Hong family, you still dare to be so impudent. Aren't you afraid that your family will be exterminated?" Exterminated? Lin Sun sneered, "It seems that your Hong family is used to being domineering. You dare to casually threaten to exterminate someone's entire family. How arrogant. Then let me ask you, aren't you afraid that I'll kill you now?" Hong Yinghe was stunned at first, then she said sternly, "Do you dare?" Nie Qingrong could not help but whisper, "Dao brother, this woman is an Inspector Heavenly Ambassador of the Hong family. She is here on behalf of the Hong family. If you kill her, I'm afraid it will attract a calamity from the Hong family." Hong Yinghe sneered and became more and more fearless. She shouted, "Come, kill me. Let me see if you dare or not." Pooh! A ray of sword chi swept past and cut off Hong Yinghe's head. Blood spurted out from her neck and dyed the void red. Her eyes widened. She couldn't believe that Lin Sun dared to be so ruthless. Nie Qingrong and Ling Qingxue were also stunned. "Killed just like that," Lin Sun said, "she asked me to kill her. I have never seen a person who wants to die so much. If I refuse, won't I let her down?" Nie Qingrong, Ling Qingxue, they didn't know what to say. The Hong family's Inspector Heavenly Ambassador had been killed without batting an eyelid. The clean and bloody scene gave them an unprecedented shock. Lin Sun looked at He Yufeng who was stuck in the wall and said, "What about you? Do you want to die like her?" He Yufeng's body twitched, and his heart was filled with fear. He shook his head repeatedly and said in a sorrowful voice, don't kill me, don't kill me." Puff, another ray of sword chi flashed and He Yufeng, the He family's Inspector Heavenly Ambassador, was also killed. Nie Qingrong and Ling Qingxue looked at each other. Their hearts were in turmoil. Hong Yinghe's death had shocked them. He Yufeng's death even made them feel horrified. If he doesn't die, there will be more trouble. Lin Sun's expression was calm. Besides, only the three of us know what happened today. Even if the Hong family and the He family blame us, we can push it all to Zhuyin. Zhuyin, Nie Qingrong and Ling Qingxue were stunned. This is what happened. Zhuyin obtained a secret map, so he went to the Withered Willow Mountain Range to search for the power of order. He Yufeng and Hong Yinghe were unwilling to let Zhuyin monopolize this opportunity, so they decided to go to the Withered Willow Mountain Range together. As Lin Sun spoke, he waved his sleeve and Hong Yinghe and He Yufeng's corpses and blood were wiped clean, disappearing completely. Then, be it Zhuyin or the two of them, none of them returned. Speaking of this, Lin Sun looked at Nie Qingrong and Ling Qingxue with a smile. What do you think of this reason? Nie Qingrong hesitated and said, although this reason is good, what if the He family and the Hong family go to the Withered Willow Mountain Range together to investigate? They definitely won't find any clues. Lin Sun said with certainty. Moreover, they definitely won't suspect you. After all, with your strength, it's impossible for you to kill an immortal like Zhuyin. Nie Qingrong felt slightly relieved. She immediately realized something and said in surprise, "Brother, is Zhuyin really dead?" Leng Qingxue also looked over. Lin Sun nodded. This old thing had already met with misfortune when he subdued the power of order. That scared me. I thought. Nie Qingrong patted her chest. This subconscious action made Lin Sun look away. He coughed dryly and said, "You thought I killed him?" Nie Qingrong said in surprise, "I was wrong." Lin Sun said in his heart, "You're right. I know, you're Lin Sun." Leng Qingxue suddenly exclaimed. She looked at Lin Sun with an unconcealable shock in her eyes. "Only someone like you isn't afraid of offending the immortal emperor clans." Lin Sun said in surprise, "I'm not the only one in this world who isn't afraid of offending the immortal emperor clans." Leng Qingxue shook her head. "You once said that you have enmity with the Zhu family, so you helped me kill Yu Qianheng. You also said that you have enmity with the Wen family. Now, Rui Taifu, the palace master of Ice Arrival Academy who serves the Wen family, has been completely subdued by you. And everyone knows that Lin Sun, who is wanted by many great forces in the eternal world, is a thorn in the flesh of the Zhu and Wen families." After hearing this, Lin Sun immediately smiled. "Brother Nie, this Miss Qingxue isn't as simple as you say." Nie Qingrong originally planned to help Lin Sun lie to cover up his identity. Now that she saw that Lin Sun didn't care about this, she immediately heaved a sigh of relief. An intoxicating smile appeared on her beautiful and fair face. She said, "Being simple doesn't mean you're stupid." Leng Qingshua's eyes shone with excitement. "So you really are Lin Sun?" "When I first heard about your deeds, I was filled with admiration. I didn't dare to imagine that there would still be someone in this world who would dare to go against the immortal emperor clans. This is too unbelievable." Nie Qingrong couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, those immortal emperor clans might hate you to the core, but in our eyes, we all admire you greatly. Lin Sun was speechless. He only said, "Don't tell Xiaoxi about this." This was a form of protection. He didn't want to implicate this pure girl with a bright future because of him. Nie Qingrong and Leng Qingxue agreed. From this day onwards, Lin Sun began to focus on cultivation. His injuries were just a step away from complete recovery. Moreover, it was very likely that the third stage of his innate ability would awaken soon. He placed great importance on it and didn't dare to be careless. As for the deaths of Zhuyin, He Yufeng, and Han Yinghe, it didn't cause any commotion in the Yin and Yang Academy. This was because no one knew that the 3 Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors had already died. However, whether it was Lin Sun, Nie Qingrong, or Leng Qingxue, they all knew that the disappearance of Zhu Yin and the other 2 would definitely attract the attention of the 3 immortal emperor clans. It wouldn't be long before they sent people to investigate. After all, the 3 of them were Inspector Heavenly Ambassadors, and one of them was an immortal emperor. Their sudden disappearance in the first heaven would definitely attract attention even if they didn't want to. However, this wasn't important anymore. Lin Sun had already thought of a reason for Nie Qingrong. Even if some clues were discovered, he would be the one to deal with it. Time passed. A month had passed in a flash. On this day, Lin Sun, who was meditating on the bank of the Green Lake, suddenly opened his eyes, and an invisible power slowly spread from his body. He stood up. His eyes were clear and tranquil, reflecting all the phenomena in the world. He silently gazed into the distance for a long time. In his chest, a mysterious and bizarre power seemed to have been awakened. It produced an incomparably scorching wave. Indistinctly, there was a vast expanse of white light of time gathering crazily. It became denser and denser, more and more blazing, as if it was about to boil and explode. When this bizarre and mysterious power climbed to its peak, Lin Sun suddenly stretched out his right hand and lightly swiped his index finger in the void. Buzz, above the dark green lake, a space-time crack silently appeared. Light and shadow interweaved, outlining a faintly discernible space-time gate. Endless light rained down. The mysteries of time and space collided, producing a terrifying and boundless devouring aura. The vast dark green lake suddenly shrunk countless times, turning into the size of a drop of water. With a whoosh, it was swallowed into the space-time gate and disappeared. If one looked carefully, they would see that beyond the space-time gate was an endless darkness. It was as if it led to an abyss, or as if it was a path to hell. Just by looking at it, one would feel as if their soul was being devoured. That strange, deathly silent world was far too terrifying. Moreover, as the door surged, it simply seemed as if it wanted to drag the nearby world and everything within it into it. At this moment, Lin Sun suddenly let out a muffled groan. Immediately afterward, the mysterious space-time gate in the distance collapsed and disappeared. Lin Sun gasped for breath. His cultivation was exhausted. An indescribable sense of exhaustion and emptiness surged all over his body, making him soaked in cold sweat. However, he could not hide the excitement, joy, and shock between his eyebrows. The space-time gate that emerged before was the third-stage talent that he had just awakened. The Gate of Exile, it was a taboo talent formed by the fusion of the mysteries of time and space. Once it was performed, it could even engulf a world and banish it to a different space-time world called the Abyss of Nothingness. If an enemy was drawn into the Gate of Exile, his soul and body would be imprisoned in the Abyss of Nothingness forever, unable to escape, until he perished. Compared with the third-stage talent Blade of Time of the Lord of Tongtian, the Gate of Exile was undoubtedly more bizarre and taboo. This kind of talent involved the supreme mysteries of time and space, and could open a different space-time world like the Abyss of Nothingness. This was undoubtedly incredible, completely beyond Lin Sun's previous expectations and imagination. Lin Sun took a deep breath, sat cross-legged on the ground and began to meditate. In his mind, he quickly recalled all kinds of subtle experiences and details of the Gate of Exile. After a while, Lin Sun came to a conclusion. When the Gate of Exile opened, the laws of time and space intertwined, producing a terrifying devouring power. Lin Sun had no doubt that even the great ancestor of Zhu Xian could not withstand the devouring power of this level. As for the immortals, Lin Sun thought of the immortals he had seen and roughly judged that under the sudden attack, the immortals at the same level of longevity realm would also suffer. Unfortunately, Lin Sun had never fought with them, so it was difficult for him to make an accurate judgment. Behind the Gate of Exile was the Abyss of Nothingness. Those who were exiled would never be able to escape, because it was a different time and space. However, Lin Sun had a doubt in his mind. If the Abyss of Nothingness was a real world, then why would this world have such a mysterious connection with the devouring Abyss talent? There must be a great mystery in it. With my current strength, after using the Gate of Exile, I can only hold it for a breath of time, which means that I can't use this magic easily unless it's a critical moment, Lin Sun meditated while thinking. Just now, after using the Gate of Exile, he almost used up all his strength and felt like a lamp running out of oil. One had to know that his current cultivation could be said to be invincible in the Extinction Ancestor realm, and it was heaven-defying to the extreme. But after using the Gate of Exile, it only took a breath of time to consume about 90% of his strength. One could imagine how abnormal this magic was. If it was in a battle, once the enemy was not killed, his situation would become dangerous. But no matter what, after awakening the third stage of the talent, Lin Sun undoubtedly had one more taboo killer move. No. It should be 2 killer moves. In the Tai relic of the vast thousand battles domain, the talent of the Lord of Tongtian, Blade of Time, was sealed in the place of Lin Sun's heart. Now, with the awakening of Lin Sun's talent, the seal of the Blade of Time was also lifted, so Lin Sun first obtained the secret of this magic. The Blade of Time could reverse time, able to sever one's cultivation, similarly a taboo. In the last era, Wei Mingzi had been struck by the Heavenspan Lord, and his cultivation base had been severed. That was to say, Lin Sun had mastered both the Gate of Exile and the Blade of Time, which belonged to the third stage of the Devouring Abyss. In the awakening of talent power, Lin Sun had undoubtedly stepped onto a brand new level, a brand new realm, which was completely different from before. Several hours later, Lin Sun recovered his cultivation. After thinking for a while, he finally resisted the urge to try the power of the Blade of Time. This kind of forbidden divine ability consumed too much power. Now, after a month of meditation, Lin Sun not only awakened his talent, but also completely healed from his injuries and restored his strength to the peak. His cultivation had reached the peak of the early stage progenitor realm, and he had been reconstructed and reborn. His current battle prowess was completely different from a few years ago. Even if he encountered Zhong Li Xiao, Ji Pijuan, or the other progenitors, he could easily kill them. He didn't need to take them seriously at all. In other words, a fight with the same realm could no longer attract Lin Sun's attention. What he truly feared and cared about were the existences at the immortal realm. Although this place is a first-class blessed land in the first heaven, it's a pity that it's not suitable for long-term cultivation, Lin Sun muttered. Over the past month, he didn't dare to fully absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. First, it would cause a huge commotion. Second, if he cultivated with all his might, the spiritual qi of heaven and earth contained in the Xianxia mountains would be rapidly consumed. It might even affect the normal cultivation of all the cultivators in the Xianxia Academy. Most of the time, Lin Sun used eternal void source crystals and some divine medicines to temper his cultivation. However, the consumption was also extremely huge. After a long period of accumulation, the cultivation resources consumed could be said to be astonishing. For example, in this month, he had consumed nearly 20 million eternal void source crystals. No wonder those immortals are unwilling to come to the first heaven. The higher one's cultivation, the greater the cultivation resources needed. In the eyes of the Emperor realm, the first heaven is already a blessed land, but in the eyes of the immortals, it's probably unbearable, although Lin Sun was now the progenitor of Jusun Emperor. His cultivation foundation was so strong that when he cultivated, he also felt that if he stayed in the first heaven, it would be very difficult for his cultivation to go further. While thinking, Lin Sun stood up. His figure was like a divine rainbow, rushing into the sky, flying higher and higher. 10,000 zhang, 200,000 zhang, 300,000 zhang. When he reached 70,000 zhang, Lin Sun began to feel the terrifying pressure of the world's rules. He had no choice but to operate his cultivation. As he flew higher and higher, the pressure of the rules became stronger and stronger. In the end, even with his cultivation, his speed was greatly suppressed. But all this was still within the scope of Lin Sun's endurance. When he reached 90,000 zhang, Lin Sun only felt that the scene in front of him suddenly changed. An endless starry sky emerged in his field of vision. Billions of stars twinkled, glowing with eternal brilliance. Looking down from here, the mountains, rivers, and earth were like thin lines, and even the vast and boundless Xianxia mountain range was like a curved earthworm. Is that the star path? Lin Sun practically saw a strange scene at first glance. It was a mysterious path that lay across the starry sky of the universe, and it was formed from countless stars that flowed with brilliant divine radiance. From afar, it looked like an endless path of stars. There were only two ways to enter a higher realm. One was to get the guidance of a person from the upper realm, and the other was to break through the barrier. Between the 9 heavens, there were boundary barriers. The domain star path was a relatively safe type of domain barrier. In the past, there were many outstanding people who had passed through the domain star path and arrived at higher realms. However, this was a very small number. For the vast majority of cultivators, let alone breaking through the star path, it was difficult to even step into the 90,000 zhang high altitude. For example, Lin Sun's cultivation was invincible in the Emperor Ancestor realm, but he still suffered great pressure all the way to the 90,000 zhang high altitude. It was conceivable that if it was any other Emperor Ancestor realm figure, it would be impossible to achieve this. According to the records in the world classics, there was no lack of danger on the star path. There were many strange and terrifying creatures on the long and winding road. In the past, even the Emperor Ancestors who tried to break through the star path had a slim chance of survival. Therefore, under normal circumstances, very few people would choose to do this. The reason why Xianxia, Lin Qingxue, and other Emperor Ancestor level existences in the first heaven are willing to serve the immortal Emperor clans is that they hope that one day they can be guided by the immortal Emperor clans and achieve their goal of leaving the first heaven. Almost none of them considered breaking through the star path because it was too dangerous. After silently staring at the mysterious and dazzling star path for a while, Lin Sun turned around and returned. After arranging the matters in the first heaven, he would set off and leave Yin and Yang Academy. You too, I have already planned to leave the first heaven. Lin Sun found Xianxia and Ling Qingxue and went straight to the point. If you two are willing, you can leave with me. The death of Zhu Yin and the others will definitely attract the attention of the 3 immortal emperor clans. Even though Lin Sun had already thought of a reason for Xianxia, it was just a reason after all. Those high and mighty immortal emperor clans have never been reasonable. If they vent their anger on Nie Qingrong and Ling Qingxue, it would definitely be an undeserved disaster. If Lin Sun stayed, he might be able to deal with it, but if he left, who could help Nie Qingrong and Ling Qingxue? Nie Qingrong and Ling Qingxue were very surprised and caught off guard. I plan to break through the star path. I might encounter some dangers on the way, but I'm confident that I can reach the second heaven. Lin Sun said. Can we really go with Brother Lin? Nie Qingrong couldn't help but ask. Lin Sun nodded. If you stay, you will definitely be questioned by the 3 immortal emperor clans. You might even suffer an undeserved disaster. If you are willing, I will definitely help you to leave the first heaven. I am willing. Ling Qingxue, who had been silent, blurted out, causing Lin Sun and Nie Qingrong to be stunned. Ling Qingshue's pretty face blushed. I am willing to go with Brother Lin. As long as I can leave the first heaven, I don't care even if I encounter danger. Nie Qingrong was also very tempted. She and Ling Qingxue were already alone. Even if they could survive the pursuit of the 3 immortal emperor clans, they might no longer be valued by them. This also meant that it would be almost impossible for them to go to higher heavens to cultivate in the future. But Lin Sun's proposal gave them hope again. Brother Lin, if we leave, what about Xiaoxi? Nie Qingrong asked. If she is willing, I will also take her with me. Lin Sun said. When he found Xiaoxi, this pure and lively girl was practicing martial arts. Her graceful figure was bathed in the light of the sky, beautiful and dazzling. When Lin Sun proposed to take her away, Xiaoxi was also caught off guard. This was too sudden, causing her thoughts to be in a mess for a while. Unlike Lin Sun, her home is in the cloud shadow village of the first heaven. If she left with Lin Sun, she didn't know how long it would take for her to return. Don't make a decision in a hurry. I will take you back to the cloud shadow village again. At that time, you can give me an answer. Lin Sun also saw the dilemma in Xiaoxi's heart and couldn't help but comfort her. Xiaoxi nodded firmly. Cloud Shadow Village. After chatting with Grandpa Wu Chuan for a long time, little she walked back with red and swollen eyes and said in a low voice, Brother Dao Yuan, I want to go with you. In the distance, Wu Chuan grinned and said, Little friend, you can take this girl to a higher heaven for cultivation. This is a blessing that she can't obtain even in 8 lifetimes. It's just that in the future, I can only trouble you to take care of this girl. Lin Sun patted little she's shoulder to comfort her, then smiled at Wu Chuan, Senior, rest assured. Grandpa, when I'm not here, you have to take care of yourself. You must wait for me to come back. Little she's voice was choked with emotion. Ha ha ha, then I'll be waiting. Wu Chuan laughed heroically. On the same day, Lin Sun took little she, Nie Qingrong, and Ling Qingxue to Qingming Mountain, on the same day, in the Yin and Yang Academy. A group of big shots from the Hong, Zhu, and the Immortal Emperor clans arrived, causing a sensation in the entire Yin and Yang Academy. It was also at this time that people discovered that Palace Master Nie Qingrong and Vice Palace Master Ling Qingxue had disappeared. This strange scene also made the big shots of the 3 Immortal Emperor clans frown. They felt that something was wrong. Let this old man deduce. In the Yin and Yang Great Hall, a black-robed old man said in a deep voice. Everyone couldn't help but look over. Zhu Qian, an immortal at the same lifespan realm, and a famous divine diviner in the 6th heaven. It is said that this person has a unique fate, and by relying on the innate power of his bloodline, he can deduce many incredible mysteries. This time, the Zhu family sent Zhu Qian to find out the reason for Zhu Hun's disappearance with his unique deduction ability. After all, Zhu Hun is an immortal. Such a strange disappearance in the first heaven caused a great sensation in the Zhu family. Buzz. Along with a wave of obscure and strange fluctuations. A black tortoiseshell with scorch marks floated in front of Zhu Qian. His expression was solemn, his hands forming a spell and his lips muttered an incantation. It was an extremely obscure and complicated incantation. The atmosphere in the hall was silent. It wasn't long before the dark tortoiseshell fluctuated violently, and then an expanse of rippling light spread out. Under the shocked gazes of the crowd, a blurry scene appeared. Although it was incomparably messy, people could still recognize that the person in the scene was Zhu Yin. He had obtained the Tao diagram related to the power of order from Nie Qingrong's hands and left without a second thought. Immediately after, the scene changed. Zhu Yan's figure appeared in the depths of a barren mountain range. Withered Willow Mountain Range. Someone was surprised to recognize the place. This caused the great figures from the three immortal emperor clans to be startled. So it turned out that Zhu Yin had really gone to search for order energy, but in next to no time, the scene changed once more, and it revealed the scene of Zhu Han perishing in the eternal fall forbidden area. However, the scene was extremely blurry and distorted, and it was soaked in thick blood. Moreover, in an instant, the scene disappeared without a trace. Everyone in the hall was in an uproar, and they were all shocked by the scene. Although they did not clearly see how Zhu Yin died, from the blurry and bloody scene, they could see that Zhu Yin did not die under the power of order, but at the hands of the enemy, who was the enemy that could actually kill an undying being. Everyone was bewildered. As expected, he was harmed by someone. Zhu Qian kept the tortoise shell, his expression dark and terrifying. Dao brother, can you find out who the enemy is? Someone couldn't help but ask. Zhu Qian frowned and said, I can't. It's not that my divination ability isn't strong enough, but the enemy that killed my clan brother Zhu Yin has a unique fate that cannot be seen or deduced. Everyone was shocked. Could it be the mysterious person that killed Zhu Qianheng and Yong Faidu? Someone frowned. It must be that person. Many people agreed. This was the only explanation that made sense. In my opinion, the disappearance of Nie Qingrong and Ling Qingshui is definitely related to this mysterious person. Perhaps it was because they sensed that something was amiss that they left early. Someone muttered. When was the last time you saw Nie Qingrong? Zhu Qian's eyes were like lightning as he looked at the big figures of the Yinyang Academy who were waiting to be interrogated. Reporting to Senior, it was half a month ago. I remember it very clearly. Someone hurriedly replied. Zhu Qian immediately frowned. So you're saying that they left half a month ago? This was undoubtedly bad news. Dao brother, can you deduce the cause of death for my He Yufeng as well? A big figure of the He clan walked forward and asked respectfully. Do you want to bring his soul lamp? Zhu Qian asked. That person immediately took out a bronze lamp that had already been extinguished and passed it to Zhu Qian. Zhu Qian sized it up and nodded. Yes. Buzz, his body glowed as he stretched out his hand and struck an obscure seal into the bronze lamp. After that, he chanted an incantation, and the black tortoise shell floated up again, buzzing and glowing. It didn't take long for scenes to appear before his eyes. This time, it was extremely clear, and the scene in the scene was the Yinyang Great Hall. In the scene, He Yufeng's hair was disheveled as he begged for mercy and fear. Opposite him stood a tall figure, but it was extremely blurry, and it was impossible to make out anything. However, everyone could still see that Nie Qingrong and Ling Qingshui's figures were also in the scene. In next to no time, a strand of sword chi flashed, and He Yufeng was killed on the spot before the scene vanished. On the other hand, the expressions of the big figures of the He clan were extremely livid. They finally dared to confirm that He Yufeng had actually been killed as well. This matter really is related to Nie Qingrong and Ling Qingshui. Someone gritted his teeth and spoke fiercely. Doesn't this mean that my Han clan's Xianxia has suffered misfortune as well? The big figures of the Han clan revealed furious expressions as well. So this slaughter occurred here. Then it's easy. At this moment, Zhu Qian revealed a trace of a cold smile as he waved his hand to disperse everyone, and then he himself stood at the center of the hall. At this moment, he circulated his eternal Tao to its limits, and his entire body was drowned by the blazing eternal laws. Vanishing shadow reappear. After a short while, he suddenly spoke with a Tao voice, and his fingers moved. The scene before everyone's eyes blurred, and then numerous inconceivable scenes appeared in the Yinyang Great Hall. If Lin Sun was here, he would definitely be able to see that these scenes were exactly the scenes when he killed Xianxia and He Yufeng that day. And now, these scenes were once again reflected in the Yinyang Great Hall. The expressions of the people who witnessed all of this changed indeterminately, and they determined numerous details and the truth of the matter. But to their surprise and bewilderment, the tall figure that killed Xianxia and He Yufeng had always seemed to be extremely blurry in these scenes, and it seemed as if it was concealed by some sort of mysterious and unfathomable force, causing them to be utterly unable to see his appearance clearly. This seemed extremely abnormal. I don't believe that your fate is so hard. Suddenly, Zhu Qian roared with a terrible expression, and blue veins bulged on his forehead. He spat a mouthful of essence and blood towards the turtle shell floating in the void. Buzz, all of a sudden, the scenes became extremely clear, and Lin Sun's originally blurred figure also showed his true appearance. However, it was also in that moment that the pitch-black turtle shell exploded with a bang. Zhu Qian let out a painful cry as his figure staggered and fell to the ground. Fresh blood flowed out from his eyes, ears, nostrils, and lips. His whole body seemed to have suffered a terrible backfire. His body twitched, and his cultivation showed a scene of continuous decline. In just a few breaths, he seemed to have aged countless years. His long hair withered and fell, his body shriveled, and wrinkles appeared on his face. Even his chi was extremely weak. All the people present were shocked and silent. This was an immortal figure, a rather famous divine fortune-teller, but he suffered such a terrible backfire just because he wanted to infer and see through a person's true appearance. This shocked everyone and made them feel cold in their hearts. Some people with sharp eyes even judged that the cultivation of Zhu Qian, an immortal figure, was very likely to be abolished, and there was no possibility for him to recover. This was so terrible that it made people shudder with fear. At this time, Zhu Qian seemed to have gone mad, and he let out a heart-wrenching roar of resentment. "It's him. That damned evil creature Lin Sun from Fangsuan Mountain." In that instant just now, he had finally seen Lin Sun's true appearance, but at the same time, because of that instant, he had to pay the price of his immortal cultivation. The price was so great that it made him feel like he was about to collapse. He had only tried to infer the fate of a young emperor ancestor, but he had provoked such a forbidden and terrifying backfire. This was something he had never expected. If he had known this would happen, he would have done it even if he was beaten to death. Unfortunately, it was too late to say anything. Now. What? It's him? The hall was in an uproar. It was not just the great people from Two Ways Academy who were dumbfounded. Even the great people from the immortal imperial clans had their expressions changed drastically, and they were filled with shock and anger. Lin Sun, in the current eternal true world, there was no one who did not know what sort of tyrannical and heaven-defying person his name represented. The bloody battle that had happened several years ago outside the ruins of the gods was still spreading in the eternal true world. Who would dare to forget it? However, no one had expected that after disappearing for several years, the heir of Fangsuan Mountain who came from the ancient path of the galaxy would appear in the first heaven. He is actually still alive. Someone said with a trembling voice. Forget the great people from the immortal imperial clans from the sixth heaven, even the great people from the seventh and eighth heaven would not dare to underestimate this young man who had once stirred up endless bloodshed in the great thousand battles domain. The hall fell into a state of turmoil for a long time. Everyone had a premonition that after several years, Lin Sun's appearance would definitely cause a commotion in the entire eternal true world. At that time, countless gazes would be cast on the first heaven. If Lin Sun knew what had happened in the Two Ways Great Hall, he would probably rejoice that he had made the decision to leave early. Otherwise, this storm would not only implicate Nie Qingrong and Ling Qingxue, it would also pose a great threat to him. Above the 90,000 Zhang Qingming. The star path was very long, cold, and vast. Walking on the star path, Lin Sun felt his own insignificance. Compared with this vast starry sky, the worlds, big and small, were like a speck of dust. Lin Sun set off alone. Nie Qingrong, Ling Qingxue, and Xiaoxi were all placed in the abyssal sword cauldron. This treasure was like a vast world, able to accommodate mountains, rivers, seas, the sun, the moon, and the stars. All the treasures collected by him over the years were collected in it. Moreover, people like Luo Ling and Qi Lingyun had been suppressed in it all these years. Of course, there was also evil god Tishi, who had turned into a child, Dog Egg. In Lin Sun's eyes, Dog Egg was just a child and had nothing to do with Tishi. When there was a chance in the future, he would arrange a good future for Dog Egg. Starlight flowed, dazzling and gorgeous. Walking on the star path, waves of terrifying domain rules surged, producing an extremely terrifying oppressive force. If it was an ordinary emperor, it would have been difficult to move an inch. But for Lin Sun, this oppressive force was not worthy of much attention. He took a step and was thousands of zhang away. His clothes fluttered in the wind, like a lonely wandering soul walking in the starry sky. In fact, there was indeed no life on this star path. Along the way, all he saw was cold and vast starry sky. 3 days later. In the starry sky, a large number of meteors burst out, like a violent river sweeping across, one of which brushed past the star path. At that moment, Lin Sun clearly felt the heat of the meteor, like a huge burning fireball, glowing with an incomparable dangerous aura. Clang, inside the abyssal sword cauldron, the Tao sword whistled out, like lightning, tearing the sky and splitting the meteor. Amidst the rain of light, a huge figure suddenly rushed out from the meteor that was split open. It looked like a human, but its body was covered with colorful and twisted star veins, and its eyes were like two burning stars that were terrifying. Star Spirit Warrior, it was a strange and terrifying creature. It was rumored that in the past, all the experts who perished in the star path would have their shattered souls and willpower gathered by the laws of the star path and transformed into stars. After the accumulation and nurturing of time, these stars would give birth to a spirit body, which was the Star Spirit Warrior General. They had no intelligence, only an obsession. Anyone who tried to pass through the star passageway would be killed by them. In the past 3 days, Lin Sun had suffered no less than 10 similar attacks, so he was not surprised at all. The Taoist sword flashed gently. Puff, the astral warrior that rushed over was slain and dissipated. At the same time, a resplendent stone fell from the sky. Lin Sun stretched out his hand and grabbed it, then put it away. This object was the size of a goose egg, crystalline and translucent, and its surface was naturally covered in the markings of the stars. Moreover, it contained a strand of peerlessly copious vitality of the Grand Tao. According to the records in the world classics, this was the star nucleus of Tao pattern, which was the core of the power of the astral warrior. Each kind of star nucleus of Tao pattern was branded with different powers of the Grand Tao. It was extremely rare. If used for cultivation, a star nucleus of Tao pattern was equivalent to 100,000 eternal void source crystals. Moreover, this treasure could also be used to refine imperial weapons. It was a natural material for refining weapons. Now, Lin Sun had collected as many as 9. After experiencing it personally, he found that this treasure could greatly meet his cultivation needs. Therefore, along the way, he even hoped that there would be more astral warriors. The reason was that this journey was too boring. As far as the eye could see, there was only the vast starry sky and the vast universe, and he was the only one moving forward. It was okay if it was a short time, but it was too boring after a long time. 10 days later. Lin Sun finally felt a great pressure. The suppressive force on the star path of domain was gradually becoming stronger. Now, Lin Sun had no choice but to operate his cultivation to resolve the oppressive force along the way. It seems that I'm about to reach the second heaven, Lin Sun was refreshed. While Lin Sun was trekking on the star path, the news about his appearance in the first heaven spread like a storm. The second heaven, the third heaven, the fourth heaven, when every heaven learned of this news, the great forces entrenched in it couldn't help but be shocked, causing an uproar. Lin Sun, the peerless ruthless man regarded as the most wanted criminal in the eternal world, had actually appeared in the eternal world after several years of silence. It was difficult not to attract attention. One had to know that in the years he had been silent, the wanted list of him had already been posted on every city in the heavenly realm. And his achievements in the vast 1,000 battle domains had also spread throughout the world with the appearance of wanted posters. Nowadays, people mostly called Lin Sun Merciless Lin. Under such circumstances, when the news of his appearance in the first heaven spread, it was easy to imagine the uproar it caused. Behind the commotion, those immortal emperor clans that saw Lin Sun as a thorn in their side had already taken action at the first possible moment. The Wen clan, Heng clan, Zhu clan, He clan of the 6th heaven, the 4 eastern royal clans of the 7th heaven, the immortal giants of the 8th heaven, almost all of them immediately sent their strongest subordinates to the first heaven to kill. As a result, the cultivators in the first heaven all felt insecure, because recently, there were too many big shots from the upper world. One after another, they all came for Lin Sun. Such a scene made some immortal emperor clans that had no enmity with Lin Sun, but were always paying attention to the changes in the world, secretly shocked. There was no doubt that the first heaven, a place that had never been taken seriously by the immortal emperor clans, had now become a place where the wind and clouds gathered after Lin Sun's appearance. Unfortunately, no matter how many great forces from the upper world came, they gained nothing in the end. Because Lin Sun had already trekked through the star path. Even he didn't know that his identity had been exposed and caused such a sensation. It was also 2 months later, when he arrived in the second heaven, that Lin Sun realized that something was wrong with the situation. He didn't bother to inquire at all, but he understood all kinds of things that happened recently. Especially when he learned that the Immortal Emperor clans had launched an operation to deal with him, Lin Sun made a decision counterattack. The forces of the Immortal Emperor clans that are entrenched in the 6th heaven and above are not limited to the heavens where they are located. Their tentacles spread between the 1st heaven and the 5th heaven. For example, the Yin and Yang Academy had the support of the Han clan, He clan, and Zhu clan. And in the 2nd heaven, the 9 Profound Academy, which was known as the number 1 force in this heaven, had more than 10 Immortal Emperor clans behind it. Among them, there were the figures of the Wen clan, Heng clan, He clan, and other Immortal Emperor clans. Lin Sun's counterattack was launched from the 9 Profound Academy, 1 month later. An incomparably bloody news spread throughout the 2nd heaven. 19 Emperor Ancestor Realm Elders, 37 8th level Emperor Realm Deacons, and 109 7th level Emperor Realm Instructors of the 9 Mystical Institute were beheaded in a single night. The moment the news came out, the world was in an uproar. The 9 Profound Academy was the number 1 force in the 2nd heaven, and there were many Immortal Emperor clans behind it. Since ancient times, no one dared to provoke them. But now, in one night, so many important figures were killed, and all of them were beheaded. This was undoubtedly too horrifying, unprecedented. The identity of the enemy was also known as soon as the news spread. This was because, on the tallest and most majestic merit stone tablet in the 9 Mystical Institute's central training hall, someone had used fresh blood to write a line of words, Lin Sun was here. Below this line of blood, there was a small mountain of heads, all left behind by the great figures who were killed. This bloody and cruel scene caused the world to tremble, and everyone's expression changed. The entire 9 Profound Academy was in a precarious situation. After the incident, people discovered that the great figures who were killed were cultivators who had served the Immortal Emperor clans for countless years. There was no doubt that this was Lin Sun's revenge. This vicious Lin is too cruel. Those great figures were only serving the Immortal Emperor clans, yet they were killed by him. How innocent are they? Some people were indignant, thinking that Lin Sun's actions were cruel and indiscriminate killing of innocent people. But very quickly, such comments were met with countless rebuttals and criticisms. Look at those old fellows who died. Which one of them was a good person when they were alive? Which one of them didn't do something that angered the heavens and angered the people during their years of service in the 9 Profound Academy? In order to help the Immortal Emperor clans plunder cultivation resources, the number of souls that died at their hands was more than tens of thousands. In the past, it was because they had the support of the Immortal Emperor clans. Even if their hands were stained with blood, people dared not speak up. But now, if anyone thinks that they didn't deserve to die, or that they died unjustly, then that's really a joke. Let's not talk about this for now. I just want to ask, is it right for those Immortal Emperor clans to deal with Vicious Lin, and Vicious Lin retaliated? Is it unforgivable? How can there be such logic in this world? In this world, the number of experts who were qualified to serve the Immortal Emperor clans was extremely small. Most of them were the ordinary cultivators who were scattered in every corner of the world. For countless years, the Immortal Emperor clans were like high and mighty monarchs, riding on their heads and occupying more than 90% of the cultivation resources in the world. They might be in awe of the Immortal Emperor clans, but deep in their hearts, how could they not feel resentment and anger? In the eyes of the vast majority of cultivators, Lin Sun's actions were simply enforcing justice on behalf of the heavens. It made them excited and happy, and they even hoped that Lin Sun would kill more people. When the experts of the Immortal Emperor clans received the news and rushed to the second heaven, they were a step too late. Because on the night of the massacre, Lin Sun had already set foot on the star path to the third heaven. 3 years later. 7th heaven, Luxiang clan. Xianxia, who was dressed in a light yellow dress, sat in a pavilion in the middle of a pond in a secluded and beautiful small world that was transformed from a paradise. White cranes fluttered in the distance, and the slightly damp wind blew, mixed with rich spiritual energy and the fragrance of flowers and trees, making people feel relaxed and happy. "Miss, this is the latest news." A well-behaved and delicate maid walked over and handed a jade slip to Xianxia with a smile. "That ruthless Lin is really powerful, no wonder Miss is so concerned about him." A mischievous smile appeared on her face. Xianxia glared at her, and the latter spat out her lilac tongue, then turned around and left with a smile. Xianxia opened the jade slip, which recorded the recent events. A month ago, Lin Sun appeared in the fourth heaven, and within 7 days, he attacked the 3 major universities, setting off another bloody war. According to statistics, in this war, a total of 46 great figures who served different immortal emperor clans fell. After this war, the fourth heaven fell into a sensation. All the people in the world were shocked by Lin Sun's actions. Although a group of immortal emperor clans had already made sufficient preparations, in the end, Lin Sun still escaped safely. The world said that such a bloody event will be staged in the fifth heaven soon. After silently reading the news in the jade slip many times, Xianxia's ruddy lips opened slightly, and she let out a long sigh. Her whole body relaxed a lot. After the end of the events in the ruins of the gods, Xianxia came to the seventh heaven under the leadership of her uncle Lu Xiangke to cultivate in the place where the Lu Xiang family is located. In the years when Lin Sun disappeared, Xianxia often thought of him, but every time she thought of him, she couldn't help but feel sad. In the past, Lin Sun had helped her a lot in the vast thousand battles domain. However, when Lin Sun had encountered a great calamity outside the gods' ruins, she could only hide in Chaotian City and was unable to help him at all. This had caused her to feel endless regret and self-blame. Xianxia knew that even if she risked her life to help Lin Sun, it was no different from courting death, and it was very likely that she would implicate Lin Sun. But the self-blame and sadness in her heart couldn't be eliminated. All these years, she had been painstakingly cultivating in the Xianglu clan. She had practically never left the house, all for the sake of becoming stronger one day. 3 years ago, when she learned that Lin Sun appeared in the first heaven, Xianxia was overjoyed. From then on, she began to pay attention to all news related to Lin Sun. It had been 3 years. Every once in a while, there would be news about Lin Sun. In the second heaven, he broke into the 9 Mystical Institute at night, beheaded a group of people, and left behind the words Lin Sun was here. In the third heaven, his whereabouts are mysterious and erratic, but as long as he appears, bloody things will happen. Almost all of the people he killed were important figures in the enemy forces. During this period of time, those eternal powers had sent out many forces to pursue and kill Lin Sun, but Lin Sun had practically avoided them in advance every single time. Each heaven domain was extremely vast. And Lin Sun was alone. The most terrifying thing was that his combat power was invincible in the Juing Imperial Ancestor realm, and he had mastered many incredible means. So much so that even if some eternal powers participated in the pursuit, they couldn't find Lin Sun's traces. When people thought that he would start a massacre, he would disappear as if he had disappeared. But when people relaxed, he would appear again without anyone noticing. He came and went as suddenly as he came. This kind of thing happened countless times, giving those eternal emperor clans a headache. Chasing a person all over the world, especially when the person was a ruthless character with tyrannical combat strength, was indeed too difficult. The most troublesome thing was that Lin Sun was alone, not afraid of any threat at all. Even if the world was turned upside down, as long as they couldn't find his traces, they could only watch helplessly. It had been 3 years. From the first heaven to the fourth heaven, almost every once in a while, there would be sensational news related to Lin Sun. And these sensational news were often accompanied by bloody storms. Those eternal emperor clans hated Lin Sun to the core, they were furious. Most of the ordinary cultivators in the world saw Lin Sun as a legend. There were countless admirers. Even Xianxia, when she saw news about Lin Sun every once in a while, she would sigh. This was the eternal world, since the beginning of time, when has such a ruthless person appeared? Fearless of the eternal powers, causing chaos in the world, turning the world upside down. But, if this continues, your situation will become more and more dangerous. If you encounter some unexpected situation, then the consequences. Xianxia shook her head, not daring to think further. In these 3 years, Lin Sun had killed who knows how many powerhouses who served the eternal powers. the ruckus he caused also became bigger and bigger. Right now, he seemed ferocious and powerful, as if no one could deal with him. However, how could those undying realm powers that had already been enraged let this matter rest? It could be said that as time went on, if Lin Sun continued to kill like this, his situation would become more and more dangerous. Xiaoyuan. In the distance, Lu Xianxua's tall and imposing figure appeared. Uncle, why are you looking for me? Xiaoyuan woke up from her chaotic thoughts and stood up to greet him. I just received news that the Origin Sect's ancestral court will be recruiting successors in 10 years. Only peak great emperors can participate. Lu Xianxua was very excited. Origin Sect's ancestral court? Xiaoyuan showed a puzzled expression. Only then did Lu Xianxua realize that Xiaoyuan had just arrived in the 7th heaven for a few years and did not know what the Origin Sect's ancestral court represented. He immediately explained patiently. In the absolute beginning of the eternal world, there were 4 ancestral halls in the 7th heaven. They were the Origin Sect, Spirit Sect, Shaman Sect, and Zen Sect. These 4 ancestral halls were also known as the 4 sects of absolute beginning. It was rumored that the ancestors of the 4 ancestral halls were terrifying existences from the 9th heaven. Each of them had immortal and peerless techniques. With this mysterious legend, the 4 great ancestral halls became the 4 most transcendent forces of power in the 7th heaven of eternal true world. In fact, even the 10 immortal giants who occupied the 8th heaven had to be courteous to the 4 ancestral halls, not daring to provoke them. On the contrary, in the past, countless cultivators from the 10 immortal giants fought to enter the 4 ancestral halls. This undoubtedly made the status of the 4 ancestral halls even more transcendent. However, for most cultivators in the world, the existence of the 4 ancestral halls was like an ethereal legend. The reason was that, unlike the other immortal forces, the 4 ancestral halls were hidden from the world. There were very few things related to them that spread. But in the eyes of the immortal emperor clans, the 4 ancestral halls represented 4 colossi. They were transcendent forces that they could look up to. After all, according to rumors, the 4 ancestral halls had an inseparable relationship with the 9th heaven. This was enough to make any immortal force admire them. In fact, for a great force like the Lu Xianxua, which was rooted in the 7th heaven, it undoubtedly knew some of the secrets of the 4 ancestral halls. According to Lu Xianxua, in the past, as long as one could enter the 4 ancestral halls to cultivate, it was equivalent to having the qualifications to go to the 8th heaven to cultivate. In fact, it was even rumored that some extremely talented people were chosen by the supreme figures of the 9th heaven and brought back to the 9th heaven to cultivate. It was a pity that the 4 ancestral halls rarely openly accepted disciples to the outside world. These transcendent forces most of the time roamed the world, taking the initiative to find disciples that could be recognized by them. However, the lucky ones who could be selected were very few. In Lu Xianxua's memory, a long time ago, the Spirit Church's ancestral hall released news that they were openly accepting disciples from the world. Although there were only 30 spots, it still caused an unprecedented sensation in the eternal world. Lu Xianxua still couldn't forget that at that time, the patriarchs of the 10 immortal giants of the 8th heaven personally led their teams to participate in the trial. The momentum was so great that it could be said to be the greatest in the world. The immortal emperor clans of the 7th heaven also rubbed their hands and used all their resources and power, trying to get a share of the 30 spots. As for the immortal emperor clans of the 6th heaven, they also couldn't hold back and used all kinds of connections and power, trying to send their most outstanding disciples to the 7th heaven to participate in this selection. Such a grand occasion could absolutely be said to be unprecedented and never to be repeated again. Now, the Origin Church's ancestral hall actually announced to the public that they would openly select disciples in 10 years. How could this not make Lu Xianxua excited? In fact, when he received the news, the entire 7th heaven was also alarmed by this news and set off a great uproar. 10 years, it seemed very far, but for cultivators, it was nothing at all. On the contrary, it was precisely because of this period of time that they could prepare for this selection. After learning about this, Xianxia couldn't help but be shocked. The 4 ancestral halls, what kind of transcendent and terrifying force was that? Even the recruitment of disciples required one to have the cultivation of great Emperor Juing. Just from this point, one could see how powerful the foundation of such a force was. Xiaoyuan, from now on, you should focus on cultivating. When the 10-year deadline arrives, the clan will hold a competition to select the 3 most outstanding clansmen to represent the Xiang family to participate in the selection of the Origin Church's ancestral hall. Although your surname is not Liu, the blood of the Xiang family flows in your body. I have already helped you obtain the qualification to participate in the clan competition. Don't waste such an opportunity. If you can enter the Origin Church's ancestral hall to cultivate. Speaking of this, a look of longing appeared in Xianxia's eyes. At that time, it won't be difficult for you to enter the 8th heaven. You might even have the opportunity to learn about the secrets of the 9th heaven. Xianxia was shocked at first, then she became excited, which was rare for her. The 5th heaven. In the depths of the northwest ice field, in a cave mansion tens of thousands of feet underground, jade-green radiance rained down as the primordial Dao tree took root, and its leaves swayed while it emanated the supreme profundities of the grand Daos of the last era. Lin Sun sat cross-legged in meditation, calming his mind and comprehending the mysteries of the great Dao. Not far away, Nie Qingrong was refining her life emperor weapon, while Leng Qingxue was guiding Xiaoxi's cultivation. Although the outside world was bitterly cold, the cave mansion was as warm as spring, quiet and peaceful. This is the 3rd month since Lin Sun and the others entered the 5th heaven. It is also the 3rd year and 4 months since Lin Sun and the others left the 1st heaven. In the past 3 years, starting from the 1st heaven to the 4th heaven, Lin Sun has already turned the heaven and earth upside down. It is unknown how many great figures who served the enemy forces have fallen. For Lin Sun, this counterattack is just the beginning. After all, the people he killed along the way were a group of lackeys. The losses of those immortal emperor clans aren't serious. Therefore, although his reputation has become more and more famous over the years, for Lin Sun, there is nothing to be proud of. I'm going out for a walk. After a long time, Lin Sun got up from meditation and said, "Don't leave this place before I come back." Nie Qingrong, Leng Qingxue, and Xiaoxi nodded in unison. Over the years, they have been following Lin Sun. Although most of the time is in the abyssal sword cauldron, they have seen everything Lin Sun has done. From the beginning, they were still worried about Lin Sun, but since Lin Sun repeatedly escaped danger and killed all the way from the 2nd heaven to the 5th heaven, Lin Sun's heaven-defying combat power has long convinced their hearts. They are no longer as worried and perturbed as they were at the beginning. In fact, it was like a dream for them to follow Lin Sun to fight for so long, and they often felt it was unreal. Brother Lin isn't going to fight again, is he? After Lin Sun left, Leng Qingxue couldn't help but ask. Over the years, every time Lin Sun goes to a heaven, he will lie dormant for a period of time, until he understands the specific situation of the heaven, then he will launch a series of bloody killings. Not to the extent of fighting, but definitely to gather information. Nie Qingrong's beautiful eyes flashed with a thoughtful look. This is already the 5th heaven. It's different from the other heavens. There are many immortal emperor clans in this world. Although they can't be compared to the 6th heaven, there are still undying existences in these immortal emperor clans, not to mention these immortal imperial clans. Just like the 6th heaven's immortal imperial clans, they were disgraced by Brother Lin in the past few years. If I were them, I would definitely mobilize the strongest force to deal a fatal blow to Brother Lin in the 5th heaven. Towards the end, his voice became low and his heart felt heavy. Leng Qingxue was stunned for a while, then nodded. What elder sister said is indeed reasonable. Above the 5th heaven is the 6th heaven. That is the base of those immortal emperor clans. If we can't stop Brother Lin this time, it won't be long before Brother Lin reaches the 6th heaven. If this is the case, the enemies of the 6th heaven won't be able to sleep and eat in peace. After all, although they have suffered heavy losses in the past few years, the people they lost were just some subordinates who served them. However, once Brother Lin reaches the 6th heaven, his existence will be like a hidden blade that will directly threaten these immortal imperial clans. Perhaps with Brother Lin's current combat power, he can't overthrow an immortal imperial clan, but if he deliberately causes destruction, how many immortal imperial clans can withstand such a torment? Nie Qingrong couldn't help but be surprised by her words. She said, "Qingxue, you're much more thoughtful now than before. The path of cultivation is related to one's temperament and the things one has experienced in the world. In the past, I was only obsessed with cultivation and didn't know much about worldly affairs. That's because I knew that if I left the first heaven, the chances of success would be extremely slim. A faint smile appeared on Ling Qingshua's beautiful face. But it's different now. We have come to the fifth heaven. Everything is different from before. Naturally, I can't be like before. Nie Qingrong praised. This is called insight into worldly affairs. The transformation of one's temperament often means that the path of cultivation will also undergo subtle changes. This is all thanks to Brother Lin. If he didn't take us out of the first heaven, I'm afraid we won't have many opportunities to come to the fifth heaven in this life. Speaking of this, Ling Qingxue couldn't help but worry. It's just that the situation in the fifth heaven is probably more dangerous than we expected. Brother Lin, don't worry, Brother Lin will be fine. Nie Qingrong said firmly. Xiao Shi, who has been listening silently, also nodded fiercely at this moment and said in a clear voice. Brother Daoyuan is so powerful, of course he will be fine. The world is vast, and ice and snow are fluttering. Lin Sun walked forward with his hands behind his back. Every step he took was like shrinking the earth into an inch, and the horizon is very close. He disappeared in an instant. Just like Nie Qingrong and Ling Qingxue, Lin Sun also knows that the fifth heaven will become different from the past. The enemy is likely to have already taken action in the dark. But Lin Sun isn't afraid. In the past, due to his limited strength, he often chose to retreat when facing the pursuit of some terrifying existences, either hibernating or leaving far away. But the current him is no longer the same as before. How can he endure and retreat? During these years of battle and slaughter, he'd encountered danger on numerous occasions, and he'd even been targeted and pursued by undying figures. However, he'd always been able to escape safely every single time. In other words, unless he is in an absolute predicament, even immortals don't have much chance to kill him. Because of this, he was able to fight all the way from the second heaven to the fifth heaven over the years. Soon, when I step into the peak of the Emperor Ancestor late stage, maybe I can fight head-on with immortals of the same lifespan realm. Lin Sun moved forward while comprehending the mystery of his own qi. The battles over the years have allowed him to achieve many transformations in killing and danger. Now his cultivation base has broken through to the mid-stage of the Ancestor realm and has reached the peak. This rapid improvement is related to the battle tempering, but also closely related to the changes in the environment. If it weren't for leaving the first heaven, even Lin Sun wouldn't dare to imagine that a higher heaven would have such a great effect on cultivation. For example, in the eyes of emperors, if the first heaven is a small pond, then the second heaven is a gurgling stream. The third heaven is like a vast lake. The fourth heaven is like a surging river. And this fifth heaven is like a vast ocean. Even the laws of the world, the aura of the great Tao, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, all have completely different changes. According to Lin Sun's inference, just the third heaven is enough for any Emperor Ancestor realm existence to live comfortably. The fourth heaven can already satisfy the cultivation of immortals. And this fifth heaven can not only provide sufficient cultivation resources for immortals, but it also has innate conditions for immortals to break through. It's no wonder that emperors like Nie Qingrong and Ling Qingxue are so persistent about leaving the first heaven, because different heavens have completely different scenes. Lin Sun is even sure that if he hadn't left the first heaven, his cultivation base would never have improved so quickly. Occasionally, Lin Sun would think of his senior brothers and sisters in Fengsuan Mountain. With their foundation and root bones, after being suppressed in the starry sky ancient path for so many years, when they arrived in the eternal true world, they were like trapped dragons rising to the sky. Their cultivation base will definitely explode beyond imagination in a very short period of time. This is only the fifth heaven. Compared to this, what will the sixth, seventh, and eighth heaven be like? Lin Sun couldn't help but sigh. He thought of Qi Lingyun, Zhongli Shao, Qi Pijuan, and other great emperors from the eighth heaven when he was in the ruins of the gods. He also thought of Yun Luohong, who was known as one of the 10 great emperors of the seventh heaven. These dazzling nobles have been cultivating in the seventh and eighth heaven since they were born. They have the support of the immortal emperor clans. Since childhood, they have enjoyed rare cultivation resources that ordinary cultivators can't even imagine. How could their path of cultivation be mediocre? The world of cultivation is destined to be unfair from the moment they are born. No matter how amazing you are, if you are born in a poor and remote place, you will be trapped in that small world for the rest of your life. Yun Qingbai is a living example. On the other hand, no matter how mediocre you are, if you are born in one of the top 10 immortal forces of the 8th heaven, your achievements in this life are destined to be great. Mediocre aptitude, then use all kinds of divine materials to create a strong foundation for cultivation. Mediocre talent, then ask a group of immortals to teach you and guide you. I don't believe that you won't be enlightened, poor root bones, it doesn't matter, I will use some heaven-defying taboo power to wash your marrow and reconstruct your body, a waste that can't cultivate, that's not a problem. With the might and power of the clan, you can live a carefree and unfettered life for the rest of your life. This is the unfair place, the cruel reality that has been predestined. Like Lin Sun, who walked out of the mine prison, rose from insignificance, walked in the Ziyao Empire, and became famous in the ancient Desolation domain. Over the years, it was unknown how many dangers and battles he had experienced, but also how many life and death tribulations he had experienced today. In contrast, nobles like Qi Lingyun and Zhong Lixiao don't have to suffer so many ups and downs at all. They can have the same cultivation as Lin Sun. This is the innate gap. Fortunately, the innate gap can still be made up by hard work. Otherwise, the way of the world would be too despairing. A few days later, Lin Sun came to a city. On the streets, in teahouses, restaurants, everyone was talking about the recruitment of the ancestral court of the Heyuan sect. This made Lin Sun a little surprised. It didn't take long for him to inquire and understand some rumors related to the 4 ancestral courts. He was very surprised. There is actually such a transcendent force in the 7th heaven, even the top 10 immortal giants of the 8th heaven have to show respect to them. One can imagine how terrifying the background of the 4 ancestral courts is. In this regard, Lin Sun wasn't very interested. Just like in the past few years, he began to collect information and news related to the 5th heaven in the city, preparing for the next battle. Until the evening, Lin Sun left the city. In his hands, he has already obtained detailed information about the great forces of the 5th heaven. Unlike the first 4 heavens, the 5th heaven is occupied by many immortal emperor clans. These forces are the true overlords of the 5th heaven. They are also related to the immortal emperor clans of the 6th heaven, but they are not vassals. They are different from the cultivators who serve the immortal emperor clans of the 6th heaven. After carefully sorting out the information, Lin Sun discovered that in this 5th heaven, there is only one force that is really related to his enemies. Fengyan Academy. This is a force that selects talents for the immortal emperor clans of the 6th heaven, but the background of this force is extremely complicated. The reason was that many members of the immortal emperor clans in the 5th heaven had also entered the Fengyan Academy to cultivate, causing the academy to be a mix of good and bad, with many factions standing in its place. For example, the great figures of the Fengyan Academy are not only on good terms with the immortal emperor clans of the 6th heaven, but also inextricably linked with the immortal emperor clans of the 5th heaven. It's difficult to distinguish which camp these great figures belong to. After thinking for a long time, Lin Sun finally decided to wait. It's not too late to make a decision after finding more valuable information. In the next period of time, he was like a passerby, trekking between mountains and rivers, walking through many cities. In a flash, a month passed. In Lin Sun's hands, more and more news showed that the place where the Fengyan Academy is located has now become a dragon's pool and tiger's den. Those enemies of his seemed to have guessed long ago that he would choose Misty Institution as his target, so they'd set up a trap near Misty Institution in advance and mobilized all their forces to lie in ambush. It was said that many Undyings were participating as well. It was said that in order to kill Lin Sun this time, an inescapable net had been set up near Fengyan Academy. Even an undying being would not be able to escape death if he were to step in. It was said, there were countless such rumors. Although Lin Sun couldn't judge whether they were true or false, these rumors must not be groundless when they were constantly circulating in the world. They really have a good plan. Lin Sun couldn't help sighing with a smile. Over the years, he had killed many opponents, but as long as one was observant, it would not be difficult to discover that all the people he killed were lackeys who served under his enemies. The enemy may have seen this point, so he made arrangements in Fengyan School early, because in the entire 5th heaven, only Fengyan School is the most likely target for Lin Sun. In that case, there were only 2 results. Either he was courageous enough to break into the dragon's pool and tiger's den, which undoubtedly fell into the enemy's trap. Or he chose to retreat, so that the enemy's wishful thinking may fail, but they won't lose anything because of it. However, Lin Sun didn't believe that those enemy forces only had this kind of means. Because this is the fifth heaven, and above is the sixth heaven. If they let him leave alive, wouldn't those enemies worry that he would attack the sixth heaven? It would be too passive to ambush all their forces in Fengyan School. Lin Sun was very suspicious that the recent news about Fengyan School was very likely to be a means of confusion. In the dark, those enemy forces might have already taken action. However, if he were them, where would they choose to stop him? Thinking of this, Lin Sun couldn't help but look up at the sky. Star Path, or, it was near the entrance of the Star Path. Is that really the case? Lin Sun pondered, but in the end, he didn't go to test it, but chose to return. A few days later. In the depths of the ice field, in the cave mansion. The current situation in the fifth heaven seems to be treacherous, but that's only for me. On the contrary, you don't have to worry about any risks in this world. As soon as Lin Sun returned, he decided to settle Nie Qingrong, Lin Qingxue, Xiaoxi, and the others. Because if he enters the sixth heaven, he will have too many enemies. Once the enemies discover the existence of Nie Qingrong and the others, they are bound to be affected. On the contrary, in these years, although Nie Qingrong and the others have been by his side, they spent most of their time in the abyssal sword cauldron, and the enemies don't even know of their existence. At this time, he doesn't have to worry about any disturbances if he places them in the fifth heaven. Nie Qingrong, Lin Qingxue, and the others also understand this, but when they thought that they might have to part ways with Lin Sun from now on, they couldn't help but feel reluctant. Brother Lin, with our means, it's easy to survive in the fifth heaven, and we will take good care of Xiaoxi and not let her be bullied. Taking a deep breath, Nie Qingrong said. So, you don't have to worry about our matters anymore, but you must take care of yourself. Her words were full of sincerity from the bottom of her heart. Lin Sun smiled and nodded. At this time, Lin Qingxue also stared at Lin Sun with a pair of clear eyes, her expression solemn and serious. Brother Lin, I mean if anything happens to you, I will avenge you in the future. On the side, Xiaoxi also raised her head and stared at Lin Sun with tears in her eyes. Brother Daoyuan, will you come to see us in the future? Lin Sun rubbed her little head and said. Of course. It's a deal. Xiaoxi stretched out her hand. It's a deal. Lin Sun held her hand and replied seriously. On the same day, Lin Sun left quietly. Lin Sun didn't rush to the sixth heaven. In fact, even if he was eager to go to the Luo family for revenge, with his current combat power, he might be able to suppress most of the cultivators of the Luo family, but once he encounters a powerful immortal, he will be in danger. What's more, he has been waiting for so many years, there's no hurry. In the following period of time, Lin Sun walked in the fifth heaven like a wild crane, drifting erratically. Occasionally, he would meditate in the mountains, and also walk in the city. The only thing he didn't do was to get close to the area occupied by Fengyan School. Several months passed in a hurry. On this day, on a blue sea, a lonely boat floated on it at night, letting the waves beat it, sailing to the depths of the vast ocean. Lin Sun sat cross-legged on it, holding a bronze box in his hand. He looked a little nervous. Many years ago, when he was in the Xian family, Xianxia, the head of the Xian family, gave him this bronze box and said that it was left by Lu Boya. The bronze box sealed clues related to Lin Sun's mother, Luo Qingxuan. If Lin Sun can't crack the seal on the bronze box within 100 years, he must destroy it, but such a situation is destined to be impossible. Because today, after years of deduction and cracking, the layers of seals covering the bronze box have been completely broken by Lin Sun. However, when he was about to open the bronze box, Lin Sun was a little hesitant, and an unspeakable tension surged in his heart. Although the secret hidden in the bronze box was related to his mother, Luo Qingxuan, he had never seen Luo Qingxuan since he was a child. He had also thought about what to say when he met his parents one day, and also imagined various scenes of meeting his parents in his mind. But after all, it was just his fantasy. Just like at this moment, when he really had the ability to open the bronze box, he was a little nervous. This kind of nervousness was very subtle, with excitement and uneasiness, which Lin Sun had never experienced before. In the final analysis, he had been used to being alone since he was a child. He had never experienced parents and family love, so it seemed vague and strange. After a long time, Lin Sun took a deep breath, and his eyes were full of firmness. Buzz, with the strength of his palms and fingers, the restriction power covering the bronze box disappeared one by one, as if layers of mysterious veils were lifted. In the end, the original and old appearance of the bronze box was revealed. Crack, when Lin Sun's fingertips moved slightly, the bronze box, which had been sealed for a long time, was slowly opened in front of Lin Sun. Inside the bronze box, there was an extremely ordinary wooden hairpin, which seemed to be worn by a woman. It was elegant and simple. The end of the wooden hairpin was engraved with 2 words Xianxia. Lin Sun was stunned at first, and then his heart trembled slightly uncontrollably. This wooden hairpin must have been left by his mother, Luo Xianxia. He raised his fingers and slowly approached the wooden hairpin, as if he was treating the most precious treasure in the world, lest he should hurt it. When his fingertips touched the wooden hairpin, a silent force in his blood seemed to be awakened and resonated with the aura of the wooden hairpin. Immediately, a dreamlike cyan light rain suddenly drifted from the wooden hairpin, and gradually outlined a graceful and delicate figure in the void. Dressed in a cyan dress, her hair was black, and there was a smile on her white and soft face. Her eyes were bright, full of excitement and joy. As soon as she appeared, her eyes fell on Lin Sun for the first time, and her eyes gradually became dull as if she was possessed. At the same time, Lin Sun only felt that his head was struck by lightning, and suddenly became blank. He had long thought about what was sealed in the bronze box. Was it a token? Or some kind of clue related to the trace of his mother, Luo Xianxia, but he had never imagined that he would see such a scene at this moment. How could he not know that this was his mother, Luo Xianxia, whom he had missed countless times since he was young? Recently, it is very difficult to write the plot, so the second update is a little late. I apologize to everyone. For the first time since he started his cultivation, Lin Sun lost his composure like this. His mind was in turmoil, and countless memories of the past emerged like a chaotic tide. When he was young, he went to Ziyao Empire alone to explore the mystery of his origin. He went to the ancient Desolation Realm to seek revenge on Yunqing Bai. In order to find out the truth of the Lin family's murder case, he traveled all over the starry sky just to find Quasi-Emperor Ba Qi. In the past, no matter how many twists and turns and frustrations there were, Lin Sun found out many truths step by step. Those truths were cruel, but fortunately, all the clues had proved that his parents and Master Lu were still alive. This gave Lin Sun the greatest comfort. But, so many years had passed, but Lin Sun still didn't know where his parents and Master Lu were. Every time he thought of this, he couldn't help feeling upset. But he didn't expect that at this moment, when he opened the dusty bronze box, he would see his mother. This sudden scene made Lin Sun's Taoist heart, which had been tempered for a long time, show signs of losing control. After some time, Lin Sun heard a choked and trembling voice, "Sun." Lin Sun's body stiffened, and his chaotic thoughts dissipated. He suddenly looked up and saw the figure in the void that he had been yearning for day and night. At this moment, tears were flowing down from her eyes, and her fair and beautiful face was full of emotion and sadness after the excitement. In her crystal-clear eyes, there was a sense of guilt and debt. Lin Sun felt that his throat was blocked, and he could no longer control his surging emotions. He asked, "Mother, is it really you?" Yes, at this moment, he still felt like he was in a dream. Luo Xianxia took a deep breath, stepped forward, and hugged Lin Sun tightly. Crystal tears kept flowing down her cheeks. Years of waiting, expectation, depression, sadness, and longing, all burst out from the depths of her heart like a mountain torrent that had been suppressed for a long time. Lin Sun was at a loss at first, but later, he also stretched out his arms and hugged Luo Xianxia gently. An indescribable emotion welled up in his heart. He was the invincible Emperor Zhu Yin in the eyes of the world, the well-known merciless Lin in the eternal world, but now he was just a son in front of his mother. However, he was still a little unfamiliar with this role. After a long time, Luo Xianxia stopped crying. She slowly raised her head and stared at Lin Sun's resolute and handsome face. She said in a trembling voice, "Sun, do you blame your mother?" Lin Sun shook his head, "Never." Luo Xianxia felt a wave of sourness in her heart. They had been separated since they were young, and she had never been able to accompany her own flesh and blood as they grew up. Now that they had finally reunited, the little guy in her memory who was still crying piteously in swaddling clothes had now become a tall and steady good man. After a long time, Luo Qingxuan calmed her mind and said in a gentle voice, "Sun, can you tell me about what you've experienced all these years?" His voice was filled with ardent hope. This was a mother's desire to understand her son's past. Lin Sun nodded, and his heart was filled with excitement. However, he was no longer a teenager. Having gone through countless hardships, it was difficult for him to show all his emotions like a child. He also took a deep breath, and his eyes were filled with reminiscence. He began to talk about the time when he lived with Master Lu in the mine prison. The blue sea was vast, the sky was high, and the clouds were thin. On a lonely boat, the mother and son reunited. Lin Sun was talking, and Luo Qingxuan was listening. It seemed that everything in the world had nothing to do with them. After a long time, Lin Sun finished talking about all kinds of things along the way. Although he was concise, Luo Qingxuan still felt emotional and couldn't calm down for a long time. "I didn't expect that you have suffered so much these years." Luo Qingxuan was stunned, with a guilty look on her face, and she blamed herself in her heart. Lin Sun comforted her with a smile. "Is it bitter?" "I don't think so. It's just that I can't see you and my father for a long time, so I inevitably feel a little melancholy." Luo Qingxuan let out a long sigh and said, "Fate is unpredictable. I've often thought whether it's a blessing or a curse to possess the bloodline of the devouring abyss. If it's a blessing, it's because this bloodline allows us to possess unimaginable talent and strength on the path of cultivation. If it's a curse, no matter if it's me, your father, Elder Lu, or you, all the hardships we've encountered all these years are because of this talent." As she finished speaking, her expression was filled with melancholy. Lin Sun couldn't help but sigh with emotion. When he was born, he was killed by the enemy because of the bloodline of the devouring abyss, and it led to the Lin family's massacre. From then on, he completely lost contact with his parents. Until he grew up, most of the disasters he encountered were related to the devouring abyss. For example, the pursuit of the violet-clothed woman, Yan Xing, the hostility of the nameless Supreme Emperor, the pursuit of Shi Tiandi. Even now, the enmity between him and the Luo clan hadn't been truly ended. All of this was caused by the devouring abyss. "Sooner, I know you must have a lot of doubts in your heart. Before that, I'll tell you some of the past events one by one. After that, you can ask me anything you want to know." Luo Qingxuan looked at Lin Sun and said in a gentle and intimate voice. Immediately, she told him everything that had happened in the past. In the Luo clan, the clansmen were divided into two parts, the main branch and the branch. Among them, the branch of Luo Tongtian, the Lord of Tongtian, was the direct descendant of the main branch. According to seniority, Luo Tongtian was Luo Qingxuan's grandfather. A long time ago, Luo Tongtian set foot on the journey to the everlasting star path, but he encountered a great disaster and his whereabouts were unknown. Without Luo Tongtian, the Luo clan was like a group of dragons without a leader and was implicated. There was also a fierce internal strife within the clan, which led to the decline of the clan. Originally, the position of the patriarch should be inherited by Luo Tongtian's son, Luo Qingxuan's father, Luo Xiao. But on the issue of inheriting the position of the patriarch, there was a huge disagreement and dispute between the direct descendant and the branch. The reason was that although Luo Xiao was the son of Luo Tongtian, he had not awakened the bloodline of the devourer of abyss, and his cultivation was not enough to convince the public. Those branch members all elected Luo Chong as the patriarch. Among the same generation, Luo Chong's strength was the first, and he was highly valued by some elders of the Luo clan. In order to compete for the position of the patriarch, the direct descendant and the branch members of the Luo clan almost had a conflict. But in the end, because of Luo Xiao's mysterious disappearance, Luo Chong smoothly inherited the power of the patriarch. At that time, the direct descendant suspected that Luo Xiao's disappearance was extremely strange and must have something to do with Luo Chong. However, no one could find any evidence. In addition, Luo Chong had inherited the power of the Luo clan at that time and controlled the power of order, so the matter was also suppressed. From then on, a disaster came for the direct descendant. Under Luo Chong's instigation, more than 10 elders of the direct descendant and the main branch were imprisoned and suppressed with various crimes. The authority and duties held by these elders were all taken away and handed over to some elders of the branch. Subsequently, Luo Cheng announced that his son, Luo Yuni, would be the young patriarch, and he ordered Luo Qingxuan and her older brother, Luo Qingheng, to serve Luo Yuni and assist him. Luo Qingheng was the Star Obscurity Emperor and Luo Qingxuan's older brother. When they found out about this, Luo Qingheng and Luo Qingxuan didn't object on the surface, and they endured it silently while secretly investigating the reason for the mysterious disappearance of their father, Luo Shao. Never had they imagined that even then, a vicious scheme against them and their younger sister had been carried out. Luo Cheng used the pretext of wanting to reawaken the natural talent of the Grand Devouring Abyss to specially open up the Luo clan's Forbidden Area's secret realm, and he said he wanted to allow Luo Qingxuan and Luo Qingxuan to enter it to cultivate. But this matter was exposed by Lu Boya, and he secretly told Luo Qingxuan and Luo Qingxuan that Luo Cheng did this for the sake of forcefully stripping away their natural talent within the Forbidden Area's secret realm and passing it to his son, Luo Yuni. After they found out the truth, Luo Qingxuan and Luo Qingxuan snuck out of the Luo clan with the help of Lu Boya. When Luo Cheng came to his senses, it was already too late. He immediately ordered powerful warriors to chase after Luo Qingxuan and Luo Qingxuan. During the chase, Luo Qingxuan and Luo Qingxuan suffered great injuries. In the end, with the help of an old friend of Lu Boya's, they crossed the galaxy and reached the ancient path of the galaxy. Lu Boya's old friend was a sage of the Xian clan, and his name was Xian Fei Ling. When Luo Qingxuan arrived at the Xian clan with Xian Fei Ling's sword in her hand, the Xian clan arranged for her to enter the lower realm where the ultimate ruins were located. Because Luo Qingxuan and Luo Qingxuan had heard that a powerful existence like their grandfather, Luo Tongtian, had once been defeated by a supreme figure in the ultimate ruins. That supreme figure was the master of Core Mountain, and the ultimate ruins was where the teachings of Core Mountain were located. If they could obtain Core Mountain's help, they might be able to return to the eternal true world and take revenge. This was the reason why Luo Qingxuan and Luo Qingxuan had gone to the lower realm. But when they reached the lower realm, Luo Qingxuan's injuries were too severe, and she fell into a long period of silence. Meanwhile, Battle Emperor Star Obscurity traveled the world in search of the ultimate ruins where Core Mountain was located. At that time, it was the primitive times. It was also at that time that the nameless Supreme Emperor, who had chased them all the way, controlled the forbidden power of order and covered the entire ancient path of the galaxy under the power of order. Worried that the nameless Supreme Emperor would discover their traces, Lu Boya took Luo Qingxuan, who was in a coma, and hid in the lower realm. Countless years passed in the blink of an eye. Later, Luo Qingheng, who was known as Battle Emperor Star Obscurity, once entered the ultimate ruins, but found that the teachings of Core Mountain had already turned into a relic. Luo Qingheng was unwilling to give up and continued to search. After many years of investigation, he finally found some clues related to Core Mountain and went to Ancient Desolation, Dark Parasol Mountain. The reason was that there was a secluded sect founded by Li Xianwei, the successor of Core Mountain. But when Luo Qingheng arrived, Li Xianwei and the others had already left. Hearing this, Lin Sun finally understood why he could see the stone tablet left by his uncle, Star Melancholy Battle Emperor, and perceive the talent power left in the stone tablet on the Kangwu Mountain. It turned out that Battle Emperor Star Obscurity had gone to find his senior brother, Li Xianwei. Later, Luo Qingheng left the Ancient Desolation and went to other places. From then on, Luo Qingheng disappeared completely, and there was no news of him. At that time, Luo Qingxuan was still in a state of silence, and Lu Boya had been guarding her, so no one knew where Luo Qingheng had gone. Speaking of this, Luo Qingxuan's eyes were full of sadness and disappointment. Luo Qingxuan calmed herself down and talked about what happened after she woke up. When she woke up in Ziyao Empire, she had a brief amnesia. Lu Boya, who had been guarding her silently at that time, did not tell her the truth. Because at that time, the Starry Sky Ancient Road was still covered by the power of order of the nameless Supreme Emperor. He was worried that Luo Qingxuan would not be able to bear the blow and do something risky after learning that her brother Luo Qingheng was missing. Therefore, Luo Qingxuan, who lost her memory, did not know what had happened in the past. Like an inexperienced woman, she participated in the various selections in Ziyao Empire and entered Green Deer School as the first place. It was also there that she met Lin Wenjing, the eldest son of the Lin family, and soon fell in love with him. When Lu Boya learned about this, it was too late to stop them from being together. Later, Lin Wenjing married Luo Qingxuan and gave birth to Lin Sun in the second year of their marriage. But it was not long before the Lin family's murder broke out abruptly. Hearing this, Lin Sun could not help but sigh in his heart. Luo Qingxuan's face also became gloomy. After a while, she cheered up and said, "You probably know what happened that year. Do you still have any doubts?" Lin Sun blurted out, "Where did you and my father go that year?" "The ruins of fate." Luo Qingxuan answered without hesitation. It turned out that when she used the Sword of Fate to launch the forbidden power of order controlled by the nameless Supreme Emperor to send Lu Boya and Lin Sun away, she thought she would die for sure. Unexpectedly, she accidentally triggered the power of the Sword of Fate and was sent to the ruins of fate at the first time. Speaking of the Sword of Fate, it was one of the most precious treasures left by Luo Tongtian in the clan a long time ago. Before Luo Xiao disappeared mysteriously, it was handed over to Luo Qingxuan. The ruins of fate is extremely magical and full of unimaginable opportunities and fortunes. Unfortunately, it is easy to go in but difficult to get out. Until now, your father and I are still trapped in it. A helpless expression appeared on Luo Qingxuan's face. Lin Sun didn't feel strange because he had already seen that Luo Qingxuan in front of him was just a manifestation of willpower, not her real body. Fortunately, there's always a way out. A few years ago, I met a mysterious cultivator in the ruins of creation by chance. It was with his help that I was able to bring this bronze box, which contained a wisp of my will, out of the ruins of creation and hand it over to Elder Lu. When she spoke up to hear, Luo Qingxuan revealed a smile. It's precisely because of this that we finally had the chance to meet. Even though it's only the energy of our will, it can transform into a memory. When we're truly reunited one day, this memory will be obtained by my main body at the first possible moment. Lin Sun also felt lucky in his heart. Otherwise, he didn't dare to imagine when he would be able to see his mother again. After that, he thought of a question. "Mother, do you know who that mysterious cultivator is? Why didn't you ask him to take you and father out of the ruins of creation?" Luo Qingjing replied, "It's impossible. At that time, your father and I were trapped in a secret realm formed by a space-time barrier. Even with the help of that mysterious fellow Taoist, there was nothing we could do. In the end, we had to pay a huge price to deliver the bronze box." Lin Sun suddenly understood and said, "So, that mysterious cultivator is the benefactor of our family. By the way, do you know his name, mother?" Luo Qingxuan thought for a moment and said, "He called himself Chen, so his surname should be Chen." Chen, Lin Sun was shocked. Could it be him? The figure of burning immortal Chen Linkong couldn't help appearing in his mind. In the past, Lin Sun didn't pay attention to how mysterious Chen Linkong was. But when he learned that Chen Linkong had helped Xia Ji in the last day impasse with Golden Cicada and had seen through the power of the law of fate in Xia Ji's body, he knew that Chen Linkong was by no means an ordinary mighty figure. In fact, it was obvious that Golden Cicada was once praised by the master of the square inches higher than the sky, and Chen Linkong could travel with Golden Cicada. How could such a person be simple? According to my speculation, it was he who found old Lu that made the bronze box fall into your hands. Speaking of which, he is indeed the benefactor of our family, Luo Qingxuan said. Lin Sun was stunned for a while and suddenly asked, "What about Master Lu? Since he is still alive, why didn't he meet me directly? Why did he give the bronze box to the Xian family and let them give it to me?" Luo Qingxuan said, "He was worried that you would do something rash like your uncle after knowing the truth. It's not a test that you can break the seal on the bronze box within 100 years. If you can't break the seal on the bronze box within 100 years, it means that you are not strong enough to face the truth. In this case, not knowing the truth is the best protection for you. At least, you won't do something that worries me and old Lu, such as going to the Luo family to take revenge." Lin Sun frowned. "Even so, why doesn't Master Lu want to meet me?" He was really puzzled. Luo Qingxuan said, "It's not that he doesn't want to see you, but he has been instructed by the Master of Mind Mountain to not get involved in your affairs. Otherwise, it will affect your cultivation." Lin Sun was shocked. "Master Lu has met my master?" "It should be so," Luo Qingxuan said. After a long silence, Lin Sun said, "Mother, can you tell me something about Master Lu?" Luo Qingxuan nodded and said with reminiscence, "Old Lu has been with me since I was very young. It turned out that a long time ago, Luo Tongtian, the master of Tongtian, brought Lu Boya back to the Luo family after a trip. It was also at that time that Lu Boya became a protector of the lineal descendants of the Luo family. He had accompanied Luo Tongtian to travel all over the world, watched Luo Xiao, Luo Qingxuan's father, grow up, and guarded Luo Qingxuan for countless years. In the Luo family, no one knew his origin except Luo Tongtian. It was not until later that Luo Qingxuan learned the truth from Lu Boya. Lu Boya didn't belong to this era, he was a disciple of an ancient talisman Taoism sect in the last era. During the destruction of the era, because of an accident, he encountered the 5 signs of decay and almost perished. Even if he was lucky enough to survive the last era, only a strand of his incomplete soul remained, and he was trapped in an extremely dangerous forbidden area. At that time, Luo Tongtian, the master of Tongtian, accidentally broke into this forbidden place, rescued the remnant soul of Lu Boya, and rebuilt his Taoist body, which was tantamount to giving him a new lease of life. From then on, Lu Boya became a member of the Luo family. Knowing this, Lin Sun couldn't help but gasp, thinking of the evil god Dishi and Wushuang, the spirit of order, who had also encountered the 5 signs of decay. It turns out that Master Lu is also a strong man of the last era. He murmured, feeling very surprised and incredible. "Where is Master Lu now?" Lin Sun couldn't help asking. Luo Qingxuan said, "This is what I want to tell you next. Master Lu has been investigating the news of your grandfather Luo Xiao and uncle Luo Qinghing these years. He should be in the 6th heaven now." Lin Sun's eyes lit up, the 6th heaven? Doesn't this mean that I will see Master Lu soon? Luo Qingxuan said with emotion, on the first day when Master Lu entered the Luo family, he swore that in this life, he would not touch a blade of grass, a tree or a soldier of the Luo family, let alone intervene in the affairs of the Luo family. This is the bottom line he adhered to and the promise he made to his grandfather Luo Tongtian. Otherwise, with the power of Master Lu, it would be impossible for Luo Cheng to usurp the position of patriarch. After hearing this, Lin Sun didn't know what to say for a while. Did he say that Master Lu was pedantic, but without his help, his mother and uncle might not have been able to escape from the Luo family at all? Moreover, when he was a child, he was also saved by Master Lu. Even the spiritual tattoo inheritance he had was taught by Master Lu. I'm telling you this not to complain, but to tell you that even if you go to the 6th heaven, don't touch the bottom line of Master Lu. Luo Qingxuan said seriously. Lin Sun nodded, I understand. Luo Qingxuan said, now that you have opened the bronze box, there is no need to hide some things from you. I once made an agreement with Master Lu that as long as you can open the bronze box within 100 years, I will give you the Sword of Fate. In this way, you will have the opportunity to go to the ruins of fate in the future. The Sword of Fate, Lin Sun was excited and indescribable excitement surged in his heart. This undoubtedly meant that he had the possibility to see his parents. But the next moment, Luo Qingxuan said, however, I suggest that you don't go to the ruins of fate now. Although your father and I are trapped in it, our lives are not in danger. And with your current cultivation, I am afraid that even if you go to the ruins of fate, you will not be able to see us. On the contrary, it is your uncle and grandfather who worry me the most, so I think, she was a little embarrassed to say it. Luo Qingxuan felt a little apologetic to ask her son to do something when they just met for the first time. Lin Sun said with a smile, Mother, I originally planned to go to the 6th heaven. Before I go to the ruins of fate, I will meet Master Lu first and learn about my uncle and grandfather. If necessary, I will also go to the Luo family. If Master Lu can't intervene, I will solve the problem. A touch of coldness flashed in his eyes. Sooner, you can't be impulsive. Luo Qingxuan was a little nervous and said, with your current cultivation, you are no match for the elders of the Luo family. Even if the Luo family has declined, its foundation is not comparable to that of the ordinary immortal emperor families. You, Lin Sun said with a smile, I understand, Mother. I am not a child. I will not be as impulsive as you said. Luo Qingxuan was stunned for a moment and seemed to have a lot of feelings. She said softly, you don't understand at all. In every mother's heart, no matter how old and how capable the child is, he is still a child who needs to be warned and worried. P.S. Today's 2 chapters cover some of the holes in the previous one, so the information is a little large. Please read it carefully. In the eyes of parents, no matter how old their children were and how high their achievements were, they were still their children. There were always endless reminders and worries. In the eyes of Luo Qingxuan at this moment, Lin Sun was touched. After a while, he said, "Mother, don't worry. I won't do anything I'm not sure about." Luo Qingxuan smiled. When she was about to say something, her figure suddenly trembled. Light and shadow flowed and became illusory as if she would disappear at any time. Lin Sun's heart tightened. He realized that Luo Qingxuan's willpower was about to collapse. Sooner, the sword of creation is within that wooden hairpin. Take it out. If you encounter a matter of life and death, then utilize all your strength to activate this sword, and you'll be able to arrive at the ruins of creation. Remember, you must not act rashly, Luo Qingxuan said quickly. But her figure had turned into nothingness and disappeared in the void while her words were still echoing. There was only the rising and falling ocean, the sky was high and the sea was wide. Lin Sun felt a sense of loss in his heart for no reason. After a while, he couldn't help but let out a long sigh. This meeting was too short after all. There were still many doubts in his heart that he hadn't asked, but now he could only bury them in the deepest part of his heart. "Mother, I'll definitely go to the ruins of fate to find you," Lin Sun murmured. His eyes moved and fell on the bronze box, where a simple and elegant wooden hairpin was placed quietly. He reached out his hand to take out the wooden hairpin, only to find that it was heavy as if it was carrying a mountain. Lin Sun knew that the wooden hairpin was a spatial treasure. When he probed it with his divine sense, he saw a sword floating in it. The sword was 2 feet and 3 inches long and less than 2 fingers wide. Its blade was simple and unadorned, and its body was illusory and transparent. Occasionally, it would reflect magnificent and colorful light like a flash of flowing light. The Sword of Fate, this sword once helped Luo Qingxuan break the forbidden power of order controlled by the nameless Supreme Emperor, and it possessed mysterious and unpredictable power. But more importantly, this sword was a key to the ruins of fate. Lin Sun looked at it for a moment and carefully put away the wooden hairpin. Then he exhaled a long breath of turbid air and drove the boat under his feet to the distance of the blue sea. The meeting with Luo Qingxuan solved many doubts in Lin Sun's mind, but it also gave birth to many doubts. For example, if Master Lu was so powerful, why was he seriously injured by the Star Destroyer in the lower bound? One had to know that Star Yen was merely an emperor ancestor. Moreover, even though the laws of the heavens and earth in the lower realm were extremely terrifying, pressuring terrifying figures like the Du So and the old priest to the point that they could only live in seclusion, correspondingly, the power of the Star Destroyer was greatly restricted. It was strange that Master Lu was wounded under such circumstances. I'll know the answer when I meet Master Lu. On the vast blue sea, Lin Sun drove a small boat and soon disappeared. High up in the sky. In the vast and ancient starry sky, countless stars connected and formed a mysterious path of stars. Who knew how many terrifying figures were hiding near this star passageway? There were more than 10 Undying Realm experts, all of them were cultivators from the forces of Lin Sun's enemies, and they'd gathered together now to set up a monstrous trap. Naturally, it was to kill Lin Sun. It's been half a year since Lin Sun disappeared from the fourth heaven. According to his usual style, he should have shown his tracks long ago. But now, there's no news at all. This is too strange. A tender voice sounded. The one who spoke was an Undying Realm expert. He looked like an 8 or 9-year-old child, innocent, but his eyes were surging with the vicissitudes of time. Many people shivered when they heard this voice. Nanyuan Star, an Undying Realm expert from the Nan clan, one of the 4 Eastern Imperial clans. At the same time, he was also one of the most prestigious Undying Realm experts present. There's been no movement from the Wind Smoke Academy. In my opinion, this child has already sensed the danger and doesn't dare to show his tracks anymore. In another area, chaotic aura filled the air. The figure of a woman in black was faintly discernible, cold and frightening. This was also an Undying Realm expert, called Chu Wuyan, from the Chu clan, one of the 4 Eastern Imperial clans. Hearing this, the atmosphere was silent. The experts hiding around the star passageway felt an indescribable sense of powerlessness. So many Undying Realm experts gathered together, yet they couldn't do anything to the descendant of Feng Xiyuan. It's been half a year. Among these powerhouses, which one of them wasn't a noble existence from an undying realm expert, but now, just to kill a common enemy, they had no choice but to endure and wait patiently. This feeling was undoubtedly too difficult to bear. If this child doesn't show up, do we have to wait here forever? Someone couldn't help but ask. No one answered. Nanyuan Star, Chu Wuyan, and the other Undying Realm experts all had gloomy expressions on their faces. If they could capture Lin Sun's tracks, who would be willing to wait here passively? If the Donghuang clan is willing to use the power of the dustless divine mirror to help, we only need to sweep it lightly and we can instantly capture his tracks. Nanyuan Star's tone was filled with helplessness. Unfortunately, this treasure is the Donghuang clan's treasure. They won't easily take it out of the eighth heaven. Dustless divine mirror, an incredible divine treasure. Rumor has it that through this mirror, one can see everything one wants to see. It's useless to say this now. It's certain that this child must be in the fifth heaven, and his whereabouts are erratic. Ordinary means of searching for him are useless. For now, there is no other way but to wait. Chu Wuyan took a deep breath and said. I even suspect that this child has already noticed our layout. Obviously, he intends to waste time with us. In other words, this battle depends on who can endure it. Everyone's heart became more and more uncomfortable. Continue to waste time like this? How much time will it take? Who has so much time to waste? There are only a little more than 9 years left from the 10-year period of the ancestral court of the Yuan religion. I don't have so much time to wait here. Nanyuan Star frowned. The ancestral court of the Yuan religion is a big event. As an immortal of the Nan clan in the seventh heaven, in Nanyuan Star's heart, the matter of killing Lin Sun is far from being comparable to the matter of the ancestral court of the Yuan religion. Among the people present, there are definitely many big shots who have such thoughts. For a time, everyone had different thoughts. They were angry and helpless. Lin Sun has already restrained too much of their strength and energy, but so far, they still can't do anything to him. Who wouldn't be aggrieved? Wait a little longer, I don't believe that this child won't leave any traces. Chu Wuyan's murderous intent was soaring. Everyone knew that this was the only way. However, when they thought about how they had to continue hiding here, they didn't feel good about it. It was also at this time that people discovered that the descendant of Feng Xiyuan, who didn't die outside the ruins of the gods, has now grown to the point that even they feel a headache. They didn't dare to imagine what kind of disaster it would cause if they let such a character step into the immortal level. Time passed, and a year passed in a hurry. The fifth heaven was calm, without any wind or waves, no disasters, and the world was peaceful. This abnormal scene was completely beyond people's imagination. As cultivators of the fifth heaven, they also reacted at this time. They thought that Lin Sun was obviously aware of the danger of the situation, and it was very likely that he had gone dormant, and wouldn't show up in a short period of time. The group of immortal emperor powerhouses lying in ambush near the Smokewind Academy and the Star Path was simply suffering in this year, and their patience was slowly wearing away. It was unknown how many people were cursing Lin Sun in their hearts, and there was no lack of curses. Some flustered and exasperated characters even angrily shouted to the outside world, using extremely insulting words to provoke and stimulate Lin Sun, trying to lure him out. But it didn't produce the slightest effect. Lin Sun seemed to have evaporated from the world. No one knew where he was hiding, and no one knew what he was doing during this period of time. Wind Parasol Academy. A second-rate force in the fifth heaven, far from being comparable to the Smokewind Academy. But in the eyes of the world's cultivators, the Wind Parasol Academy can be called a great force in the fifth heaven. In this world, the top people and forces are in the minority. The billions of living beings living in this world are the main body of the world. The Wind Parasol Academy, which the immortal emperor clans didn't take seriously at all, is a holy land in the hearts of the world's cultivators. The city closest to the Wind Parasol Academy was called Wind Parasol City. For more than a year, Lin Sun had been staying in this city. During the day, he would walk around the city, experiencing the various forms of the mortal world, and at night, he would meditate and comprehend the mysteries of the Great Tao. No one knew that this young man who liked to wander around the city was the famous ruthless Lin in the eternal true world. It's been almost 2 years. On this day, Lin Sun walked out of the courtyard he bought with a lot of money and looked up at the sky. No one knew what he thought of, but he smiled silently. After meeting Luo Qingxuan, his heart became calmer, and he was no longer in a hurry to go to the sixth heaven. He knew that as long as he was alive, his enemies would only be more anxious than him. Withdrawing his gaze from the sky, Lin Sun put his hands behind his back and walked leisurely out of Wind Parasol City. He strolled along the mountains, and soon arrived in front of a beautiful mountain range. This was the place where the Wind Parasol Academy was based, and its gate was built in the depths of this mountain. Lin Sun stood under an ancient red maple tree whose leaves looked like they were burning, quietly looking into the distance. He didn't have to wait too long. In his divine sense, he saw Leng Qingxue walk out of the gate of the Wind Parasol Academy. Her black hair was tied up by a golden ribbon, and she was wearing a white robe that was whiter than snow. Her black hair was tied up by a golden ribbon. They walked side by side towards the mountains in the distance. P.S. Today is Goldfish's birthday. She'll have dinner with her family tonight, and then she'll come back to write the second update. Corrected a small bug, the Chu Wuyan in the previous chapter should be Li Wuyan. In the Sea of Clouds. Leng Qingxue said, Little Shi, if you want to enter the pinnacle of the Saint Realm, you must have a firm and unsullied Dao heart. In my opinion, although your Dao heart is pure, it lacks experience. You have to rely on yourself to kill demons this time. No matter how great the danger you encounter, I won't interfere. Do you understand? Little Shi nodded seriously. I won't let you down, master. Leng Qingxue said, it doesn't matter whether you let me down or not. The important thing is not to be disappointed in yourself. While talking, the two had already arrived at a ferocious mountain filled with blood mist. Since ancient times, this has been a place where big demons run amok. Ordinary cultivators, without the company of a master, didn't dare to step even half a step in. For the Windy Tree Academy, this is a natural training ground, an excellent place to train their disciples. Go, kill 10 small demon kings at the early stage of true sage, and this mission will be considered qualified. Leng Qingxue pointed to the distance and ordered. Little Shi nodded, her figure turned into a divine rainbow, rushing towards the mountain filled with blood mist. Is it too harsh and strict to her? As soon as Little Shi left, Nie Qingrong's figure appeared out of thin air, looking at the place where Little Shi disappeared with some worry. This is what she asked for. Leng Qingxue's beautiful face was filled with a trace of emotion. This girl is full of ambition and regards Brother Lin as a role model. Although she didn't say anything to me, I know that she only hopes that when they meet again in the future, she can get Brother Lin's affirmation, not disappointment. Nie Qingrong was startled and said, I see. Sister, if Lin Sun didn't leave the fifth heaven, where did he go? Leng Qingxue couldn't help but ask. It had been more than a year since they separated. About half a year ago, she and Nie Qingrong brought Xiaoxi and left the cave abode that was 10,000 feet below the ice plains. After searching for a long time, they finally settled down in the Wind Tree Academy. Now, like Nie Qingrong, she is an Ancestor Realm teacher in the Windy Tree Academy. Her status is not low, and she is highly regarded. As for Xiaoxi, she was currently only an official disciple, but as long as she broke through to the Sage Realm, she could be selected as a core disciple. It can be said that their current situation is very good, far better than when they were in the first heaven. I don't know, but according to the current news from the fifth heaven, as long as Brother Lin appears, there won't be any danger. As Nie Qingrong spoke, a look of ridicule surfaced in her eyes. On the other hand, the important figures from the Immortal Emperor clans are probably not having a good time. I can already imagine their helplessness, resentment, and powerlessness. Leng Qingxue couldn't help but smile as she said unhurriedly, if I were to possess Brother Lin's strength in the future, I'll definitely learn from him. It's fine if I don't cause trouble, but if I do, I'll turn the world upside down. Far away. Under the burning maple tree, Lin Sun withdrew his spiritual awareness, smiled, and turned away. Nie Qingrong, Leng Qingxue, and the others didn't know that Lin Sun had come to visit them more than once during this period of time they'd been in the institution. It was just that each time, it didn't disrupt their cultivation lives. Another 2 years passed in a flash. Outside the Star Path, a group of Immortal Emperor clan experts had gathered. They were all filled with anger and hatred. If they cultivated behind closed doors, a few years would pass in a blink of an eye. But the point is that they're not cultivating now, They're waiting for their target every day and night. This is undoubtedly too hard to bear, and their patience is about to run out. I can't wait anymore. There will be a day to deal with this little beast. On this day, Nan Yuanxing couldn't help but leave angrily. Everyone looked at each other in dismay. She left just like that. Seeing this, Li Wuyan, who had long been impatient, couldn't help but say, "Everyone, take care. If Lin Sun appears in the future, I will come again." Her voice was still echoing in the air, but she had already disappeared. Immediately afterward, some other immortal emperors left one after another, unable to bear the feeling of passively waiting. Soon, only a few immortal existences from the 6th and 5th heaven were left in the battlefield. They were all staring at each other, hesitating. If they continue to wait, once Lin Sun doesn't appear, it will undoubtedly be a waste of time and energy, and in the end, it will be a waste of time and energy. But if they just leave like this, they are unwilling. After all, they have been waiting for several years. Who would be willing to return without any results? Nan Yuanxing and Li Wuyan can just leave, because they are from the 7th heaven. In a short time, Lin Sun can't threaten them and the forces behind them. But for the other immortal emperor clans, if Lin Sun enters the 6th heaven, he will pose a great threat to the forces behind them. Fuck. Some people couldn't help but curse, their voices shaking the starry sky, obviously angry. If this kid doesn't appear, it's not a solution for us to waste time. In my opinion, if he really dares to enter the 6th heaven, we can gather our strength and kill him. Someone said solemnly. But if he enters the 6th heaven, that little monster will repeat his old tricks and destroy everything around him. At that time, we might be able to kill him, but which force can withstand his torment? Someone said with an ugly expression. While talking, many people quietly left, not intending to wait any longer. If Lin Sun would rather stay in the 5th heaven for the rest of his life, would they also waste their lives? Obviously not. As the number of cultivators near the star path decreased, the powerhouses who originally planned to wait for a while couldn't help but waver. Lin Sun was completely unaware of this. Fengwu City. In a courtyard, Lin Sun slowly woke up from meditation. The peak of the Xianxia Emperor Ancestor Realm, feeling the changes in his body, Lin Sun felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. The 5th heaven is indeed extraordinary. Whether it is the laws of heaven and earth or the chaotic spiritual energy, everything can meet his cultivation needs. For example, when he was in the 1st heaven, it took him several years to rebuild his cultivation path and repair his injuries. When he recovered to his peak state, his cultivation was only at the peak of the early Emperor Ancestor Realm. But from the 1st heaven to the 5th heaven, it only took him 6 or 7 years to break through to the peak of the late Emperor Ancestor Realm. This kind of progress is undoubtedly amazing. After all, the higher the cultivation base, the more difficult it is to advance further. Some emperors may not be able to break through to the next realm in tens of thousands of years. Compared to this, it can be seen how fast Lin Sun's cultivation is breaking through. In other words, he has reached the peak of the 9th level of the Emperor Realm. If he goes further, it will be the immortal path. After putting away the Hongmeng tree rooted in the courtyard and removing the restriction formation around the courtyard, Lin Sun went out and walked towards the bustling street as usual. Every time he did that, he would look at the sky and wonder how hard the enemies who were lying in ambush near the star passages must be waiting for him. Then, his mood would become inexplicably happy. Not long ago, Lin Sun heard that many immortal emperor clans stationed near the Fengyan Academy have evacuated one after another. This matter even caused a sensation in the 5th heaven, because it means that those immortal emperor clans no longer have the patience to waste time with Lin Sun. But some people also think that this is the immortal emperor clan's strategy of loosening the reins only to grasp them better. They seem to have evacuated, but in fact, they are secretly ambushing Lin Sun. As long as Lin Sun dares to appear, he will definitely be killed. In this regard, Lin Sun laughed it off. He didn't care at all, and didn't intend to pay attention to it. As early as in the 2nd and 4th heaven, he killed countless lackeys. He is very clear that this kind of counterattack may anger the enemy, but it will cause little damage to them. Under such circumstances, to him, whether or not to go to the Fengyan Academy to start another massacre was not a matter of importance. He really is not in a hurry. The more the enemy can't sit still, the more flustered and exasperated they are, the more favorable the situation is for him. While strolling, Lin Sun's eyes narrowed slightly, as if he noticed something. At this moment, on the bustling street in the distance, a white-haired old man wearing a wide-sleeved black robe looked at Lin Sun from afar. "This old man is Luo Yunshan." The black-robed old man spoke. Although there were many figures, his voice rang clearly in Lin Sun's ears. Surnamed Luo, Lin Sun's eyes narrowed slightly, and then immediately recovered his composure. He knew clearly that the reason why the old man could find him was probably the same as Luo Ling, who he met in the vast thousand-battle domain. He used some secret method or treasure that could sense the talent of the devouring abyss. "Can we find a place to talk?" "Don't worry, this time I come alone." Luo Yunshan looked calm and invited Lin Sun. Lin Sun turned around and left. Luo Yunshan frowned and said, "My little friend, won't you give me face? Don't you want to talk? Then let's go outside the city." Lin Sun said without looking back. Outside the city, Luo Yunshan was greatly surprised. After thinking about it, he felt relieved. After all, there were many people in Fengwu City. If there was a dispute, it would alarm the whole city immediately. This was bound to make Lin Sun's situation become unfavorable. On the contrary, he didn't have to worry about this when he left the city and came to the wilderness. "But isn't this boy worried that I will suddenly attack him?" Luo Yunshan's eyes flashed. Immediately, he agreed happily and followed Lin Sun to go outside the city. Among the mountains and rivers, Lin Sun landed on one of the peaks. He turned his head and looked at Luo Yunshan, who followed closely, and said indifferently, "Now, are you sure you want to fight directly or have a chat?" Luo Yunshan was silent for a moment and said with a smile, "If you can have a chat, there is no need to fight." Lin Sun said, "What do you want to talk about?" "Another way to solve it?" Lin Sun smiled sarcastically. "Do you think it's possible?" He had already met his mother Luo Qingshuan and understood all kinds of grievances in the past. He really couldn't think of any other way to solve the hatred between him and the Luo family. Luo Yunshan sighed and said, "Anyway, if there is a glimmer of hope, I will try my best to fight for it." After a pause, he said, "In fact, you should also know that if we want to kill you, we don't have to wait until now. We could have found you with those immortal emperors a few years ago, but we didn't do so, because, after all, half of the blood of the Luo family flows in your body." Lin Sun said, "So, I have to thank you for not killing me?" Luo Yunshan seemed a little helpless and sighed, "I said this just to tell you that I came with sincerity." Lin Sun was expressionless. "Don't talk nonsense, get to the point." Luo Yunshan nodded and said, "When I came here, the patriarch promised that as long as you change your surname to Luo and work for the Luo family wholeheartedly, the position of the patriarch of the Luo family will be handed over to you. This is also a compensation to your mother and your uncle. I believe that you should understand how important this promise is. It is enough to let you hold the power of an immortal emperor and become a famous figure in the eternal world." His eyes were sincere and full of eagerness. "This is a rare opportunity. I hope you will think about it. As long as you agree, not only can you get out of the fifth heaven, you can also take charge of the power of the Luo family in the future. At that time, even if you go to seek revenge on your enemies, you will have the whole Luo family to support you." But Lin Sun seemed to feel it was ridiculous. He sneered and said, "Do you think the previous hatred can be resolved by the position of the patriarch? Or do you think that I, Lin Sun, want the patriarch position of the Luo family?" Without waiting for Luo Yunshan to speak, Lin Sun continued, "Let me guess, Luo family has probably realized that if you don't find a way to deal with me, Luo family will be greatly threatened in the future, and it is very likely that Luo family will pay an extremely heavy price for it. So Luo family can only adopt such a delaying strategy, right?" Luo Yunshan's expression was slightly uncomfortable as he said, "It can't be said to be a delaying tactic, but the Luo clan has realized that if they continue fighting like this, both sides will suffer immeasurable losses. Instead of causing both sides to suffer losses, why not turn hostility into friendship?" Lin Sun said noncommittally, "According to what you said, as long as I bow my head, change my surname, and serve the Luo family, I can take over the position of the patriarch of Luo family?" Luo Yunshan nodded. "Patriarch personally agreed to it." Lin Sun smiled faintly. "Let's not talk about whether I can really become the patriarch of Luo family at that time. Don't you worry that after I become the patriarch, I will imprison all of you like what you did to the main branch of Luo family?" Luo Yunshan's eyes narrowed, and he immediately sighed. I believe that as long as Luo family expresses enough sincerity, you won't have the heart to do that. Lin Sun said, what if I have the heart to do that? Luo Yunshan's expression was uncertain. After a long time, he said with a wry smile, it's not easy for me to speculate about what will happen in the future. Lin Sun nodded and said, if this is what you want to talk about, I might as well tell you. No matter whether the Luo family has ulterior motives or not, I can only say that you think. You are really dreaming. The murder of Lin family was still vivid in Lin Sun's mind. Over the years, whether he was in the ancient Desolation territory, the starry ancient road, the dark world, the deity Phoenix bloodline, or the true dragon world, the pursuit of the Luo clan was simply like a ghost that lingered on endlessly, even when he arrived in the Kiliakosm battle domain, even when he entered the eternal world, the pursuit still continued. How could the oppression and persecution they had suffered along the way, as well as the bloodshed and hatred they had experienced along the way be resolved by such a ridiculous condition? Luo family was really dreaming. What made Lin Sun feel the most ridiculous was that in the eyes of Luo family, the position of patriarch could settle all the past grievances. What did they think of him as in their hearts? Lin Sun's words made Luo Yunshan's expression slightly stiff and embarrassed. As a senior at the immortal realm of Luo family, he had already lowered his status by coming here personally. Even if he was ridiculed by Lin Sun, he had to suppress his anger and ignore it in order to show his sincerity. But in the end, he was still rejected like this. This caused the space between Luo Yunshan's brows to be unable to help but be suffused with gloominess, and his expression became cold and indifferent as he said, Lin Sun, I have to admit that with your current cultivation, ordinary people are utterly unable to do anything to you, and it's even to the extent that you possess trump cards to go against eternal figures. However, at this point, Luo Yunshan's eyes revealed a hint of disdain that could not be suppressed. Don't overestimate yourself. No matter how much the Luo family has declined, if they use all their means to deal with you, I'm afraid you won't be able to withstand it. Don't talk to me about the sect behind you. Ever since the master of the Square Cun suffered a disaster in the ninth heaven, who in the eternal world doesn't know that the descendants of the Square Cun are already a group of wandering ghosts? It is true that outside the god's realm, whether it is your martial uncle Kong Ju or your senior brother Ling Xuanzi, they both displayed unparalleled killing methods, but in the end, Kong Ju was seriously injured by the sword of judgment of the eighth heaven's strongest Wan family, and Ling Xuanzi was even killed. Lin Sun's heart trembled. Fourth senior brother really died. Over the years, he had also been inquiring about what happened outside the god's relic, but the information he obtained was very vague. Some people said that fourth senior brother Ling Xuanzi had fallen. Some people said that at the last moment, Ling Xuanzi was rescued by a mysterious person, and even the terrifying immortal giants of the eighth heaven couldn't stop him. But no matter what, no one could really determine whether Ling Xuanzi was dead or alive. But now, Luo Yunshan said with certainty that fourth senior brother Ling Xuanzi had fallen. How could Lin Sun accept this? Taking a deep breath, Lin Sun suppressed the surging emotions in his heart and said expressionlessly, Are you done? Luo Yunshan obviously saw that Lin Sun's mood was not right. He couldn't help but sneer, No, it's not over yet, because you don't understand the cruelty of the world. It is true that there are still many survivors of the Square Cun mountain in the eternal world, but do you think that they, who have long been targeted by the immortal giants of the eighth heaven, can help you? I might as well be frank. It won't take many years for the immortal giants of the eighth heaven to encircle and kill the survivors of Square Cun mountain one by one. You can think of me as an alarmist. It doesn't matter whether you believe me or not, but don't you find it strange that the descendants of the Square Cun mountain didn't come to help you after you caused such a huge ruckus in the sixth heaven of the eternal world? His words were solemn, cold, and filled with an oppressive aura. But what made Luo Yunshan frown was that Lin Sun's expression didn't change at all. He was terrifyingly calm, as if he didn't care about this at all. Even if we don't mention the Square Cun mountain, if we want to destroy you at all costs, the Luo family has all kinds of methods. For example, if I want to, do you think you can still escape? Luo Yunshan's expression was dignified. The talent of devouring the abyss is indeed very terrifying, because the Luo family knows the power of this talent the best. Since I dared to come here alone, I naturally have the confidence to suppress you. As he spoke, he raised his eyes slightly, looked at the sky, and said, What's more, if a battle breaks out here, the experts lying in ambush near the outer space will probably rush here as soon as possible, right? At the end of his words, his expression was full of disdain and coldness, and he said, I'm not saying all this to intimidate you. I just want to tell you that the Luo family really wants to give you a chance. You'd better think about it carefully. Lin Sun was silent for a moment, then he suddenly smiled and said, you should be done this time, right? Luo Yunshan was stunned, as if he couldn't believe it. He had already said it so clearly. Could it be that this boy still intended to be stubborn? What do you mean? He asked. Lin Sun said indifferently, don't you understand what I mean? If you're done, I'll send you on your way. Lin Sun's words fell lightly. Instantly, obscure fluctuations of the energy of restrictions silently surged into appearance within this expanse of mountains and rivers, and the continuous mountains that rose and fell swiftly became extremely blurry. The world seemed to have fallen into the eternal night, and it was covered by an obscure restrictive power. Luo Yunshan's pupils suddenly shrank, and he was keenly aware that the connection with the outside world seemed to be cut off. It was as if he was isolated from the world and fell into a cage-like world. However, he didn't panic. After looking at it for a moment, he said, this kind of restrictive power can be called miraculous, and even I couldn't notice it at the first time. However, I'm afraid you don't understand the power of the immortal level at all. Do you really think you can escape by relying on this formation? A cold expression appeared on his face. Before he came here, he had already expected that Lin Sun wouldn't bow his head so easily, and this accident was also within his expectations. Boom, as he spoke, Luo Yunshan waved his sleeve, and a dazzling immortal light emerged like a tide and enveloped Lin Sun. But strangely, Lin Sun's figure vanished like a bubble. The eternal light of the Tao spread out, and the entire grand formation that covered the heavens and the earth shook violently. But it wasn't destroyed. Luo Yunshan's heart trembled, and he realized that something was wrong. These years, I've been living in Fengwu City, and in order to arrange this formation, I've spent almost half of my belongings. Lin Sun's emotional voice sounded in this world, however, you're right. Such a formation can't threaten an immortal figure like you, but I'm afraid you can't get out of this formation in a short time. Boom, a pair of suns and moons condensed from the laws of restriction suddenly surged into appearance within this dark world of restrictions, and they descended from the sky. Then, countless stars flashed and whistled in the void, and they covered Luo Yunshan in an overwhelming manner. Each star was surging with an unpredictable and terrifying aura. In the dark world of restrictions, the sun and moon sank while the stars fell. It just seemed like the end of the world had arrived. Luo Yunshan raised his head slightly while divine light surged in his eyes, and a shapeless and terrifying imposing aura stretched out from his body. Bang, when the descending sun and moon hadn't even approached him when they exploded into pieces in the sky above him, and they transformed into surging torrents of Tao markings that swept towards the surroundings. Along with Luo Yunshan stretching out his hand and grabbing, the stars that whistled and surged throughout the sky suddenly trembled slightly, and then they froze in midair before exploding into pieces in unison. At that instant, it was like countless dazzling and blazing fireworks had bloomed. The entire dark world of restrictions started shaking along with it. Luo Yunshan stood on the spot with a composed expression as he said indifferently, Lin Sun, don't take my Luo clan's sincerity as benevolence towards you. If you continue to refuse to realize your errors, then I might have no choice but to eliminate you from the world. The show has only just begun. Don't be impatient. Lin Sun's voice resounded. Suddenly, the grand formation roiled as wind, lightning, earth, and fire surged into appearance. Subsequently, a myriad of sword lights surged into appearance amidst rumbling, and they formed an ocean of swords that bathed in the might of wind, lightning, earth, and fire. Clang! 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 Luo Yunshan frowned while his eyes were suffused with a wisp of piercingly cold killing intent. He suddenly took a deep breath and suddenly flicked his sleeve. Bang! The terrifying eternal laws transformed into a storm that smashed over. The heavens and the earth shook as countless strands of sword chi exploded and dispersed. However, there were more than a myriad of strands of sword chi, and they covered the heavens and the earth as they charged forward wave after wave. The might they emanated was terrifying to the extreme, and any martial ancestor realm expert would probably be unable to resist for an instant. Even though an eternal figure like Luo Yunshan wasn't afraid, he was unable to completely deal with the attacks that came from all directions in a short period of time, and his brows couldn't help but knit together even more tightly. He suddenly let out a cold grunt while his sleeve fluttered, and his hair fluttered while his entire body seemed to have become boundlessly tall. His entire body seethed with violet eternal divine flames, and his imposing aura had become terrifying to the extreme. Go! He stretched out his hand and formed a seal, causing countless strands of eternal radiance to condense into a disk that was like the sun, and it rumbled as it smashed down in midair. The world trembled and the power of countless restrictions surged. The purple immortal energy raged as if it was going to break the world. Lin Sun, who was hiding in the dark, narrowed his eyes. It's not that he hasn't fought with immortals before. For example, when the first heaven fell into the eternal forbidden land, he killed Zhu Yin, an immortal from the Zhu clan. But at that time, Zhu Yin was already seriously injured and dying, which gave Lin a chance. Compared to him, Luo Yunshan, who was at his peak state, was undoubtedly extremely terrifying, and the strength he emitted with every single move he made possessed an all-powerful crushing might. Boom! The purple sun-like will swept out, rampaging between heaven and earth, bringing great destructive power to the entire formation. Countless restrictive powers were threatened. Not daring to hesitate any longer, Lin rushed out at once. Buzz, the abyssal sword cauldron flowed with billions of rays of light and soared into the sky, bathing Lin Sun's tall figure. Humph, you still won't give up? A trace of disdain flashed through Luo Yunshan's eyes as he pointed his finger out. Clang, amidst the earth-shattering collision sound, the abyssal sword cauldron shook and was almost sent flying. Under the impact, Lin Sun's chi and blood also surged. But he did not retreat and continued to charge forward, releasing the full extent of his cultivation. It was like the abyssal sword cauldron was moving horizontally, disdainful and powerful. Luo Yunshan could not help but be surprised. The power of his finger could easily kill any Emperor Realm cultivator, but now Lin Sun had neutralized it just like that? You want to fight against the immortal energy with the body of an emperor? In the entire eternal true world, I'm afraid there is no one who dares to overestimate themselves like you. Luo Yunshan let out a cold laugh and attacked. Boom, the earth shook and the sky trembled. In an instant, the two had already fought dozens of times, causing the entire restrictive formation to shake. What made Luo Yunshan frown was that even though he had used his true power, he still could not take down Lin Sun in a head-on battle. Lin Sun was indeed in a very difficult situation and was at a complete disadvantage. He was suppressed to the point that he could not even lift his head, but he was not injured. Instead, he repeatedly turned danger into safety. This caused Luo Yunshan to be unable to calm down. The Juxian great ancestor was indeed very heaven-defying, but he was not heaven-defying to the point that he could fight against an immortal. This was something that everyone knew since ancient times. But now, Lin Sun could fight against him in a head-on battle with this level of cultivation. If news of this were to spread, it would definitely cause an uproar in the world. This kid is really as monstrous as the rumors say. If I can be used by the Luo family, how good would that be? Luo Yunshan sighed in his heart. Although many thoughts flashed through his mind, Luo Yunshan's attacks became even fiercer. He released the immortal technique he possessed and continuously gave Lin Sun a fatal pressure. Not long after, Lin Sun suffered an extremely great impact and could not help but cough out blood. It was also at this moment that he deeply realized how monstrous the power of an immortal was. Even if he had reached the peak of the Juxian great ancestor realm, even if he used the abyssal sword cauldron to fight with all his strength, he was still in a situation where he was constantly being suppressed. It was extremely dangerous. If you don't lower your head, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Luo Yunshan's expression was indifferent. In the previous conversation with Lin Sun, a lot of anger had already arisen in his heart, but he had been suppressing it. Seeing that Lin Sun was still so thick-headed, Luo Yunshan's attacks became more and more powerful, overbearing, and ruthless. You talk too much nonsense. A cold light flashed in Lin Sun's eyes. He suddenly displayed the forbidden passing technique, and a vast expanse of white light of time suddenly spread out. Almost at the same time, from the abyssal sword cauldron, a magnificent and dazzling gray flame of order poured out and covered Luo Yunshan. Boom, that area fell into a terrifying torrent of destruction. A rain of light splashed, and divine light rose. Lin Sun had already avoided it at the first moment. But the next moment, his eyes narrowed. In the distance, as the rain of light dissipated, Luo Yunshan's figure was revealed. His clothes were ragged, and his body was burned with many shocking scars. Even his beard and hair were burnt. He looked incomparably miserable. But he didn't die. A flying knife, which seemed to be carved out of crystal jade, floated in front of him, filled with a mysterious aura. Faintly, there was a wisp of time aura diffusing from it, which made people's hearts palpitate. Obviously, Luo Yunshan had relied on this flying knife to block the power of the extinction forbidden divine ability. However, it was unavoidable for him to be injured by the flames of order. The forbidden passing technique. They are right. You have already awakened the power of the second stage of the devouring abyss. Luo Yunshan's face was livid, and his eyes were frightening. Unfortunately, in front of the blade of light and shadow left by the Lord of Tongtian, the forbidden passing technique is in vain. The blade of light and shadow, left by the Lord of Tongtian, Lin Sun narrowed his eyes and said, "It seems that you really came prepared." Luo Yunshan's expression was grim. "Since you know this, why do you still struggle? Do you want to suppress you before you are willing to bow down?" Clang, in front of him, the blade of light and shadow suddenly disappeared. The next moment, it appeared in front of Lin Sun and chopped down. The sharp blade was covered with ripples of time. It was incredibly fast. With a puff, blood splashed. Even though Lin Sun tried his best to dodge, he was still injured. There was a deep wound on his shoulder, which was so deep that the bone could be seen. The skin was torn and the flesh was torn. Under the influence of the terrible chi of the saber, he groaned in pain. "Although I don't have the talent of the devouring abyss, I can control the blade of light and shadow with the immortal law. In this case, what do you have to fight against me?" Luo Yunshan's eyes were full of coldness and contempt. As he spoke, the blade flashed, and the terrible flying knife chopped out again. In a flash, Lin Sun's body was covered with wounds and blood. They were not only superficial wounds, but also the chi of the saber rushed into his body, causing him serious injuries. "Surrender, or die." Luo Yunshan stepped forward with a threatening manner, as if he was sure of victory and had power over Lin Sun's life. At this moment, Lin Sun, who was covered with wounds and soaked in blood, suddenly raised his head with a cold smile on his lips. Strangely, in front of him, a crack in space and time silently appeared. Light and shadow intertwined, outlining a faintly discernible door of space and time. Endless light rained down, and the mysteries of time and space collided, producing a terrifying and boundless devouring aura. Within the spatial door was a boundless darkness that seemed to lead to an abyss. It caused one's soul to feel as if it was being devoured with just a glance. Moreover, as the door surged, it simply seemed as if it wanted to drag the nearby heavens and the earth and everything that existed within it into it. The third stage of the talent, Gate of Exile. At this moment, the blade of light and shadow suddenly appeared out of thin air. As soon as it chopped towards Lin Sun, it was swallowed up by the Gate of Exile and disappeared silently. In the distance, Luo Yunshan's face suddenly changed, and his heart trembled. In his mind, he suddenly lost the connection with the blade of light and shadow, as if this supreme treasure inherited from the Lord of Tongtian had completely disappeared from the world. Before he could react, the Gate of Exile, like a bloody mouth opened in time, shrouded his head. Boom! The boundless and terrifying devouring energy was like a huge hand from the heavens that dragged Luo Yunshan's body into the door of exile. His body and mind were overwhelmed with shock, and his face turned pale. He felt as if his cultivation was being fiercely suppressed. Even though he struggled with all his might, he still couldn't stop himself from being dragged toward the bizarre Gate of Exile. "No!" Luo Yunshan roared hoarsely. He was completely panicked, and his whole body was replaced by panic. He couldn't imagine what kind of magic this was. How could it be so terrible? Seeing the Gate of Exile getting closer and closer, Luo Yunshan's eyes almost popped out of their sockets, and he was about to go crazy. He had never felt so close to death since he started his cultivation. However, to Luo Yunshan's surprise, the strange door actually suddenly collapsed and vanished, and the terrifying devouring power disappeared with it. Luo Yunshan was stunned for a moment, and then an unprecedented ecstasy surged in his heart. He vaguely understood that Lin Sun's strength was not enough to use this forbidden method for a long time. "Little bastard. Luo Yunshan roared, and his eyes were full of killing intent. The scene of death just now had completely stimulated him, and he was on a rampage at this moment. However, Lin Sun's figure was nowhere to be seen. Suddenly, an indescribable feeling of palpitation surged all over his body. Luo Yunshan, who was furious, subconsciously raised his head and saw the fire of order covering him. That blazing light engulfed his vision and mind. No! Luo Yunshan was scared out of his wits and let out a shrill roar. Boom! Dust billowed, the destructive currents spread. Lin Sun breathed heavily for a while, grabbing a handful of pills and medicines and started to crazily eat them. This battle was extremely dangerous, and he also used the death restriction and exiled gate consecutively, causing his energy to be on the verge of drying up. Moreover, his body was covered in wounds, filled with shocking blood-colored blade scars. His entire body was soaked in blood, looking very pitiful. But at this moment, Lin Sun laughed, and indescribable joy surged within him. This was probably the first time he killed an undying at his peak state since he started cultivating. Only when he calmed down and thought about the battle before did Lin Sun realize some flaws. The core was that his usage of the exiled gate was lacking. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed to use the order flame at the last moment to deal that fatal blow. With my current cultivation, I can at most maintain the door of exile for 3 breaths of time after executing it. Even though it's a short period of time, if I'm able to grasp the opportunity, then it's sufficient to suppress an undying figure into the abyss of absolute nothingness, and it wouldn't be like this time where Luo Yunshan escaped calamity at the last moment, Lin Sun thought. When he was at the initial stage of the Xianxia Emperor Ancestor realm, after using the exiled gate, he could only last for 1 breath. Now that he was at the perfection stage of the Xianxia Emperor Ancestor realm, when he used this ability, he needed 2 more breaths than before. Don't underestimate this short period of time. If he could grasp the opportunity, he could easily defeat an undying. If I meet an enemy of this level next time, I won't be so passive. Lin Sun took in a deep breath, his eyes filled with disdain. This battle's meaning was far from ordinary, it made him realize the gap between his strength and an undying. But as long as he realized how big the gap was, sooner or later he would be able to make up for it and surpass it. Once his stamina recovered a bit, Lin Sun started to check his spoils. As an undying of the Luo family, the treasures Luo Yunshan had on him were far from ordinary. Just the Dao soldiers imprinted with undying substance, there were 3. Apart from that, there were also some cultivation materials and pills, their value far beyond that of the Emperor realm. And one of the mysterious jade talismans caught Lin Sun's attention. This jade talisman was light violet in color, and it was inscribed with countless laws of lightning that were dense like strands of hair. Its aura was obscure and terrifying. Lin Sun could tell at a glance that this was a secret treasure that borrowed the power of order. It was definitely branded with the 8th grade Earth rank lightning order possessed by the Luo clan. This secret treasure was refined by an immortal of the Luo family, and only the bloodline power of a member of the Luo family could awaken it and borrow it. Even if an outsider obtained this jade talisman, they wouldn't be able to use its power at all. No. My mother, Luo Xianxia, is from the Luo clan, and I have half of the Skyspan Lord's bloodline running through my veins. If that's the case, then I should be able to control the power of order in the jade token. Lin Sun tried to explore the lavender jade talisman with his spiritual awareness. Instantly, the sound of thunder rumbled in his mind. Endless purple lightning rolled like a thick dragon, giving off an aura that could destroy the world. On the other hand, Lin Sun noticed that the blood in his body was boiling, forming a unique resonance with the order power. It seemed as if so long as he willed it in his heart, then he would be able to release the energy of order sealed within the jade talisman. It works. Lin Sun didn't probe further. Instead, he withdrew his spiritual awareness and carefully put away the order jade talisman. This treasure could be used as a trump card. It's a pity that the Blade of Light and Shadow was branded with the power of time, and it's a treasure left behind by the Skyspan Lord. Lin Sun couldn't help but feel a sense of pity when he thought of the Blade of Light and Shadow that was suppressed in the abyss of despair by the Door of Exile. With his current strength, he could use the Door of Exile, but it was almost impossible for him to retrieve the treasure suppressed in the abyss of despair. The reason was that the Door of Exile would only last for 3 breaths, which was too short for Lin Sun to retrieve the Blade of Light and Shadow from the seemingly endless abyss of despair. It would be no different from finding a needle in a haystack. Maybe when I reach the immortal level and can support the door of exile for a long time, I can retrieve this treasure. Lin Sun had a feeling that as his cultivation grew, the door of exile was destined to last longer and longer. After a while, Lin Sun put away the formation and floated away. The mountains and rivers that were originally covered by the formation were now in a mess, and there were scenes of collapse and destruction everywhere. This place wasn't far from Fengwu City, so it didn't take long for cultivators to notice it. When the news reached Fengwu City, it caused a sensation. There was a fierce battle between immortals here. Soon, people made their deductions, and all of them gasped. They all began to speculate, but no one could guess what it was. There were too few clues left in the battlefield. Even so, it still attracted a lot of attention. After all, although they didn't know who was fighting here, the immortal aura left in the battlefield couldn't be hidden at all. In the end, even the experts lying in ambush near the star path were alarmed and came to investigate. They all suspected that such a battle was very likely related to Lin Sun, who hadn't appeared for many years. Unfortunately, even these experts from the Immortal Emperor clans couldn't find any clues in the battlefield ruins. The Fengwu school was the closest to this place. When they heard the news, Lin Xianxia and Nie Qingrong also came. Unlike the others, when they saw such a battlefield, a thought came to their minds at the same time. Could this be Lin Sun's doing? If it was really so, didn't it mean that Lin Sun had been hiding in the territory near the Fengwu school for a long time? If their guess was right, it meant that since they entered the Fengwu school, Lin Sun was very likely to have been watching and protecting them in the dark. In the end, Lin Xianxia and Nie Qingrong looked at each other, subtle emotions surging in their hearts. On the day that Luo Yunshan was killed, Lin Sun left Fengwu City as soon as possible. This place would eventually become a place of trouble, and it would attract too much attention. It wasn't suitable for him to hide anymore. The sun rose and the moon set. Time passed quickly. In the 6th year after Lin Sun entered the 5th heaven, the experts lying in ambush near the star path were less than 10%. Lin Sun didn't show up for a long time. It was obvious that he wanted to continue waiting like this. This made many people tired of the meaningless waiting. They couldn't bear the torture and left one after another. Later, the remaining experts near the star path also left. It wasn't because they didn't want to wait any longer. It was because there were no immortal emperors in the battlefield. With their combat power, even if Lin Sun appeared, they were destined to be no match for him. In that case, why should they stay here? It's no different from courting death. As all the experts near the star path left, the news quickly spread to the 5th heaven, causing a great uproar. It's been 6 years, Lin Sun actually exhausted the killing tribulation. Many people clicked their tongues and sighed. Thinking back to the past, the many immortal emperor clans were aggressive and united to kill Lin Sun in the 5th heaven with all their strength. At that time, who would have thought that Lin Sun didn't show up at all and resolve the monstrous killing tribulation? If it were someone else, they would have died thousands of times. Only Vicious Lin could escape this tribulation in such a unique way. Those undying emperor clans were given the cold shoulder and returned in low spirits. This is a considerable blow to their reputation. After all, Vicious Lin is a single person, yet he managed to render them helpless. If this were to spread out, it wouldn't be good for their reputation. Where do you think Vicious Lin is now? Even those immortal emperor clans can't find him. Who in this world can know where he is? All kinds of discussions sounded in different territories of the 5th heaven. Indeed, compared to before, Lin Sun didn't cause much bloodshed in the 5th heaven, nor did he act as unscrupulously as before. But just the fact that he was able to survive the alliance of the immortal emperor clans was already shocking, and shocking enough. Above a blue sea, Lin Sun was lazily lying on a small boat, drifting with the waves. His eyes were slightly narrowed, and his body and mind were empty. Not long ago, he received news from the Domain Star Road, and also knew that the Immortal Emperor clan experts had all retreated. However, he wasn't in a hurry to act. First, he was worried that it might be a trap. Second, he really wasn't in a hurry. Since leaving Fengwu City, he has been doing 2 things. The first was to completely perfect the profound meaning of the extreme realm of the ancestor realm that the Great Tao Furnace scripture lacked. Second, he was pondering about the mysteries of the immortal path. Right now, he is already at the peak of the Xian Emperor's cultivation. He only needs to cross a threshold to transcend from the Emperor realm and step into the immortal realm. However, this threshold wasn't just a little high. Moreover, Lin Sun has a strong premonition that even if he spends tens of thousands of years, he won't be able to touch the threshold of the immortal realm. Because in order to achieve the immortal path, the most important thing is enlightenment. After extreme accumulation and precipitation, if he wants to break through, he must understand some of the mysteries of the immortal path. Maybe it's a faint feeling, or maybe it's a sudden impulse during cultivation, or maybe it's a thought that flashes through the mind. All of them can become an opportunity to achieve enlightenment. This kind of thing can't be forced. Fine, since I can't understand the mysteries of the immortal path in the fifth heaven, I'll just leave. On this day, Lin Sun, who was lying lazily on the boat, suddenly opened his eyes and stood up, looking towards the sky. Shua, his figure rose up, his clothes fluttering in the wind. He looked like he was ascending to become an immortal, disappearing in the blink of an eye. This day is the 12th year since Lin Sun entered the eternal true world. On this day, there are only 5 years left until the Origin sect's ancestral court recruits disciples. P.S. It's Mother's Day. I wish all mothers in the world happiness and good health. Goldfish will continue to write after a meal with Mother the sixth heaven. Yingfeng City. In a restaurant. Peng Tianxiang sat alone by the window, drinking alone, looking depressed. Do you think that the ruthless man of the Heart Mountain really has the guts to come to the sixth heaven? A noisy discussion sounded in the distance. I don't know if he dares to come or not. I only know that in the sixth heaven, the Wen, Heng, He, Luo, Zhu, and other immortal emperor clans have become the laughingstock of the world. Someone whispered. The expressions of many of the people present changed. From the moment Lin Sun appeared in the first heaven, all the immortal emperor clans dispatched their forces, causing a huge commotion in the sixth heaven, attracting everyone's attention. Countless people were speculating when Lin Sun would be killed, and which immortal emperor clans would kill him. However, no one thought that Lin Sun would still be alive. Because the power gathered by the immortal emperor clans was too terrifying, so much so that people couldn't see any hope of survival from Lin Sun. However, no one expected that under this chase, Lin Sun not only miraculously survived, but also killed all the way from the first heaven to the fifth heaven. What's even more incredible is that even though many immortal emperor clans set up an inescapable net, they still couldn't kill Lin Sun in the fifth heaven. On the contrary, the powerhouses of the immortal emperor clans who couldn't find Lin Sun's trace were the first to be defeated after waiting for so many years. This matter has now spread in the sixth heaven, causing a huge uproar. The immortal emperor clans' faces were completely ruined, and they became a laughingstock. If I were Lin Sun, I definitely wouldn't come to the sixth heaven. It's too dangerous. After all, this is the base camp of those immortal emperor clans. They have already said that if Lin Sun dares to appear, they will make sure he dies without a complete corpse. Someone sighed. Everyone can say threatening words, but the point is, how could a character like Lin Sun be afraid of these threats? Didn't they see how he survived all the way here? Anyone who is his enemy, no matter what your identity or status is, will be killed without hesitation. Someone said slowly, looking at Lin Sun with admiration. Everyone, you are wrong. In the fifth heaven, vicious Lin could only hide like a turtle. He didn't dare to show his traces at all. Otherwise, how could he have survived? Based on this, even if he really dares to enter the sixth heaven, he will continue to be a coward. Otherwise, when his identity is exposed, it will be the day of his death. Someone analyzed calmly, and many people agreed with him. The sixth heaven is like a watershed, completely different from the fifth and lower heavens. Just the number of undying emperor clans in this world had reached a shocking 24. In terms of the vastness of the territory and the large number of cultivators, the fifth heaven and the lower heavens are far from comparable. And the undying emperor clans that Lin Sun had offended, such as Wen, Heng, He, Zhu, Luo, there were at least 10 of them. In other words, in the sixth heaven, half of the immortal emperor clans are Lin Sun's enemies. Under such circumstances, even if Lin Sun enters the sixth heaven, how can he dare to show his face in public? Not to mention him, even if it was an immortal existence, they would have to hide like a turtle. Brother Lin, no wonder Miss Yuran treats you so well. Back in the vast thousand battle domains, who could have imagined that you could become so famous? Listening to people's discussions, Peng Tianxiang couldn't help but think of the time when he met Lin Sun in the vast thousand battle domains. That hateful Yun Luohong forcibly took Miss Yuran away when we were in the ninth heaven gate. Otherwise, we wouldn't have parted so quickly. Peng Tianxiang felt depressed again. Back then, Yun Luohong, who was the ancestor of the Juying emperor, appeared and directly took Dugu Yuran away. At that time, Peng Tianxiang didn't feel anything. However, when he returned to the eternal world and planned to use the power of the clan to go to the seventh heaven and continue to chase after Dugu Yuran, he suddenly discovered that even though he is a direct descendant of the Peng family, he can't go there casually. As a result, it is impossible for him to see Dugu Yuran again. Until now, he can only sit here and drink. Suddenly, Peng Tianxiang's gaze inadvertently glanced through the window, and he noticed a familiar figure flashing through the bustling street. However, when he wanted to look carefully, the familiar figure had long since disappeared into the vast sea of people. Could it really be? Peng Tianxiang frowned. Then, he remembered something. He stood up and hurried out of the restaurant. The street was bustling with activity. Living beings from different races gathered together. They all looked strange and varied. It was undoubtedly difficult to find a person in such a situation. But Peng Tianxiang did not care about it. He went straight in the direction where the figure had disappeared. An indescribable excitement surged in his heart. If it's really him, then he's too bold. Peng Tianxiang searched as he moved forward. Peng Tianxiang? All of a sudden, a figure appeared in front of him. Peng Tianxiang stopped moving. He raised his head and saw that the person blocking his path was a man in a red robe who had long gray hair and the face of a teenager. He was tall and stood there casually. However, he was like a natural chasm that gave off an unshakable pressure. Peng Tianxiang's pupils constricted. Who are you? This was Wind Response City, a territory under the Azure Heaven State. The Peng family was the overlord of the Azure Heaven State. In other words, the Peng family was the ruler of the Azure Heaven State. As such, even though he was blocked by a stranger, Peng Tianxiang did not panic. I am Yu Ting. I am here on orders to pass a message to young Master Peng. The man in the red robe smiled. He looked Peng Tianxiang up and down with a scrutinizing gaze. This unbridled scrutinizing gaze made Peng Tianxiang feel uncomfortable. He frowned. If you have something to say, say it. The man in the red robe smiled disapprovingly. He flipped his palm and a sparkling pearl the size of a pigeon egg appeared. In an instant, Peng Tianxiang's expression changed abruptly, and he seemed as if he'd suffered an extraordinary shock. His eyes turned red as he stared fixedly at the crimson-robed man who called himself Yu Ting, and he said, "How did these spatial spirit pearls fall into your hands?" Spirit pearls, it was a miraculous treasure that could transmit messages across realms. Through a special secret technique, it could transmit a message from one realm to another. In fact, it was no different from sending a letter. However, the spirit pearls could be transmitted between two realms. Such a treasure was extremely valuable. A single one was worth 1,000,000 grade 1 eternity source crystals. Ordinary cultivators would not be willing to buy one. It seems that these spirit pearls were indeed your handiwork. Yu Ting ignored Peng Tianxiang's anger and smiled. However, his smile was filled with mockery and sarcasm. I have to say that you are quite infatuated. However, your writing skills are too poor. Your words are filled with unsightly words. It's like the ravings of a lunatic. It's ridiculous and laughable. Fortunately, Miss Yuran did not see it. Otherwise, she would have been deeply disgusted. You actually peeped at my spirit pearls. Peng Tianxiang felt his mind buzz while an indescribable rage surged throughout his body. He seemed to be on the verge of losing control, and his face was livid and savage. This is the street. If you get angry and affect others, then it would be a great crime. Yu Ting suddenly raised his hand and pressed it down on Peng Tianxiang's shoulder. The latter was actually unable to dodge. Moreover, the strength in his body was instantly and firmly restrained, causing him to be unable to move in the slightest. This caused him to be horrified, and he calmed down slightly. However, his expression was still extremely unsightly as he said, "No wonder Yuran did not reply to me for so long." So it turns out that she was intercepted by you. Who exactly are you? Why are you targeting me like this? Yu Ting said with disdain, if you hadn't been writing such nonsense all these years, do you really think I would pay attention to a toad that overestimates its ability like you? Peng Tianxiang's face instantly flushed red, and his dignity had suffered extreme trampling and humiliation. He said in a hoarse voice, what exactly do you want to do? A frightening cold light arose in Yu Ting's eyes as he stared at Peng Tianxiang and said, my clan's young master asked me to tell you that a respected figure like young Miss Xu Ran isn't someone trash like you can think about. If you dare to have any thoughts that you shouldn't have in the future, then you'll die a horrible death. His voice revealed undisguised contempt. Peng Tianxiang's expression changed indeterminately. Yu Ran asked you to come? Yu Ting laughed with ridicule. What kind of status does young Miss Xu Ran have? Why would she care about such trivial matters? You just have to remember what I said. Otherwise, the entire Peng clan won't be able to protect your life. As he spoke, the sparkling and resplendent world information spirit pearls were crushed one by one between his fingers, emitting cracking sounds. Peng Tianxiang felt as if his heart was being crushed as he watched this scene. His eyes were bloodshot, and his mind was completely blank. The letters within the spirit pearls were written with all his heart and soul, and they were the sustenance of his feelings for all these years. Perhaps they couldn't be considered to be important to others, but they had a special meaning to him. Yet now, they were being destroyed mercilessly. Can't take the blow anymore? What a pitiful and lamentable infatuated child. Yu Ting smiled with a teasing gaze. Peng Tianxiang's eyes were about to split open as he stared fixedly at the shattered spirit pearls. He seemed as if he'd lost his soul, and his eyes gradually dimmed. Even his Dao heart showed signs of collapsing. This was exactly what Yu Ting wanted to see. It was undoubtedly better if he could destroy Qianxi's heart without killing him. Isn't it very interesting to play like this? Right when Peng Tianxiang's Dao heart was about to collapse, a familiar and indifferent voice resounded. This voice seemed to have a strange magical power that transformed into copious and warm energy that stabilized Peng Tianxiang's Dao heart that was on the verge of collapse. He was stunned at first, and then he suddenly raised his head. In his field of vision, he saw a familiar figure that had unknowingly appeared beside him. P.S. Around the 5th of next week, I'll definitely do my best to post 10 chapters. I've corrected a small bug. The magnificent cloud in the previous chapter should be Cloud Vale. The streets were filled with people that flowed in an endless stream. However, no one noticed that a silent battle was taking place in that area. Yu Ting raised his eyes and gazed at the tall figure that appeared abruptly, and he said, do you think it's interesting to torture such a weakling? As he spoke, he started laughing, and his gaze instantly became extremely sharp. What? You want to join in and give it a try? If you're not afraid of death, then feel free to give it a try. His hand had always been pressed on Peng Tianxiang's shoulder, and his expression was composed and carried a form of restrained conceit. On the other hand, Peng Tianxiang seemed to be extremely excited because he discerned who it was. Then let's give it a try. The tall figure was naturally Lin Sun. As he spoke, he stretched out a hand and pressed it down towards Yu Ting's shoulder. It was an understatement. Killing intent flashed in the depths of Yu Ting's eyes. He was just about to make a move when he felt his body suddenly stiffen. A shapeless force surged over, and his cultivation was actually suppressed to the point he couldn't exert it at all. He couldn't even move a single finger. His expression changed slightly while his pupils dilated, and he watched helplessly as Lin Sun's hand casually descended on his shoulder. Bang! Instantly, Yu Ting felt as if his body was being suppressed by the hand of the heavens. Even if he possessed the cultivation of the perfection stage ancestor realm, he was like an ant that was pinched at this moment, and it seemed as if Lin Sun could easily crush him to death with a single thought. You dare talk to me with just this little bit of strength? Lin Sun's gaze was cold, and it was an attitude of absolute arrogance. He couldn't even be bothered to ridicule Yu Ting. Who are you? Yu Ting's expression changed completely. His heart went cold, and he felt extremely terrified. A casual strike had caused him to be unable to resist at all. Such ability wasn't something that just anyone could accomplish. How should we deal with him? Lin Sun couldn't be bothered to spare another glance at Yu Ting, and he turned around to ask Peng Tianxiang. At this moment, Peng Tianxiang had regained his freedom, and he was simply extremely excited in his heart. But he was clearly aware that this wasn't the time to catch up. Leave the city and silence him. Peng Tianxiang took a deep breath, and his gaze became extremely icy cold while his voice revealed deep hatred. If Lin Sun hadn't appeared in time, his Taoist heart would have been destroyed and he would have become a complete waste. If such a thing really happened, it would definitely be more torturous than killing him. Yu Ting's face was ashen, but he didn't panic. He sneered. My young master is the direct descendant of the Yun family, one of the 4 great East Imperial clans of the 7th heaven, Yun Muzha. If you kill me, your Peng family will suffer a great calamity. Do you dare? Peng Tianxiang was stunned and said angrily, Cloud Veil? He seemed to be in disbelief. Arrogance appeared in Yu Ting's eyes. Not bad. So it's him. Peng Tianxiang was in a daze. How could he do this? In the past, I was extremely respectful and admired him. I never showed any disrespect. How could he treat me like this? This truth clearly gave Peng Tianxiang a heavy blow. You can only blame yourself for overestimating your ability. A toad lusting after the flesh of a swan. How could a lowly person like young Miss Xu Ran be someone that a piece of trash like you can associate with? Yu Ting's eyes were full of disdain. Even if he was restrained by Lin Sun, he was still fearless and full of confidence. Obviously, he was sure that with his identity, no one in the 6th heaven would dare to kill him. I just like young Miss Xu Ran. Is that wrong? Peng Tianxiang's eyes were bloodshot, and his expression was filled with madness and resentment. Liking someone you shouldn't like is a big mistake. What's more, if you just love her, no one will care about you. But you don't know your limits. Over the years, you have repeatedly tried to approach Miss Xu Ran with the spirit bead. This is called overestimating yourself. Yu Ting's eyes were cold. Peng Tianxiang hissed, you are just a henchman of Yun Muzha. What qualifications do you have to say that I am overestimating myself? What qualifications does Yun Muzha have to intervene in these things? Whether I am overestimating myself or not, you have no say at all. Yu Ting sneered as if he was looking at an idiot. Seeing this, Lin Sun, who had been watching coldly, said, let's go out of the city. What are you going to do? Yu Ting's face changed drastically. He could no longer be as calm as before. What am I going to do? Of course, I'm going to kill you. Do you think you can still live? Lin Sun laughed. Yu Ting's eyes widened in disbelief. Didn't you hear me clearly? I am from the Yun clan. One of the 4 major families of the East Imperial family. I am a powerful warrior of young Master Yun Muzha. You. Lin Sun interrupted with a smile, even if you are sent by God, you can't escape death today. Peng Tianxiang, isn't your Peng family afraid of disaster? Yu Ting looked at Peng Tianxiang with shock, anger, and panic. Lin Sun's attitude was too domineering, making him afraid in his heart. What does my business have to do with the Peng family? Peng Tianxiang's face was indifferent. Just like you are just a henchman. Even if you die, can Yun Muzha kill his way to the 6th heaven and destroy my Peng family? Yu Ting couldn't believe his ears. Is this the same poor guy who was humiliated, suppressed, and despised by him just now? Before he could react, he felt a pain in his shoulder, and his body was grabbed by Lin Sun and swept into the distance. He finally realized that something was wrong and was frightened. He wanted to roar and attract the attention of the practitioners on the street. In this way, at least he could cause some movement. But who would have thought that after he opened his mouth, he couldn't make a sound? All of a sudden, Yu Ting's heart trembled as if he had fallen into an ice cave. When he looked at Lin Sun again, his eyes were filled with incomprehensible confusion. Who was he? Why did he dare to do this? Outside the city, in a canyon tens of thousands of miles away, the setting sun was like blood. Bang! Yu Ting was thrown to the ground, his hair disheveled. Lin Sun looked at Peng Tianxiang and said, do you want to do it, or should I? I'll do it. Peng Tianxiang's face was hideous and full of hatred. He stepped forward with a sword in his hand. Yu Ting screamed in horror, do you know the consequences of killing me? Lord Yun Muzha will not let you go, he will. Puff, a sharp light flashed, and Yu Ting's head was cut off. His eyes were wide open, and his face was full of disbelief. Peng Tianxiang, as if venting his anger, waved his sword at Yu Ting's body. In a few breaths, there were only pieces of flesh and blood on the ground. He still couldn't vent his hatred. With a wave of his sleeve, a divine flame poured out and burned the flesh and blood into ashes. At this point, Peng Tianxiang put away his sword and stood still. He looked dazed and lost, murmuring, "Brother Lin, am I really overconfident?" His voice was hoarse and full of confusion. "It depends on what you think." Lin Sun sighed in his heart. From the beginning, he had been watching Peng Tianxiang's various performances. Thinking of Peng Tianxiang's infatuation with Dugu Yuran in the Kiliakosm battlefield, he couldn't help sighing in his heart. Practitioners were not without emotions and desires. Since ancient times, there had never been a lack of peerless figures who were obsessed with love and trapped by love. Even great emperors and immortals had times when they were obsessed with love. Lin Sun once heard that there was a Buddha who had achieved the immortal fruit. He fell in love with an ordinary woman unintentionally. In order to stay with the woman and live and die together, he did not hesitate to cut off his immortal Tao and return to the mortal body. This matter caused a sensation in the world. Many people thought that this Buddha was stupid, that he was burdened by love, defeated by the word love. It was a pity that his undying cultivation was wasted. Some people also thought that even if he wanted to stay with this ordinary woman, he didn't have to cut off his cultivation. He could let this ordinary woman set foot on the path of Tao with his strength. Later on, the Buddha gave the answer. There are thousands of women in the world, each with their own merits. However, she is the only one in my heart. So what if she was an ordinary woman? He just fell in love with her. No matter what Tao or karma, he couldn't compare with her. Compared to him, Peng Tianxiang's infatuation towards Dugu Yuran was understandable. Haha, let's not talk about this. I don't need to use these things to move anyone, and I don't need anyone to understand me. After a long time, Peng Tianxiang shook his head and changed the topic. Brother Lin, when did you enter the sixth heaven? 3 days ago. Lin Sun said casually. Let's go and find a place to talk. Peng Tianxiang readily agreed. Yingfeng City, the top floor of a restaurant. The table was full of delicious food, immortal wine, and divine treasures. Lin Sun and Peng Tianxiang drank and talked about their experiences and things over the years. Both of them couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Brother Lin, half of the immortal emperors in the sixth heaven hate you to the bone. This means that once your trace is exposed, it will definitely lead to a monstrous disaster. After a long time, Peng Tianxiang said. Why don't you come with me to the Peng family? At that time, you can change your identity and hide. There won't be any trouble. Lin Sun shook his head and refused. I came to the sixth heaven because I have other important things to do. Peng Tianxiang said. Then can I help? Lin Sun smiled and said. You'd better not get involved. If I really need your help, I will definitely ask you. Now that he thought about it, he and Peng Tianxiang could be considered to have gotten to know each other through a fight. Now, they were already friends who could drink and have fun together. By the way, do you know how to go to the Chaos Demon Sea? Lin Sun asked. Chaos Demon Sea? Peng Tianxiang's pupils shrank. It's the most chaotic place in the sixth heaven, full of strange and terrible disasters. Since ancient times, it has been regarded as the Sea of Sin, where countless evil demons gather. Under normal circumstances, even the immortal emperors in the sixth heaven are reluctant to go near the Chaos Demon Sea, because it's simply a hell. Not only is the environment dangerous, but there are also countless evil demons. Ordinary cultivators have almost no chance of survival if they enter it. In the past years, the immortal emperors in the sixth heaven also united to annihilate all the evil demons in the Chaos Demon Sea, but they failed in the end. Besides feeling shocked, Peng Tianxiang seemed to have come to a slight understanding and said, to Brother Lin, hiding in the chaotic Devil Sea isn't a bad choice. At present, more than half of the immortal emperor clans in the sixth heaven regard Lin Sun as an enemy, which means that as long as he walks in the world, once his identity is exposed, he will encounter unpredictable disasters. Although the Chaos Demon Sea is extremely dangerous, it is extremely suitable for Lin Sun to hide. Lin Sun saw at a glance that Peng Tianxiang was overthinking. He smiled and said, I'm just going there to find someone. After talking with Luo Qingxuan in the fifth heaven, he has learned that Master Lu is lurking in the Chaos Demon Sea of the sixth heaven, As long as he finds Master Lu, some of the mysteries of the past can be solved. Peng Tianxiang was surprised. Find someone? Seeing that Lin Sun didn't explain further, he didn't ask any more questions. The entrance to the Chaos Demon Sea is located in the territory of the Bloody Wind Divine Land. Speaking of this, he seemed to think of something. If Brother Lin really plans to go there, I can help you contact someone. With him, you can avoid many dangers on the way to the Chaos Demon Sea. Who? Lin Sun asked. An old guy who goes in and out of the Chaos Demon Sea all year round and has done business with countless evil people. People who know him call him Old Kuan. Peng Tianxiang said. This old guy is unsociable and arrogant, but my Peng family has helped him before. As long as I ask him to take Brother Lin to the Chaos Demon Sea, he should not refuse. Lin Sun nodded. If there is an experienced person to lead the way, it can indeed save a lot of trouble. There's no time to lose, let's go find him now. Peng Tianxiang stopped drinking and got up directly. It seemed that helping Lin Sun gave him a sense of accomplishment. Lin Sun naturally won't refuse. In the sixth heaven, there are a total of 36 divine lands. Every single divine land was vaster and vaster than a large world. The immortal emperor clans distributed in the sixth heaven almost all control the territory of a state. Some top immortal emperor clans even control more than 2 divine lands. For example, the Ping family is the overlord of the Azure Sky Divine Land. 9 Leaf City. One of the cities in the Azure Sky Divine Land. The 9 Leaves Trading Company was the largest trading company in the city. It had a long history. But very few people knew that the boss behind the scenes of the 9 Leaves Trading Company was precisely the old Kuan that entered and exited the Anarchy Devil Sea all year round to do business. On this day, Peng Tianxiang brought Lin Sun to the 9 Leaves business. After Peng Tianxiang revealed his identity, he was immediately treated as an honored guest. 2 beautiful maids respectfully welcomed him into an elegant and quiet hall. Not long after, the melodious sound of jade ornaments jingling rang out, and then a woman in plain clothes walked into the hall. The woman's hair reached her waist, her figure was excellent, her temperament was cold and elegant, and her appearance was outstanding. However, her expression was a bit cold. As soon as she entered the hall, she said, "My father is not here. Please leave." Peng Tianxiang frowned. Not here? Where did he go? The plain-clothed woman said, "How could a daughter like me know where my father went? If there's nothing else, then please leave." This was the second time she had issued an eviction order. Peng Tianxiang looked a little embarrassed, or rather, embarrassed. Just as he was about to say something, Lin Sun had already stood up and said, "If that's the case, we won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye." With that, he walked out of the hall. Peng Tianxiang hurriedly chased after him. However, as soon as the 2 of them walked out of the hall, they saw an inconspicuous, skinny old man walking over. "I just heard that the second young master of the Ping family and a friend came to visit, so I immediately came to meet you." The old man smiled warmly. "Old Kuan, weren't you not here?" Peng Tianxiang was surprised. Obviously, this inconspicuous old man was Old Kuan. He was also stunned. "Who said I wasn't here?" The plain-clothed woman walked out of the hall with a cold look in her eyes. "I said so." Old Kuan's lips twitched and he said helplessly, "Wanru, this is the second young master of the Ping family. His father helped me a lot. How can you be so rude?" As he said, he cupped his hands to Lin Sun and Peng Tianxiang and apologized, "Please don't blame me. I didn't mean to deceive you. A few years ago, I was seriously injured in a killing. I haven't recovered until now. I'm worried about my health, so I don't want to see guests. Please forgive me." "You're injured?" Peng Tianxiang was surprised. Old Kuan nodded, "Second young master is not an outsider. There's nothing to hide." "So, you can't go to the Chaos Demon Sea now?" Peng Tianxiang frowned. Old Kuan was a little surprised. He glanced at Lin Sun beside Peng Tianxiang and said, "If I'm right, second young master wants me to take you to the Chaos Demon Sea, right?" Peng Tianxiang nodded, "Yes, this is my best friend Shiryu. He wants to go to the Chaos Demon Sea to find someone, so he took the initiative to ask for your help." Shiryu, of course, was the name of Lin Sun's good friend Shiryu when he pretended to be a teenager. Old Kuan cupped his hands to Lin Sun and said, "Greetings, child Shiryu. If you don't mind, you can call me Old Kuan." Lin Sun cupped his hands and said, "Greetings, senior." Old Kuan quickly waved his hand. "I don't deserve to be called senior, but I hope child can understand. I can't go to the Chaos Demon Sea recently." Just when Lin Sun and Ping Tianxiang were a little disappointed, Old Kuan pointed to the plain-clothed woman and said, "However, if you don't mind, you can go to the Chaos Demon Sea with me." Ping Tianxiang was stunned and asked suspiciously, "Her?" Obviously, he didn't believe the plain-clothed woman's ability. The plain-clothed woman was also stunned and frowned. "Father, the Chaos Demon Sea is a dangerous place. I don't want to take a burden with me." Burden? Peng Tianxiang's eyes were a little strange, and he secretly laughed in his heart. If this girl knew that the burden in her eyes was Lin Sun, who was now famous in the world, what would her expression be like? Old Kuan scolded, "Wanru, don't be rude." His appearance was ordinary and his figure was thin, but at this time, there was an oppressive majesty between his eyebrows, which was extremely frightening. Lin Sun was shocked in his heart. It was also at this time that he finally dared to believe that Old Kuan was indeed not an ordinary person, since he could go in and out of such a dangerous place like the Chaos Demon Sea all year round. Under the scolding of Old Kuan, the plain-clothed woman called Wanro lowered her head and said in a muffled voice, "Father, I can take him with me, but I have to say in advance that if anything happens along the way, I won't be responsible." After saying that, she turned around and left. This made Ping Tianxiang frown, and he said, "Old Kuan, your daughter is so resistant. What if?" Old Kuan said with a smile, "Second child, as long as Wanru agrees, she will definitely take Childshire to the Chaos Demon Sea dutifully. I know her temper best." Peng Tianxiang said, "That's good." He looked at Lin Sun, "Brother Shi, what do you think? Do you want Wanru to lead the way?" Lin Sun said, "As long as we can reach the Chaos Demon Sea, it doesn't matter who leads the way." Old Kuan instantly smiled as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders, and he said, "That's good. My 9 Leaves merchant group will dispatch a group led by Wanru to the Ocean of Anarchy 3 days from now. At that time, young master can just set out with the group." He paused for a moment before reminding, "However, there is something that I must remind young master. The environment in the chaotic demon sea is extremely vile and treacherous. Moreover, there are many places that we will pass through along the way that are controlled by many ferocious individuals. Young master must not act on your own. Leave everything to my daughter to handle." Lin Sun nodded in agreement. On the same night, in a hall covered by the power of restriction, there were only Old Kuan and the plain-clothed woman, Wanru. "Father, you also know that our action this time is different from the past. Why do you want that outsider to join us?" Wanru's fair and pretty face was filled with confusion and a trace of anger. "It's just a small favor for the second young master of the Ping family. It won't affect this action." Old Kuan said patiently, "You, on the other hand, must be careful not to neglect young master Shiryu. I've been moving about in the chaotic demon sea all year round and have seen countless ferocious evil cultivators. Even if I don't have a keen eye, I've seen countless people. In my opinion, young master Shiryu isn't a simple figure." Wanru said coldly, "Of course. Otherwise, how could he ask the second young master of the Ping family to help him? No, maybe his identity is not ordinary, but I'm not talking about that." Old Kuan's eyes were filled with a deep luster, his aura is restrained to the extreme. Ordinary people can't detect anything special about him, but my intuition tells me that the most easily neglected people are often the most terrifying. Wanru raised her eyebrows and said after a moment of silence, "Forget it. Since I've already agreed to this matter, I won't refuse anymore. I won't deliberately make things difficult for him along the way as long as he knows his place and doesn't cause trouble for me." Old Kuan sighed with a smile, "You still don't understand what I mean. I'm saying that if you encounter any trouble along the way, maybe you can ask Child Shiryu for help." Wanru's beautiful and fair oval face was filled with disbelief. "Father, aren't you overestimating this person?" Old Kuan laughed. "No matter what, I hope that I'm not wrong about him. I also hope that he's really not an ordinary person. At least, he can help you at critical times." There was a trace of pity in his eyes when he finished speaking. If he wasn't injured this time, he should have been the one to carry out this action. but now, he could only hand this heavy responsibility to his daughter. He knew that his daughter's talent and foundation, as well as her performance over the years, was enough to complete this action. However, as a father, he couldn't help but worry. Wanru's heart was moved. After a while, she took a deep breath and said with determination in her eyes, "Father, I won't let you down." Old Kuan stepped forward and patted his daughter's shoulder gently. "Don't put too much pressure on yourself." Wanro whispered, "Father, I'm just a little worried about your injuries." Old Kuan laughed heartily. "Although my injuries are serious, they won't kill me." "Sir, there's a guest." A servant's respectful voice came from outside the hall. Who would come to visit in the middle of the night? Before Old Kuan could think about it, the closed door of the hall was pushed open and a tall, thin figure strode in. It was a powerful and dignified man. As soon as he came in, he smiled and said, "Old Kuan, you won't blame me for visiting in the middle of the night, right?" Old Kuan smiled warmly. "I'm happy that you're here. How would I dare to blame you? Quick, invite him in." Wanro frowned imperceptibly as she recognized the man. Xianxia, he was an old emperor ancestor from the immortal emperor clan. "Ha ha ha, you're welcome. I'm here for one thing." Xianxia turned his head and said to the outside of the hall, "You guys can come in too." Immediately, a group of people walked in. They were led by 4 to 5 young men and women. All of them were dressed in brocade clothes and had an extraordinary bearing. Their eyes were filled with reservation and conceit. There were more than 10 guards surrounding them, like stars surrounding the moon. Old Kuan was stunned. These are the disciples of my clan." Xianxia raised his hand and pointed at the men and women. "I plan to let them go to the Chaos Demon Sea to see the world. It's best if they can gain experience there. It's bound to be beneficial for their cultivation." Old Kuan's expression changed slightly. "Brother, the Chaos Demon Sea is so dangerous." Before he could finish speaking, Xianxia had interrupted him with a wave of his hand and said, "Old Kuan, aren't you still here? As the saying goes, an unpolished jade is worthless." Even though these young people possess extraordinary cultivation and extraordinary natural talent, they lack true danger and tempering themselves. You only have to bring them along and allow them to experience the dangers of the chaotic demon sea. Old Kuan smiled bitterly and said, "Taoist brother, there's something you don't know. The one leading the group to the chaotic demon sea this time is my daughter. With her ability, I won't be able to bear the consequences if anything goes wrong." A handsome man in a golden robe said coldly, "Senior, are you looking down on us?" The other Han clansmen also revealed indignant expressions. Old Kuan cursed in his heart, but he quickly smiled apologetically, "I dare not, but, alright, this matter is settled." Xianxia waved his hand and helped Old Kuan make the decision. Old Kuan's expression was uncertain. After a while, he said, "Since that's the case, I'll say the ugly words first. If anything happens along the way, don't blame me, Dao brother." Xianxia roared with laughter, and then he glanced at those young men and said, "See that? In the eyes of Brother Kuan, all of you are a bunch of burdens that cause me to worry about. Remember, if you want to be respected, perform well along the way. Don't lose face for the Han family." After saying that, he looked at Old Kuan and said, "Don't worry, none of the children of my Han family are mediocre. If anything happens, I won't blame you." Old Kuan sneered in his heart. "You make it sound nice, but if something really happens, I'm afraid you will push all the blame on me." Xianxia looked at the guards and said, "What's more, look at these guards. They are all elders loyal to my Han family. Which one of them doesn't have the cultivation of an emperor ancestor? With them, as long as we don't encounter an immortal level powerhouse, it's enough to resolve all dangers." Old Kuan also noticed that the dozen or so guards are not simple. Each of them has the cultivation of an ancestor, and the aura of some of them is even stronger than Xianxia. How can such powerful existences be reduced to guards of a young man? This seems absurd, but in fact, it is extremely common among the great immortal emperor clans in the 6th heaven. Because in this world, there are many characters who are eager to join the immortal emperor clans. For example, Niechingron and Lin Qingxue are both emperor ancestors, but when they were in the 1st heaven, weren't they also eager to be accepted by the He family and the Hong family to cultivate in the 6th heaven? Therefore, even if their cultivation levels are similar, Heng Tianxiao, a member of the Heng family, has a high status and is far superior to the elders who serve the Heng family. In the end, old Kuan could only compromise and agree. Heng Tianxiao and the others didn't stay for long and quickly left. When only old Kuan and Wan Rou were left in the hall, Wan Rou couldn't help but say, "Father, letting sure you join in this operation is already the limit of my tolerance. Now that the Heng family has sent so many people, how can I take care of them?" Old Kuan took a deep breath, and a cold light surged in his eyes. "You don't have to take care of them, just take them with you. If something really happens, it doesn't matter. At that time I have my own ways to deal with the Heng family's blame." Immediately, he frowned and said, "However, you still have to be vigilant. It's already the middle of the night, but Heng Tianxiao brought a group of people to the Chaos Demon Sea. This is a bit abnormal." After this reminder, Wan Rou also realized that something was wrong and said, "Father, you said that the Heng family came here for another purpose?" Old Kuan shook his head. "No, it's impossible for them to target us. It's just that they are going to the Chaos Demon Sea not just to train those young people, but for another purpose." "Another purpose?" Wan Rou's clear eyes flickered. "However, you don't need to pay attention to this. Just take the role of a guide," Old Kuan said. Wan Rou nodded. 3 days later. In front of the Nine Leaves Chamber of Commerce, a treasure ship floated in the void, and the unique totem mark of the Nine Leaves Chamber of Commerce was suspended on the mast. 9 green leaves spread out one by one, forming a circle. 9 is the extreme number. When 9 returns to 1, the Great Way is complete. This totem mark has a special meaning. Lin Sun stood aside and looked at the treasure ship. Peng Tianxiang had left last night and returned to his clan. The killing of Yu Ting was bound to cause a counterattack from the Cloud Veil. Peng Tianxiang needed to discuss this matter with his clan. Not far away, Wan Rou, who had an excellent figure, was still dressed in plain clothes. She looked at Lin Sun who stood there alone, thought for a while, and raised her hand to summon a maid. "Renyue, from now on, you will accompany and serve Child Shiryu. Remember, don't neglect him," Wan Rou said. The maid was beautiful and wore a well-cut lotus-colored long dress. Her skin was fair and delicate. Hearing Wan Rou's words, she pursed her lips and smiled. "Yes, Mississippi," Wan Rou transmitted her voice, "keep an eye on him. If he does anything unusual, you must tell me immediately." Renyue blinked her eyes and agreed. At that moment, Lin Sun saw the members of the Heng family. In fact, it was hard not to notice them. There were nearly 20 of them, including the guards. They were very eye-catching. "Child, these are the members of the Heng family. This time, they will go to Chaos Demon Sea with us. Look at the golden-robed man in the lead. His name is Heng Xinghai. It is said that he is the third son of the Heng family's leader. The 2 men and 1 woman beside him are his younger brother and younger sister." Renyue came to Lin Sun and introduced them. Her voice was clear and pleasant to the ears. The Heng family, a strange look flashed in the depths of Lin Sun's eyes. The first imperial ancestor he killed in the Great Thousand Battles realms was Heng Tian Shua of the Heng family. It was also from then on that he became enemies with the Heng family. During the years he had been in the eternal true world, the Heng family's forces had always been among the immortal emperors who chased after his life. "Miss Wanru, can we go now?" Heng Xinghai, who was in the lead, asked loudly. He was dressed in a golden robe and had a strong body. He was brave and had an unruly look in his eyes. "Wait a moment," Wan Rou said and turned to look at old Kuan standing in the distance. She said, "Father, everyone is here. You can go back." Old Kuan nodded and said to an old servant beside him, "Old friend, you have to be careful along the way." The old servant's hair was sparse and he was bony. There were 3 terrifying scars on his forehead. They looked like 3 ferocious centipedes lying on the ground. They were hideous and terrifying. His voice was hoarse and low. "Master, I will take good care of Mississippi, Uncle Jiao, let's go." Wan Rou glanced at the old servant, then at old Kuan. She turned around and walked into the distance. "Everyone, let's go." After a moment, the treasure ship rose into the sky and carried everyone into the sky. It crushed the clouds and gradually disappeared into the distance. Nothing must happen this time. Old Kuan watched the treasure ship disappear. When he remembered what Wanro was about to do, he felt a little worried for some reason. 10 days later. The treasure ship of the Nine Leaves Chamber of Commerce smoothly entered the territory of the Bloody Wind Divine Land. If nothing unexpected happened, they would be able to embark on the journey to the chaotic Demon Sea in another 7 days. That was a long journey that was filled with danger. However, with Wanro leading the way, Lin Sun didn't worry about getting lost. Compared to the boundary ship that traveled in the starry sky, the Nine Leaves Chamber of Commerce's treasured ship wasn't large, but it was comparable to an extremely magnificent palace. Many overlapping spaces had been opened up in the cabin of the ship, and they were covered in layers of restrictive spells. This was the place where Lin Sun and the others lived. In one of the elegantly arranged rooms, Wanro, who was sitting behind the table, put down the jade slip in her hand, rubbed her eyebrows, and asked casually, "Uncle Jiao, is Child Shiryu still in the room?" "Yes, Uncle Jiao," a bony old servant said in a low voice not far away. "I didn't expect him to be so obedient and cooperative." Wanro was a little surprised. In her expectation, it must be difficult to serve a person who hung around with a noble child like Peng Tianxiang. She was even ready to take the opportunity to teach Peng Tianxiang a lesson if he dared to do anything out of line. She didn't expect that from the moment he set foot on the treasure ship, he would stay in the room and never cause any trouble to the treasure ship. This was beyond Wanro's expectation. On the contrary, it was the actions of the Heng clansmen that made Wanro feel rather annoyed. Some people indulged in debauchery, drinking, and singing. Wanro endured it. Some people indulged in debauchery, playing the flute every night. Wanro endured it. Every time they arrived at a place, they would clamor to stop the treasured ship for a short while and go to the city to visit their friends. Wanro still endured it. But there was actually someone cultivating the sword Dao in an unbridled manner on the treasured vessel. The clanging and resounding sword howls resounded, and when sword chi swept out, even the restrictions within the treasured vessel were shaken, causing the entire treasured vessel to be thrown into disorder. This was what Wanro couldn't tolerate. The one who practiced the sword was Heng Xinghai, the leader of the Heng clansmen. It was said that this person was obsessed with sword Dao and would practice the sword whenever he was free. If it was somewhere else, Wanro might admire him. However, on the treasured ship, it was infuriating and repulsive. Wanro had personally gone to remind Heng Xinghai, hoping that he would restrain himself a little and at least not affect the order of the treasured ship. Who would have thought that Heng Xinghai didn't care at all? He still did what he wanted and didn't take Wanro's words seriously. How could Wanro not be annoyed? In comparison, Lin Sun, who had been in seclusion since he boarded the treasured ship, undoubtedly gave people a better impression. "Young miss, bad news." Suddenly, an anxious voice came from outside the room. Wanro was shocked and said, "Come in and talk." A maidservant pushed the door open and said anxiously, "Miss, quickly go to young Master Shiryu's room and take a look. Young Master Heng Xingwen wants Runyue to drink with him, but Runyue doesn't agree. Heng Xingwen doesn't give in and is furious. He is about to make a move." Wanro suddenly stood up with a cold expression. "This fellow is too presumptuous." Heng Xingwen was the disciple of the Heng clan that had been licentious to the extreme since he stepped onto the treasured vessel, and he indulged in debauchery every night. The 3 female revered elders that served by his side accompanied him to do some indescribable things day and night, causing the treasured vessel to be in a state of chaos. If that was the case, it would have been fine. After all, those unbearable scenes and sounds happened in Heng Xingwen's room and were covered by the restriction power, so it wouldn't affect others. But now, this guy has extended his evil claws towards Runyue. This has crossed Wanru's bottom line. Runyue was her personal maid. She had been arranged to serve Lin Sun since they boarded the ship. But now she was targeted by Heng Xingwen, the lascivious pervert. How could Wanru not be angry? "Uncle Jiao, let's go take a look." Wanro immediately headed out of the room. Lin Sun was awakened from meditation by a voice full of anger, helplessness, and hesitation. Even though the room was covered in the energy of restrictions, staying within it was equivalent to being isolated from the outside world. So once a mishap occurred while the treasured vessel was flying, it would be utterly impossible to sense it at the first possible moment. In that case, it was very likely that he would fall into a dangerous situation. Therefore, from the moment Lin Sun set foot on the treasure ship, he opened a corner of the room so that even if something unexpected happened, he could react immediately. Because of this, Lin Sun immediately noticed the angry and hesitant voice. It was Renue. Lin Sun was stunned. This was the Nine Leaves Chamber of Commerce's treasured ship. Who would dare to harm Renue on this ship? Lin Sun spread out his divine sense and instantly captured what was happening outside the room. Slap, a crisp slap resounded. Renue's fair and beautiful face turned red and swollen. She staggered and fell to the ground. She didn't dare to resist. Her eyes were filled with anger and fear. This is the Nine Leaves Chamber of Commerce's treasured ship. Aren't you afraid of offending my miss? She said in a trembling voice. Heng Xingwen's expression was indifferent. His handsome face was full of gloom. So what if it's the Nine Leaves Chamber of Commerce? Would they offend me for a lowly servant like you? As he spoke, he grabbed Renue. His eyes unscrupulously swept over Renue's graceful figure. He revealed a lustful expression and said, I cultivate the acacia Tao. This young master cultivates the Tao of acacia, which is indescribably wondrous. Which woman who is chosen by me hasn't obtained great benefits from acacia? I don't, Renue screamed. Her pretty face was full of fear. She wailed, I beg you, please let me go. Which woman that I've set my eyes on dares to refuse like you? Heng Xingwen snorted coldly. He grabbed Renue's arm and was about to bring her back to the room. In the room, Lin Sun frowned. How dare the Heng family be so unscrupulous? Stop. At this moment, a cold rebuke sounded. The gentle figure of Uncle Jiao walked over from afar. Oh, it's Miss Wanru. Heng Xingwen didn't panic at all. Instead, he looked at Wanru with a frivolous expression and said playfully, Do you want to be a guest in my room? Wanru took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the anger in her heart. She said coldly, Put Renue down and leave. Otherwise, don't blame me for not giving face to the Heng family. Oh, don't tell me you dare to make a move? Heng Xingwen pretended to be surprised. His eyes were full of ridicule. Miss Wanru is only a servant. Moreover, I'm just having a heart-to-heart talk with her to let her experience the true profundity of acacia. I'm sure she'll benefit greatly from it. Who knows, she might even take the initiative to beg me to have sex with her in the future. Of course, if Miss Wanru is also interested, you can also take this opportunity to experience it. Shut up. Wanru was so angry that she was almost unable to control the rage in her heart. Her eyes were terrifyingly cold. I'll say it one more time. Put Renue down and leave. She spoke word by word resolutely and coldly. Heng Xingwen's brows raised. He was just about to say something when a clear voice resounded from afar. Xingwen, don't cause trouble. Heng Xinghai, who wore a golden robe, walked over hastily. He first glared fiercely at Heng Xingwen, and then he smiled at Wanru. This brother of mine is dissolute and unrestrained. Moreover, he cultivates the acacia Tao. It's inevitable for him to do some absurd things. I hope Miss Wanru will blame him. He seemed to be explaining, but his expression was actually not apologetic at all. It was as if he was describing an extremely ordinary matter. Ask him to let Renue go first. Wanru's expression was icy cold. Heng Xinghai berated, Xingwen, we have to rely on Miss Wanru on this trip. How could you do such a thing? Quickly let her go. Heng Xingwen casually released Renue and said regretfully, Alas, the world's prejudice towards the acacia Tao is too great. They don't understand how wonderful it is. Mississippi Renue rushed to Wanru's side. She was like a frightened deer, with tears in her eyes and shivering. No one knew whether it was because of excitement or fear. Miss Wanru, if there's nothing else, we'll go back to our room. Heng Xinghai laughed heartily. Child Heng, I hope nothing like this will happen again in the future. Otherwise, I can't guarantee that we won't encounter any danger along the way, Wanru said calmly. Heng Xinghai narrowed his eyes slightly, and then he laughed out loud. Then he turned around and left with Heng Xingwen. Watching them leave, Wanru's eyebrows were filled with undisguised disgust. There was a kind of anger in her heart that she had nowhere to vent. She looked at Renue and then at Lin Sun's closed door. She felt more and more upset in her heart. Biting her cherry lips, Wanru turned around and left. When she returned to her room, she couldn't help saying coldly, "Uncle Jiao, if the clansmen of Heng family continue to make trouble, there will be a big mess along the way." Uncle Jiao said in a hoarse voice, "Miss, a little impatience will spoil a great plan. These clansmen of Heng family still need us to lead them to Chaos Demon Sea. No matter how presumptuous they won't dare to completely offend us. For the time being, just bear with it." A touch of helplessness appeared on his face, and he shook his head. Wanru also knew what Uncle Jiao said was true, but the hatred in her heart couldn't be eliminated. She gritted her teeth and said, "And sure it happened outside his room, but he ignored it from beginning to end. I even arranged Ranue to serve him. Who would have thought that he is also a coward?" Uncle Jiao sighed softly. As an outsider, it's understandable that he doesn't dare to offend Heng family. Wanru's pretty face showed deep disappointment and disdain. "My father also said that this person is not an ordinary person. He asked me to treat him well and not neglect him. He even said that when I encounter an irresolvable crisis, I can ask this person for help. Who would have thought that he is such a coward and incompetent person?" Uncle Jiao seemed to be lost in thought as he said, "Master has experienced countless great dangers and great storms in his life. With his eyes that can see through the affairs of the world, it's extremely rare for him to misjudge someone." Since he said that, then he must have noticed something unusual about this young Master Shiryu. After a pause, he said in a gentle voice, "In my opinion, miss, you can't act on impulse. After all, this matter is caused by those clansmen of Heng family, and it has nothing to do with child Shiryu. We can't say anything whether he helps or not." "Yes, it has nothing to do with him." Wanru's voice was depressed. "If I knew it, I shouldn't have asked Ranue to serve him, and I shouldn't have treated him differently from others." His voice was filled with disappointment. Originally, she had a good impression of Lin Sun in recent days, and she even had a good impression of him. But now, this little bit of good impression was gone. "Miss, should I still serve child Shiryu?" Ranue asked timidly. "No need," Wanru said coldly without hesitation. "From now on, just pretend that he doesn't exist on this treasure ship." Uncle Jiao sighed softly and said gently, "Miss." As soon as he finished speaking, he was interrupted by Wanru. "Uncle Jiao, if you want to persuade me to understand and approve of that selfish and timid guy, then don't say it." Uncle Jiao could only smile bitterly. In fact, he was also a little uncomfortable in his heart. It was an exception to agree to let Shiryu join them this time. After boarding the ship, Wanru sent her personal maid Ranue to serve him, and she treated him without any neglect from beginning to end. Even if he didn't appreciate it, how could he be indifferent and choose to stand by when it happened outside his room just now? If it were someone else, perhaps, she would also feel disappointed. In the room, Lin Sun sat cross-legged and frowned slightly. Although the incident outside the door had come to an end, he still felt that something was amiss. Originally, when he saw Heng Xingwen slapping Ranue, he had already planned to help. After all, Ranue was a maid arranged to stay by his side. Moreover, he had to be grateful to Wanru for leading the way this time. But just as he was about to act, Lin Sun realized that something was amiss. First of all, Heng Xinghai was at the 8th level of the Emperor Realm while Ranue was only at the 6th level of the Emperor Realm. If he really wanted to capture Ranue and take her away, he could guarantee that he would be able to capture Ranue in an instant. Moreover, he wouldn't make a single sound. But Heng Xinghai didn't do so. He didn't even care that it would cause a commotion and let others know. This was undoubtedly a little strange. Moreover, the place where it happened was also very strange. From the moment he set foot on the treasure ship, Lin Sun had already warned Ranue that he didn't need any service when he cultivated in his room. It was best not to disturb him unless it was necessary. Now, the treasure ship had been flying for more than 10 days. Ranue was indeed very obedient and didn't disturb Lin Sun. But today, Ranue appeared outside his room, and was targeted by the horizontal star sea. Even if Ranue took the initiative to seek help after encountering danger, shouldn't she, as Wanru's maid, seek help from Wanru first? But she appeared in front of his room. Lin Sun felt that the whole thing was deliberately shown to him. This was very unusual. Because of this, Lin Sun, who originally planned to act, forcibly resisted the urge to do so and chose to look on coldly. Right now, Lin Sun was pondering whether there was a problem with Heng Xingwen or Ranue. or perhaps there was a problem with both of them. It was obvious that they were doing this for him. However, what was their goal in doing this? Was he trying to test his own abilities, or to find out more about him? Lin Sun pondered for a long time and then shook his head. No matter what tricks they had up their sleeves, if they really provoked him, he would just kill them. In Lin's eyes, only Uncle Jiao beside Wanro was worthy of his attention on the whole treasure ship. As for the others, it was hard for Lin Sun to pay attention to them. In these years, he had even killed undying beings. Why would he care about these emperor-level characters? Other people might be wary of the Heng family's might, but sorry to say, ever since Lin Sun entered the eternal true world, he had never been afraid of any immortal emperor. Never mind, this matter occurred on the treasured vessel after all, so it's better to warn Wanru. Lin Sun got up, walked out of the room and went straight to where Wanru lived. However, when Lin Sun knocked on the door, Ruinua's ice-cold voice came from the room. My young mistress is resting. Young master, please come back another day. Lin Sun was in a daze and said, please tell your miss that I have an important matter to discuss with her. After a short silence, Ruinua's voice rang out again, young master, my young lady said that if there's anything, we'll talk about it another day. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows and vaguely figured out something. He couldn't help but smile and said, fine. He turned around and left. He already knew that the reason why Wanru refused to see him was probably because she blamed him for not stopping the disturbance before. Perhaps she thought he was timid and afraid of trouble, or selfish and cold-blooded. Lin Sun smiled and didn't care about this little rejection. After all, it was a trivial matter. For the sake of old Kuan, he wouldn't argue with Wanru. On the way back to the room, Lin Sun saw a man in a golden robe waiting for him. He was strong and valiant. It was Xianxia, who was crazy about sword cultivation. When he saw Lin Sun, he said, my friend, can we have a chat? What do you want to talk about? Lin Sun stopped. Xianxia smiled and said, don't be nervous. I just heard that you boarded the ship with the help of Peng family. Peng Tianxiang and I are old friends, so I want to get to know you. Really? But I'm not interested in getting to know someone I don't know. Lin Sun also smiled and walked straight forward. Xianxia was stunned. It seemed that he didn't expect to be rejected like this. Watching Lin Sun's back, he couldn't help but show a touch of coldness. The next moment, he also turned around and left. There's really something wrong with the Heng family. Back in the room, Lin Sun remembered Xianxia's invitation and keenly realized that the situation on the treasure ship was far from as simple as it seemed. In other words, these Heng family members obviously had other intentions. No matter what you want to do, if you dare to provoke me, don't blame me for being rude. Lin Sun's black eyes flashed. He sat down casually, got rid of distracting thoughts, and continued to meditate. In another room, Xianxia's face was gloomy. He stared at Xianxia like a sword and said, do you know that your actions today have attracted Shiryu's attention? Xianxia spoke indifferently, I just wanted to probe his ability, so as to avoid any mishaps from occurring when we take action. Who would have imagined that this fellow would be a cowardly tortoise? Even the maidservant by his side has been bullied, yet he still doesn't dare show himself. How cowardly. As he said, he couldn't help laughing. Xianxia snorted coldly. Thinking of the scene where he was refused by Lin Sun before, he felt a little uneasy and said, Shiryu is not as cowardly as you think. Before we take action, take some people to monitor him. If he dares to do anything, kill him immediately. Xianxia said with a smile, don't worry. It's a piece of cake. Xianxia's eyes were as sharp as swords. He said coldly, a piece of cake? If you dare to make any mistakes and delay this action, someone will deal with you even if I don't do it. Xianxia was stunned for a moment, and then his handsome face showed a solemn expression. A few days passed in a hurry, and there were no more twists and turns along the way. On this day, the treasure ship carrying Lin Sun and the others suddenly shook violently. From time to time, there was the sound of wind, rain, and thunder. Everyone, there's no need to panic. Our treasured vessel has already set out on the path to the ocean of anarchy. In the next few days, the treasured vessel will pass through various dangerous areas, but so long as everyone stays on the treasured vessel, then you'll be fine. On the ship, Uncle Jiao's hoarse voice sounded. Are we already going to Chaos Demon Sea? Lin Sun pushed the door open and walked out of the huge palace-like cabin. He came to the deck, which was comparable to a giant square. Wanru, Uncle Jiao, and a group of guards were already standing by the railing of the deck. Some clansmen of Heng family, such as Heng Xinghai and Heng Xingwen, were also there. When Lin Sun appeared, Heng Xinghai and others just glanced at him, and then looked away to the distance. Child Shiryu is also here. Uncle Jiao greeted him with a smile. Wanru stood there without looking back. Obviously, she didn't want to pay attention to Lin Sun. Lin Sun smiled and said, "It's the first time for me to go to Chaos Demon Sea. I heard the noise, so I came to have a look." He looked into the distance. At this moment, the treasured vessel was sailing within an expanse of a pitch-black sea of clouds. Occasionally, bolts of lightning that were thick like pythons would charge out from within the black sea of clouds, and they emitted dazzling and resplendent lights while rumbling shook the soul. Storms like whirlpools, like a group of demons dancing wildly, rolled and whistled in the sea of clouds, tore the sky, disturbed the universe, and made rumbling sounds. In contrast, the treasure ship carrying them was like a drop in the sea, extremely small. This is the Black Demon Thunder Sea, where the evil and vicious 10,000 demons thunder is born. If struck by it, ordinary people in the Emperor realm can't bear it. And the chaotic yin gang wind is also extremely ferocious and can blow away people's souls. It's extremely strange. Uncle Jiao pointed to the distance and explained to Lin Sun. Lin Sun nodded and said, "It looks very dangerous indeed." He noticed that the treasured vessel was emanating layer after layer of rippling radiance that seemed like 7 colors, and it transformed into a barrier of light that enveloped the surroundings. Thus, it was able to safely avoid the numerous attacks of the myriad fiend divine lightning and chaotic gale on the way. For people like us who enter and exit the Chaos Demon Sea all year round, these things in front of us are just small tricks. The closer we get to the Chaos Demon Sea, the more dangerous it will be. For example, the Blood Demon Mountain has accumulated the bloody aura that has gathered on it since ancient times. This mountain is 90,000 meters high and stretches across the heavens and the earth. It's no different from a bloody purgatory. For example, there are countless narrow and long spatial rifts distributed in the Chaos Demon Sea. Walking in it, one will be swept by the spatial turbulence at all times. There are also the Ghost Underworld River, Sheephorn Ridge, Eight Evils Island. Uncle Jiao spoke with confidence and composure, and he was very familiar with the dangerous places along the way. Lin Sun listened with relish and said, "No wonder the Chaos Demon Sea is regarded as the most chaotic place in the 6th heaven. Just the dangers along the way can prevent most cultivators from going there." Uncle Jiao smiled and said, "Therefore, the Chaos Demon Sea has become a refuge for those vicious and evil people. Ordinary people would never come to such a damned place unless they can't live anymore." Uncle Jiao. Not far away, Wanro said, "We will arrive at the Blood Demon Mountain in half an hour. Prepare the goods in advance." Uncle Jiao nodded immediately, turned around, and left in a hurry. At this time, Heng Xinghai walked towards Wanro from afar with a straightforward expression, and he said with a smile, "Miss Wanro, can I ask you a question?" "I don't dare to ask." "May I know what child wants to ask?" Wanro said. Not far away, Heng Xingwen and some guards walked towards Lin Sun. They seemed to be casually looking at the scene outside the treasure ship. But Lin Sun frowned, because if he observed carefully, the figures of Heng Xingwen and others just happened to form a barrier between him and Wanro. Looking at Wanro, who was close at hand, Heng Xinghai still smiled, but his eyes suddenly became sharp and terrifying, and he said in a low voice, "I want to ask if the congenital bone left by ancestor Kuan is in Mrs. possession?" Wanro's heart skipped a beat and her expression changed. Before she could react, a cold light flashed and pressed against Wanro's throat. This was a flying sword with a peerlessly sharp and brilliant glow, and it emitted a fierce aura that caused Wanro's delicate body to stiffen as a layer of goosebumps suffused the snow-white skin on her neck. Heng Xinghai smiled and said, "Now, you can answer my question. Young miss. How dare you?" A wave of restlessness and exclamations arose in the surroundings. The guards of the Nine Leaves merchant group revealed shocked and furious expressions. No one had expected that horizontal star ocean would suddenly attack Wanro, and they were caught off guard by this scene. It wasn't just them. Even Wanro herself didn't expect something like this to happen. Her clear eyes turned extremely cold. So you didn't come here to enter the Anarchy Sea? You have other plans? Wan Rou said angrily. Xianxia smiled, it's not too late. Young Miss Wan Rou, our goal this time is very simple. We want to take away Ancestor Kuan's connate natal bone. As long as you cooperate obediently, I promise I won't harm a single hair on your body. Wan Rou's heart was in turmoil. What natal bone? I don't know anything about it. Why are you still playing dumb at a time like this? Xianxia's eyes were filled with mockery. Ren Yu, remind your young miss. Let her think about whether she remembers this item or not. Ren Yu? Wan Rou's expression changed drastically. The usually obedient and quick-witted Ren Yu pursed her lips into a smile and said, Miss, you're truly forgetful. Didn't you head to the Chaos Demon Sea with that treasure to make a deal with Dao Lord Scarlet Fiend? Wan Rou's heart sank and her limbs went cold. She actually calmed down now, but her eyes were filled with disappointment. She said, Ren Yu, I kept you by my side a long time ago and treated you like a sister. How dare you treat me like this? When did you betray me? Ren Yu's eyes were filled with pity. What betrayal? I've always been a member of the Heng family and have been working for them all these years. It's just that you didn't know. Wan Rou was stunned. She looked at Xianxia and said, So you've been planning this for many years. Horizontal Star C shook his head. I don't have that much patience. It's all my uncle's doing. Uncle? Wan Rou immediately thought of Heng Tianxiao, who had visited her in the middle of the night before they departed. So it was him. Wan Rou finally understood. No wonder Tian Heng and Tianxiao had rushed over and insisted on bringing Xianxia and the others into this operation. They must have received the news in advance and knew the purpose of his trip, which was why they launched this operation. However, there was still a question in Wan Rou's heart. In the Nine Leaves Chamber of Commerce, only she and her father knew about her trip with the Kuan ancestor's origin bone. But now, not only did Ren Yuan know about it, he even knew about traversing Star Ocean. Who was the one who leaked it? For a moment, Wan Rou's mind was in a mess. They'd just stepped onto the path to the Anarchy Devil Sea, yet such an unforeseen event had occurred. When she thought that it was extremely likely that this trip would come to a premature end, and when she recalled her father's ardent expectations, Wan Rou couldn't help but feel sorrow in her heart. How could this be? Miss Wan Rou, are you going to hand over that treasure of your own accord, or do you want me to do it for you? Horizontal Star C asked with a smile, and he had a confident attitude. The nearby guards of the Nine Leaves Chamber of Commerce dared not act rashly for fear of harming the innocent. Quickly, go look for Uncle Jiao. One of the guards cried out anxiously. With this reminder, Wan Rou's eyes lit up. Right, there's still Uncle Jiao. Even if I die, I can still entrust this matter to Uncle Jiao. However, right at this moment, Horizontal Star C roared with laughter. I'm afraid the Uncle Jiao all of you speak of has already been captured. What? The hearts of Wan Rou and the guards of the Nine Leaves Chamber of Commerce shook. After that, within their field of vision, they saw a thin and tall figure walk out from the cabin. He wore a violet robe and was filled with a dignified aura. Surprisingly, it was Heng Tianxiao. Moreover, he held a bloody figure in his hand. If one looked carefully, they would notice to their surprise that it was Uncle Jiao. However, Uncle Jiao had suffered a heavy injury and was unconscious. When she saw this scene, Wan Rou simply felt as if she was struck by lightning. She was completely stunned and dazed. How could this be? Niece, I'm sorry for the offense. Heng Tianxiao walked forward and laughed heartily. Just like Starcy said, as long as you hand over that treasure, I'll definitely spare your life. As an immortal emperor clan, how noble is your Heng clan? Why would you do such a thing? Wan Rou's pretty face was ghastly pale, and her body was trembling slightly. Humans die for wealth, and birds die for food. Even my Heng clan is tempted by the origin bone left behind by the Kuan ancestor. Heng Tianxiao sighed emotionally. In the next moment, his expression turned serious as he stared at Wan Rou and said, Time is precious. Niece, if you still don't hand over that treasure, then I'll have no choice but to kill you first before taking the treasure from you. The atmosphere instantly became tense and oppressive. Everyone looked at Wan Rou in unison. The guards of the Nine Leaves Chamber of Commerce were filled with grief and indignation. On the other hand, Heng Xinghai, Heng Xingwen, and the other members of the Hang clan sneered. Right at this moment, if you were willing to meet me a few days ago, perhaps today's incident wouldn't have happened. A soft sigh sounded abruptly. However, it's not too late now. Everyone was stunned. Looking in the direction of the voice, they saw the tall figure of Lin Sun, who was dressed in a moon-white robe. Wan Ro was also stunned. She didn't expect that in such a situation, Lin Sun, who she had always regarded as a cold-blooded and cowardly coward, would take the initiative to intervene. The members of the Hang clan were also very surprised. Even a fool could see that the current situation was completely under their control. But now, there was someone who was not afraid of death. Xingwen, kill him. Heng Xinghai frowned and shouted. Heng Xingwen, who had been standing between Lin Sun and Wan Ro in the distance like a barrier, revealed a grim smile and suddenly waved his hand. Immediately, the three Ancestor Realm elders near him rushed towards Lin Sun, each of them releasing the terrifying power of the Ancestor Realm. Wan Ro's heart suddenly tightened. She couldn't bear to watch anymore. But an incredible scene appeared. Lin Sun stood still and raised his hand to press in the void. Bang! 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 Amidst three muffled sounds, the three Emperor ancestors, who possessed terrifying presences that could make any Emperor Realm expert feel fear and despair, were like flies as they slammed onto the deck. Their cultivation and presences had been sealed at the same time. This sudden scene caused everyone in the surroundings to be shocked, and it was perfectly silent. Heng Xingwen's eyeballs almost fell out, and the grim smile on his face froze. The members of the Hang clan also looked as if they had seen a ghost. Their bodies were stiff and they couldn't believe it. Heng Tianxiao and Heng Xinghai's hearts trembled, and their faces changed dramatically. They realized that the situation was not good. The atmosphere also became deathly silent. The existence of the Ancestor Realm had already stood at the peak of the Emperor Realm. Even the peak 8th level Emperor could only bow in front of this realm. Characters at this level, even in the 6th heaven, could be regarded as the top. It was true that these three people were all elders of the Hang clan, but their cultivation was at the Ancestor Realm. But now, the three Emperor ancestors were suppressed as soon as they made a move. Who would have thought of this before? Wan Ro was also shocked. Her eyes widened, and her heart pounded violently. She remembered what her father, Old Kuan, said and vaguely understood, but the contrast was so great that she couldn't believe it for a while. The guards of the Nine Leaves Chamber of Commerce were also stunned at this moment. Of course, they knew this child Shiryu, but they didn't know that he was a hidden master. If you work for others, you must be prepared to die. Since you attacked me, I can't let you live. Lin Sun's indifferent voice sounded in the field, and he pressed his palm in the void and clenched his fist. The bodies of the three Ancestor Realm powerhouses who were suppressed on the ground exploded one by one, and their primordial spirits turned into powder. Scarlet blood burst out. Many people were so shocked that they trembled all over, and their faces changed in horror. You, how dare you kill the people of my Hang clan? Heng Xingwen screamed, stimulated by this bloody scene. Lin Sun flicked his finger. A sword chi appeared out of thin air and flashed gently. Puff, blood splashed. Heng Xingwen, a peak 8th level Emperor Realm powerhouse, was harvested like grass. Why wouldn't I dare? Lin Sun spoke indifferently. Everyone from the Hang clan felt a chill in their hearts when they saw the scene, and they were terrified and uneasy. It was too terrifying. In just the blink of an eye, he killed 3 Emperor ancestors and a peak 8th level Emperor, and he did it so casually as if he was crushing an ant. How could they not be terrified? Friend, my Hang clan has offended you in the past. Can you give my Hang clan some face and let this matter end here? Heng Tianxiao took a deep breath and spoke in a low voice. Your Hang clan doesn't have enough face. Lin Sun smiled, and his eyes were filled with disdain. As he spoke, he suddenly pressed his fingers together and drew a line. Swoosh! Heng Tianxiao wanted to teleport and dodge at the first possible moment, but he was still halfway when the space he was in was torn apart by a dazzling and sharp sword chi. Heng Tianxiao's body was torn apart along with the sword chi, and he was directly slashed into two. The horrifying scene of his death caused a wave of terrified screams to resound in the field, and the clansmen of the Hang clan panicked and fled. Swish! Lin Sun flicked his sleeve, and strands of sword chi surged into appearance and shot out explosively in the sky. Every single slash of sword chi would definitely take a life. No matter what secret technique or treasure they utilized, they were completely vulnerable before the slaughter of the sword chi, and they were easily annihilated. In the blink of an eye, the deck was dyed red with blood. Besides Xianxia and Renyu, all the other members of the Heng clan were killed on the spot. He was simply like a whirlwind that slaughtered everyone, and he was extremely overbearing. So what if they were emperor ancestors? They were slaughtered like chickens and dogs. The most terrifying thing was from the beginning until the end, Lin Sun's movements were casual and carefree, and he even stood on the spot without moving a single step. When looked at from afar, he was like a supreme overlord that was annihilated in the blink of an eye. The pungent smell of blood permeated the deck, and the atmosphere was deathly silent. The guards of the Nine Leaves Chamber of Commerce were shocked, and their scalps were numb. The bloody scene of slaughter was completely beyond their imagination. Beside them, Ruinua's pretty face was pale and full of horror. Her teeth were chattering, and her mind was in a trance. She didn't dare to escape because those who chose to escape had already died. If you dare to make another move, I'll kill her. Horizontal Xinghai roared in a hoarse voice, and his face was livid and ferocious. The death of Heng Tianxiao, Heng Xingwen, and the others brought him endless horror, which stimulated him to firmly clamp down on Wanru at the first possible moment, and the sharp flying sword was pressed against Wanru's snow-white throat. Really? You can have a try. As he spoke, Lin Sun walked over unhurriedly. Don't come over. Horizontal Xinghai's pupils dilated, full of panic and fear. Wanru also widened her eyes. Didn't he care about her life at all? Originally, she was quite ashamed because she realized that she might have misunderstood Lin Sun, and she felt very apologetic. But now, she couldn't understand it. Did this guy want to help her, or did he just want those clansmen of the Heng family? Didn't he care about her life at all? For a moment, her expression was uncertain, and her heart was miserable and sorrowful. Seeing Lin Sun approaching, Horizontal Xinghai, who had been forced to the point that his eyes were bloodshot, couldn't help roaring, "You forced me to do this." With a thought in his mind, the flying sword at Wanru's throat buzzed. At this moment, a terrible restrictive force firmly held the flying sword. No matter how Horizontal Xinghai exerted his strength, it wouldn't move at all. The flying sword that was connected with his mind seemed to be imprisoned. Horizontal Xinghai's body was cold, and his soul almost left his body. Realizing that the situation was not good, he suddenly raised his hand and was about to smash Wanru's head. However, a finger force was faster than him, and it suddenly penetrated the space between his eyebrows, creating a bloody hole. As the finger force spread, his spirit and vitality were crushed into powder. Puff, blood sprayed out as Horizontal Star C's eyes opened wide, and then he silently fell to the ground with his head raised. At the instant his body fell to the ground, it swiftly transformed into a handful of ash that dispersed into the surroundings. With a clang, the flying sword at Wanru's throat lost control and fell to the ground, making a crisp sound of impact. Wanru's entire body shuddered. The helplessness, sorrow, misery, and despair in her heart were released at this moment, and she felt as if she had been freed. She stared blankly at Lin Sun, who had come to her, with a complicated look in her eyes. Her emotions were surging, and she didn't know what to say. "I'll leave her to you." Lin Sun knew at a glance that Wanru was too frightened. Without saying anything more, he turned around and came to Uncle Jiao, who was in a coma, frowning slightly. Previously, even he did not expect that an expert like Uncle Jiao would be suppressed by Heng Tianxiao in the cabin. After thinking for a while, Lin Sun woke Uncle Jiao up from his coma and handed him a bottle of medicinal pellets. "Take good care of yourself." "Thank you, young master." Uncle Jiao was stunned at first, but he immediately understood when he looked around, and he couldn't help but express his gratitude. "There's no need to thank me. You helped me lead the way to the Chaos Demon Sea, and I helped you resolve the calamity. It's my duty." As he spoke, Lin Sun turned around and walked into the cabin. Uncle Jiao's expression was full of emotion and complicated as he watched Lin Sun's figure disappear. "Young miss, for the sake of our friendship over the years, please don't kill me." Renyu knelt on the deck with a thump and begged with a trembling voice. Wanru's expression became extremely cold, and she said, "Even now, I still don't understand how you found out about the Kuan ancestor's life bone. Young miss, I swear to the heavens that I absolutely didn't leak this information." Ranyue cried out in panic, because I didn't know it at all before. I only knew that young Miss was going to do something important on this trip, so I revealed it to the Hang clan in advance. As for the Kuan ancestor's life bone, I don't even know what treasure it is. Wanro frowned. So, it was discovered by the Hang clan themselves? Even now, you still don't know how to repent. I can't let you live. Uncle Jiao walked forward and slapped down. Bang, in the roar of the divine light, Ranyue died, and her soul scattered. Wanro was stunned. She still had some questions to ask, but she could only give up now. Young Miss, are you all right? Uncle Jiao asked worriedly. I'm fine. But you, Uncle Jiao, you'd better go to recuperate and leave the rest to me. Wanro exhorted. Young Miss, don't forget to apologize and thank Child Shiryu. If he didn't help us this time, we would really be finished, Uncle Jiao said. Okay. Wanro nodded. Walking into the cabin, Lin Sun paused and thought for a moment. Then, he spread out his spiritual awareness. After a while, he frowned. There was no trace of a fight left in the cabin. But Uncle Jiao's injuries were quite serious and bloody, which was obviously caused by a fierce fight. With the power of Hang Tianxiao, if he didn't use some terrible secret treasure, I'm afraid he couldn't suppress Uncle Jiao in such a short time. Lin Sun was a little confused. A trace of doubt arose in Lin Sun's heart. In his view, it was only a moment since Uncle Jiao left the deck and returned to the cabin. But in such a short time, Hang Tianxiao silently suppressed Uncle Jiao. The most incredible thing was that Lin Sun didn't notice any movement even with his powerful spiritual awareness. This was a little strange. After a moment of silence, Lin Sun shook his head and walked to his room. The treasure ship stopped and didn't move forward. Wanro needed time to sort out all kinds of things after the bloody battle. Lin Sun didn't care about this. He returned to his room and began to cultivate. Recently, he had perfected and refined the parts of the Great Way Furnace scripture related to the ancestor realm. Up to now, this scripture could be called a complete emperor scripture. The Tao and Dharma contained in it were all obtained by Lin Sun's cultivation over the years. It was different from the world and could be called the only one in the world. When Lin Sun really perfected this scripture, he also had an indescribable sense of achievement in his heart. It was as if he had established the root of his own Tao, so that his Tao had the power to last forever. It was also at this time that Lin Sun realized that he had really reached the peak of Emperor Tao. He could look down on the past and the present and be unrivaled in the world. Fortunately, although I can't break through to the immortal realm, I still have the primordial Tao tree and the chaos tree. The mysteries emerging from them are enough to help me understand more mysteries of the Tao. Lin Sun thought. The primordial Tao tree was a unique treasure of the last era. It included the complete mysteries of the Tao of Immortals. Combined with the origin of Tao, it could often bring Lin Sun unexpected inspiration and gains. The Chaos Tree was nurtured by the 4 divine trees and various divine materials collected for many years on the starry sky ancient path. It had taken root in Lin Sun's life realm a long time ago. In these past few years, the tree had grown up, and it had grown many strong branches that were like blades. Numerous completely round and translucent green leaves grew on the branches, and the profound and unfathomable veins on the leaves surged with the profundities of the laws of chaos. Lin Sun was able to clearly sense that the aura emitted by the chaotic tree during these years when he was meditating and comprehending the Great Tao had provided him with great help, and it allowed the Great Tao laws he condensed to be pure and strong, and it revealed a primitive aura of chaos. It could be said that the power produced by the chaos tree was like a furnace, helping Lin Sun to temper the purest and most primitive Tao law, and this was also an important reason why Lin Sun could stand above his peers and be called invincible at the peak. Unfortunately, there are too few books about the immortal Tao in this world. Even among the immortal emperor clans, there are very few who have the real immortal scripture. Lin Sun sighed in his heart. The eternal path towards the Tao was like a supreme grand Tao, and practically all existences that had attained this realm had relied on their own wisdom and willpower to seek it. Because there was almost no immortal inheritance in this world. Moreover, even if it was an immortal inheritance, without the cultivation of the immortal realm, it was impossible to learn from it. Lin Sun heard that in the immortal emperor clans, those who reached the immortal realm couldn't pass down the mysteries of the immortal Tao in scriptures. This was because everyone's immortal Tao was different. Even if it was a scripture, it wasn't suitable for others to comprehend. Naturally, it couldn't be passed down. For the immortal emperor clans, the only benefit was that when their clansmen tried to reach the immortal realm, they could get some pointers from the immortal realm. The experience and knowledge they gained on the immortal Tao was undoubtedly the most valuable. Unfortunately, Lin Sun, who was all alone, was destined to not get any pointers even if he tried to reach the immortal realm. I heard that the Yuan sect, Spirit sect, Shaman sect, and Zen sect each have some scriptures that belong to the immortal realm. I wonder if it's true, Lin Sun pondered. The 4 great ancestral halls represented the 4 transcendent superforces in the eternal true world. Even if they didn't appear for many years, no one dared to underestimate their existence. Such a transcendent force caused the 10 immortal giants of the 8th heaven to be wary and courteous. One could imagine how terrifying their foundation was. And how could such a force not have immortal Tao scriptures and scriptures? Young master, I'm Wan Ro. Sorry to disturb you, I've come to see you. Suddenly, Wan Ro's voice sounded outside the room. However, it was different from before. The voice was soft and gentle, and it carried respect from the bottom of her heart. Lin Sun woke up from his thoughts and immediately got up. He opened the door and looked at Wan Ro, who was standing outside. He couldn't help but smile. Miss Wan Ro, I don't dare to refuse you. Please come in. Wan Ro's fair and delicate oval face was embarrassed. Not long ago, because of that misunderstanding, she had refused Lin Sun. Fortunately, Lin Sun didn't argue with her this time. In the room, Lin Sun invited Wan Ro to take a seat. He sat opposite her and said, if you came to thank me, then you don't have to. Even if I didn't help you, those Hing family members wouldn't have been able to leave the treasure ship alive. Wan Ro was stunned. Young master, do you have enmity with the Hing family? Lin Sun smiled. In fact, my enemies are all over the world. The Hing family is just one of them. Really? Wan Ro pursed her lips and smiled. Obviously, she thought Lin Sun was joking. The two chatted for a while, and Wan Ro couldn't help but ask, young master, aren't you curious why the Hing family did this? Lin Sun smiled. Didn't Hing Xianxia say that humans die in pursuit of wealth and birds die in pursuit of food? Also, don't worry. Although I'm interested in the Kuan ancestors' life bone, I won't do something like killing people and taking their treasures. How could he not hear the probing in Wan Ro's words? Wan Ro lowered her clear eyes. Young master, I'm not testing you on purpose. It's just that, she hesitated for a while, then suddenly raised her head and stared at Lin Sun, saying, I have a request. If you agree, I can give you the Kuan ancestors' bone as a token of appreciation. Lin Sun was a little surprised. What is it? Wan Ro sighed softly. There's no need for me to hide it now. Then, he told them everything that had happened. It turned out that a few years ago, Old Kuan was ambushed by Tao Lord Scarlet Fiend of Scarlet Copper Mountain when he was trading goods in the Chaos Demon Sea. Not only did Old Kuan's belongings were stolen, his son, Bowen, was even taken away. Tao Lord Scarlet Fiend received the news from somewhere and threatened to kill Old Kuan's son if he did not deliver the life bone of the Kuan ancestor to him within 10 years. Ever since Old Kuan returned from the Chaos Demon Sea, he had been worrying about this matter. Eventually, he decided to exchange the life bone of the Kuan ancestor for his son's life. However, Old Kuan was severely injured and his Tao foundation was severely damaged. There was no way he could cross the Chaos Demon Sea anymore, so he entrusted this important task to Wan. That was how the operation to the Chaos Demon Sea came about. After understanding that, Lin Sun finally understood. You want me to save your brother, Bowen, from the hands of Tao Lord Scarlet Fiend? Wan Ro nodded. Although the threat from the Hing family has been resolved, I'm worried that if Tao Lord Scarlet Fiend goes back on his word when we reach Scarlet Copper Mountain and exchange the hostages, the consequences will be dire. Lin Sun asked, didn't your father give you any guidance? Wan Ro replied, father handed a trump card to Uncle Jiao, that's enough to prevent Tao Lord Scarlet Fiend from acting rashly. However, I'm still worried. After all, my brother's life is in the hands of that fiend. Any slight mistake might harm my brother's life. That's something I don't want to see. Lin Sun asked in a low voice, what does Uncle Jiao mean by that? At the mention of Uncle Jiao, Wan Ro could not help but smile bitterly. Uncle Jiao is already severely injured and won't be of much help. Left with no choice, I can only seek help from you, young master. Lin Sun said, you also know that the purpose of my going to Chaos Demon Sea is to find a person, but I know nothing about the situation in Chaos Demon Sea. Before he could finish speaking, Wanro swiftly said, I can help young master with this matter. During these years, my father and I have frequently traveled to the Chaotic Demon Sea, and we have some understanding of the situation there. Moreover, my father frequently conducts transactions with the various great powers in the Chaotic Demon Sea, and he knows some acquaintances. When the time comes, I will ask them to help as well. Lin Sun smiled and said, thank you in advance. After a pause, he asked, can you tell me more about this Tao Lord Crimson Fiend? This was called returning a plum for a peach. Wanro felt a wave of excitement in her heart. She already knew that Lin Sun had already agreed to her request, and this caused her to be overjoyed. She immediately told Lin Sun everything she knew about Tao Lord Scarlet Fiend. Tao Lord Crimson Fiend. A great devil that occupied the Crimson Copper Mountain in the Chaotic Devil Sea. He had over 1,000 subordinates under him, and all of them were notorious bandits and thugs. Tao Lord Scarlet Fiend himself was an old fellow who had stepped into the Ancestor Realm countless years ago. He was cunning and ruthless, cold and bloodthirsty, and his combat strength was extremely domineering. In the Chaotic Demon Sea, Tao Lord Scarlet Fiend was rather famous and could be considered an overlord. It was rumored that a long time ago, Tao Lord Scarlet Fiend had once escaped from the pursuit of an eternal being and survived. From this, it could be seen how extraordinary this old devil was. In reality, according to Wanro, although there were countless factions of various sizes in the Chaotic Demon Sea, those small factions would easily be annihilated and vanish into thin air. The reason was that the Chaotic Demon Sea was extremely turbulent and had no order or rules to speak of. Bloody massacres occurred almost every day. Only those top and ferocious major factions could occupy the Chaotic Demon Sea all year round, unafraid of the turbulence and the impact of blood. The Crimson Copper Mountain that Tao Lord Scarlet Fiend resided in could not be considered a top faction in the Chaotic Demon Sea, but it was not something that ordinary small factions could compare to either. After understanding all of this, Lin Sun's heart was completely unperturbed. There wasn't even a single eternal being, so how could he possibly take them seriously? However, Lin Sun's calm demeanor made Wanro feel uneasy. She could not help but ask, young master, do you feel troubled? Lin Sun could not help but chuckle. Don't worry, I'll accompany you when the time comes. After resting for 2 days, the treasure ship continued its journey. Before long, they arrived at Blood Fiend Mountain. This mountain was 90,000 feet tall and spanned across the heavens and earth. Countless waterfall-like rivers of blood poured down from the peak of the mountain, emanating a thick stench of blood. Blood Fiend Mountain was the first checkpoint in the Chaotic Demon Sea, and it was controlled by the 7 major factions in the Chaotic Demon Sea in turns. After the treasure ship arrived, Uncle Jiao appeared and communicated with the factions that occupied Blood Fiend Mountain. After paying a considerable toll, they were allowed to pass smoothly. Lin Sun observed everything along the way and did not comment. Given his abilities, he could easily kill his way through Blood Fiend Mountain. However, if he did that, it would definitely cause unnecessary trouble. On the contrary, following the treasure ship of the 9 Leaves Chamber of Commerce would not cause any trouble. However, it was obvious that the toll had to be paid. On the following journey, the treasure ship successively passed Ghost Underworld River, Sheep Horn Ridge, 8 Evils Island. Every place could be called a great ominous place. Not only were there all kinds of factions, but every place was extremely dangerous and distributed with many natural disasters. For example, the Ghost Underworld River had stormy waves all year round. There were countless dangers hidden in the river. If one tried to break through it forcefully, there would definitely be danger at every step. Fortunately, with the signboard of the 9 Leaves Chamber of Commerce, Lin Sun and the others did not encounter any difficulties along the way. They smoothly passed through one dangerous checkpoint after another. Of course, they also paid the toll again and again. In this regard, Wanro had calculated for Lin Sun. Every time they entered and left Chaotic Demon Sea, the toll paid, if converted into eternal void source crystals, was equivalent to about 300 million. However, as long as the transaction went smoothly, the 9 Leaves Chamber of Commerce would earn more than 3 times the amount of the toll every time, The reason was that the chaotic demon sea was extremely lacking in resources. That place was ferocious, chaotic, turbulent, and bloody. The few cultivation resources were unable to satisfy the needs of those experts. As a result, some cultivation resources that were commonly seen in the outside world could often be sold for 10 or even 100 times the price in the chaotic demon sea. It could be said to be extremely profitable. Of course, the chaotic demon sea was also rich in some cultivation resources that could not be found in the outside world. For example, some rare divine materials and divine materials. After these cultivation resources were purchased by the Nine Leaves Chamber of Commerce, they could be sold for 10 or even 100 times the price in the outside world. After understanding all this, Lin Sun could not help but be shocked. This kind of buying and selling was completely profiting from both sides, and it was extremely profitable. Of course, the more profitable the purchase, the greater the risk. Even a faction like the Nine Leaves Chamber of Commerce that entered and left chaotic demon sea all year round would take great risks every time they conducted a transaction. For example, a few years ago, Old Kuan was ambushed by Dao Lord Crimson Fiend and almost lost his life. Even though he was lucky enough to escape, his son was captured and became a hostage. If the Nine Leaves Chamber of Commerce was in such a state, there was no need to mention others. My Nine Leaves Chamber of Commerce is far inferior to those immortal emperor clans. The reason why we can enter and leave chaotic demon sea all year round is because of my father. Without him, the Nine Leaves Chamber of Commerce would have ceased to exist a long time ago. Occasionally, Wan Ro would sigh with sorrow and worry. Because Old Kuan had suffered a heavy injury and no one knew when he would recover. Moreover, he had offended the Heng clan. It could be said that the Nine Leaves Chamber of Commerce was in a precarious situation. Lin Sun could not say much about this. Half a month later, the treasured ship finally arrived at the chaotic demon sea. As far as the eye could see, it was a boundless black sea. The sky above the sea was also dark. There were no stars, sun, or moon, and it was oppressive. The spatial order of the chaotic demon sea is incomparably chaotic. The east, south, west, north, every direction here can change at any time. It is precisely because of this that the chaotic demon sea is like a natural maze world. Those who are unfamiliar with the situation here are destined to get lost within. On the deck of the treasured ship, Wan Ro spoke softly. Indeed. Lin Sun looked around for a moment and realized that the spatial power in this world was extremely chaotic. It was like chaos. His previous experience in determining the direction did not work here. How do you determine the direction? Lin Sun asked. Magnetic compass. As she spoke, Wan Ro took out a palm-sized compass polished from a black stone. There was a slender pointer floating in the air. This is made from a type of divine material unique to the Chaos Demon Sea, the divine magnetic iron. It can't be found in the outside world. A magnetic compass like this is worth 100 million eternal void source crystals, and it's usually hard to buy. Wan Ro said and handed the magnetic compass to Lin Sun. Child, please accept this little thing. It's a token of my appreciation. What about you? Lin Sun asked. Of course I have more. Wan Ro smiled. Lin Sun also smiled. He didn't refuse and accepted it. When speaking of the Origin Magnetic Compass, we have to mention the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain. Supposedly, there are 3 great restricted areas in the Ocean of Anarchy. One of them is the Origin Magnetic Wind Belt where the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain resides. In the countless years of the past, countless cultivators have yearned to head to the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain and refine the energy of magnetism for their own use. But without exception, practically all of them suffered misfortune. Wan Ro said, the reason is that the magnetic wind belt is filled with a strange spatial order. It's said that even immortals will be torn apart by the storm formed by the spatial order. Every once in a while, a tide of energy will erupt in the Origin Magnetic Wind Belt. At that time, some Origin Magnetic Divine Iron will be washed out and flow into the outside world. After being collected, it can be refined into Origin Magnetic Compasses. P.S. Important notice. Goldfish will try its best to post 10 chapters tomorrow. Around noon tomorrow, it will post 4 chapters in a row. For those who have a monthly ticket, don't forget to vote tomorrow. The Origin Magnetic Wind Belt, one of the three great restricted areas of the Ocean of Anarchy, Lin Sun was stunned, and he was thinking about the space order energy that filled the origin magnetic wind belt. Since it could kill existences at the immortal realm, then perhaps only the heavenly order energy could accomplish it. The treasured ship flew on the black surface of the sea. All along the way, storms raged and lightning flashed, and the depths of the ink-black seawater was suffused with numerous dangerous auras. Occasionally, they would pass by some scattered islands that were like chess pieces, and many ferocious and ruthless auras charged out from those islands. But when they saw the totem symbol of the Nine Leaves merchant group that hung on the treasured ship, these ferocious auras were restrained, and the treasured ship flew safely. Such a situation occurred at all times along the way, and Lin Sun couldn't help but feel apprehensive. If it was an ordinary cultivator, then even if they were alive to arrive at the Ocean of Anarchy, they would absolutely be unable to escape the ambushes along the way. Similarly, if it was him acting alone without the name of the Nine Leaves merchant group, then he was bound to experience countless battles and slaughters all along the way. 2 days later, the treasured ship was anchored on an enormous island that floated on the sea. It was called an island, but it was comparable to an enormous city. There were buildings in great numbers on the island, and the streets were disorderly. Thousand Blessings Island. An island where killing and fighting were prohibited. No matter who it was, anyone could buy or sell here, and it was one of the few pure lands in the Ocean of Anarchy. The so-called pure lands meant that one didn't have to worry about encountering danger. However, anyone who stepped foot on the island must leave within 3 days. Otherwise, once they were reported, they would suffer the expulsion of all the cultivators on the island. This was an iron law that was jointly established by numerous powers of the Ocean of Anarchy. After the treasured ship of the Nine Leaves merchant group entered the island, Uncle Jiao left hastily by himself. He was going to inquire about information related to Scarlet Copper Mountain in order to prepare to rescue old Kuan's son. Bo and Wanro brought Lin Sun with her, and they were accompanied by a group of guards to a merchant called the Six Shade House. Wanro brought a large amount of cultivation resources with her for this trip, and she was going to trade here. At the same time, she was going to purchase some divine materials and materials that were unique to the Ocean of Anarchy. All along the way, Lin Sun was like a spectator, and he sized up everything he saw along the way. Unlike the outside world, all the cultivators here emanated a ferocious and bloody aura, and it was extremely conspicuous. According to Lin Sun's understanding, the chaotic demon sea was known as the Land of Sin. Those that resided here were practically all evil spirits that were not tolerated by the outside world. Of course, there was no lack of vicious people. This was like the world of darkness in the Starry Sky Ancient Path, but different. Because the Dark World at least had some rules and orders set by the Bronze Sparrow Tower, the Hidden Land Realm, and the Divine Sunshine Ancient Sect. In the chaotic demon sea, it was completely chaotic and turbulent. Only a place like Thousand Blessings Island was relatively safer, but it wasn't absolute. There was no lack of desperados in this world. Not long after, the group arrived at the Sixteen Temple. This was a trading company controlled by the Sixteen Demon Mountain. And the Sixteen Devil Mountain was one of the 7 top devil sects in the chaotic Devil Sea. After 2 hours of making all sorts of transactions, Wanru suggested that she hoped the Six Shade House could help her investigate a person. The person who received Wanru was in charge of the Six Shade House, and he agreed readily. Immediately, Wanru took out a portrait that she had obtained from Lin Sun and handed it to him. The person in the portrait was Lu Boya. The in-charge of the Six Shade House sized him up and said, "Although I don't recognize this person, I can help you investigate him. It'll just take some time." Wanru said, "I'll have to trouble you with this matter, uncle. I'll leave in a month's time, but I'll come back before I leave." After settling this matter, Wanru left the Six Shade House with Lin Sun and strolled around other places on Thousand Blessings Island for a while before returning to the treasure ship. Next, they would head to Red Copper Mountain. If the matter could be resolved smoothly, they would continue heading into the depths of the chaotic demon sea to make some transactions with other forces. However, what Lin Sun and the others did not expect was that Uncle Jiao, who had gone to investigate the Red Copper Mountains, Dao Lord Crimson Fiend, had yet to return. Uncle Jiao only returned hurriedly when Wanro could no longer sit still. "How did it go?" Wanro asked right away. Uncle Jiao revealed a smile. "Dao Lord Crimson Fiend hasn't left Red Copper Mountain recently. We'll definitely be able to meet him if we head there now. Furthermore, I've already contacted someone from Red Copper Mountain. I believe Dao Lord Crimson Fiend will know about it soon. We'll head there and we'll be able to rescue young Master Bowen then. Wanro felt as though a huge burden had been lifted from her shoulders. That's good. She looked at Lin Sun and said, if anything happens when we reach Red Copper Mountain, I'll have to trouble you to help, fellow Daoist. Lin Sun nodded. Uncle Jiao smiled. Don't worry, mistress. In my opinion, no matter how deplorable that Dao Lord Crimson Fiend is, he won't dare to go back on his word on this matter. Lin Sun could not help but ask, Uncle Jiao, do you know that person well? Uncle Jiao replied, I can't say that I know him well. However, I've heard that Dao Lord Crimson Fiend isn't someone who goes back on his word all these years. Young master, you might not know this, but reputation is sometimes more important than strength in this turbulent and bloody chaotic demon sea. Dao Lord Crimson Fiend's reputation isn't bad. Since that's the case, why did he ambush old Kuan back then and do something so detrimental to his reputation? After all, old Kuan can be considered as a regular in the chaotic demon sea and knows quite a number of people from major factions. In fact, some factions even need old Kuan's help to purchase cultivation resources from the outside world. Isn't Dao Lord Crimson Fiend aware that doing so would incur the displeasure of other factions? Lin Sun was puzzled. Uncle Jiao let out a long sigh. At the end of the day, it's all because of the Kuan ancestors' destiny bone. The allure of that treasure is simply too great. That Dao Lord Crimson Fiend must have gotten news of it from somewhere, that's why he acted so viciously back then. Wanro's eyes were cold. It's precisely because of that I won't trust him no matter how good his reputation is. I can only hope that he won't do something so despicable again. Lin Sun smiled and did not say anything. That very day, the group left Thousand Blessings Island on a treasured vessel. Red Copper Mountain was a unique mountain that floated above the ocean. It was scarlet red in color and was extremely eye-catching. Due to the chaotic spatial laws of the world, the location of this mountain was constantly changing and was not fixed. Even if an enemy came looking for it, it was very likely that they would not be able to find it. Uncle Jiao had already found out the location of Red Copper Mountain on Thousand Blessings Island. In just half a day, they saw this unique floating mountain from afar. Woo-woo-woo, a boundless horn sounded from the top of the Red Copper Mountain. Immediately after, the restrictive power covering the entire Red Copper Mountain was opened. Are you guests of the Nine Leaves Chamber of Commerce? A group of cultivators with ferocious auras charged out and looked at the treasured vessel that Lin Sun and the others were on. That's right, Uncle Jiao stood at the bow and said in a deep voice. Our Dao Lord has already received the news. Everyone, please follow me, a middle-aged man with a goatee who looked like a scholar said in a clear voice. At this moment, Wanro could not help but feel a little nervous. She could not help but glance at Lin Sun. Lin Sun patted her shoulder gently and said, it's fine. Uncle Jiao also said, Miss, with young Master Shiryu and this old servant here, you definitely won't encounter any danger. Wanro nodded and led the way towards Red Copper Mountain. Lin Sun and Uncle Jiao followed closely behind. As for the guards of the Nine Leaves Chamber of Commerce, they were stationed on the treasured vessel. Everyone, please. The middle-aged scholar led the way in front. Red Copper Mountain was extremely majestic. There were many grotto heavens built on it. When Lin Sun and the others appeared, ferocious auras swept out from those grotto heavens and sized them up coldly. This caused Wanro's delicate body to stiffen slightly. However, Lin Sun did not seem to feel it at all. He was sizing up a mountain with interest. Soon, the group arrived at the peak of the mountain. There stood a majestic palace shrouded in smoke and clouds. Its entire body was made of golden divine metal, and it was brilliant and dazzling. In front of the palace stood a tall and mighty figure. He wore a scarlet cloak, and his entire body was surging with murderous aura. He looked extremely imposing. Dao Lord Crimson Fiend. Ha ha ha, the esteemed guests of the Nine Leaves Chamber of Commerce are finally here. Hurry up and invite them in. Dao Lord Crimson Fiend let out a hearty laugh when he saw Lin Sun's group, his voice reverberating through the clouds. Wanro's eyes were filled with a bone-deep hatred. This was the person who severely injured her father and took her younger brother hostage. We're not here as guests, she took a deep breath of air. Hand over my younger brother and I'll give you that treasure immediately. Dao Lord Crimson Fiend's smile faded. Fine, we'll make a deal then. Men, bring young Master Bowen over. Understood, the middle-aged scholar left with the order. Before long, he returned with a skinny man in black robes. The man was rather handsome and bore a resemblance to Wanro upon closer inspection. It was her younger brother, Bowen. Sister. Why are you here? It's too dangerous here. Hurry and leave. Bowen, who was initially numb with a blank expression, was clearly surprised when he saw Wanro and shouted anxiously. Wanro's eyes were red and moist. Bowen, I'm here to save you. Don't panic, I'll bring you home right away. Father has been looking forward to your return. Do you see that? I've not mistreated young Master Bowen all these years. I served him well and didn't let him suffer in the slightest. Dao Lord Crimson Fiend placed his hands behind his back and his scarlet cape fluttered. Now, as long as you hand over that treasure, you can take him away. Bring Bowen over first, Wanro took a deep breath and said. Ha ha ha, do you think I'll go back on my word in my territory? Forget it, I can't be bothered to argue with a little girl like you, Dao Lord Crimson Fiend roared in laughter and gave the order. Release him. The middle-aged scholar retracted his hand and Bowen was instantly freed. He flew to Wanro's side with an expression of unconcealable excitement and joy. Wanro tugged at Bowen's hand and sized him up. She was only relieved after confirming that he was uninjured and said gently, Brother, you've suffered for all these years. Far away, Dao Lord Crimson Fiend said in a deep voice, Lass, it's time for you to hand over the treasure now. Wanro couldn't help looking at Lin Sun. Lin Sun nodded. Wanro took out a ruler-shaped jade box and passed it over. Dao Lord Crimson Fiend took them in his hands right away and checked them with his spirit consciousness. Instantly, he revealed a look of satisfaction and joy. He carefully kept the jade box and said, Not bad. It is indeed the innate life bone of the Kuan ancestor. You may leave now. Miss, let's go. Uncle Jiao said. Wanro took her brother Bowen's hand and turned to leave. At this moment, she was extremely nervous, afraid that Dao Lord Crimson Fiend would change his mind. However, nothing changed even after they left Scarlet Copper Mountain. Dao Lord Crimson Fiend did not chase after them either. Wanro couldn't help but be surprised by this, and it was like a false alarm. Not long after returning to the treasured ship, Uncle Jiao said, Miss, since we've already rescued young Master Bowen, let's split up. I'll go trade with the other forces in the chaotic Demon Sea, and you'll bring young Master Bowen along to help young Master Shiryu search. With young Master Shiryu around, I'm sure there won't be any more accidents along the way. All right. Wanro thought for a moment and agreed. Uncle Jiao immediately turned around and left. Watching him leave, Lin Sun suddenly said, Miss Wanro, please settle your brother down first. I have another thing to talk with you. Wanro paused for a moment, then nodded in agreement and led Bowen into the cabin. Not long after, she returned alone and asked, Young Master, what's the matter? Drive the treasure ship away from here first, Lin Sun said. Although Wanro felt that it was strange, she still did as she was told. After 10 minutes, Lin Sun looked at Wanro and said, Do you feel that this operation is too smooth? Wanro nodded. It has indeed exceeded my expectations. From the looks of it, Uncle Jiao is right. Although that Dao Lord Crimson Fiend is a little despicable, he's a man of his word. Lin Sun smiled meaningfully, put away the treasure ship. I'll take you to see a good show. A good show? Wanro vaguely felt that there seemed to be something wrong, but she could not tell what it was. Puzzled, she raised her hand. The treasured ship behind him shrank into a sparkling and translucent snow-white gourd and fell into his palm. Let's go. With a wave of his sleeves, Lin Sun and Wanro disappeared immediately. After a while, Wanro's clear eyes couldn't help but constrict when she saw Lin Sun bring her back to Copper Mountain, and she was just about to ask when Lin Sun shook his head and stopped her. Watch the show first. The red Copper Mountain was covered with layers of restrictive power, but it was like nothing to Lin Sun. He took Wanro and quietly sneaked into the red Copper Mountain. Moreover, he did not alert anyone along the way. Wanro's strained heart finally calmed down slightly when she saw the scene. In next to no time, the two of them arrived at a layer of clouds not far away from the summit of the mountain. Looking at the magnificent palace in the distance, Lin Sun transmitted his voice, "Look who is in the hall." Wan Ro looked over, and her delicate body instantly stiffened. Her eyes slowly widened, and an expression of disbelief appeared on her fair and exquisite oval face. She saw a figure seated high up in the center of the hall. It wasn't Tao Lord Crimson Fiend, it was someone Wan Ro couldn't be more familiar with. Uncle Jiao. At this moment, he didn't look like a servant at all. His back was ramrod straight, and his hands were casually placed on the chair. His eyes were slightly narrowed, and he looked like a dragon crouching in a crouching position. He was extremely domineering. In front of him knelt a person in an extremely eye-catching scarlet cloak. It was Tao Lord Crimson Fiend. Wan Ro felt as if she was struck by lightning when she saw the scene. Her mind went blank, and her hands and feet went cold. How could this be? Are you surprised? Actually, the biggest traitor isn't Ranyue, but you, Uncle Jiao, who seems to be loyal and devoted. Lin Sun's voice sounded in Wan Ro's ears. The latter's body trembled slightly, and it was obvious that she was extremely furious. She couldn't even believe or accept all of this. Many years ago, Uncle Jiao had been by her father's side, and he was one of old Kuan's right-hand men. He followed old Kuan in and out of the Anarchy Demon Sea all year round. It could be said that the entire Nine Leaves Chamber of Commerce had absolute trust in Uncle Jiao. However, who would have thought that such a loyal and devoted old man was actually a hidden traitor? This blow was too heavy. Even though she saw it with her own eyes, Wan Ro couldn't accept it for a moment. Her mind went blank. How could this be? How could this be? She only returned to her senses after a long while. Her expression was mixed with anger and disappointment as she said via voice transmission, "Young master, how did you find out? It's quite a coincidence. Heng Tianxiao had once suppressed Uncle Jiao on the treasured vassal, and I noticed that something was off at that time," replied Lin Sun via voice transmission. "In my opinion, Uncle Jiao's cultivation is absolutely above Heng Tianxiao's. Even if he suffered a sudden attack, it's impossible for him to be suppressed by Heng Tianxiao in a short period of time. But you know the situation at that time as well. Uncle Jiao was suppressed soundlessly in an extremely short period of time. This is very unusual. Later on, I returned to the cabin to investigate carefully, but I didn't find any traces of a battle. This can only prove that there's another reason why Uncle Jiao was suppressed. Of course, I was only suspicious at that time. I didn't dare confirm that there was something wrong with Uncle Jiao. Later on, you told me that only you and your father knew about the Kuan ancestor's natal bone. Even if Ranyue is a traitor, she isn't qualified to pry into such a secret at all. But it's different if it's Uncle Jiao. He's the person your father trusts the most. I think it wouldn't be too difficult for him to pry into such a secret." When she heard this, Wanru's pretty face had already turned pale, and she said with shock and anger, "No wonder Uncle Jiao suddenly stepped forward and killed Ranyue when I was questioning her on the ship. Was he worried that I'd find out something?" Lin Sun said, "If that's all, it wouldn't be enough to prove that there's something wrong with Uncle Jiao. When we arrived at Thousand Blessings Island, Uncle Jiao took the initiative to ask for information about Daoist Crimson Demon. I used some methods to follow him from behind, and then I saw many interesting things." As he spoke, he flipped his palm, causing a screen of light to float up into appearance, and then numerous scenes flickered into appearance in space. In the screen, Uncle Jiao was hurrying forward alone, and he finally arrived at a hall. The screen changed, and Uncle Jiao was standing in the hall with a group of cultivators kneeling beside him. At this moment, Uncle Jiao was like a ruler. His voice was deep and filled with great dignity. "Go back and tell Crimson Demon that there's been a change in the operation this time. When I bring Wanru to Scarlet Copper Mountain, make him hand over Bowen obediently." "Yes." The cultivators kneeling on the ground accepted the order. "Remember, don't let him act on his own. Otherwise, I won't let him off." Uncle Jiao's eyes were cold, and the 3 centipede-like scars on his face looked extremely hideous. The screen ended there. Wanru's expression was a mix of green and white. Uncontrollable anger and disappointment intertwined in her heart, and her entire body was trembling. After seeing this, how could she not understand that the new Uncle Jiao that she and her father had recruited was actually a traitor? You saw the transaction on Scarlet Copper Mountain just now. It went extremely smoothly. Why did it turn out like this? The answer lies with this Uncle Jiao. Lin Sun's gaze was deep. Lin Sun's eyes were deep. Originally, I planned to capture this person when we were on the treasure ship just now, but he proposed to act alone and make some so-called deals. In this case, I'll beat him at his own game and take you to see this good show. As I expected, he returned to Scarlet Copper Mountain immediately. He's probably worried that something might go wrong and wants to take away the Kuan ancestor's destiny bone. At this point, Wanru indeed saw Dao Lord Crimson Demon handing the jade box that contained the Kuan ancestor's destiny bone respectfully to Uncle Jiao, who was seated on the main seat in the hall. A look of joy appeared on the latter's face as he caressed the jade box with his hand and lamented, "For the sake of this treasure, I've endured bitterly for 1,000 years. Now that I've finally gotten what I wanted, I can't help but sigh. Master, it's all worth it for the past 1,000 years." Dao Lord Crimson Demon praised with a smile. "Humph, if you had been more ruthless in that sneak attack a few years ago, old Kuan would have been killed long ago. Why would you have to wait till now?" Uncle Jiao harumphed coldly. Dao Lord Crimson Demon was embarrassed and changed the topic. "Master, why did you release old Kuan's son and daughter in the previous transaction?" A look of indignation appeared on Uncle Jiao's face as he said hatefully, "I didn't expect that such a ruthless character would appear on that treasure vessel. His strength is unimaginably strong and even I'm extremely wary of him. If not for his presence, we wouldn't have to wait till now. Back in Black Fiend Cloud Sea, things could have been settled easily." Dao Lord Crimson Demon was stunned. "Master, are you talking about that young man who was standing beside Wanru earlier on? He doesn't look like anything special." Uncle Jiao's expression changed as he sneered, "What do you know? The more ordinary a figure seems to be, the more ruthless he is." Heng Tianxiao and the other members of the Heng clan were completely annihilated because they underestimated this person. "If I didn't warn you in advance earlier, then this kid's ability would be sufficient to overturn this Crimson Copper Mountain." Dao Lord Crimson Demon gasped. "If that's the case, that lad is indeed terrifying, extremely terrifying. However, are we just going to watch old Kuan's son and daughter leave the Chaos Fiend Sea just like that?" Uncle Jiao replied coldly, "Don't worry, they won't be far from death after they return." Heng Tianxiao and the others died on the Nine Leaves Merchant Guild's treasure vessel. The Heng family will only blame this on the Nine Leaves Merchant Guild. At that point, a playful smile appeared on Uncle Jiao's scarred face as he spoke leisurely. "Even if that lad doesn't kill them, I'll attack and kill all of them when they snatch the Kuan ancestor's destiny bone. After that, I'll just blame it on the Nine Leaves Merchant Guild." Dao Lord Crimson Demon praised instantly, "Master, what a scheme." In the distance, Wanru, who saw this scene, was angered to the point that her pretty face turned ghastly pale, and her eyes were filled with surging flames of rage. Looking at Wanru's pretty face that was pale with anger, Lin Sun knew that Uncle Jiao's betrayal was undoubtedly a heavy blow to her. "It's not too late to realize it now," Lin Sun said softly. Lin Sun said softly, "At least, the real disaster has not befallen you and the Nine Leaves Chamber of Commerce." Wanru said bitterly, "Child, since you've already seen through the truth, why didn't you expose Jiao Taixing's ugly face?" Jiao Taixing was Uncle Jiao's name. Lin Sun said, "There was no proof at that time. After all, Uncle Jiao was your most trusted elder. If I, an outsider, told you the truth directly, I'm afraid it would cause misunderstandings and backfire. It's better to take this opportunity to let you witness the show with your own eyes. Then, the truth will be revealed." Wanru was embarrassed and somewhat disappointed when she spoke of misunderstandings. Her personal maid, Renyue, had become a spy of the Heng family. Uncle Jiao, whom she trusted the most, was a traitor who harbored evil intentions. On the other hand, Lin Sun, a passerby who joined the group by accident, had helped her resolve a murderous crisis along the way and uncovered a monstrous conspiracy. This made Wanru feel even more upset. "Child, what should we do next?" She couldn't help asking. Even she didn't realize that subconsciously, she had developed a kind of trust in Lin Sun. "Of course, we'll completely solve this hidden danger." As Lin Sun spoke, he had already moved through the void with Wanru, heading towards the great hall on the mountain peak in the distance. At the same time, in the great hall, Jiao Taixing, who was sitting in the central seat, seemed to have sensed something and suddenly looked out of the great hall. He saw Lin Sun's tall figure floating in front of the great hall with Wan Rou. You. Jiao Taixing's pupils constricted and his expression changed. He realized something was wrong. Daoist Lord Crimson Demon, who was kneeling on the ground, also stood up. When he saw Lin Sun and Wan Rou who had returned, he couldn't help but be astonished. He asked in disbelief, "How did you enter Red Copper Mountain? How could the restrictive power covering the Red Copper Mountain stop young Master Shiryu?" Jiao Taixing sighed and got up from his seat. He looked at Wan Rou who was full of anger. He knew clearly that the matter had probably been completely exposed. With a complicated look in his eyes, he looked at Lin Sun and said, "Young Master Shiryu, there's no enmity between us. Moreover, I've been extremely respectful to you all along the way, and I've never neglected you in the slightest. Why do you just have to get involved? Can't I help when I see injustice?" Lin Sun said calmly. The corners of Jiao Taixing's mouth twitched. How could he possibly believe such a stupid reason? "Jiao Taixing, when has my father ever mistreated you? Yet, you chose to betray him for the sake of a treasure. You even wanted to use the Heng clan to destroy the Nine-Leaf Trading Company. Aren't you too despicable?" Wan Rou could no longer restrain the anger in her heart and spoke in a stern voice. Jiao Taixing had already calmed down at this moment, and he sighed lightly. "Little girl, you don't understand the enmity between me and your father at all." He pointed at the 3 hideous centipede-like scars on his face and said in a cold voice, "Weren't you curious before why I didn't remove these scars? Now let me tell you, because these scars were given to you by your father." His voice was filled with intense hatred. Wan Rou's expression changed, and she said, "That's impossible. If my father hated you, how could he keep you by his side?" Lin Sun patted her shoulder and said, "Let's hear what he has to say first." Jiao Taixing sneered, "That's because your father doesn't know the origin of these 3 scars at all. Since you've seen through some of the truth today, I won't hide it anymore. I'll let you know what kind of ruthless, cruel, and despicable person your most respected father is." He took a deep breath, a look of reminiscence in his eyes, and he said in a low voice, "I'll never forget that 3,403 years ago, your father, my junior sister, and I decided to go to the Aurora Cave. The Aurora Cave, like the magnetic wind belt, it was one of the 3 great forbidden areas of the Chaos Demon Sea. A long time ago, Jiao Taixing, his junior sister, Xue Fian, and old Kuan went to the Aurora Cave to search for a heaven-defying fortune. At that time, Xue Fian held a secret map in her hand. According to the secret map, the 3 of them arrived at the Aurora Cave without any mishap and successfully obtained that heaven-defying fortune. A congenital natal bone belonging to ancestor Kuan. At that time, the 3 of them were ecstatic, but on the way back, an accident happened. Old Kuan was the first to walk out of the Aurora Cave, but when Jiao Taixing left, he was stopped by his junior sister, Xue Fian. When he spoke up to her, Jiao Taixing revealed a furious and pained expression. "Never had I imagined that my junior sister would actually make me swear that I wouldn't fight for the Kuan ancestor's origin bone. She said that it's a fortune that was specially prepared for the Kuan ancestor, and if I dared to fight for it, then she would become hostile with me." His eyes were red, his beard and hair stood up in anger, and his expression became ferocious. "That's my most beloved junior sister. But she didn't hesitate to threaten me for old Kuan." Lin Sun and Wan Rou couldn't help being stunned. Jiao Taixing was completely immersed in the past grievances and hatred at this moment, and said in a hoarse voice, "Of course I won't agree. I fought hard all the way to get the Kuan ancestor Kuan's natal bone. Why should I let old Kuan enjoy it alone? What makes me most sad and angry is that this request was made by my junior sister. She didn't know how heavy a blow it was to me." Jiao Taixing's face showed pain. "Your most beloved woman didn't hesitate to turn against you and threaten you for another man. Have you ever experienced this feeling?" Lin Sun had a strange look in his eyes. He really hadn't experienced it, but didn't Dishi have a similar experience? "Of course I won't agree." Jiao Taixing's face was distorted, and he said coldly, "But what I never thought was that my junior sister would really turn against me regardless of years of friendship." His voice was full of unspeakable anger and grief. "And then?" Lin Sun asked. "Ha ha ha, I killed her in a rage." Jiao Taixing laughed, but his laughter was sad. "The scar on my face was left by my junior sister before she died. Even in death, she protected old Kuan. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows and said, so this matter has nothing to do with old Kuan at all. How can it have nothing to do with him? Jiao Taixing stared at Lin Sun angrily. If he didn't cheat my junior sister's heart, how could she turn against me? This fellow is the most despicable. He wants to monopolize the Kuan ancestor's origin bone, yet he wants my junior sister to step forward and stop me. Because he knows very well that I'm infatuated with my junior sister, and I'm obedient to her every whim. So long as my junior sister makes a request, I very rarely refuse. Old Kuan has taken a fancy to this, and that's why he's using my junior sister. This is all your side of the story. It's you who killed your junior sister. What does it have to do with my father? Wanru said angrily. No, my junior sister died because of him. Jiao Taixing's eyes were terrifyingly cold. After my junior sister died, I vowed to avenge her and take back the Kuan ancestor's life bone that originally belonged to me. It's ridiculous that my junior sister died because of your father, but your father didn't care at all. Soon after he left Aurora Cave, he married your mother. Since you hate old Kuan so much, why did you endure for so many years until now? Lin Sun asked. Jiao Taixing sneered, if I only killed old Kuan, it would be too easy for him. Everything I've planned all these years is to destroy the entire Nine-Leaf Chamber of Commerce and kill all his relatives and friends. I'll let this despicable and shameless bastard lose everything. Isn't it nice to kill him then? Wanru felt cold in her heart. Only now did she understand how crazy Jiao Taixing's revenge was. It's a pity that at the last moment, the whole action failed because of you, an outsider. Jiao Taixing looked at Lin Sun with a complicated expression. Have you finished? Lin Sun's eyes were indifferent and calm. Jiao Taixing was stunned and couldn't help asking, do you think I'm wrong to do so? Lin Sun laughed and said, right or wrong, after all, is your side of the story. Do you think you can change my opinion of you with your words just now? Jiao Taixing frowned and said, I'm very puzzled. You're just an outsider. Why do you insist on getting involved in this matter? Does it have anything to do with you? The grace of a drop of water should be repaid with a gushing spring, can't you? Lin Sun said. Jiao Taixing's old face turned ugly. Previously, he said that he would help out when he saw injustice, but now he was repaying the grace of a drop of water with a gushing spring. Who would believe such nonsense? I understand now. You're doing this for the Kuan ancestor's life bone. He suddenly came to a realization and said with a look of realization, ha ha ha, that's right. People are tempted by wealth, not to mention such a treasure. Lin Sun said with a calm expression, are these your last words? Jiao Taixing took a deep breath and said, fellow Taoist, are you really going to be so ruthless? Clang, suddenly, Taoist Lord Crimson Demon who had been silent all this while rushed out, activating a blood-colored halberd and slashing at Lin Sun. At the same time, Jiao Taixing waved his sleeve and a snow-white divine chain whizzed out. Its target was not Lin Sun, but Wanru who was beside him. Clearly, he was planning to use Wanru as a hostage to threaten Lin Sun. This was undoubtedly a wise choice. It could also be seen that Jiao Taixing had long regarded Lin Sun as a lifelong enemy. Otherwise, he would not have chosen to use Wanru as a breakthrough point. You're just struggling on your deathbed. Lin Sun stood still and flicked his finger. Clang, the blood-colored halberd shattered inch by inch. Taoist Lord Crimson Demon, who was holding the halberd, was sent flying into the air and smashed into a distant wall, blood spurting from his mouth and nose. As for the snow-white divine chain that Jiao Taixing released, Lin Sun reached out and grabbed it as if he was grabbing a snake's weak point. The snow-white divine chain buzzed and trembled violently, unable to break free. However, Jiao Taixing was not alarmed. Instead, he was delighted. He revealed a hideous smile and lightly uttered an obscure Dao sound. Explode. Bang, the snow-white divine chains exploded one by one, bursting forth with a dazzling torrent of order flames that drowned Lin Sun. Standing beside Lin Sun, Wanru's pretty face turned pale with fright, as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Not far away, Jiao Taixing laughed heartily. So what if your battle prowess is heaven-defying? Even if you are enveloped by the Aurora Order flames, you will still suffer. Is that so? Aren't you celebrating too early? An indifferent voice sounded, and the white flames of order disappeared like clay oxen entering the sea, revealing Lin Sun's tall figure. Completely unharmed, Jiao Taixing's smile froze, and his eyeballs almost popped out. Even an immortal would be severely injured by such power. How did you block it? Not only did he block it, but he was also unharmed. This was inconceivable. Even Wanru couldn't help but be dumbfounded. Even the power of order couldn't kill him. Wasn't this young master sure you a little too strong? This is the order flames you collected from the Aurora Divine Cave? Lin Sun asked curiously. The calmer and more casual he was, the more terrified and panicked Jiao Taixing became. He couldn't imagine when such a heaven-defying young man appeared in the sixth heaven. Who the hell are you? Jiao Taixing's eyes widened in anger as he hissed. Master, he's most likely Lin Sun. Dowlord Crimson Demon, who was bleeding from his nose and mouth, shouted in the distance. Lin Sun, Jiao Taixing was startled at first, then his expression changed abruptly. He couldn't help but recall the various rumors about Feng Xiyuan's successor in recent years. According to the rumors, Lin Sun had slaughtered his way from the first heaven to the fifth, setting off a reign of terror. Even the Immortal Emperor clans couldn't do anything to him. Even if the Immortal Emperor clans took action, he could escape safely time and time again. It could be said that in the sixth heaven, Feng Xiyuan's successor, Lin Sun, represented a legend that no one could surpass. A peerless and ruthless person that gave the Immortal Emperor clans headaches. If this Shiryu was Feng Xiyuan's successor, then everything that happened along the way could be easily explained. The deaths of those from the Heng family weren't unjust. Because in this world, there was definitely a place for Lin Sun among those who dared to kill people from Immortal Emperor clans. Moreover, he was the one who received the most attention in recent years. You talk too much. At this moment, Lin Sun had already taken action. His sleeves fluttered, an overwhelming sword chi burst out, covering the entire hall. Jiao Taixing resisted desperately, yet it was in vain. In the blink of an eye, his body was slashed into pieces by the boundless sword lights, and he let out a miserable and sorrowful howl before his death. To be able to die in the hands of a legend like you. It's not a loss. As for Dowlord Crimson Fiend, he was in an even worse state. He was unable to defend against such a killing blow and perished instantly, dissipating under the boundless sword chi. When everything returned to silence, the hall was already riddled with holes, and it was branded with horrifying cracks and marks of the sword. Are you, really Lin Sun? Wanru's eyes were in a trance. Everything that she had experienced today had shocked her so much that her mind was in a daze. Lin Sun said in a gentle voice, it doesn't matter whether it is true or not. What matters is that although Jiao Taixing is dead, you should consider how to help your father resolve the danger from the Heng family. Wanru shuddered. After a moment of silence, she nodded. Let's go. Lin Sun looked out of the hall and left. Looking at his tall and aloof figure, Wanru murmured in her heart. No matter who he is, he's the benefactor of my 9 Leaves Merchant Guild. That's enough, Anarchy Demon Sea. The 9 Leaves Merchant Guild's treasured ship was flying through the air. Young master, please accept this treasure. Wanru passed the jade box that contained the Kuan ancestor's origin bone to Lin Sun. At this moment, she had completely calmed down from the soul-stirring experience. I didn't help you for this, said Lin Sun casually. Wanru said seriously, I'm unable to repay your great kindness. If you don't accept this treasure, I'm afraid I'll never be able to rest at ease for the rest of my life. Lin Sun was stunned, but he did not decline and said, then I'll be impolite. To be honest, he was indeed very curious about the Kuan ancestor's origin bone. Only then did Wanru reveal a relaxed smile. She said, next, I'll use all the resources of the 9 Leaves Merchant Guild to help you find him. I'll leave the Anarchy Demon Sea once there's some progress. This will probably take up a lot of time. In my opinion, it's best if you go back and see your father as soon as possible and tell him everything that happened, reminded Lin Sun. Wanru smiled and said, I've already sent people back to the Anarchy Demon Sea in advance. My father will understand everything once he obtains my jade slip. In reality, I plan to invite my father to the Anarchy Demon Sea. At the very least, I won't have to fear the Heng clan's revenge here. Lin Sun thought about it and said, that's a good idea indeed. Wanru left not long after. Lin Sun sat cross-legged on the bed and opened the sealed jade box. Immediately, an ancient and primordial aura of immortality spread out, causing Lin Sun's spirits to rise. The jade box shone brilliantly like a vast starry world. A complete Kuan ancestor's bone floated in the starry sky. It covered an area of 5,000 kilometers, and it was a shocking sight. Strands of the aura of immortality suffused out from the Kuan ancestor's bone, and it was boundlessly divine. It was too huge and completely preserved, and it lay across the starry sky. Even though only a skeleton remained, it still emanated an oppressive feeling that assaulted one's face. When Lin Sun's divine sense entered into the Kuan ancestor's bone to sense it, he faintly seemed to see a Kuan soaring out from an expanse of chaos. Its wings were like clouds that covered the sky, and it blotted out the sun as it leaped into the starry sky. Kuan, a type of innate divine beast that only existed in ancient legends. According to legend, it was born from the chaos, and it possessed the supreme might to split the heavens and the earth and separate the pure from the pure when it was born. Its bloodline was branded with the profundities of chaos, and its strength carried the most primordial profundities of the Grand Tao. Its natural talent was even said to stand above the myriad of races in the universe. Everyone in the world said that the Kuan was the innate divine beast that was the closest to eternity, and it was a terrifying being that could rival the eternal god clan, according to legend, if one was able to obtain the Kuan ancestor's bone, then one would be able to comprehend the most primordial profundities of eternity from within it. Yet now, such a complete Kuan ancestor's bone was right before Lin Sun's eyes. This caused his heart to burn with excitement. With Lin Sun's current cultivation, there were very few treasures in the world that could attract his attention. But the Kuan ancestor's bone before him made him unable to help but be moved and excited. The reason was very simple. This treasure was indeed as rumored, and it was branded with the primordial profundities of immortality, and this was exactly what he needed the most at the moment. After Zhu Xian reached the extreme perfection of the ancestral realm, there was only a threshold between him and the immortal way. But this threshold was too high, and it was so high that Lin Sun was still unable to step into it. It wasn't that his cultivation wasn't strong enough, but he lacked the opportunity. If he couldn't grasp this opportunity, even if he cultivated diligently and painstakingly for thousands of years, he was bound to be unable to touch the threshold of the immortal way. In other words, breaking through to the immortal realm had nothing to do with diligent and painstaking cultivation, and it had nothing to do with one's own willpower and wisdom. Instead, it required an epiphany. Perhaps it was a sudden whim, perhaps it was an inadvertent flash of inspiration, or perhaps it was a faint feeling that was produced in the dark. All of them would form an opportunity to break through. However, such an opportunity was too rare, too difficult to come by, and it was impossible to come by at all. It was profound within mysteries, and it was terrifying, but now that he possessed the Kuan ancestor's life bone, it was different. It innately contained bone markings and aura related to the immortal way, and it was the most primitive. So long as he calmly sensed and comprehended it, he would be able to understand and pry into the immortal way step by step. All of this could greatly increase a cultivator's chances of obtaining an epiphany. Yes, it was merely an opportunity. But even then, its value was so great that it was sufficient to make imperial ancestor realm existences in the world go mad, and they would even be willing to give up everything for such an opportunity. This was the reason why Lin Sun was excited in his heart. He lacked such an opportunity as well, but he'd never cared about it. Because at the bottom of it all, he'd merely spent less than 100 years on the Emperor's path to the perfection of the imperial ancestor realm, and he had plenty of time to grasp and comprehend that opportunity to break through in the future. But now, with the Kuan ancestor's life bone, everything would be different. After a long time, Lin Sun put away the jade box that contained the Kuan ancestor's life bone, and he sighed endlessly with emotion in his heart. One cause and one effect were not a coincidence. If he hadn't helped Wanru along the way, how could he have obtained such an opportunity? In the following period of time, Wanru steered the treasure ship and took Lin Sun around the Chaos Demon Sea to inquire about Lu Boya. Lin Sun didn't reveal Master Lu's name, fearing that it would cause unnecessary trouble. After all, a long time ago, Master Lu had accompanied the Master of Tong Tian to conquer the heavens and serve the Luo family. If someone noticed that he was looking for Master Lu, the news that Master Lu was hiding in the Chaos Demon Sea might be exposed. On the way, Lin Sun also learned more about the situation in the Chaos Demon Sea. The Chaos Demon Sea was like a labyrinth, and the order of space was extremely chaotic. Here, there were countless forces, large and small, and most of the small forces were formed by bandits and villains without any foundation. There were only 7 that could truly be called the top forces, and they were known as the 7 great demon sects. For example, the Luin Temple on the Thousand Blessings Island belonged to the Luin Demon Sect, one of the 7 demonic sects. And it was rumored that each of the 7 demonic sects had an immortal figure. But whether it was true or not, outsiders didn't know. In addition to the 7 demonic sects, there were also many solitary and ruthless figures in the Chaos Demon Sea, and most of them had extremely terrifying strength. Even the 7 demonic sects feared some of these ruthless figures, and as Lin Sun gradually understood, the biggest impression that the Chaos Demon Sea gave Lin Sun was chaos. Bloody killings could be seen everywhere, and there was a scene of unrest everywhere. Annexation between forces, vendettas between cultivators. It was simply a common sight. P.S. First, send 4 consecutive chapters. At around 6 o'clock in the evening, I will try to make 3 consecutive chapters. On the way to find Master Lu, Lin Sun would encounter 7 or 8 incidents related to killing almost every day. Lin Sun was shocked at first, but he gradually got used to it and even became numb to it. The reputation of the Nine Leaves Chamber of Commerce was not always effective. Some fearless desperados once attacked the treasure ship and tried to rob it. But without exception, they all ended up miserable. Lin Sun didn't even need to do anything. The guards on the ship were more than what these desperados could fight against. In fact, even in the Eternal World, the Emperor Realm was an existence that cultivators could only look up to. As for the Immortal Realm, they were comparable to the Supreme Gods. Even in this chaotic demon sea, there were relatively few people who had stepped into the martial Emperor Realm. For Lin Sun, he could kill Emperor Ancestors easily. Was the Emperor Ancestor Realm not powerful enough? No. Lin Sun's current combat power was invincible among the Emperor Realm, at least in the eyes of all living beings. Lin Sun was a terrifying existence that was beyond their reach. 1 month later, the treasure ship returned to the Thousand Blessings Island. Under Wanru's lead, they had met dozens of forces in the Chaos Demon Sea, but none of them had seen Master Lu in the portrait. This made Lin Sun frown. He was very suspicious. If Master Lu was really hiding in the Chaos Demon Sea, he would have hidden his identity and even changed his appearance. With Master Lu's ability, even if he changed his appearance, very few people would be able to see through him. All this made Lin Sun realize that if he continued to search aimlessly, it would be no different from looking for a needle in a haystack. Lin Sun didn't feel discouraged, but Wanru felt a little apologetic. At first, she said she would try her best to help Lin Sun find Master Lu. But a month had passed, and there was no clue. This inevitably made her feel a little depressed. Luin House. Wanru came again, but she also got bad news from the manager of Luin House. You've been very diligent. Don't blame yourself. Lin Sun, who was waiting in the hall of Luin House, saw Wanru walking over with a frown, and immediately comforted her. Child, do you have any other clues besides this portrait? Wanru asked. Lin Sun said with a smile, Miss Wanru, leave it to me to find people. Wanru was startled and said, Young Master intends to act alone? Lin Sun nodded. In the past month, I have roughly understood some of the situation in Chaos Demon Sea. It is enough for me to deal with everything by myself. Wanru was obviously reluctant to part with him, and she said, Then, will I be able to see young Master again in the future? That's hard to say. Lin Sun laughed. A sense of loss surged into Wanru's heart, and she said, This world is too huge. Even if it's cultivators of our generation, if we're separated, then we might never be able to meet again in this lifetime. Lin Sun felt the same way. Back then, when he left the small Feiyan village, he had experienced the Xiao Empire, the ancient Desolation Realm, the Starry Sky Ancient Path, and the vast thousand battlefields. He had also made many good friends along the way. Yet now, all of them were far apart from each other, and they were searching for their own paths towards the Tao. So, it was unknown when they would meet again. Wanru raised her clear eyes, took a deep breath, and said, Let's not talk about those disappointing things. Before we part, I hope young Master can find the person you're looking for as soon as possible. Please take care of yourself, and we'll meet again if we're fated to. Lin Sun nodded, Take care of yourselves as well. If you encounter any troublesome matters, you can crush this token. So long as I'm still in Chaos Demon Sea, I'll definitely come see you as soon as possible. As he spoke, he passed a jade token branded with a trace of his willpower to Wanru. Not to mention anything else, just this rare treasure, the Kuan ancestor's bone, made Lin Sun feel grateful. It was just a jade token, and it should be taken as a token of his appreciation. Wanru carefully put away the jade token, and then she said with a smile, "Now, I hope to use this jade token, yet I don't want to encounter any troublesome matters again." It's really quite a dilemma. Lin Sun couldn't help laughing. On that day, Lin Sun bid farewell to Wanru and left alone. It was also from this day onwards that Lin Sun was like a wandering passerby. He walked in Chaos Demon Sea, and every time he came to a populated place, he would enter it to explore. Just like that, 2 months passed in a hurry. On this day, the travel-worn Lin Sun stepped on the road to an island called Southern Sea. He wasn't in a hurry. Over the past 2 months, he had used the time to comprehend the mysteries of eternity on the Kuan ancestor's bone, and he had gained quite a lot of benefits. Eternity was a description of the realm that surpassed the Emperor realm. Anyone who stepped into this realm could live as long as the heavens. The heavens here referred to the great Tao energy that was distributed in any world. In other words, even if the eternal true world was destroyed and disappeared, as long as the great Tao energy still existed in the world, those who stepped into this realm could live forever. This was fundamentally different from the path to immortality of the longevity tribulation realm. The eternity realm was divided into 3 great realms: same lifespan, nirvana, and transcendent. Those who could break through and step onto the path to immortality could be called the same lifespan realm, which meant that they could live as long as the heavens. Those who reached this realm could comprehend the power of order, and from there, condense their great Tao laws into the eternity laws. The higher the rank of the power of order, the stronger the power of the eternity laws condensed. It is worth mentioning that the division of the eternity laws also corresponds to the rank of the power of order. The two are complementary. For example, the eternity laws comprehended from the 3rd level of the Earth step are the 3rd level of the Earth step, and so on. At the same lifespan realm, the powerhouse who wields the eternity laws of the Earth step is far inferior to the powerhouse who wields the eternity laws of the Heaven step. Luo Yunshan, who was killed by Lin Sun at that time, wielded the power of the Earth step. Among those at the same lifespan realm, he could be regarded as the most tyrannical existence. After all, in this 6th heaven, even though there are 24 immortal emperor clans, the immortal laws controlled by these immortal emperor clans are all at the Earth step realm. Even the eternity laws condensed by these immortal emperors are only at the 9th level of the Earth step realm. Therefore, the Earth step immortal laws can be regarded as the best among the Earth step. Lin Sun's greatest feeling when he was comprehending the immortal mysteries of the Kuan ancestor's life bone was that it was difficult. The mysteries were too profound, and even with his comprehension and understanding of the great Tao, he often felt that it was extremely strenuous. Moreover, the mysteries he could comprehend were extremely limited. This is normal, after all, he is only at the ancestor realm, and the mysteries imprinted on the Kuan ancestor's life bone can only be comprehended by those at the immortal realm. However, even so, Lin Sun has benefited a lot. His understanding of the immortal realm is no longer as vague and one-sided as before. Stop! Suddenly, a loud shout sounded in the distance. Lin Sun, who was thinking while rushing forward, looked up and saw a group of cultivators gathering in the sky above the distant sea. The leader was a rough man with a fierce aura, dressed in a blood-red robe, holding a trident that was overflowing with cold light. The cultivators around him also had a fierce aura, and they didn't hide their murderous intent at all. However, what amused Lin Sun is that the strongest cultivator in this group is only at the Quasi-Emperor realm, and the other cultivators are at the Saint King realm, Great Saint realm. It's even to the extent that a thin young man in black clothes is merely at the Immortal Tribulation realm. Lin Sun doesn't know whether to laugh or cry when he sees such a motley crew actually obstruct his path and rob him. In fact, these people can't be blamed for being blind. In order to avoid drawing too much attention, Lin Sun has restrained his cultivation to the extreme as he moves forward. Not to mention these people, even some Emperor realm figures couldn't see through his cultivation. Originally, Lin Sun didn't intend to pay attention to them, but when his gaze inadvertently fell onto the thin young man in black clothes, he was stunned, and huge waves arose in his heart that was calm like a lake at this moment. This fellow is quite obedient. He doesn't seem to be a formidable figure. Let's go and search him. I hope he doesn't disappoint us. Seeing Lin Sun stop, those cultivators seemed to be relieved, and then they swarmed towards him like a swarm of bees with a grim smile. Friend, seeing that you're sensible, I'll give you a chance. Obediently hand over the treasures in your possession, and we'll naturally let you live. If you wait for us to make a move, haha, I'm afraid that you won't be able to leave alive at that time. The rugged man in a scarlet robe, the leader, sneered. Hurry up. Those cultivators urged sternly. To their surprise, the fat sheep they regarded as obedient didn't pay attention to them at all, but stared at the young man in black clothes among them. What are you looking at? Being stared at by Lin Sun, the young man in black clothes felt uncomfortable and shouted. Show me the sword in your hand. When Lin Sun spoke, he had already stretched out his hand. With a clang, the sword in the young man's hand flew out and fell into Lin Sun's palm. He looked down at it, and became more and more excited. At this time, the young man's face changed dramatically. He shouted anxiously, Everyone, hurry up. That guy has robbed my treasures. Kill. The leader in a scarlet robe shouted and waved his hand. All the people rushed up at once. Boom, in the sound of collision, these people were suppressed by a terrible force before they rushed forward. They couldn't move at all like insects being slapped there. All of a sudden, they were completely shocked and realized that something was wrong. In the field, only the young man in black clothes stood there, but he was also frightened by the scene. His mind went blank, and he stood there in a daze. The atmosphere was eerily silent. Lin Sun kept looking down at the sword, and his expression changed constantly. After a long time, he looked up at the young man in black clothes under the surprised and frightened eyes. Of all the people. Where did you get this sword? The voice was gentle, with a power that could reach people's hearts. The fear in the young man's heart was soothed by the power in the voice, and he calmed down. But he still looked surprised and fearful. He said in a trembling voice, If you promise not to kill me, I'll tell you. Lin Sun nodded and said, Sure. The teenager in black seemed to be emboldened. He looked at his suppressed companions and said, You can't kill them either. Otherwise, I'd rather die than tell you. Lin Sun was surprised and said with a smile, As you wish. With his strength, if he hadn't been attracted by the sword in the teenager's hand, he wouldn't have cared about this robbery at all, or he wouldn't have bothered to do it. He could teleport away in a flash, so he wouldn't give the opponent any chance to rob him. For now, it didn't matter to him whether he killed these people or not. Perhaps Lin Sun's calm and gentle smile infected the teenager in black. After a moment of silence, he said, This sword is a relic left to me by my father. A relic? Lin Sun frowned slightly and said, Do you know where your father got this sword? The teenager in black shook his head, I don't know. Immediately, he seemed to be afraid that Lin Sun would go back on his words, so he said hurriedly, But my father has been active in the sea area near South Sea Island. If you want to find out the origin of this sword, maybe you can go to South Sea Island and have a look. Isn't South Sea Island the place I'm going to this time? Lin Sun thought for a moment and said, Come with me. The teenager in black's face suddenly turned pale. He thought that he would be killed by Lin Sun if he couldn't find out the origin of this sword. Lin Sun couldn't help but laugh. This boy was very vigilant and kind. At least he cared about the life and death of his companions, but he was a little timid. Let's go. Whether I find the answer I want or not, I won't kill you. With that, Lin Sun waved his sleeves and teleported away with the teenager in black. After they watched them leave, those cultivators that were suppressed finally heaved sighs of relief, and they glanced at each other while they couldn't help but feel a lingering fear in their hearts. What's your name? Lin Sun asked on the way. Xianxia. The teenager in black looked very honest. He had already recognized his situation. Did your father tell you the real use of this sword? Lin Sun asked casually. Isn't this just a Saint Tier battle sword? Xianxia was confused. Lin Sun shook his head and said, No, it's not just an ordinary saint-level treasure. I'll tell you when things are clear. Xianxia stared blankly and said, Now that you mention it, I suddenly recall that my mother once said that the greatest treasure my father left me was this sword. She asked me to cherish it and never lose it. If it's really as you said, then this sword might really not be simple. Where is your mother now? Lin Sun thought of something. It's on Southern Sea Island, Fengzhi said. Lin Sun nodded. After the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. An island the size of a floating continent appeared on the surface of the black seawater. It covered an area of 10,000 miles. Southern Sea Island, an extremely remote and barren island in the chaotic Demon Sea. Every once in a while, this island would be battered by storms in the sea, and it was to the extent that even the most ferocious and evil people weren't willing to reside in such a desolate place. However, for those practitioners who were forced to make a living, Southern Sea Island was undoubtedly a relatively safe place to live. The harsh and barren environment here could also provide them with shelter. After all, who would go to the slums to burn, kill, and loot? Lin Sun had traveled to different places in the chaotic Demon Sea before, but Southern Sea Island was the only place that he didn't go. Because this place was too barren, he subconsciously thought that Master Lu and the others would not hide here. But he didn't expect that on the way to Southern Sea Island, he would find the sword in Fengzhi's hand, so much so that at this moment, some thoughts in his mind changed. Soon, Lin Sun and Fengzhi arrived at Southern Sea Island. As far as the eye could see, the island was full of scattered stone buildings, all of which were very simple and crude. Even the streets were winding and disorderly. Almost all the practitioners on the island were poor and destitute people of all realms, but there were no emperors, not even a few quasi-emperors. To Lin Sun's surprise, there were many children, teenagers, and young girls who had been tempered by life at such a young age. Obviously, they were all children that were born and raised here. Otherwise, with their strength, it would have been impossible for them to enter the chaotic Demon Sea, and they were doomed to not survive in such a bloody and turbulent world. Looking at Fengzhi beside him, Lin Sun already knew that this boy had obviously grown up here. Southern Sea Island was very large, covering an area of thousands of miles. But every once in a while, it would be attacked by storms in the sea, so there were very few suitable places on the island for living. Lin Sun scanned the island with his divine awareness and soon got a general idea of the situation on the island. "Let's go, take me to see your mother," Lin Sun said. Fengzhi hesitated. Can you guarantee that you won't hurt my mother?" Lin Sun patted the boy's thin shoulder and said, "If I want to do that, I don't need you to lead the way. I can directly search your soul and find the answer from your memory." Fengzhi nodded and led the way first. After an hour, Fengzhi led Lin Sun to a simple stone house. A woman in plain clothes and braided hairpins was sewing an old battle robe in the stone house. She also had cultivation, but not high, only at the 7th level of the longevity calamity realm. Therefore, she didn't look old, but there was a lot of wind and frost accumulated between her eyebrows. With her cultivation, it was not easy for her to live in such a harsh and dangerous place. "Mother, I'm back." Fengzhi took a deep breath and said softly. The woman suddenly threw the battle robe in her hand to the ground and rushed out of the stone house angrily. "Tell me, did you go to the sea with those bastards to rob again? Do you know how your father died? Did you think it was easy for me to raise you all these years?" She scolded Fengzhi, and in the end, her eyes were red. If something happened to you, what should I do?" Fengzhi bowed his head and said, "Mother, there's a guest." Only then did the woman notice Lin Sun. She wiped the tears in her eyes and squeezed out a smile, saying, "I'm sorry, Lin Sun said in a gentle voice, "Parents all over the world care about their children." "I think you're right. Even in a poor place, we should still have the ambition to rise. We shouldn't take the crooked path. Only in this way can we become great people in the future." The woman was stunned and said, "I still don't know your name and why you come here." Lin Sun said with a smile, "The name is not important. I just want to know the origin of this sword." As he said, he took out the sword. The woman's face changed slightly, and she said, This sword is left by my husband. Why is it in your hands?" There was suspicion and vigilance in her eyes. Fengzhi hurriedly said, "Mother, this senior is not a bad person. He just wants to know the origin of my father's sword. That's why I brought him here." Lin Sun nodded. "Yes, the person who made this sword is very important to me. He is an elder of mine. I came to Chaos Demon Sea to find him." The woman relaxed her vigilance and said with a complicated look in her eyes, "I know about this. About 50 years ago, my husband's personal weapon was destroyed in a battle. Since then, he has been unable to recover. Without a weapon, it is too difficult for him to survive on South Sea Island. So I went to a weapon shop on the island, hoping to buy a suitable treasure for my husband. But I didn't have enough money. When I was about to leave, the owner of the weapon shop said that he could give me a treasure on credit, and that I would repay him when I have money in the future. Later, I found out that the owner of the weapon shop somehow learned that my husband had never burned, killed, or looted in these years. He was an upright and honorable man, so he was willing to give us the treasure on credit. Speaking of this, the woman's face was full of gratitude. In fact, my husband and I both know that the owner of the weapon shop doesn't want us to repay him at all. Lin Sun was excited. He had roughly guessed the answer and asked, "Is the weapon shop on South Sea Island?" The woman nodded, yes. Lin Sun took a deep breath and suppressed his excitement. He looked at Xianxia and said, "Didn't you just ask me what the secret of this sword is? Let me show you." Clang, Lin Sun's fingertips gently touched the blade, and a strange sword sound rang out. The whole sword suddenly surged with a black torrent of power, covering Lin Sun's whole body. Under Xianxia's shocked gaze, the black power turned into a suit of armor, covering Lin Sun's head, shoulders, waist, abdomen, legs, and feet. The whole suit of armor and the sword in Lin Sun's hand were integrated, emitting cold and frightening waves of power. The woman's eyes were in a trance, and she murmured, "Yes, that's it. My husband used this sword to repel many ferocious criminals." Xianxia was shocked, and his eyes became fanatical. He said, So this is the real appearance of the sword." Clatter as the black divine light rolled, the armor covering Lin Sun's body disappeared, and the sword in his hand returned to its original appearance. This is the armor of spiritual tattoos, a magical treasure. When you step into the saint realm, you can use the power of this treasure. Lin Sun handed the sword to Xianxia and warned him seriously. The armor of spiritual tattoos. Xianxia was shocked. He took the sword with both hands, and his face glowed with a different look. Lin Sun sighed with emotion. The armor of spiritual tattoos was a magical treasure that only Master Lu knew how to refine. Lin Sun had once refined such a treasure in Ziyao Empire. After so many years, how could he not know the uniqueness of the armor of spiritual tattoos? It could be said that the armor of spiritual tattoos was unique in the whole world. Lin Sun was so excited because he saw through the secret of this sword. He knew that as long as he could find out the origin of this sword, he could definitely find Master Lu. Now, there was only one step left to achieve this goal. Find the weapon shop. Hearing Lin Sun's words, the woman said bitterly, "Sage realm? It's too difficult for people like us to enter this realm." She sighed faintly. "Xianxia isn't a bad child. I know that he's not like those bastards who only know how to kill and rob. He's just doing it because he has to make a living. If he could reach the Sage realm, he would at least be able to find a job on South Sea Island." But now, Xianxia said, "Mother, don't worry. I will definitely become a sage in the future." Lin Sun thought for a moment, then pressed a finger on Xianxia's forehead. Immediately, Xianxia's sea of consciousness rumbled as if the world was turning upside down. When he woke up, there was an inheritance imprint in his sea of consciousness. "This is?" Xianxia was stunned. "An inheritance that can help you break through to the Sage realm," Lin Sun said. Xianxia became excited and stammered incoherently, "Senior, why don't you kneel and thank your benefactor?" The woman was also pleasantly surprised and urged. Xianxia sighed and was about to kneel and kowtow when Lin Sun stopped him. "A real man doesn't bow to heaven or earth. If you're really grateful, then follow the right path and cultivate diligently. Don't make your mother sad and disappointed in the future," Lin Sun said seriously. Xianxia's lips trembled. He took a deep breath and nodded firmly. Lin Sun didn't know that because of today's events, this seemingly unremarkable youth would go through many years of battles and unify the Chaos Demon Sea, ending the turmoil and bloodshed of this sea. At that time, the world would call him the South Sea Sovereign. When talking about the past, the South Sea Sovereign would always think of today's meeting with Lin Sun. He often said to others, "Although I'm not Master Lin's disciple, we are master and disciple. If not for Master Lin, I wouldn't be who I am today." This was all in the future. After Lin Sun said goodbye to Xianxia and his mother, he turned around and left in a hurry. Although South Sea Island was huge, Lin Sun's consciousness allowed him to find the weapon shop in a short while. It was a simple courtyard made up of several houses piled up with boulders. It looked very unremarkable. In front of the stone house, there was a banner with the words weapon shop written on it, but there was no specific name. In the main hall of the weapon shop, there were only a few customers, and there was no attendant to introduce them. There was only a man in gray sitting lazily behind the counter, dozing off. When Lin Sun came in, the man in gray only looked up at him for a moment and then withdrew his eyes. He said weakly, "Choose what you need." Lin Sun glanced around. The treasures displayed on the counter were dazzling and varied, but none of them were armors with spiritual tattoos. This made Lin Sun frown. Did I come to the wrong place? However, this was the only place on Southern Sea Island called the Smithy. "Shopkeeper, do you have such a treasure here?" Suddenly, a man in a white robe opened his mouth and took out a green umbrella that was only a foot long. Lin Sun's pupils shrank. Armor with spiritual tattoos, he immediately realized that the white-robed man was here for Master Lu, just like him, or the owner of the armor with spiritual tattoos. At the same time, Lin Sun also realized that these customers in the weapon shop were obviously with the white-robed man. At this moment, they all looked at the man in gray behind the counter. "No." The man in gray answered without raising his head. "Really?" The white-robed man was handsome and tall. When he opened and closed his eyes, there was a faint blue luster, which made him look strange and frightening. The man in gray behind the counter said impatiently, "I said no means no. If you're not here to buy weapons, you can leave now. You're courting death." A lean old man nearby stepped forward with an aggressive look in his eyes. "If you don't answer honestly, don't blame us for being rude." The man in gray sneered, "You should ask around. Since the opening of this weapon shop, which idiot has dared to make trouble here? If you have the guts, do it at your own risk." He seemed to have nothing to fear. The leading white-robed man frowned and said, "Do you know who we are?" "I don't care who you are. As long as you dare to make trouble here, you'll have to bear the consequences." The man in gray said rudely. "Ha ha ha, in this remote place, someone dares to threaten our ninth secluded demon sect." Someone laughed. The ninth secluded demon sect, Lin Sun was surprised. This was one of the top 7 demon sects in Chaos Demon Sea. It was said that there were 18 old demons in the Emperor Ancestor realm, and a large number of fierce and ruthless people gathered in the sect. Now, people from the ninth secluded demon sect showed up here with a spiritual tattoo armor. Obviously, they didn't come with good intentions. However, this scene once again proved that his previous speculation was right. Master Lu was very likely to be lurking in this inconspicuous weapon shop. The ninth secluded demon sect? The face of the man in gray changed slightly. But it was not panic on his face, but a kind of surprise and surprise. "Yes, we're here to see the Taoist tattoo master who made this treasure. Since you know who we are, you should know the consequences of refusing us," the white-robed man said indifferently, with a trace of arrogance. The expression of the man in gray changed constantly. After a while, he sighed and said, "Well, I'll be merciful and let you see the Taoist tattoo master before you die." Before his voice died away, he gently knocked on the counter with his finger. Suddenly, a strange ripple of restriction spread throughout the hall. "You're courting death." The white-robed man's eyes narrowed, and he suddenly reached out his hand to catch the man in gray. But the man in gray grinned and scolded, "Idiot." Then, his figure turned into a ray of illusory light and disappeared, making the white-robed man's grasp fail. Buzz, the power of the restriction surged and spread, and the white-robed man and the others felt the scene before their eyes change. Instantly, they felt as if they were in a world of darkness, boundless, and they couldn't see the end. Even with their strength, they couldn't find any flaws. All of a sudden, they were all nervous and were about to break the formation. Right at this moment, a rain of light flowed, and then a young man with a stiff expression and a cold and indifferent gaze appeared out of thin air. He was handsome, and his skin was bronze in color. His long gray hair was tied into a beautiful ponytail behind his head. He wore a neat, clean, and well-tailored crimson robe, which was bright red and dazzling. After he appeared, the crimson-robed young man's gaze descended onto the green umbrella in the white-robed man's hand, and he frowned slightly. "All of you killed the person who once possessed this treasure?" His voice was like the edge of a blade, and it revealed bone-piercing coldness. Remove this grand formation, and we'll tell you, said the white-robed man coldly. I don't need an answer. In any case, all of you deserve death. The crimson-robed young man's voice was indifferent as he stretched out his fair and slender finger and clenched lightly in the air. Numerous enormous black holes appeared in the world of restrictions, and they swallowed the white-robed man and the others one by one. It wasn't that these people didn't resist, but it was all in vain. The strange and terrifying devouring force created by the black holes devoured all their treasures and Tao techniques, and then they vanished without a trace. From the beginning until the end, the crimson-robed young man's expression didn't change in the slightest, and it was indifferent and stiff. He went silent for a moment before he stretched out his hand and gestured, and the green umbrella that was in the white-robed man's hand earlier fell into his hand. The crimson-robed young man went silent for a moment before he sighed lightly. A good person like you has actually suffered misfortune. This ocean of anarchy is becoming more and more unpleasant to the eye. After that, his pupils narrowed slightly as he suddenly realized something. This restriction grand formation was missing a person on an antique, quiet, and beautiful mountain peak. The gray-robed shopkeeper from before appeared out of thin air beneath an ancient pine tree at the mountainside, and he muttered. So what if it's the ninth Hell Devil sect? Being targeted by junior brother Xianfu is no different than giving your life away. Immediately, he shook his head and looked not far away. Beside a clear stream not far away, two children, a boy and a girl, were sitting opposite each other, playing chess on a chessboard with an extremely focused look. The gray-robed man stepped forward, glanced at them, and said with a smile, Qing Feng, Qing Yu, it's been half a month. Haven't you won the game yet? No one responded to him. Whether it was the boy called Qing Feng or the girl called Qing Yu, they were both determined, focused, and oblivious to their surroundings. The gray-robed man laughed happily and didn't care. But the next moment, his eyes widened, and his smile froze. He cried as if he had seen a ghost, How did you get in? Under the ancient pine tree not far away, Lin Sun's tall figure had already appeared. Hearing this, Lin Sun smiled and said, Of course I walked in. The gray-robed man screamed, It's impossible. The restriction power covering the entrance of the Miluo cave was set by my grandmaster himself. Even immortal figures can't find it at all. Lin Sun thought of something and unfolded a picture of Master Lu. Is he the grandmaster you mentioned? The gray-robed man only took a glance at it, and then he looked surprised and doubtful, saying, Are you here for revenge? I'm here to look for someone. Lin Sun gazed at the tranquil and desolate mountain, feeling happy. He sighed with emotion, What a nice place. The gray-robed man became more and more confused. He said angrily, Can't you talk like a human? I'll call for help if you continue like this. I'm here for Master Lu, namely Lu Boya, who is probably the grandmaster you mentioned. As long as I see him, everything will be clear. While saying this, Lin Sun stepped towards the two children who were playing chess. After a brief look, his eyes were in a trance. Integrating spiritual tattoos into the game of chess, Lin Sun deduced and perceived the mystery of spiritual tattoos. He couldn't be more familiar with this method of perceiving spiritual tattoos, because he often played such games with Master Lu when he was a child. One was to test his attainments in spiritual tattoos. The other was to give him pointers with the help of the flaws and problems exposed in the game. How could Lin Sun not sigh with emotion when he saw such a scene in front of him when he was a child? P.S. 3 chapters in a row, only 3 chapters left to complete 10 chapters. Ladies and gentlemen, monthly votes. There are so few monthly votes today. Don't torture the goldfish like this. With a flash of light and shadow, a figure appeared under the ancient pine. It was the red-robed young man with long gray hair and a handsome face. When he saw Lin Sun standing beside Qing Feng and Qing Yu, his eyes narrowed imperceptibly. Junior brother Xianfu. The gray-robed man was delighted. Although Xianfu ranked the last among his peers in Miluo Wonderland, he was the best in both spiritual tattoos and combat power. Immediately, the gray-robed man told Xianfu about Lin Sun's actions after entering this place. Xianfu frowned and stared at Lin Sun with a chilling look in his eyes. Do you want to see our ancestor? Lin Sun laughed and said, Sure enough, Master Lu is your ancestor. At this moment, he couldn't hide his joy. It had been many years since he left the mine prison when he was young. Now he finally had a chance to meet Master Lu again, which made him overjoyed. Master Lu, Xianfu frowned, our ancestor left me Lua Wonderland a few years ago. I advise you to go back. Lin Sun raised his eyebrows, where did your ancestor go? Xianfu asked in reply, why should I tell you? The atmosphere was tense, the atmosphere became depressing. Lin Sun thought for a moment and said, do you suspect that I came here with bad intentions? Isn't that the case? Xianfu looked indifferent. Lin Sun suddenly smiled. He pointed at the chess game where Qing Feng and Qing Yu were playing and said, how about this? Let's play a game of chess. If I win, you answer my question. If I lose, I will leave immediately. Xianfu was stunned for a moment, are you sure? Friend, do you understand that this game is a test of spiritual tattoos? The gray-robed man was also stunned and almost thought he heard wrong. Others might not know, but how could he not know that in the Tao of spirit markings, their Empyrean abode could absolutely be said to be unrivaled in the world, but now, someone came to play chess with the successor of Lua Wonderland. It was like showing off one's slight skill in front of an expert and asking for humiliation. At this moment, the gray-robed man understood Xianfu's feelings, and he understood why Xianfu would be stunned for a moment and ask, are you sure? In this Luo Grotto heaven, anyone who heard such a request would probably feel it to be very absurd, right? Don't forget how I got in here. Lin Sun glanced at the gray-robed man with a smile. The gray-robed man was stunned at first, and then he seemed to understand and said, are you here to make trouble? Lin Sun's smile froze and his lips twitched. As I said, I just want to meet Master Lu. Xianfu walked over from afar, and he picked up Qing Feng and Qing Yu from the chess game before handing them over to the gray-robed man. After that, he sat cross-legged at the side of the chessboard and said, let's begin. Obviously, he had agreed to Lin's conditions. Lin Sun also sat cross-legged. Do you know the rules of chess? The gray-robed man asked. Be it the 3 talents duel, the 6 directions duel, the 9 palaces duel, the 36 celestial stars duel, or the 72 earthly fiends duel, they are all fine. Of course, if there are other duel rules, there's no harm in telling me now. I'll accept them one by one. Lin Sun said casually. The gray-robed man said in a daze, you're so well prepared, and you still say you're not here to make trouble? Lin Sun really didn't want to talk to this guy anymore. His idea was so weird that he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You're a guest, so you can play. Choose one. Xianfu looked indifferent, almost without any expression. Then let's play the 9 palaces duel. Lin Sun didn't refuse. He picked up a black chess piece and knocked it on the chessboard. All of a sudden, a mysterious restriction formation emerged from the chessboard. The gray-robed man had profound attainments in spiritual tattoos. When he saw the scene, he couldn't help but be surprised and more convinced that Lin Sun came prepared. Or even with bad intentions. Standing on one side, Qing Feng and Qing Yu looked at this scene curiously. Qing Feng asked, Martial Uncle Mu Wei, what's the special about this move? The gray-robed man Mu Wei said casually, this is the little yin-yang formation of 5 elements, a very common formation. Don't be too surprised. When the game is over, I'll replay the details of the whole game for you, and then explain it to you. Now you just watch it quietly. A true gentleman doesn't talk when watching a game. This was not only for Qing Feng and Qing Yu, but also for Lin Sun. The implication was that no one else would intervene in this game of chess. Xianfu on the opposite side picked up a white chess piece and knocked it on a chessboard. Suddenly, an exquisite restriction formation appeared. Lin Sun nodded secretly. This Xianfu's attainments in spiritual tattoos were really not simple. Thinking so, he picked up a black chess piece and knocked it on the chessboard again. Xianfu also put down his chess piece. The two of them fought back and forth, and on the small chessboard, all sorts of wondrous restrictions and grand formations appeared, segregated into different squares. At first, Xianfu didn't pay much attention to it, but gradually, he frowned slightly and realized that he had met a strong opponent. He didn't dare to neglect it and concentrated on the game. At the beginning, Mu Wei, who was watching the game, was full of confidence in Xianfu. He thought that the guy who came to challenge the game was destined to suffer a heavy setback in a moment. But as the game gradually unfolded, his expression became dignified, and he even felt a little frightened. As for Qing Feng and Qing Yu, they were already dazzled. The game on the chessboard had completely exceeded the scope of their understanding. It was too mysterious and obscure. But they could see that as time went on, Xianfu's chess pieces began to slow down. Later, he needed to think for a while before he put down a chess piece. Lin Sun was still very casual when he put down his chess pieces. He knocked them down almost without thinking. The brook was gurgling, and the pines were rustling. But the quiet field was silent and depressing. Seeing that Xianfu's chess speed was getting slower and slower, and the time he took to think was getting longer and longer, Qing Feng couldn't help but be a little anxious. He looked up at Mu Wei and opened his mouth to say something. But he was surprised to find that Mu Wei's forehead was covered with sweat, his eyes were wide open, and his eyebrows were full of surprise, shock, and a touch of unconcealable worry. It seemed that he was Xianfu, and he was carrying out an extremely fierce battle in the game, and he was also suffering great pressure. It was also at this time that Qing Feng noticed that there were many figures nearby. All of these were the seniors of Miluo abode, and there were both men and women, young and old. All of them stood there silently as they stared at this match. There was more or less a touch of surprise on their faces. Obviously, they were also surprised by Lin's performance in this game. And when he saw a middle-aged man with a strange appearance in a feather robe in the crowd, Qing Feng almost cried out. "Don't make a sound so as not to disturb them." The middle-aged man raised his eyes and looked at Qing Feng. At the same time, his mellow and gentle voice also sounded in Qing Feng's heart. Then, the middle-aged man looked back at the chess game with a strange look on his face. When the game went on for 6 hours, Lin Sun suddenly looked up and said with a smile, "How about stopping here?" Xianfu was silent for a moment and said with a dull look, "You don't have to give in. I don't want to win, but I want to know why I lost." Lin Sun nodded, "Okay." This time, it lasted less than an hour. Lin Sun looked up at Xianfu again and said, "Thank you for letting me win." Xianfu pursed his lips and was silent for a moment. Then he said, "I'm not as good as you, so I didn't let you win at all." At this moment, all the people who had been watching the game breathed a sigh of relief, as if they were relieving the tension and pressure in their hearts. Immediately, their expressions became complicated. Xianfu was the most outstanding successor of this generation of the Miluo cave. His profound attainments in spiritual tattoos amazed many people. But now, he was defeated by a stranger. Who was this stranger? How terrifying was his attainment in the Tao of spiritual tattoos? How could this be? Mu Wei cried. He was at a loss and couldn't accept it. It's common to win or lose. What's more, the purpose of this game is to study and deduce spiritual tattoos. The purpose is to improve one's attainments in spiritual tattoos. For Xianfu, it's a good thing that he was defeated this time. At this time, the middle-aged man in feather clothes with a strange appearance said in a warm voice. Everyone couldn't help nodding. Then, the middle-aged man looked at Lin Sun and said, "I'm Su Ruogu, currently the headmaster of the Miluo cave. Mu Wei has told me that you want to meet the founder of the Miluo cave?" Lin Sun got up and cupped his hands, "That's right." Su Ruogu thought for a while and said with a smile, "Although the founder is not here now, you must have something important to see. Please come with me to the main hall." "Thank you," Lin Sun said. Immediately, Su Ruogu led the way in front of Lin Sun and went to the top of the mountain. Mu Wei and other successors of the Miluo cave watched them leave and couldn't help whispering. Who is that man? How could he have such attainments in spiritual tattoos? He said he came to see the founder. Did he know the founder before? This person is indeed powerful. His control over the Tao of spiritual runes has already reached an unimaginable level. It's far from what we can compare to. In my opinion, perhaps only the headmaster can suppress him. In the midst of this discussion, Xianfu, who had been sitting there with a dull look, suddenly got up, and a frightening light surged in his eyes. I probably know who he is. With that, his figure flashed, and he hurried to the top of the mountain. Everyone was stunned and confused. When they wanted to ask more questions, Xianfu's figure had already disappeared. Let's go and have a look. Mu Wei took the lead, and others also followed him to the top of the mountain. At the same time, There was an ancient hall standing in the clouds and mist on the top of the mountain. As soon as he came in, Suruoga turned around, cupped his hands to Lin Sun, and asked solemnly, "May I ask, are you child Lin Sun?" P.S. Chapter 8 is here. Chapter 9 has been written halfway and can be sent out at about 10:30. Suruoga came straight to the point and revealed Lin Sun's identity. Lin Sun was stunned and smiled, "Yes." Suruoga smiled and sighed with emotion. "Many years ago, Master once said that child Lin would come to see me in the future and asked me to pay attention to him. I never thought that I would see child Lin today. Come on, invite him in." Then, he invited Lin Sun to take a seat. He poured tea and some delicacies for Lin Sun. These are some specialties of Chaos Demon Sea, which can't be found in the outside world. You can have a taste. Lin Sun was flattered and said, "You're too polite, senior." Suruoga laughed heartily, "My master is Master Lu. We are of the same generation. You can call me brother and I'll call you brother." Lin Sun readily accepted. After chatting for a while, Lin Sun couldn't help asking, "Brother, is Master Lu really not here?" Suruoga said, "About 60 years ago, my master left for the mysterious Forbidden Area, one of the 3 forbidden areas in Chaos Demon Sea. He hasn't returned since." The mysterious Forbidden Area, Lin Sun felt a chill in his heart. That was a place of great danger like the primordial magnetic wind belt and the Aurora Cave. It was said that the mysterious Forbidden Area existed in Chaos Demon Sea in ancient times. It was suspected to be a secret place that didn't belong to this era. That place was covered in violent torrents of order all year round. The most incredible thing was that the torrents of order followed a mysterious track and evolved into numerous congenital prohibition formations. Just thinking about the restrictive formation that was formed from the power of order, one could imagine how terrifying the mysterious forbidden domain was. Before coming to South Sea Island, Lin Sun had thought about going to the mysterious forbidden area if he couldn't find Master Lu. In his opinion, the mysterious forbidden area might be terrifying, but it was undoubtedly full of temptation for a Taoist tattooist like Master Lu. After all, Lin Sun was very curious about the restriction formation formed by the torrent of order when he first heard about it. "Did Master Lu say when he would come back?" Lin Sun asked. Suruoga smiled as if he knew Lin Sun would ask this question. He said, "When Master left, he told me that if you want to see him, you need to complete some tests first." "Test?" Lin Sun was stunned. Since when did Master Lu become so mysterious? That's right. I was also curious as to why Master would do such a thing. However, Master said that if little brother could complete the test, you would understand. Suruoga smiled. Then he took out a jade talisman made of animal bone and handed it to Lin Sun. "There are 2 tests. This is the first one." Lin Sun probed it with his spiritual awareness and immediately understood. This first test was actually to head to one of the chaotic Devil Sea's 3 great restricted areas, the Origin Magnetic Wind Belt, and gather 50 tons of Origin Magnetic Divine Iron. It looked simple, but one has to know that the Magnetic Wind Belt is a place of great danger. It is filled with an incomparably strange spatial order. Legend has it that even undying beings who enter will be instantly torn to shreds by the spatial order. It was obvious how dangerous it was to enter and gather the divine magnetism iron within. Of course, Lin Sun could choose not to enter it, because every once in a while, a tide of power would break out in the magnetic wind belt. At that time, some magnetic iron would be washed out and spread to the outside world. In that case, Lin Sun didn't know how long it would take to collect the magnetic wind belt. To be honest, I was surprised when I learned about the first test. The magnetic wind belt is so dangerous that even immortals will die if they enter it. Master's test is too, Suruoga coughed. He didn't dare to question and judge Master's practice. It's a bit difficult, but since it's a test, Master Lu must have a deep meaning. Lin Sun thought for a moment and asked with a smile, "Brother, what's the second test?" Suruoga said, "The second test is hidden in Master's place of retreat. After you complete the first test, I will take you there." Lin Sun nodded and stood up, saying, "Without further ado, I'll go to the magnetic wind belt now." Suruoga was surprised, "You've just arrived. Why don't you stay here for a few days and then set off?" Lin Sun declined with a smile. Seeing this, Suruoga no longer urged him to stay. He said, "Brother, the Chaos Demon Sea is chaotic and turbulent. If you need any help, you can tell me. Although our Miluo Wonderland has been living in seclusion here for many years, we are never afraid of offending anyone with our means. His words were full of domineering. Obviously, all the Dao inscription masters that possessed extraordinary attainments in the Dao of spirit markings gathered in the Miluo abode, and merely the Dao inscription restrictions they set up was sufficient to cause any great power to be unable to endure it. Lin Sun said with a smile, "If there's a need, I will definitely ask." With that, the two had walked out of the hall. Outside the hall, Xianfu in a red robe with an indifferent look had obviously been waiting for a while. When he saw Lin Sun coming out, he immediately took a deep breath and asked, "You are Lin Sun?" Lin Sun felt a little strange, but he still nodded and said, "Yes. I hope you won't let me down." Xianfu's eyes were filled with complex emotions. After that, he turned around and left. Lin Sun was confused. What did he mean? "Brother, Xianfu's surname is Luo." Suruoga next to him explained in a low voice. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes. Was he a descendant of Luo family? But why was he here? Suruoga said. Master said that Xianfu is a descendant of the main branch of Luo family. He was in a difficult situation in Luo family and suffered a lot of grievances and torture. Many years ago, Master took him back to the Miluo Wonderland and personally taught him spiritual tattoos. This child is extremely talented, especially in the understanding of spiritual tattoos. He is unparalleled among his peers. He is already a veritable grandmaster of Taoist tattoos. Lin Sun understood now. Luo family was divided into two groups, the main branch and the branch. His mother, Luo Qingxuan, was a direct descendant of the main branch. However, since Luo Tongtian disappeared mysteriously, when Luo Qingxuan's father, Luo Shao, inherited the position of patriarch, there was a shocking change. The position of patriarch was usurped by Luo Chong, the leader of the branch. Since then, the old people of the main branch of Luo family had been suppressed and imprisoned. Under such circumstances, it could be imagined that as a descendant of the main branch of Luo family, even if he lived in Luo family, his situation was doomed to be bad. Luo Xianfu was undoubtedly such an example. In the past years, people of Luo family killed by Lin Sun, such as Luo Yunshan and Luo Yuni, were all big shots of the branch of Luo family. "I hope I won't let you down." Thinking of Luo Xianfu's words just now, Lin Sun couldn't help but be stunned. Did this kid want to take revenge on Luo family through him? He asked, "Fellow practitioner, are there any other descendants of Luo family in the Miluo Wonderland besides Luo Xianfu?" "No. After all, this is the Chaos Demon Sea, and Master's identity is a bit special. Once the news is leaked, I'm afraid there will be enemies," Suruoga said. "Enemies? Those guys from the branch of Luo family?" Lin Sun asked. "Not just them." Suruoga sighed, "I don't know much about these things, and Master never tells me. When you meet Master in the future, ask him, and you may know the answer." Lin Sun nodded, "Fellow practitioner, please don't disclose my identity for the time being. In contrast, I have more enemies than Master Lu." Suruoga was speechless, and then said seriously, "Don't worry." On the same day, Lin Sun left the Miluo Wonderland and disappeared from Nanhai Island. 7 days later. In the outer area of the magnetic wind belt, whoosh waves of terrible magnetic storms swept across, making harsh roars. The space was completely torn apart, and the world showed a messy and dilapidated scene. This was just the outer area. Far away in the distance, the magnetic wind belt was like a gigantic and boundless dragon, coiling between the heavens and the earth. It was formed from black magnetic energy, transforming into a terrifying wind belt that floated there, becoming one of the 3 great forbidden areas that would cause one's expression to change at the mere mention of it since ancient times. It was said that the mysterious magnetic mountain was in the deepest part of the magnetic wind belt. When Lin Sun arrived, he happened to encounter the magnetic tide that would break out every once in a while. Looking from afar, the magnetic wind belt produced a strange swallowing force, as if it was breathing. As it swallowed, the shattered spatial currents were all dragged into the magnetic wind belt, causing the space there to show a state of destruction and collapse. When the magnetic wind belt was released, the rolling black magnetic force rushed out like a volcanic eruption and spread out, turning the world upside down. This was the magnetic tide, a kind of strange natural disaster. It was said that it was produced by a mysterious force of space order. Just looking at it from a distance, Lin Sun couldn't help but be frightened, and his expression became solemn. However, he also noticed that in the operation of the magnetic tide, from time to time, dazzling cold black light swept out of the magnetic wind belt, cut through the sky, and flew towards the outer area. Looking carefully, it was a piece of black stone of different shapes, with a metallic luster. This was the magnetic divine stone. Every piece of magnetic divine stone contained magnetic divine iron, which was a rare treasure, and could even be used as a divine material to refine immortal Taoist soldiers. Moreover, every time an origin magnetic divine stone flashed out, there would be people flashing out explosively from different parts of the outer area, and they fought to seize it. More often than not, bloody battles and killings were unavoidable. Just like at this time, Lin Sun's arrival had aroused the vigilance of many practitioners in the nearby area, and they didn't conceal their killing intent at all. Obviously, they also regarded him as a competitor. Lin Sun didn't pay attention to this at all, and just stood there alone. Those magnetic divine stones washed out in the magnetic tide, compared with the amount of 100,000 kilograms, were simply a drop in the bucket, and couldn't arouse Lin Sun's interest in fighting for them at all. Looking at the magnetic tide that was erupting from a distance, he was deducing in his mind how to break into the magnetic wind belt. P.S. Send the 9th update. Try to send the 10th update before dawn. Swoosh, while Lin Sun was pondering, a jet black and dazzling light flashed out from the distant magnetic wind zone and rushed towards him. It was a divine magnetic stone, and it was the size of a cattail leaf fan. As soon as it appeared, a few figures rushed out from the nearby area, and they flashed towards the divine magnetic stone from different directions. On the other hand, Lin Sun's position was the closest to the origin magnetism godstone that was flying over. So, when these cultivators attacked, Lin Sun was instantly affected. Rumble, Taoist swords, sabers, divine seals, halberds. All sorts of treasures were mixed with various Taoist techniques and enveloped over, and they emanated dazzling and boundlessly violent radiance. Lin Sun frowned. His figure stood still on the spot while an invisible force spread out from his body. Bang, the heavens and the earth seemed to collapse. All the treasures that glowed with brilliant lights and all sorts of mysterious and unfathomable Taoist techniques seemed as if they'd been crushed by a storm, and they exploded in the void, causing a rain of light to spray and rumble incessantly. The figures of those cultivators that charged over swiftly transformed into ashes in the void as well. How terrifying. Who's this person? In the distance, some cultivators that witnessed this scene stiffened, and they were shocked by this bloody and overbearing scene, causing the restless thoughts in their hearts to vanish. Amidst this silence, Lin Sun stretched out his hand and fished out the divine magnetic stone that flashed towards him. It was so heavy, in an instant, Lin Sun's palm sank, and he felt as if he was holding up a mountain that weighed more than 30,000 kilograms, but this was a divine magnetic stone. As Lin Sun exerted force with his fingertips, stone chips flew in the air, and the jet black stone that was the size of a cattail leaf fan was gradually cut open layer by layer. In the end, only a pigeon egg-sized and dazzling piece of divine iron remained, and it emanated a shocking magnetic force that caused the nearby void to distort and collapse, causing shattered spatial ripples. This was divine magnetic iron. It was said to be a rare treasure that could only be seen in the Sea of Anarchy. However, the expression in Lin Sun's eyes became strange. The previous divine magnetic stone was as heavy as a mountain, but this pigeon egg-sized piece of divine magnetic iron was as light as a feather, and it only weighed a few kilograms at most. Now, Lin Sun finally had a deep understanding of this test. 50,000 kilograms of divine magnetic iron was absolutely an extremely huge amount. If he didn't enter the origin magnetic wind belt and just relied on collecting them in the outer regions, who knew how many years it would take to gather enough? Young man, I'm Long Feng from the 9 Underworlds Demon Sect. If you're willing, I can use the Zhou Void Origin Crystal to buy the Origin Magnetic Divine Metal in your hand. A heavy voice that rumbled like thunder sounded out from afar, and then a tall and mighty figure sat upright on a throne of bones that floated in midair. His blood-red hair fluttered as crimson lightning surged in his eyes, and the might of his ancestor realm body was extremely terrifying. Long Feng, this name might be unfamiliar, but in the chaotic demon sea, as long as the thousand-eyed demon ancestor was mentioned, there was absolutely no one who did not know of it. Its ferocious reputation was sufficient to cause one's expression to change upon mentioning it. Obviously, Long Feng had his eyes on the divine magnetic iron in Lin Sun's hand. The gazes of many people nearby turned subtle. Recently, Long Feng had been overseeing this place alone. He did not make a move to snatch the Origin magnetic divine iron. However, as long as he took a liking to the Origin magnetic divine iron, he would open his mouth and make a transaction with the other party. Even if the price he offered was extremely low, even to the extent that it was no different from open robbery, no one dared to refuse such a transaction. Otherwise, Long Feng would use his ancestor realm cultivation to teach them how to behave. Lin Sun did not know this, and even if he knew, he would not care much. "How many eternal void source crystals are you going to offer?" he asked casually. On the throne of bones, Long Feng smiled slightly and stretched out a finger. 100 million? Lin Sun said. Some of the cultivators nearby almost laughed out loud. This guy really dared to dream. Long Feng was also stunned, and his expression became cold. "I originally intended to offer 1 million, but now I've changed my mind. At most, I will give you 10,000. This was no longer a bargaining, but a kind of humiliation and threat. Lin Sun said, "You should have used this method to obtain a lot of Origin magnetic divine iron during this period of time, right?" Everyone could not help but feel sad as they thought of the Origin magnetic divine iron that Long Feng had robbed during this period of time. Long Feng frowned. "What are you trying to say?" Lin Sun smiled. "Robbery." Swish, his figure disappeared into thin air, and the next moment, he appeared in front of Long Feng. "You're courting death." Long Feng's body erupted with unparalleled power. Just as he was about to get up from the throne of bones, he was suppressed by an invisible palm force. His expression changed abruptly, and he tried his best to resist. However, the strength of the palm was unbelievably strong, and it shattered his hands and arms, causing blood and flesh to splatter everywhere. In the end, the strength of the palm directly enveloped his body, causing his entire body to explode, and the white bone throne behind him also exploded. The Thousand-Eyed Demon Ancestor, a notorious emperor ancestor of the Nine Serenities demon sect, was slapped to death just like that. The bloody scene made everyone dumbfounded, and they stood there in a daze. Lin Sun, however, seemed to have done a very ordinary thing, and he reached out to collect Long Feng's belongings. After a quick look, he found more than 30 pieces of Origin magnetic divine iron of different sizes. This was a lot, but the total weight was only a pitiful 5 kilograms. "It seems that I can only go to the Origin magnetic wind to take it away." Lin Sun was speechless for a while. He thought that he had cheated an old fellow who was rich, but who would have thought that he was a poor man? Of course, this was Lin Sun's personal opinion. In the eyes of other cultivators, a ruthless person like Long Feng who relied on forced buying and selling was really overflowing with wealth. Swish, in the next moment, Lin Sun had already started to move. Facing the fluctuation of the Origin magnetic tide, he swept towards the extremely distant Origin magnetic wind. When the cultivators who were shocked by Lin Sun's bloody means saw this scene, they were stunned and couldn't believe it. What is this guy going to do? What else can he do? He must go to the Origin magnetic wind to have a try. What's the difference between this and death? That's a place that even immortals don't dare to set foot in easily. In the midst of the discussion, Lin Sun's tall figure quickly disappeared. Boom, the turbulent Origin magnetic storm swept out, producing a terrifying tearing force that could tear the space and destroy the world, and it constantly attacked Lin Sun. His whole body glowed, and he released his cultivation to the extreme. Moreover, he operated the power of the abyssal sword cauldron, covering his whole body. When the Origin magnetic storm attacked, there was a violent collision sound, and a rain of light splashed. Lin Sun moved with difficulty. Although he suffered a terrifying impact, the terrifying destructive force was resolved one by one. When he arrived at the Origin magnetic wind, a strange and terrifying power of space rushed over mixed with the Origin magnetic storm. At a glance, the space was inverted, chaotic, and shattered Origin magnetic storm was everywhere. Such a terrifying scene could even make immortals tremble. Lin Sun couldn't help but shiver, but he didn't panic. Buzz, the abyssal sword cauldron whizzed out, scattering hundreds of millions of rays of light. The Nirvana order that was silent within it was also stirring at this moment, as if it had awakened. Go. Lin Sun's figure spread out, and he rushed towards the origin magnetic wind. Boom, the endless space fragments mixed with the turbulence of the origin magnetic storm swept and roared, and the power produced was so strong that it could easily tear an immortal into pieces. And Lin Sun's figure was like a ray of light in the storm, moving forward shakily, as if it would be extinguished at any time. But every time he encountered a terrifying impact, the Nirvana order would emerge, and devour the space order mixed in the origin magnetic storm until not a single drop was left, allowing Lin Sun to resolve the disaster again and again without any mishap. And this benefited the order spirit Wushuang in the abyssal sword cauldron. As the Nirvana order continued to devour the strange space order, it was like feeding her delicious food and nourishment, and all of it was absorbed and refined by her. A quarter of an hour. Half an hour. 3/4 of an hour. As he went deeper, Lin Sun felt as if he was walking in a broken and messy chaotic world. There were black magnetic storms everywhere, cracks everywhere, and the power of the order of space was flying everywhere. Apart from that, there was nothing else. After an unknown period of time. In Lin Sun's vision, he could vaguely see the vague outline of a divine mountain, but it was completely dark, and he couldn't see it clearly at all. After moving forward for a full 10 minutes, Lin Sun finally saw that strange mountain. It was shaped like a huge millstone, incomparably black, about 1,000 feet high, and the top of the mountain was flat. It slowly rotated in the chaotic void. And as it rotated, the surging power of the origin magnetic storm spread out like a thick torrent, and even the void was crushed to the point of distorting, collapsing, and collapsing. It really was like a huge black millstone that lay there, and when it rotated slowly, it produced a crushing power that could simply obliterate all things in the world. When he saw this mountain, Lin Sun couldn't help but gasp. There was no doubt that this was the most mysterious origin magnetic mountain in the rumors. He finally understood why the essence-fused wind belt was filled with a strange power of spatial order. It was like a cage that firmly imprisoned the essence-fused divine mountain in this place. At the same time, it endured the crushing force produced by the essence-fused divine mountain. Otherwise, the origin magnetic mountain would have been moved away from here long ago. At that time, everywhere the divine origin magnetic mountain passed, everything in the world would be completely obliterated by the terrifying energy of the origin magnetic mountain. In short, it was the strange space order that restricted the origin magnetic mountain, making it only able to float in this area, so that the phenomenon of the origin magnetic wind belt appeared. If I take this space order, wouldn't it be equivalent to breaking the cage that trapped the origin magnetic mountain? At that time, the entire Chaos Demon Sea would probably suffer a great disaster. Lin Sun's black eyes were deep, and his mind was full of thoughts. However, if I can take away the entire origin magnetic mountain, all this disaster will not happen, and I can also subdue the space order along the way. And while thinking, he had already approached the origin magnetic mountain in the distance. Even with the protection of the abyssal sword cauldron, Lin Sun at this moment seemed extremely careful and cautious, because after careful observation, he came to a conclusion: the crushing power produced by the slow rotation of the origin magnetic mountain could definitely easily obliterate an immortal figure. How could he dare to be careless? The 10th update was delivered. The goal of explosive updates was successfully achieved. Those who waited for the explosive updates to finish before voting could vote now also. Please pay attention to Goldfish. I will release content and updates related to the chosen ones every day. The closer he got to the millstone-like magnetic mountain, the more terrifying the crushing force was. The abyssal sword cauldron buzzed and trembled, making Lin Sun feel as if he was caught in a terrible whirlpool torrent. Not only was it difficult for him to move forward, but it was also difficult for him to stand still. Boom, the terrible magnetic storm swept over, full of violent tearing and crushing force, and the strange power of space order was surging and sweeping. Although the Nirvana order in the abyssal sword cauldron could swallow the strange power of space, it trembled violently under the impact of the magnetic storm. Even if Lin Sun had pushed his cultivation to the extreme, he still felt extremely strenuous. He couldn't help being surprised. There was no doubt that if it weren't for the abyssal sword cauldron, he would have been torn to pieces and obliterated with his cultivation. Lin Sun no longer tried to get closer. In fact, he couldn't do it at all. Even if he tried his best, he couldn't move an inch. Lin Sun's expression was uncertain. He was trying his best to resist at the moment. If he slacked a little, he would be swept by the magnetic storm in an instant. At that time, even with the abyssal sword cauldron, he couldn't escape the fate of being crushed and obliterated. Under such circumstances, wanting to take the origin magnetic divine mountain was simply wishful thinking. Boom! Suddenly, a huge black stone as big as a house fell off from the magnetic mountain and was swept by the space storm and roared towards Lin Sun. Lin Sun was stunned at first, and then his eyes lit up. He already had an idea in his mind. Whoosh, he retreated dozens of meters. This distance was just enough for him to do other things while resisting the impact of the magnetic storm. Tut! Lin Sun stretched out his hand and grabbed. The house-sized magnetic stone that swept out of this area was like a giant beast tied by a rope. No matter how the magnetic storm impacted, it was still dragged to Lin Sun little by little. Lin Sun exerted his strength with his palms and fingers. With a series of cracking sounds, the stone chips flew and fell. The house-sized magnetic stone turned into a piece of magnetic iron of about 25 kilograms, shining brilliantly. Lin Sun put it away at once with a smile in his eyes. Immediately, his figure flashed, and the 5 Tao forms emerged to drive the abyssal sword cauldron with him. In this way, the pressure on Lin Sun was greatly reduced. Lin Sun even took time to grab a handful of elixirs to refine to replenish the constantly lost power. Not long after, more divine magnetism stones whistled out. This time, there were more than 10 of them, and every one of them was the size of a wash basin. Lin Sun, who had been waiting for a long time, used the power of his doppelganger to collect these magnetic stones one by one. After removing the stone chips, nearly 10 kilograms of metamagnet divine iron entered Lin Sun's bag. Not bad, not bad. Lin Sun's mood relaxed. According to his calculations, using this method to collect divine magnetic iron would still take a very long time to collect 100,000 kilograms, but it was already the most efficient method. This was like casting a net to catch a fish. The magnetic storm was like a lake, and the divine magnetism stones were like a school of fish, with fish popping up from time to time. What Lin Sun wanted to do was to catch all these fish in one fell swoop. In the following period of time, Lin Sun waited here, using the abyssal sword cauldron to resist the violent crushing force. As long as a metamagnet stone flew out, it would be caught by him. 2 hours later, Lin Sun collected 250 kilograms of magnetic divine iron. 2 hours later, Lin Sun collected 600 kilograms. 6 hours later, as time passed, the amount of divine magnetic iron Lin Sun collected also increased. It was like catching fish in a net, and his heart was filled with a sense of harvest. However, the consumption of elixirs also increased. Because he had to resist the power of the magnetic storm at all times, Lin Sun had no choice but to constantly refine elixirs to replenish his energy. But compared to collecting divine magnetic iron, Lin Sun didn't care about these elixirs at all. A day passed quickly. In the outer region of the magnetic wind belt, the cultivators waiting to fight for divine magnetic stones were all very confused at this moment. A day had passed, but not a single divine magnetic stone had rushed out from the magnetic tide. What was going on? Everyone was confused and bewildered. Could it be that guy's doing? Someone muttered, thinking of the young man who had rushed into the magnetic wind belt after killing the 9 Serenities Demon Gates Emperor Zhu Longfeng. That guy is probably dead long ago. Moreover, even if he's alive, how could he possibly catch all the divine magnetic stones in one fell swoop? But, what the hell is going on? The nearby area was full of bewilderment, and those cultivators all looked very unsightly. In the depths of the magnetic wind belt, not far from the divine magnetic mountain, Lin Sun didn't know how anxious and bewildered those cultivators outside were because of him. 9 days had passed in a hurry. The faces of the cultivators waiting to fight for divine magnetic stones darkened, and many of them couldn't stand it any longer. They turned around and left while cursing. At this time, Lin Sun had collected more than 99,000 kilograms of divine magnetic iron, and he was only a little bit away from his goal. Although more than half of the elixirs he had collected over the years had been consumed, Lin Sun was happy, excited, and full of a sense of achievement and harvest. Boom! In the distance, another group of divine magnetic stones swept out. Lin Sun, who was already familiar with this task, was quick to catch all these fish in an instant. Altogether, it's already 103 kilograms. Lin Sun counted them and was completely relaxed. However, when he was about to leave, a trace of unwillingness surged in his heart when he looked at the huge millstone-like divine magnetic mountain in the distance. It would be great if he could take the whole mountain away. At this time, Lin Sun had a thought, and a bold idea emerged in his mind. After thinking over and over again, he decided to give it a try. In the following time, he concentrated on adjusting his physical strength and restoring his own strength. He even took out some peerless elixirs he had collected and refined them. When his cultivation was restored to its peak state, Lin Sun didn't hesitate any longer. He suddenly drove the abyssal sword cauldron and rushed forward. 30 meters. 300 meters. 3,000 meters. When he was less than 30 meters away from the divine magnetic mountain, it had reached the limit that Lin Sun could bear. At this moment, boom, in the void, the rain of time was released, and it outlined a mysterious portal, which was deep and dark like a door leading to a foreign time and space. The Gate of Exile. At this moment, the slowly floating divine magnetic mountain suddenly trembled as if it was suffering from a terrible pulling force, and it suddenly struggled violently. The heaven and earth here were completely chaotic and violent. In the surroundings of the origin magnetic divine mountain, dense spatial power of order transformed into thick divine chains that appeared in the form of mysterious dark golden chains. Lin Sun was shocked. His guess was right. The strange space order was like a cage formed by countless chains, and it firmly imprisoned the divine magnetic mountain here. As the power of the Gate of Exile was released, the strange space order became a kind of obstacle, preventing the divine magnetic mountain from being swallowed into the Gate of Exile. Go. Without any hesitation, Lin Sun took a deep breath and operated the abyssal sword cauldron to the extreme. The door of exile could only last for 3 breaths of time. They had to take the origin magnetic divine mountain away within this short period of time. Otherwise, this operation would be for naught. Buzz amidst the strange buzzing sound, the Nirvana order turned into a lotus pattern, and it suddenly released endless light, covering the dense dark gold space order. In just an instant, the dark gold space order power was suppressed, subdued, and absorbed into the Nirvana order, unable to resist at all. Without the imprisonment of the dark gold space order, the divine magnetic mountain moved horizontally in the air uncontrollably, and it was dragged into the Gate of Exile. Boom, at the moment the origin magnetic mountain vanished, the door of exile collapsed and vanished as well. Lin Sun gasped for breath. The Gate of Exile consumed too much energy. Although it only lasted for 3 breaths, Lin Sun's physical strength, which had just recovered to its peak state, was consumed by more than 70% at once. Even so, Lin Sun was excited and happy, and he felt extremely relaxed. It was done. He used the Gate of Exile as a means to send the divine magnetic mountain to the abyss of absolute nothingness. As long as his strength improved in the future, he would be able to take the divine magnetic mountain from the Gate of Exile sooner or later. What made Lin Sun even happier was that while taking the divine magnetic mountain away, the Nirvana order also subdued the strange dark gold space order. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone. If I don't do this, I'm afraid I'll miss this opportunity. Lin Sun's expression was full of smiles. Without the divine essence fused mountain and the strange spatial order, this chaotic and violent area actually returned to a state of tranquility at this moment. Lin Sun didn't care about this. He immediately swallowed and refined the spiritual medicine, and his divine sense entered the abyssal sword cauldron. He saw that the dark gold space order had already been suppressed, and it became incomparably obedient. At this time, the spirit of order Wu Shuang said excitedly, "Master, this is the 8th grade heaven step space order. Its nature is violent and fierce, and it has the mysterious power of imprisonment, cutting, reversal, and other mysterious powers. It is far from being comparable to ordinary space order." 8th grade heaven step space order. Lin Sun's heart trembled, and he realized that he had picked up a treasure this time. The heaven step space order was completely different from the earth step space order. Every time the level of the heaven step space order was higher, its power would have earth-shaking changes. Let's take the simplest example. They are also immortal emperor clans that control the power of the heaven step space order, but forces like the 4 East Imperial clans can only occupy the 7th heaven. The 10 immortal giants of the 8th heaven also control the power of the heaven step space order, but their status, power, and power are far above those of the immortal emperor clans of the 7th heaven. Why? The core lies in the grade of the heaven-step space order. It is rumored that the 10 immortal giants of the 8th heaven all control the power of the 9th-step space order, and they control more than one. There is no lack of rare 9th-step space order spirits that can be born. In contrast, the grade of the power of the 7th heaven's immortal emperor clans is somewhat inferior. In other words, in a sense, the grade of the power of the order is enough to affect the situation and status of the immortal emperor clans. With such a comparison, a grade 8 heaven rank order power, and one that was related to space, such a treasure could no longer be valued. Because if one had such order power, no immortal emperor clan would exchange it, and this was the reason why Lin Sun was excited. Such a treasure cannot be your food. After Lin Sun calmed down, he dispelled Wu Shuang's impulse. Wu Shuang was also very obedient, saying in a crisp voice, "Master, I have already refined a lot of order power, and now I have recovered to a grade 5 heaven rank state. In the future, if Master has no use for order power, you can let me refine it." Lin Sun nodded in agreement. My God, the magnetic wind belt disappeared? This is one of the 3 great restricted areas of the Chaos Demon Sea. It has existed since ancient times. How can it disappear just like that? In the distance, a wave of exclamations sounded. The figures of many cultivators transformed into dazzling divine rays of light and whistled over to this side. The origin magnetic divine mountain also disappeared. Some people were flabbergasted, shocked. This was definitely big news. If it spread, it would cause an uproar in the entire Chaos Demon Sea. But very quickly, the exclamations and uproar disappeared, replaced by a strange silence. Everyone's gazes turned to the same place in unison. A person stood there, tall and elegant, like an immortal descending to the world. It was the mysterious person who killed the 1,000-eyed demon ancestor Long Feng with one palm 9 days ago. When they saw this scene, a thought uncontrollably emerged in everyone's mind. Could the disappearance of the magnetic wind belt and the origin magnetic divine mountain be related to this person? When they thought of this, everyone's heart trembled. Their expressions changed. When they returned to their senses from their shock, they noticed that the tall figure had vanished a long time ago. Who was he? What kind of terrifying cultivation did he possess? No one knew. But this matter still spread that day, causing a huge uproar in the entire Chaos Demon Sea. The magnetic wind belt was one of the 3 great restricted areas of the Chaos Demon Sea. It had existed since ancient times, but now, it had suddenly disappeared. It was hard not to cause a commotion. What was even more inconceivable was that all the news was spreading that the disappearance of the magnetic wind belt was related to a mysterious person. This was simply unbelievable. But what was certain was that the 9 Hell Demon Gates Emperor Long Feng had died, and he was killed by this mysterious person. It was said that this matter caused a huge commotion in the 9 Hell Demon sect. While the chaotic Demon Sea was still in chaos, Lin Sun had already returned to Southern Sea Island. Miluo Grotto Heaven. Lin Sun appeared under an ancient pine tree halfway up the mountain. Not far away, Mu Wei, who was teaching Qing Feng and Qing Yu how to play chess, was startled and immediately bowed. 3rd-generation disciple Mu Wei greets martial uncle. Lin Sun was also a little surprised, and immediately realized that this should be the instruction of Su Ruogu, the headmaster of Miluo Wonderland. Qing Feng and Qing Yu, who were playing chess, also wanted to stand up and salute, but they were stopped by Lin Sun. I personally don't like formalities. You don't have to stick to it. What are you waiting for? Let's continue. Mu Wei scolded with a smile, then he jogged forward and said, Martial uncle, the sect master said that if you return, you can go directly to the Cloud Void Hall. Lin Sun said, Cloud Void Hall? Where is it? I will lead the way. After saying that, Mu Wei took action. Lin Sun couldn't help but be surprised. When he first saw Mu Wei, this guy was in charge of the weapon shop. He treated people with a weak and lifeless look. But now he was so clever and clever. Obviously, it was not because Lin Sun was very strong. It was very likely that Su Ruogu had instructed these descendants of Miluo Wonderland not to neglect him. As Lin Sun guessed, all the successors he met along the way greeted and saluted him respectfully. None of them was disrespectful. Even Luo Xuanfu, who was usually indifferent, was like this. In this regard, Lin Sun could only respond to them with a smile. Before long, Mu Wei took Lin Sun to the Cloud Void Hall, which was an ancient hall built in the back mountain. After arriving, Mu Wei said goodbye and left. When Lin Sun entered the cloud void hall alone, Suruogu, who was meditating in silence, couldn't help but be surprised. He got up and greeted, "Younger brother, you returned so soon. Did you encounter any difficult problems?" Lin Sun shook his head with a smile, "No, but the test has been completed." With that, he waved his sleeve, and the ground was piled up into a small mountain of divine magnetic iron. These treasures were all sealed. Otherwise, just the leaked aura could cause a magnetic storm. Suruoga opened his eyes wide and looked at the divine magnetic iron for a long time. Then he sighed with emotion, "I didn't expect it, I really didn't expect it. Younger brother, you have good means." His heart was in turmoil. According to his previous speculation, it was very difficult to complete the test of 50,000 kilograms of divine magnetic iron. After all, it was the origin magnetic wind belt, which even immortals did not dare to enter easily. It was even more difficult to collect 50,000 kilograms of divine magnetic iron. Even if it was collected outside the origin magnetic wind belt, it would take years to calculate. But now, in less than a month, Lin Sun returned with a full load. How could he not be surprised? Lin Sun smiled and didn't tell Suruoga that even the origin magnetic mountain was moved by him. In that case, Suruoga was afraid that the latter would think of him as a monster. "Younger brother, put away these divine magnetic iron, and then I will take you to Master's place of retreat." After calming down, Suruoga said. Lin Sun waved his sleeve, and the divine magnetic iron all over the ground suddenly disappeared out of thin air. Then, Suruoga led the way and left the cloud void hall. It didn't take long for Lin Sun to arrive in front of a blessed place. "This is the place of retreat of Master. When Master left, he set up a restriction power here. As long as you open it, you can enter it. At that time you will understand what the second test is," Suruogu explained. Lin Sun nodded and looked around. He immediately found that although there were only 9 restrictions around the blessed enclave, each restriction was mysterious, obscure, and extremely mysterious. "Younger brother, I'll leave first." Seeing this, Suruogu immediately left. There was no one around except for Lin Sun. After thinking about it, he sat cross-legged, abandoned all distractions, and began to concentrate on deducing the power of the 9 restrictions. 3 hours later. Lin Sun opened his eyes, and his expression was uncertain. When he deduced it seriously, he noticed that merely the first layer of restrictions contained boundless profundities, and it was extremely profound, difficult, murderous, and boundlessly terrifying. Lin Sun suspected that if he broke in with his current strength, he would be seriously injured. There was no doubt that this was definitely the work of Master Lu. Only he could set up such an abnormal formation. Taking a deep breath, Lin Sun closed his eyes again and deduced calmly. First, he was asked to collect 50,000 kilograms of divine magnetic iron, and then he set up such a restriction formation in front of the blessed place. He wanted to see what Master Lu was up to. Time passed day by day. While Lin Sun was deducing the forbidden formation without eating or sleeping, the successors of the Miluo Grotto Heaven found out about what happened in the magnetic wind belt, and they couldn't help but be astounded and speculate about the identity of the mysterious man. When Suruoga heard the news, his eyes flickered. This little brother of mine actually destroyed the origin magnetic wind belt. Isn't this too fierce? Suruoga's expression was strange. However, thinking of the great things Lin Sun had done in the first to the 5th heaven, Suruoga could accept it. I can't break the 9 restrictions with my attainments in spiritual tattoos. I just don't know if he can do it, Suruoga thought. He was looking forward to Lin Sun giving him another surprise. 1 month later. In front of the blessed place. Lin Sun, who had been sitting motionless, suddenly opened his eyes, made a gesture with both hands, and drew in the void again and again. The divine light transformed by the incantation swept out like a tide. Boom! In an instant, the first layer of the restriction formation that covered the abode rumbled like thunder. Countless Tao markings formed by the rain of light scattered, and then they vanished. Lin Sun had a kind of enlightenment in his heart. This first level of the grand formation was called the 9th sequence formation, and it possessed a formidable force of slaughter. Its might was much more formidable than the Heaven Fall Tao formation, and it was capable of easily annihilating an ancestral realm expert. After breaking the mystery of the 9th sequence formation, it undoubtedly gave Lin Sun great encouragement. He rested for a few days until his mind and physical strength recovered. Then he began to deduce the second restriction formation. Soon, he was immersed in it, unaware of the passage of time. The second month. Lin Sun broke the second restriction formation called the eighth sequence formation, the third month. Lin Sun broke the third restriction formation and comprehended the seventh sequence formation. The fourth month. As time went by, Lin Sun could break a restriction formation almost every month. The speed was not fast, but it was not slow either. During this period, Suruogu had come several times and couldn't help but be surprised every time. In the whole Milua wonderland, apart from Lu Boya, his attainments in spiritual tattoos were the most profound. But even he was unable to comprehend the 9 restrictions formation at all. But now, Lin Sun was advancing layer by layer. No wonder Master left such a test. It's obvious that he knows that what ordinary people can't do doesn't mean that my younger brother can't do it. Suruogu sighed with emotion. Suruogu sighed, finally understanding Lu Boya's intentions. If it were someone else, it would be impossible to do all this. But such a test was not left by an ordinary person. The 9th month. In front of the blessed enclave, there was a clear and passionate buzzing sound. The light rain transformed by countless formation diagrams fell like heavenly flowers, drifting in the void, gorgeous and dazzling. Lin Sun, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, got up and exhaled a long breath of turbid air. He felt indescribably relaxed, as if he had removed a heavy shackle. As the 9th restriction formation called the first sequence formation was also broken, so far, the 9 restrictions covering the blessed enclave were all broken. At this time, the scene in the blessed enclave was also reflected in Lin Sun's vision. However, at the first sight, Lin Sun was stunned. Because there was a bronze coffin in the blessed enclave. P.S. Thank you for your tips and monthly votes yesterday. Yesterday's explosion was too fierce. Rongjinyu needed to adjust and recover. Now it could only be said that there would be more updates this month. There was a bronze coffin in the blessed enclave. Lin Sun was surprised. This was Master Lu's meditation place. How could there be a bronze coffin here? Isn't this too inauspicious? After a while, Lin Sun suddenly thought of something and immediately walked in. The blessed enclave was not big. Except for some furnishings such as futons, tables, and stoves, there was only the bronze coffin. The coffin was about 30 meters long. The cover of the coffin was engraved with ancient patterns such as the starry sky, the sun, the moon, the mountains and rivers, and flowers, birds, insects, and fish. It gave off a strong sense of vicissitudes. Lin Sun stood aside, his expression uncertain. At this moment, he vaguely recognized the origin of the coffin after careful observation. A long time ago, when he came to Feiyun village from the mine prison, Master Lu had left him an inscribing pen and a yellowing scroll. It was also because of these two mysterious objects that Lin Sun unintentionally opened the heaven accessing place and realized a transformation that defied the natural order and changed his fate. Before the heaven accessing place was opened, a scene left by the Lord of Tongtian's will appeared. It was a scene of a battle. The tall and imposing Lord Heavenspan unleashed a fist strike that split open the green underworld, shattered the void, and opened a mysterious door to all the stars. Later, Lin Sun learned that the everlasting star path was behind the gate of all stars. Unfortunately, the Lord of Tongtian failed. When he went to the gate of all stars, he was stopped by the immortal generals of the star path and failed to enter. When he left, the Lord of Tongtian let out a long sigh. Time is not with me. He also threw a pen and a book into a bronze coffin and strode away with the coffin on his shoulder. This picture was related to Lin Sun's experience of changing his fate when he was a teenager, which left a deep impression on him. How could he not know that the pen and the book thrown into the bronze coffin by the sky-reaching Lord were actually the keys to open the heaven accessing place? Now, looking at the bronze coffin in front of him, Lin Sun suddenly remembered that this was the bronze coffin carried away by the Lord of Tongtian. This was also what surprised Lin Sun and made him unable to calm down. There was no doubt that the bronze coffin had come from the master of Skirich, but Lin Sun had no idea what secrets it held. But there was no doubt that this item was extremely important. Otherwise, Master Lu would not have placed it here and protected it with 9 layers of mysterious inhibition formation. After a long time, Lin Sun withdrew his gaze and looked at the blessed enclave again. The Void Valley had told him that the second test left by Master Lu was here. As long as he entered, he would understand. However, even after searching the entire Blessed Enclave, Lin was still at a loss. He could not find any clues related to the test. In the end, he looked at the bronze coffin again. Is this the test? Lin Sun thought for a while and finally decided to open the coffin to find out the truth. He walked forward and pressed his hands on the cold coffin lid. He took a deep breath and exerted force. However, to Lin Sun's surprise, the lid of the coffin, which was engraved with countless mysterious patterns, remained motionless. Even with the power of Jiuxian Emperor Ancestor, he couldn't move it at all. This was unbelievable. It also made this object even more mysterious. Lin Sun was more certain that the second test of Master Lu was probably related to this bronze coffin. I can't open this coffin by force, so I have to use other methods. Lin Sun released his divine awareness, which covered every inch of the bronze coffin like countless tentacles. He observed and sensed the coffin quietly without missing any detail. But it didn't work either. After a long time, Lin Sun frowned. This coffin was too mysterious. It was really strange that he couldn't open it by force or sense it with divine awareness. But the more it was like this, the more curious Lin Sun became. He sat down cross-legged and began to try other methods. But he failed every time. After a long time, Lin Sun suddenly remembered that he used his blood to open the heaven-accessing place hidden in the brush and the book. And the secret to opening the bronze coffin had something to do with the bloodline of the Skyspan Lord that flowed through his veins. Thinking of this, Lin Sun suddenly stood up and pricked his fingertip. A drop of bright red blood with horrible emperor power of ancestor realm fell on the bronze coffin. Boom! In an instant, a horrible devouring force gushed out from the bronze coffin, producing a violent roar as if it had been longing for countless years. The blood on Lin Sun's fingertip was drawn by the devouring force uncontrollably and poured on the bronze coffin. This sudden scene made Lin Sun subconsciously want to resist, but he was shocked to find that he couldn't struggle and resist at all. As if he was imprisoned, he could only watch the blood drop by drop from his fingertip and spread on the bronze coffin. It felt like his blood was going to be sucked out. Lin Sun was not a person who would sit still and wait for death, but he was imprisoned all over. It was difficult for him to move his fingers, let alone resist or fight back. With the continuous loss of blood, Lin Sun's chi began to weaken. If this situation were to continue, he would definitely turn into a dried corpse. It was absolutely not a good feeling. It was like watching himself step by step towards death, which made Lin Sun shocked and angry. After a long time, the bronze coffin was stained with a layer of dazzling red blood, as if it had turned into a blood coffin. By this time, more than half of Lin Sun's blood had been devoured, making his face pale and transparent, giving him a strong sense of weakness. Fortunately, the bronze coffin seemed to be full, and the devouring force released by it disappeared immediately, allowing Lin Sun to get out of the confinement state. He immediately grabbed the rare medicine he had collected and refined it. Only then did he feel that the strong sense of weakness was recovering little by little. Looking at the bronze coffin again, the bloody light was flowing as if it was burning. It glowed with an indescribable spirituality, as if it had woken up from endless years of silence. In the center of the bronze coffin, there was a groove that hadn't been there before. At the first sight of it, Lin Sun's mind buzzed. The gate to heaven, which had been floating in his mind all these years, turned into a light and swept out of the sea of consciousness. Clang! Before Lin Sun could react, the gate to heaven turned into a beam of light and inserted itself into the groove of the bronze coffin, fitting seamlessly. As the light converged, the gate to heaven was like a key, perfectly fitting with the bronze coffin. And the bloody light on the surface of the whole bronze coffin all converged towards the gate to heaven. In the end, in the center of the bronze coffin, the gate to heaven turned into a mysterious star map symbol, like a mysterious whirlpool or a black hole in the starry sky. But in Lin Sun's eyes, this star map symbol was more like a big abyss. This series of changes made him unable to calm down. After a while, he calmed down and made a rough speculation in his mind. The bronze coffin needed to be awakened by his devourer of the abyss bloodline, and the gate to heaven was a key that could perfectly fit with the bronze coffin and open it. Thinking of this, Lin Sun had an irrepressible impulse. What was hidden in the bronze coffin left by the Lord of Heaven? Why did it need the cooperation of his own bloodline and the heaven-accessing realm to make changes happen? The answer might be in this coffin, But when Lin Sun was about to open the coffin, a solemn and cold voice suddenly sounded, "Don't open it first." Lin Sun was stunned and suddenly turned his head. A figure had suddenly appeared outside the abode. He wore a black robe, had gray hair, and was thin like a battle spear that pierced into the sky. His aged and thin face was branded with the marks of time, and he seemed to have experienced the vicissitudes of life. His eyes were clear, deep and cold, with a kind of awe-inspiring majesty. But at this time, when he looked at the young man standing in front of the bronze coffin, his eyes were full of trance, emotion, gratification, excitement, and so on. That old and thin face was clearly filled with excitement that he was trying his best to suppress. After so many years, the child had finally grown up. At this time, Lin Sun was also stunned. His eyes widened little by little, and his heart was like a thunder, setting off turbulent waves. Master Lu, yes, that was Master Lu, the old man who brought him up, taught him spiritual tattoos, and guided him in cultivation. Lin Sun had never seen his parents since he was a child. Even now, he hadn't really met them. Long ago, in his heart, Master Lu, who had always been strict, eccentric, and irascible, was no different from his father. As far as he could remember, Master Lu was the only family member in his childhood. Master Lu was very strict with him, no matter how he behaved, did things, cultivated, or studied. As long as he made mistakes, Master Lu would definitely lose his temper and severely punish him. Lin Sun had been wronged for many times when he was a child. But as he grew up, he gradually understood Master Lu's good intentions. What Master Lu had taught him in the past enabled him to deal with all difficulties calmly and try his best to solve them when he was alone. Instead of blaming others and giving up on himself, it could be said that it was Master Lu's harsh requirements that made Lin Sun never give up or admit defeat, no matter how many dangers and setbacks he encountered, no matter what kind of life and death ordeals he experienced. To some extent, the existence of Master Lu had influenced his whole life invisibly. In these years, Lin Sun fought and traveled all over the world. Among the people he cared about the most, Master Lu was undoubtedly one of them. Now, after so many years, he finally met Master Lu in the Miluo Grotto Heaven in the Chaos Demon Sea. For a moment, Lin Sun was completely stunned, and his heart was full of excitement. Bang! Lin Sun knelt down and kowtowed, "Master Lu." His voice was trembling with excitement. Since he started his cultivation, Lin Sun had never bowed to anyone and never bowed to heaven or earth, but now, it was the first time he knelt down and kowtowed. Because it was Master Lu who raised him up and taught him how to be a man. P.S. Something happened to the goldfish today, so I can only update once. I will make up for what I owe. Lu Boya took a deep breath and strode into the blessed land. He helped Lin Sun, who was kneeling on the ground, up. You're already a man who is about to step into the immortal realm. Don't kneel on the ground anymore. His voice was filled with gratification and emotion. The young man whose name had shaken the entire eternal true world was brought up by him. In the past, the baby who was still in swaddling clothes had his spirit meridian cruelly dug out. If he had not arrived in time, the baby might have died. Later on, he took the baby and hid in the mine prison. In the blink of an eye, 12 years had passed. More accurately speaking, it had been 12 years, 9 months, and 13 days, when Lin Sun, who had grown into a young boy, was sent away. Lu Boya felt a sense of loss for a long time. He felt as if something was missing in his heart. Over the years, he had been hiding from place to place and rushing about with all sorts of urgent matters. But whenever he thought of Lin Sun, who had been raised by him, he could not help but worry and miss him. Fortunately, over the years, he could often hear news about Lin Sun, and that news was enough to relieve a lot of his worries. Now that he had finally met Lin Sun, how could he not be emotional? The baby in the past could now take charge of everything on his own. Over the years, he had also stirred up an unknown amount of blood and waves in the eternal true world. Then who did not know the ruthless people from the first heaven to the sixth heaven? When the sovereign ancestor saw him, he lowered his head. Mr. Lu, Lin Sun took a deep breath and suppressed the excitement in his heart. Just as he was about to speak, he found that there were many questions in his heart, and he did not know what to say. I know you have many questions in your heart. This time, when we meet, I will answer them one by one. After all, you can now face anything. As Mr. Lu spoke, he waved his sleeve. 2 rush cushions, a table, a pot of wine, and 2 wine cups appeared. He sat on the ground with Lin Sun and personally filled Lin Sun's cup with wine. He said with a smile, "You were too young in the past, so I never had the chance to drink with you. Let's drink to our heart's content this time, shall we?" Lin Sun nodded. "I've been waiting for this day for a long time." Lu Boya threw his head back and laughed. The two of them toasted each other and quickly finished a pot of wine with the wine and dishes from the past. Lu Boya naturally wouldn't disappoint her, and he took out another jug. It was also at this moment that he sighed with emotion. "This wine can't be said to be very precious, but it was specially brewed by me on the day you were born, and I was waiting for you to grow up so that we could drink it together. I just never imagined that it would be so many years later." Lin Sun scratched his head and laughed happily. Master Lu used to be so strict and harsh to her. Who would have thought that he had buried the wine he brewed himself, hoping to share it with her when she grew up? After a long time and 7 or 8 pots of wine, Master Lu put down his cup and looked at the bronze coffin not far away. "You must have guessed that it was left by your great-grandfather, but you must be wondering what is sealed in it." Lin nodded and said, "Please enlighten me, Master Lu." Lu Boya restrained his expression and became solemn and serious as he said, "This coffin is called Eternity, and it was obtained by your great-grandfather in the ruins of creation when he was young. It was precisely this coffin that allowed your great-grandfather to possess the forbidden natural talent, the grand devouring abyss." Lin Sun was shocked and showed a look of disbelief. Eternity coffin, the ruins of fate, and it was related to the talent of devouring abyss. This news was like a thunderclap, which Lin Sun didn't expect at all. "That is to say, my great-grandfather didn't have the talent of devouring abyss, and it was because of this eternity coffin that he obtained this forbidden talent?" Lin Sun asked after a long time. Lu Boya nodded. "Yes. Although the bloodline of the Luo family from its ancestor to the present is extremely amazing, the talent of devouring abyss is not the ancestral bloodline of the Luo family. It was obtained by your great-grandfather from this eternity coffin." Lin Sun's heart was in turmoil. Only now did he understand that the origin of devouring abyss is far from as simple as he thought. It is not an innate bloodline talent of the Luo family, but obtained from the eternity coffin. It is precisely with this talent that your great-grandfather changed his fate. After leaving the ruins of fate, he advanced all the way on the path of cultivation, showing unparalleled brilliance. At his peak, the power he possessed was so tyrannical that even the 10 immortal giants of the 8th heaven were afraid of him. At that time, the Luo family had the opportunity to go to the 8th heaven to take root and strive for the position of one of the giants, but unfortunately, in order to set foot on the Eternal Star Road, your great-grandfather disappeared from that time, and his life and death are unknown. Speaking of this, Lu Boya couldn't help but let out a long sigh. At that time, the 10 immortal giants of the 8th heaven said with certainty that your great-grandfather had been killed, and there was no possibility of him being alive. This was a fatal blow to the Luo family at that time. From then on, the Luo family was unable to recover, and its prestige plummeted. Lin Sun couldn't help but think of one thing. In the vast thousand battle domain, he once seized a strange blood-stained stone from Luo Ling. It was left by Luo Tongtian. It was also this stone that allowed Lin Sun to obtain the 3rd stage of Luo Tongtian's innate ability Blade of Time. At the same time, it also allowed Lin Sun to see a shocking scene and understand many things. A long time ago, Luo Tongtian once again opened the Gate of Eternity and wanted to set foot on the Eternal Star Road, but he was blocked by the Star Road Divine General who was covered in dazzling golden light. Although Luo Tongtian had killed the Divine General of the Star Road in the end, he was also riddled with injuries. When he had just taken one step into the Door of Eternity, he was struck by a mysterious Dao bell and almost died. Immediately afterward, the Gate of Eternity disappeared. Although Luo Tongtian survived, he was surrounded by many enemies who were lying in ambush in the surroundings. Each of those enemies had an extremely terrifying immortal aura. According to Luo Tongtian at that time, these people were immortal giants from the 8th heaven. They regarded the Tongtian Lord as prey and wanted to take away the mysteries of the great abyss talent and the heaven-reaching secret realm from him. Luo Tongtian didn't agree and finally chose to die together with them. That scene finally dissipated with Luo Tongtian's desperate killing. All of this corresponded with what Lu Boya had done, making Lin Sun's heart churn. Only now did he realize that everything that had happened in that scene was actually true. Master Luke continued, but your grandfather, your mother, and I didn't believe that your great-grandfather was in trouble. In the past years, I have been to many places to search, but until now, I have found nothing. His expression was lonely, sorrowful, and disappointed. Then where did this eternal coffin come from? Linson couldn't help asking. Lu Boya said, when your great-grandfather left for the last time, he left 5 treasures in the Luo family. One is the heaven-reaching secret realm, one is the talent stone, one is the eternal coffin, one is the blade of light and shadow, one is the sword of fate, and the last is the Wuji book. Because your grandfather Luo Xiao failed to awaken the talent of the devouring abyss, he handed the sword of fate to your uncle for safekeeping, the heaven-accessing place to your mother, and the eternal coffin to me. And the 3 treasures, the talent stone, the blade of light and shadow, and the Wuji book, were treated as the most precious treasures of the clan and were kept by the patriarch. You know what happened next. Your grandfather, Luo Xiao, was defeated in the competition to inherit the position of the patriarch. His position was usurped by Luo Chong of the branch family. The talent god stone, blade of light and shadow, and Wuji godly tome fell into Luo Chong's hands. Hearing this, Lin Sun already understood. The heaven gift stone was most likely the strange jade stone in Luo Ling's hand. It could sense the bloodline power of the great abyss devourer, and was branded with the 3rd stage divine ability of the Lord of Heavenspan, the Blade of Time. Now, it had been inherited by him. As for the blade of light and shadow, it was an immortal Dao weapon filled with a trace of the power of time. After he killed Luo Yun Mountain, it was banished to the abyss of nothingness. He would definitely be able to control it in the future. As for the heaven-reaching secret realm, he had obtained it when he was young, and the sword of fate was given to him by his mother Luo Qingxuan not long ago. That was to say, he had obtained 4 of the 6 treasures left by the Tongtian Lord, and the 5th treasure, the eternal coffin, was right in front of him. Only the Wuji book was still in the Luo family. Lu Boya continued, when we were in the lower world of the ancient desolation, your uncle gave me the sword of fate when he left. And I gave it to your mother after she regained her previous memory. As for the heaven-reaching secret realm, it was left to you by your mother. Now that you can see me, you must have met your mother and learned something about the past. She must have given the sword of fate to you. Lin Sun nodded and told Lu Boya about how he had obtained the talent stone and the blade of light and shadow. Hearing this, Lu Boya was stunned for a moment, and a touch of anger flashed in his eyes. Luo Chong sent an immortal figure like Mount Luo to deal with you with the blade of light and shadow. Fortunately, you are fine, otherwise. Thinking of the consequences, Lu Boya couldn't help but be afraid. Lin Sun said with a smile, Master Lu, the more it is like this, the more it proves that my existence has made the Luo family feel a serious threat. In my opinion, the death of Mount Luo and the loss of the blade of light and shadow are enough to make Luo Chong and the other clansmen of the Luo family flustered and exasperated. Lu Boya's expression was complicated. He sighed, I promised your great-grandfather that I would not get involved in the internal affairs of the Luo family in this life, nor would I attack any clansmen of the Luo family, including those of the branches. If not, so many things might not have happened in these years. A trace of guilt surged onto his thin and old face. Lin Sun had learned about this from Luo Qingxuan before, so how could he blame Lu Boya? He immediately said softly, Master Lu, when I was a child, you said that a man should keep his word, even if it is a matter of life and death. This is your promise. My mother and I never have any intention to blame you. After a pause, his black eyes were full of firmness. What's more, now that I have come to the 6th heaven, I will solve the affairs of the Luo family. P.S. The second update will be done soon. One of the numbers in the previous chapter regarding the 6 treasures of the Skirich Master was wrong and has been corrected. Lu Boya laughed and said, after passing these 2 tests, I believe that you already have the ability to fight against the Luo family. Speaking of the tests, Lin Sun couldn't help but smile bitterly. Master Lu, it's just a meeting. There's no need to go through such a test. If it were anyone else, they would have already died in the magnetic wind belt. Lu Boya laughed loudly and said, you are you, and the others are other people. They are completely different. Besides, I might have left me Luo Grotto Heaven 60 years ago, but I know everything that has happened in Eternal True World over the past few years. Others may not be able to enter the magnetic wind belt, but you definitely can. After all, even the immortal Emperor clan of the Sixth Heaven knows that you have a trump card that can fight against the power of order. Under such circumstances, it shouldn't be a problem for you to fight against the spatial power of order in the magnetic wind belt. After a pause, he continued, as for the power of the 9 restrictions in the Blessed Enclave and the test of the Eternal Coffin, they were originally prepared for you. It would be strange if you still couldn't solve them. Only then did Lin Sun understand. It turned out that Master Lu had carefully considered these 2 tests. But why did you collect these divine magnetic iron? Lin Sun asked. Lu Boya said, give me your life Emperor weapon. Lin Sun immediately took out the abyssal sword cauldron and handed it over. Lu Boya held it in his hand and looked at it for a long time. His eyes were also filled with amazement. This treasure is no longer comparable to an Emperor weapon. Although I don't know its true secrets, I can see that the material of this treasure has a faint immortal charm. Apart from that, there is also the aura of order. It is quite mysterious. I think that over the years, you have treated this treasure as your life's work. Lin Sun couldn't help but admire him. Master Lu, you have a good eye. The abyssal sword cauldron had gone through a strange disaster that had never been seen before. It had also been reconstructed during the disaster and absorbed his essence, qi, and spirit. It had also absorbed the power of the Order Phoenix Flame. Over the years, some of the treasures branded with immortal substance that Lin Sun had obtained were almost completely refined by the abyssal sword cauldron. Even without mentioning that, the abyssal sword cauldron had been immersed in the nourishment of the Nirvana order all year round, which made it completely different. At the very least, in a battle of treasures, the abyssal sword cauldron was no longer afraid of competing with immortal Tao soldiers. Master Lu laughed and scolded, what good eyesight. Since when did you become so glib? He watched Lin Sun grow up and was strict with him since he was a child, so that Lin Sun had the calmness and wisdom that his peers didn't have when he was a teenager. However, it was also because of this that he lacked the liveliness and flamboyance that a young man should have. This was a pity. Looking at Lin Sun in front of him, Master Lu felt gratified. It was as if the seedling he planted had grown into a towering tree that could shelter the wind and rain by itself. Lin Sun smiled and said, Master Lu, let's talk about the divine magnetic iron. Master Lu handed the abyssal sword cauldron to Lin Sun and said, although I can't help you further improve this treasure, I know that the divine magnetic iron is a rare material. It can not only be used to refine immortal weapons, but also withstand the power of time. Lin Sun was surprised, withstand the power of time? Yes, your great-grandfather's blade of light and shadow was mixed with 100,000 kilograms of divine magnetic iron. As a divine material, divine magnetic iron can be imprinted with the power of time. Otherwise, ordinary treasures can't withstand the erosion and destruction of the power of time at all. Lu Boya said. The heaven-devouring abyss talent is related to the power of time. When you awaken the 4th stage of your innate divine ability, you will be able to condense the power of time into a law and brand it into your life Emperor armament. With that, when you fight, you will be able to unleash the power of time with just a raise of your hand. And this is the reason why the 10 immortal giants of the 8th heaven feared your great-grandfather. Lin Sun's heart trembled. He finally understood Lu Boya's good intentions. The 100,000 kilograms of divine magnetic iron was clearly paving the way for him to condense the law of time in the future. Lu Boya smiled warmly and said, the 9 layers of restrictions that enveloped the expanse heaven's abode earlier were refined from origin magnetic divine iron and condensed into 9 formation diagrams of the laws of time. I believe you've already completely comprehended its profundities now. Now that you possess this 50,000 kilograms of origin magnetic divine iron, it'll be sufficient for you to condense a strand of the laws of time within this sword cauldron of yours when you step foot into the eternal realm. Lin Sun's heart was stirred. The power of the 9 restrictions actually had such profound meaning. This was completely beyond his expectation. It could also be seen how meticulous Master Lu's arrangement was. Although Master Lu didn't say anything since they met, nor did he show any excitement or loss of composure, it was obvious that he had been paying attention to Lin Sun and making plans for him all these years. His meticulous care warmed Lin Sun's heart. If you are touched, just say it. Now I won't treat you as harshly as I used to, Lu Boya said with a smile. Lin Sun also smiled and said, I just don't understand why 50,000 kilograms of divine magnetic iron can only be branded with a wisp of the law of time. Lu Boya stared at him and said grumpily, you must have experienced the power of the saber of light and shadow. Luo Yunshan didn't have the talent of devouring abyss, nor did he master the law of time, but he could still use it. How terrible its power is. But the saber of light and shadow was only branded with a wisp of the law of time. Lin Sun said, what if I have more divine magnetic iron? Lu Boya was stunned and immediately realized something. With a strange expression, he said, it seems that the recent rumor is true. The divine magnetic mountain in the magnetic wind belt was indeed taken away by you. Lin Sun acquiesced with a smile. In this case, it's true that I can brand more of the law of time. But I haven't tried it yet. When the time comes, we can think about it together. Lu Boya said in a low voice. With Master Lu's help, it's absolutely feasible. Lin Sun flattered him without a trace. Lu Boya pointed at Lin Sun and couldn't help laughing. This boy was really different from when he was a child. Master Lu, what's your cultivation now? Lin Sun suddenly asked. This mystery had been hidden in his heart for a long time. Lu Boya thought for a moment and said, I've almost recovered to 80% of my previous level. Well, it's probably equivalent to the immortal realm of different longevity realms in this era. But if it's to kill enemies, with my attainments in Taoist patterns, I don't need to worry too much even if I encounter opponents in the Nirvana realm. The same longevity realm, 80%? Lin Sun looked surprised and said, Master Lu, why were you chased by characters like Star Destroyer and the Nameless Supreme Emperor when you were in the mortal world? It was incredible. If she was suppressed by the power of rules in the mortal world, then Star Destroyer was also suppressed. Xing was also being suppressed, but it was this woman who had personally destroyed the mine prison, forcing Lu Boya to have no choice but to escape. In short, Lu Boya was too weak at that time. This is related to the 5 signs of decay. Lu Boya didn't seem surprised by Lin Sun's question and said, your mother should have told you that I was lucky to survive from the last era. However, even with the help of your great-grandfather, my cultivation has been affected by the 5 signs of decay until now. This kind of tribulation was born in the destruction of the era. It is extremely horrible. The so-called 5 signs of decay refers to the body, soul, heart, mind, and cultivation. All 5 kinds of forces will suffer from the disaster of decay. The disaster of body is also known as the disaster of body. Once you suffer from it, your body will decay and die. The disaster of soul is a disaster aimed at the soul. The disaster of heart is the weirdest. Once you suffer from it, your state of mind will collapse and you will go crazy and lose consciousness. The disaster of will is aimed at the power of will. Even if you leave the power of will in the world, it will be erased. The disaster of cultivation is naturally aimed at the cultivation. Under the 5 signs of decay, all living beings, regardless of their level of cultivation, will be destroyed forever. Even those who are as powerful as those in the eternal immortal realm can't escape the threat of the destruction of the era. His voice was low and carried dense fear. The last era was so dazzling and glorious, yet only a small group of people were able to survive the destruction of that era. In the past, I relied on a supreme talisman treasure left behind by my sect to resist the disaster and survive. But for countless years, I've always been affected by the power of the 5 signs of decay. When he heard this, Lin Sun couldn't help but be horrified. He recalled the spirit of order, Wu Shuang. She was the spirit of order of the heavenly Tao of a world. She was supreme and stood above all living beings. But during the destruction of the era, she encountered the 5 signs of decay, and she had almost disappeared, and according to what Master Lu said, even those who were as powerful as those in the eternal immortal realm would suffer the threat of such a great disaster. Just thinking about it made one feel horrified. When I was in the eternal world, your great-grandfather used a forbidden secret technique to help me get rid of the power of the 5 signs of decay in my body, and it allowed me to maintain my peak combat strength. Lu Boya said, but since your great-grandfather left and I fled to the mortal realm with your mother and uncle, the power of the 5 signs of decay in my body acted up, and my cultivation was on the verge of collapse. That's why I had no choice but to endure and lay dormant. Otherwise, how could I have watched as you and your parents were in danger all those years ago? His voice was filled with resentment, helplessness, and bitterness. The 5 signs of decay, only those who had truly experienced it knew how terrifying it was. At this moment, Lin Sun finally understood why Master Lu was so weak all those years ago. So it was related to the 5 signs of decay. Are you still affected by this calamity? Lin Sun couldn't help but ask. Lu Boya nodded. In the past, your great-grandfather and I conducted numerous tests and deductions. In the end, we came to the conclusion that if we don't see through the secrets of eternity, we will definitely be unable to get rid of this strange power. It's precisely because of this that your great-grandfather persisted in charging into the gate of eternity. He was worried that he would encounter the 5 signs of decay one day, and he intended to prepare a method to deal with it in advance. Unfortunately, in the end, he still failed. P.S. I'll make up for yesterday's chapter tomorrow. Library of Literature. The purpose of Luo Tongtian's adventure in the Eternal Road was to see through the mystery of eternity and find a way to fight against the 5 signs of decay. Knowing the truth, Lin Sun realized that he had underestimated the power of the 5 signs of decay. This kind of tribulation born in the destruction of an era was definitely a peerless tribulation on the road of cultivation. Master Lu, does it mean that your cultivation will be affected if the 5 signs of decay still exists in your body? Lin Sun asked worriedly. Lu Boya was very open-minded, and he said with a smile, after going against this tribulation for so many years, I've already roughly figured out the profundities within it. Under the suppression of my current cultivation, the 5 blight tribulation within my body will only erupt once every 100 years. So long as I don't fight desperately before it erupts, then it's unable to threaten me. Lin Sun asked, what if it breaks out? Lu Boya was silent for a moment before he said, then we'll suppress it again. Although it will be very dangerous, I've already fought against it many times. Being able to survive until now, I already have experience. The only troublesome thing is that every time the 5 fades tribulation erupts, I will fall into a weakened state of 100 years. At that time, my cultivation will at most be at the level of a quasi-emperor. A quasi-emperor, Lin Sun sighed in his heart. For anyone who had stepped into the immortal realm, it was like being pushed into the abyss. At that time, any Emperor Realm expert could easily kill him. The next moment, Lin Sun said seriously, one day, I will completely cure Master Lu's disease. Master Lu smiled, I have lived for so many years that I don't care how long I can live. In the past, I didn't dare to die because I had a lot of things to do. I tried my best to survive. But now, you can take charge of things on your own and your great-grandfather has a successor. Even if I die now, I have no regrets. Lin Sun's heart tightened and he said, Master Lu, you have to live with me. In any case, I won't let the 5 signs of decay take your life. His words were resolute. Master Lu said with a smile, well, I'm looking forward to when you can solve the problem of Luo family and fulfill your great-grandfather's unfulfilled wish. Taking a deep breath, Lin Sun said, Master Lu, in fact, before I came to the Chaos Demon Sea, I had made up my mind to visit the Luo family after meeting you. Lu Boya nodded and didn't find it strange. He said, I expected it would be like this. Your mother is most worried about your uncle and grandfather. I've already obtained information that your uncle intended to search for the ruins of Myriad Dao after he left the ancient path in the starry sky all those years ago, but he failed in the end. Now, it's very likely that he's been captured by the Luo clan's branch and suppressed in the Luo clan. As for your maternal grandfather, if I'm not mistaken, it's highly likely that he's imprisoned in the Luo clan. Otherwise, the Light Shadow Saber and the innate Divine Stone wouldn't have fallen into the hands of the Luo clan's branch. It's even possible that the Limitless Divine Book is already in Luo Chang's hands. Lin Sun narrowed his eyes and said, so my uncle and grandfather are now in the Luo family? Lu Boya said, whether it's true or not, you'll know when you go to the Luo clan. In fact, with your current battle prowess, you shouldn't encounter too great of a threat even if you go to the Luo clan. Lin Sun was surprised, why do you say this, Master Lu? Lu Boya sighed and said, the world knows that the Luo clan has long been in decline, but I'm afraid no one can imagine that the Luo clan is not only declining in strength, but also in a worrying situation. It's like a building that is about to collapse, and it may be expelled from the 6th heaven at any time. Lin Sun was surprised. He had long thought that the power of the Luo clan was not as great as before. After all, the Luo clan at its peak stood in the 7th heaven and dared to wrestle with the 10 immortal giants of the 8th heaven, but since Luo Tongtian disappeared for countless years, the Luo clan's momentum has plummeted. It was directly expelled from the seventh heaven and came to the sixth heaven with a dispirited face. As early as in the Starry Sky Ancient Path, Lin Sun heard that even in the sixth heaven, the power of the Luo clan is still difficult to change, and with the passage of time, it's getting worse and worse year by year. Among the immortal emperor clans in the sixth heaven, the Luo clan can only be ranked second. The reason why Lin Sun planned to go to the Luo clan after meeting Lu Boya is that the current Luo clan is strong on the outside but weak on the inside. However, he still didn't expect that the situation of the Luo clan would be so embarrassing and unbearable that it is almost impossible to survive in the sixth heaven. There are many tyrannical characters in the branches of the Luo clan, but compared with the main bloodline, they lack some foundation and maturity. Since Luo Chong took control of the patriarch's power, almost all the duties and authority originally controlled by the members of the main bloodline have been deprived and handed over to the members of the branch bloodline. Since then, there has been a huge irreparable crack in the clan. Lu Boya's eyes carried a complicated expression. In the past countless years, the main branch of the Luo clan has been miserably suppressed. Merely this protracted internal strife has caused the Luo clan to suffer a great loss. Coupled with the covetous eyes of the other powers that ceaselessly encroach upon and annex the territory controlled by the Luo clan, it's impossible for the Luo clan not to decline under such internal and external troubles. If your great-grandfather was still alive and saw that the country he built up has become such a mess, I'm afraid he would be very disappointed. In this regard, Lin Sun's heart was calm. He didn't care about the rise and fall of the Luo clan at all. He just wanted to completely end this grievance. That's all. I know that you hate the Luo clan so much that it's impossible for you to have any sense of identity with them. Lu Boya said, but what I want to tell you is that the branch of the Luo clan is a branch of the Luo clan. They can't represent the whole Luo clan, and the power that has persecuted you over the years comes from the branch of the Luo clan. Speaking of this, he couldn't help sighing. In fact, even if the members of the main bloodline of the Luo clan want to persecute you, they don't have this opportunity. For countless years, the elders of the main bloodline have been imprisoned on the Thunderbolt Mountain. With the suppression of the power of order, how can they have the opportunity to stir up trouble? If it weren't for this, your mother and your uncle wouldn't have left the Luo clan with me that year. Lin Sun was silent for a moment and said, Mr. Lu, I probably understand what you mean. If there is a chance, I will help them. Lu Boya smiled with relief. I believe that this is also what your mother wants to see. Luo Qingshuan was a direct descendant of the main bloodline. In the past, she was also persecuted by the branch of the Luo clan. If one traced back to the root cause, the main bloodline and Lin Sun were all victims. How could Lin Sun not understand this point? After thinking for a while, he asked, Mr. Lu, can you tell me about the power of the Luo clan now? Lu Boya said, Luo Chong is the patriarch, as well as the leader of the branch clansmen. Including Luo Chong, the branch originally had 3 undying beings overseeing it. However, Luo Yunshan has already died in your hands. Now, only Luo Chong and Luo Yunha are left. Lin Sun was stunned. 2 immortal characters? This seemed incredible. The huge Luo clan, even if only the power of the Luo clan was counted, only had 2 immortal characters left. This was too shameful. Lin Sun had traveled in the 5th heaven for many years. He was very clear that even in the 5th heaven, the top immortal emperor clans had 3 or 4 immortal characters. Compared to them, the power of the Luo clan's branch was somewhat lacking. Even if Luo Yunshan was added, the power of the Luo clan's branch still surprised Lin Sun. An immortal character can support an immortal emperor clan. With your current power and knowledge, don't you know what an immortal character means? Lu Boya saw through Lin Sun's thoughts. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Did this kid really think that immortal characters were common? In terms of individual battle prowess, such existences could call the wind and summon the rain in the entire eternal true world. Lin Sun also realized that his thinking was a bit one-sided. In fact, to any cultivator in the world, an imperial clan that possessed 2 eternal figures was far from something an ordinary power could compare to. Moreover, this was only the power of the Luo clan's branch. It did not represent the entire Luo clan. However, there is nothing wrong with your thinking. Lu Boya looked at Lin Sun and sighed. It's not that the Luo clan is not strong enough. It's just that the current Yu is no longer the same as before. Over the years, the Luo clan had been declining. And Lin Sun was constantly getting stronger. Today, his ferocious might shook the world, causing many immortal forces in the sixth heaven to have a headache. His enemies in the seventh heaven hated him to the bone. Even the 10 immortal giants of the eighth heaven had to face him head-on. Looking at the current Luo clan, although it was said to be a centipede with 100 legs, it had long been declining. It was in a precarious situation in the sixth heaven. In comparison, the current Luo clan was indeed very shabby in Lin Sun's eyes. Of course, this was relatively speaking. The Luo clan not only had 2 immortal characters, but they also controlled the power of the clan and accumulated resources over countless years. This was something that Lin Sun could not compare to. Next, Lu Boya and Lin Sun talked about the Luo clan. Soon, Lin Sun understood. In these years, some of the great figures of the Luo clan, such as Emperor Shi Tiandi, Luo Yunshi, Yan Xing, Luo Yuni, and so on, had all died in the Starry Sky ancient path. Although they were only Emperor realm experts, they were still the backbone of the Luo family's branch. Their deaths were a huge blow to the Luo family's branch. Among the younger generation of the Luo clan, Luo Ling and Luo Chen were very dazzling and could be called the top figures among their peers. But as early as in the immortal Phoenix world, Luo Chen had already died in Lin Sun's hands, and Luo Ling was still suppressed in Lin Sun's abyssal sword cauldron. The only one who was truly amazing was Luo Chong's grandson, Luo Feng. He was a dazzling figure who Luo Chong exhausted the power of the clan and spent countless cultivation resources to fight for the opportunity to enter the Zhu clan ancestor realm. This Luo Feng was also placed high hopes on by the entire Luo clan. The second night was before 7:30, and there will be more tonight. Xianxia Emperor Ancestor was enough to make the top 10 giants of the 8th heaven scramble to recruit him. It was worthwhile for the branch of the Luo family to exhaust all the resources to create a Xianxia Emperor Ancestor like Luo Feng. After all, even if an immortal emperor clan wanted to use resources to raise a Zhuing Emperor Ancestor, it would still depend on luck. Unfortunately, all this was nothing in Lin Sun's eyes. Strictly speaking, Lin Sun didn't care about the power below the immortal level at all. However, one thing that Lu Boya said attracted Lin Sun's attention. The first was the Audiobook, one of the 6 treasures left by the Tongtian Lord. It was a rare treasure with a total of 9 volumes, each of which had a secret map related to spiritual tattoos. According to Lu Boya, the treasure, the Audiobook, was actually the most precious treasure of the sect he obtained from the last era. Master Lu, my mother said that your master was a reclusive talisman sect in the last era? Lin Sun couldn't help asking. Lu Boya nodded while recollection suffused his face. He said, yes, on the day I took a master as my disciple to cultivate, I was warned by my master not to mention anything related to the sect for the rest of my life. Otherwise, it's extremely likely for me to cause an unimaginable disaster. Speaking of this, Lu Boya showed a strange and helpless smile. Later I knew that my master lied to me. He was worried that I would do evil in the name of the sect, so he warned me like this. But I never complained about my master. It was under his teaching that I mastered the most unique talisman Taoism inheritance in the world from an ordinary boy. His voice was full of heartfelt gratitude and admiration. Master Lu, can you tell me in detail about your master? Lin Sun couldn't help but become more and more curious, because his attainments in Tao inscription were inherited from Lu Boya. Over the years, with this Tao inscription inheritance, he had helped him resolve countless dangers. It also made Lin Xuanchen realize that this kind of Taoist pattern inheritance was not simple, because he had never seen any kind of Taoist pattern inheritance in the world that could be compared with what he had mastered in all these years of cultivation. As Master Lu said, this inheritance was unique because it didn't belong to this era at all. There's no harm in telling you. My master's surname is Li, and his name is Fu Yao. A dazed expression suffused Lu Boya's eyes, and he seemed to be immersed in the memories of a very long time ago. Li Fuyao. Lin Sun thought to himself, this is an extraordinary name. Master has always claimed to be a sword cultivator. In fact, Master Sword Dao techniques are indeed terrifying beyond compare. In any case, in all the years I've been cultivating, I've never seen anyone who could block Master's sword. Even supreme figures known as Almighties can't. But Master often says that even though his sword Dao is strong, it's inferior to his junior brother. When he spoke up to hear, Lu Boya couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Unfortunately, Master never said who this little junior brother of his is. Lin Sun couldn't help being surprised. Since they are fellow disciples, why don't you want to mention his name? I don't know. Lu Boya smiled bitterly, and then he revealed a sorrowful expression as he said, before the era was annihilated, Master once exhorted me that the calamity of the era's annihilation was approaching, and he wanted to help the sect fight. He asked me to be careful in the future. Moreover, he specially said that the Infinite Codex is the supreme secret treasure of our sect, and it ought to be sufficient to help me survive the annihilation of the era by relying on it. But even though I survived, I still don't know where Master went to fight all those years ago, and if he survived. Lu Boya's expression became even more sorrowful. What's laughable is that I still don't know the origins of the sect Master belongs to. Lin Sun stared blankly for a while before he said, in this way, the sect Senior Li Fuyao belongs to is really mysterious. Lu Boya laughed, shook his head, and discarded all distracting thoughts as he said, all of these are matters of the past, and they're matters of the last era. It's meaningless to talk about all of this now. I just want to tell you that no matter what, you must seize the Infinite Codex from the Luo clan this time. His voice revealed a resolute tone. After your great-grandfather saved me all those years ago, I resolved that I must select an inheritor from his descendants. Firstly, it's for the sake of repaying his kindness, and secondly, it's not to let the inheritance of my sect be severed. At the beginning, I chose your grandfather. Even though he hadn't awakened his innate strength, he had no problem cultivating the Tao of spiritual tattoos. But I never expected that a shocking change would occur when he was about to inherit the position of patriarch, and it caused the blade of light and shadow, the innate divine stone, and the infinite codex that he possessed to be seized by Luo Chong. Fortunately, your comprehension isn't bad, and you've been cultivating the Tao of spiritual tattoos by my side since a young age. Once you seize the infinite codex back in the future, it'll be sufficient to allow my sect to continue on forever. When he spoke up to hear, Lu Boya's expression was filled with gratification. When he was young, he was just an ordinary wild kid with mediocre aptitude, and it was by chance that he was taken as a disciple by his master. In contrast, Lin Sun's aptitude was much better than his. In Lu Boya's view, as long as Lin Sun could inherit the infinite codex, his attainments in the Tao of spiritual tattoos would definitely be higher than his. Lin Sun took a deep breath and promised solemnly, "Don't worry, Master Lu. I won't let you down." Immediately, Lin Sun hesitated and said, "Master Lu, I still have a doubt in my heart." "Go ahead." When my grandfather and Luo Chong competed for the position of patriarch, even if my grandfather was inferior to Luo Chong in all aspects, he was the legitimate son of my great-grandfather after all, and there were many elders of the main branch of Luo family standing behind him. But why was his power usurped by Luo Chong? Lin Sun was puzzled. Luo Qingshuan once said that before she inherited the position of patriarch, her father, Luo Xiao, disappeared mysteriously, which gave Luo Chong a chance. But at that time, didn't the elders of the main branch of Luo family notice that it was very likely to be a conspiracy, or, why couldn't they wait until the truth of Luo Xiao's disappearance was found out before they elected the patriarch? There must be something fishy about it. A mocking expression appeared on Lu Boya's face. "Your mother didn't tell you the truth. I'm afraid that you will look down on the elders of the main branch of Luo family. Since you asked, I don't mind telling you. At that time, your mother and your uncle were still young. Although Luo Chong, who was the same generation as your grandfather, had the cultivation of emperor ancestor, he never married and had children. Before he inherited the position of patriarch, shortly after your grandfather disappeared, a woman suddenly appeared beside Luo Chong." Hearing this, Lin Sun's eyes narrowed slightly. "Is there something wrong with this woman?" "Yes, this woman's origin is mysterious, and her means are extremely powerful. She once summoned many immortal characters of the seventh heaven to visit the Luo family. She said that they came to visit the Luo family, but in fact, they came to support Luo Chong. After this woman showed such power, she immediately spread the news that she would become Taoist companions with Luo Chong, and promised that as long as Luo Chong became the patriarch of the Luo family, she would do her best to help the Luo family rise. At least, they wouldn't be excluded by other immortal emperor clans in the seventh heaven." "Did the elders of the main branch of the Luo family agree?" Lin Sun frowned. Lu Boya sighed. At that time, the Luo family was already in a bad situation. They were excluded by many major forces in the seventh heaven. If they don't make any changes, it is very likely that they will no longer be able to stand in the seventh heaven. At that time, your grandfather's whereabouts were unknown, so the elders of the main branch of the Luo family agreed to this matter. His voice became lower and lower. Hearing this, Lin Sun felt uncomfortable. These elders of the main branch of the Luo family are too muddle-headed. They actually pinned the hope of maintaining the status of the Luo family on a woman of unknown origin. Isn't it ridiculous? At that time, the situation of the Luo family was indeed not optimistic, and the means shown by that woman and Luo Chong were also very powerful. They vowed to guarantee many things, which made the entire Luo family excited, thinking that they saw the hope of rising again. Lu Boya's expression was complicated. At that time, your mother and uncle were young, and they didn't have the ability to stop all this. I was investigating the disappearance of your grandfather in the outside world. When I rushed back to the Luo family, Luo Chong had already taken over the power of the patriarch. Lin Sun also sighed in his heart. What these elders of the main branch of the Luo family did was no different from asking a tiger for its skin. However, even if I was there at that time, I'm afraid I couldn't stop all this, because I promised your great-grandfather that I would never interfere in the internal affairs of the Luo family. Lu Boya laughed at himself. This may be called a trap of one's own making. Even I didn't expect that your great-grandfather would suddenly suffer a disaster, let alone that the Luo family would become so chaotic and unbearable. Lin Sun comforted him. Mr. Lu, at least you helped my mother and uncle escape from the Luo family. This is enough. He was worried that Lu Boya would blame himself again, so he immediately changed the topic. However, after Luo Chong became the patriarch, he didn't seem to change the fate of the Luo family being expelled from the seventh heaven. Could it be that the woman changed her mind? Lu Boya sneered. A few years ago, not long after I returned to the eternal world, I found out that shortly after Luo Chong inherited the position of the patriarch, under the instigation of the woman, he immediately overturned all his previous promises and ordered all the elders of the main branch of the Luo family to be suppressed and imprisoned. The other people of the main branch of the Luo family were also implicated, and all of them were in bad situations, like prisoners. Later, I learned that the reason why the woman became Taoist companions with Luo Chong and supported him to become the patriarch was because of the heaven-reaching secret realm, the Sword of Fate, and the eternal coffin left by your great-grandfather. But you also know that these three treasures were taken away by me, your mother, and uncle, causing the woman's wishful thinking to fall through. How could she sincerely help the Luo family gain a firm foothold in the seventh heaven? After listening to this, Lin Sun completely understood. He couldn't help but sneer. The members of the Luo family probably didn't expect that the woman who slept with their patriarch had evil intentions from the beginning, right? This is called asking a tiger for its skin. You reap what you sow. There was undisguised sarcasm in his voice. P.S. The update is a little late. Does Master Lu know who that woman is? Lin Sun couldn't help but ask. After thinking about it for a while, he knew that Luo Chong and the branch clansmen had almost no hope of usurping the patriarch's power. The key was this woman of unknown origin. Facts also proved that this woman harbored evil intentions from the very beginning, whether it was becoming Luo Chong's Taoist companion or supporting Luo Chong to take the patriarch's power. She called herself Pei Ru, which is obviously a fake name. In the eternal world, there is no immortal emperor surnamed Pei. Lu Boya said, after many years of investigation, this woman is very likely related to the Wang family of the eighth heaven. Wang family, Lin Sun couldn't help but think of one thing. Back then, outside the god's relic, Martial Uncle Kong Ju was seriously injured by a sudden sword attack, and fourth senior brother Ling Xuanzi was on the verge of despair. It was also at that time that Lin Sun, who was so angry that he almost went mad, remembered the origin of that sword attack. Wang family, the first immortal giant of the eighth heaven, the Sword of Judgment. At that time, Lin Sun swore that if he could survive, one day, he would return it 10-fold or 100-fold. Wang family, Lin Sun's black eyes were cold. It seems that even when my great-grandfather was in trouble, they never gave up the idea of seizing my great-grandfather's relics. The master of Tong Tian was once besieged by the 10 immortal giants of the eighth heaven in front of the Gate of Eternity and had to fight with his life on the line. These scenes were still imprinted in Lin Sun's mind. How could he forget them? And now, the tentacles of the Wang family actually reached into the Luo family to seize the heaven-accessing place, the eternal coffin, the sword of fate, and other treasures. Lin Sun couldn't help but be filled with killing intent. It should be so. All these years, this woman named Pei Ru has been staying in the Luo family. There is no doubt that she must have long known that the heaven-accessing place and other treasures were obtained by you. Lu Boya said. Luo Chong actually tolerates such a woman who goes back on her words and harbors evil intentions? Lin Sun couldn't help but be surprised. Lu Boya sneered and said, Luo Chong's position as clan head was obtained by relying on the power and influence possessed by this woman. How could Luo Chong have the guts to turn against her? As far as I know, there are still many members of the Luo clan's branch who fantasize about capturing you and your mother. As long as Pei Ru gets what she wants, they can use Pei Ru's power to change the Luo clan's precarious situation. Lin Sun almost couldn't believe his ears. The heaven-accessing place and other treasures were left by my great-grandfather. They are the most precious treasures of the Luo family. How could they bear to give them to that woman? Lu Boya sighed softly. As far as they're concerned, it's a treasure that your maternal great-grandfather left behind for the main bloodline of the Luo family. No matter how reluctant they are to part with it, as long as they can exchange it for Pei Ru's help, they're willing to risk it all. Lin Sun's face was gloomy. No wonder they chased us to the starry sky ancient road so crazily these years. Therefore, when you go to the Luo family this time, you have to be careful of this woman. I suspect that she is not only after the heaven-accessing place and other treasures, but also to seize the bloodline of the devouring sky of abyss in you. Lu Boya reminded. Lin Sun nodded. Lu Boya looked at the eternal coffin not far away and said, this treasure was obtained by your maternal great-grandfather from the ruins of fate. It's extremely mysterious, and it's also from this treasure that your maternal great-grandfather has the talent of the devouring sky of abyss. Now that you have the power to control it, I can hand it over to you without any worries. Lin Sun was stunned and said, Master Lu, what on earth is hidden in the eternal coffin? Lu Boya said, your maternal great-grandfather once said that this thing is related to the way of eternity. It's also from this thing that your maternal great-grandfather found the secret map to the eternal star path. As for what secrets it hides, only you can explore it yourself. After a pause, he continued, however, according to your maternal great-grandfather's instructions, it's better not to open this coffin before you embark on the way of immortality. This is also the reason why I stopped you from opening it before. This coffin could only be opened after stepping into the way of immortality. Lin Sun was stunned. He suppressed his curiosity and said, I'll listen to Master Lu. Yes, you listen to your maternal great-grandfather. Lu Boya laughed. He flipped open his palm and passed a jade scroll to Lin Sun. This is a jade scroll your great-grandfather left behind for me. The secret method to retrieve this treasure is recorded within. Without this secret method, even an undying figure would find it hard to move this treasure in the slightest. Lin Sun suddenly understood why he couldn't move this bronze coffin even though he tried his best. It turned out that there was a secret hidden in it. He took the jade slip, probed it a little, and comprehended the secret method in it. He immediately stretched out his hand to make a gesture, and an obscure Taoist sound came from his lips. Buzz, suddenly, the bronze coffin trembled and glowed with a mysterious chaotic luster. In a flash, it shrank countless times and finally turned into a green light that swept into the space between Lin Sun's eyebrows. Just like the heaven-accessing place, it floated in the sea of consciousness, extremely mysterious. Now, what else do you want to ask? Lu Boya asked. Lin Sun thought for a moment and said, Master Lu, do you know? Summer solstice? Summer solstice? Lu Boya was stunned and looked puzzled. Lin Sun immediately took out the abyssal sword cauldron and carried out Summer Solstice, who had been sleeping in it and was nourished by the Nirvana order. She is Summer Solstice. Lin Sun said and told him some information about Summer Solstice. When he learned that Summer Solstice had appeared by Lin Sun's side as early as in Feiyun village, Lu Boya narrowed his eyes in surprise. And when he learned from Lin Sun about the shackles of fate in Summer Solstice's body, his body stiffened. He seemed to realize something and said emotionally, what Brother Tong Tian said back then is actually true. Lin Sun was excited and couldn't help asking, Master Lu, what is true? Over the years, he had speculated about summer solstice's origin more than once, but it was still a mystery. Lu Boya recalled. All those years ago, not long after your great-grandfather obtained the eternal coffin in the ruins of creation, he once told me that obtaining this treasure allowed him to possess the opportunity to change his destiny. But at the same time, he was tainted by the karma of destiny. At that time, your maternal great-grandfather was worried because he didn't know whether this karma was good or bad. But he inferred that this karma would appear on his descendants. When he spoke up to hear, Lu Boya gazed at Summer Solstice, who was in deep sleep, and his gaze was subtle and carried a strange expression. I originally thought that after so many years, it was extremely likely that the karma your great-grandfather spoke of all those years ago didn't exist at all. But now it would seem like it has come true. Lin Sun was stunned. The karma that accompanies the eternal coffin? Lu Boya nodded. This is what your maternal great-grandfather said. I definitely wouldn't remember it wrongly. He even worried for many years because of this matter. He was worried that if this karma wasn't good, it would very likely affect his descendants. But now it seems that this is not a bad karma. At least according to what you said, in the heart of summer solstice, you are more important than her life. Lin Sun was stunned and suddenly said, Master Lu, since the eternal coffin was found in the ruins of fate, do you think the origin of summer solstice is related to the ruins of fate? It may also be related to this coffin, Lu Boya said. Lin Sun was shocked and said in a daze, how could the origin of summer solstice be related to a bronze coffin? It seems ridiculous. Even if the bronze coffin was a mysterious treasure, it must be a coffin. In the eyes of the world, this thing was the place where life was buried and the home where life could rest in peace. How could the origin of summer solstice be related to a coffin? At this moment, Lin Sun couldn't help taking out the eternal coffin from the sea of consciousness. But the sleeping summer solstice didn't respond at all, nor did she feel anything because of this. Even if you are eager to get the answer, you'd better not open the coffin now. Lu Boya said seriously, as you can see, summer solstice is sleeping. As long as she is by your side, you will get the answer sooner or later, won't you? Lin Sun's expression was uncertain. After a long time, he nodded slowly and said yes. He put away the eternal coffin, looked at the sleeping summer solstice, took a deep breath, and said, no matter what her origin is, and whether she is the karma that my great-grandfather said, I will never let her be hurt in this life, and I will never let her leave me. His voice was extremely resolute and firm. No one understood how important and irreplaceable summer solstice was in his heart. Seeing this, Lu Boya couldn't help but have a subtle feeling in his heart. If Brother Tong Tian was here and saw the karma he worried about was like this, would he still be worried? Let's go. Before we set off for Luo family, I'll take you to see someone first. With his guidance, he can give you a lot of help. Lu Boya walked out of the blessed enclave. This conversation also came to an end. But it also revealed many mysteries in Lin Sun's heart, and he learned a lot of inside stories and truths of those years. Miluo Cave, Yunshu Hall. Third-generation disciple Luo Xuanfu pays respect to Patriarch. Luo Xuanfu walked into the hall and bowed. Then, he saw Lin Sun sitting on one side of Lu Boya. His always calm state of mind suddenly surged. Lu Boya nodded and said, Xuanfu, it seems that you have guessed why I called you here this time. Tomorrow morning, you and Lin Sun will leave Chaos Demon Sea and go to Luo family. Sure enough, Luo Xuanfu's eyes were bright, and his indifferent handsome face showed rare excitement. From the day he entered Miluo Cave, he had been waiting for this day for many years. Yes. Taking a deep breath, Luo Xuanfu solemnly accepted the order. Lu Boya said to Lin Sun, with Luo Xuanfu's guidance, after arriving at Luo family, he can help you further understand the situation of Luo family. Lin Sun nodded. He really needed someone who understood Luo family to lead the way, and Luo Xuanfu, as a descendant of the main bloodline of Luo family, was undoubtedly very suitable. In addition, you take this thing with you. Saying this, Lu Boya handed Lin Sun a sealed black jade box. After arriving at Luo family, if you encounter any danger, open this box. What's in it? Lin Sun asked. Lu Boya said with a smile, of course, it's a trump card prepared for you. You can explore it slowly in the future. Here comes the latest update. The next morning. Lin Sun and Luo Xianfu left the Miluo Grotto heaven together under Lu Boya's escort. On the Chaos Demon Sea, thunder and storms raged. A treasure ship carried Lin Sun and Luo Xianfu at full speed. On the bow of the ship, Lin Sun was drinking while recalling his experience. Several months had passed since he arrived at the Chaos Demon Sea with Wanru of the Nine Leaves Chamber of Commerce. Many things had happened during this period of time. For example, he helped Wanru eliminate the traitor Jiao Taixing, killed Dao Lord Scarlet Demon, and successfully rescued Wanru's younger brother Bowen. Because of this, he obtained the Kuan ancestor's life bone, which was imprinted with the primordial secrets of immortality. When he arrived at South Sea Island and entered the Miluo Grotto heaven, Lin Sun had gained a lot. It was also at this time that he realized that Master Lu had been preparing for this meeting all these years, whether it was going to the magnetic wind belt to collect 100,000 kilograms of divine magnetic iron, or breaking the 9-layered forbidden array to awaken the eternal coffin. All of this was specially arranged by Master Lu for him. Collecting the divine magnetic iron and breaking the 9-layered forbidden array was so that he could condense the laws of time on the abyssal sword cauldron in the future. The eternal coffin awakened by his bloodline power was also prepared for him to embark on the immortal Tao. Especially the things he talked about with Master Lu, it also helped Lin Sun solve the doubts he had hidden in his heart for many years, but at the same time, Lin Sun was also a little worried. Master Lu's 5-blight tribulation was still there and would erupt every 100 years. If he couldn't resist it in the future, Lin Sun didn't dare to continue thinking about it. The journey out of the Chaos Demon Sea was smooth. Just 7 days later, Lin Sun and Luo Xianfu arrived at the Blood Wind Divine Land. Then, the treasure ship carried the two towards the northwest. Ever since the Luo family was expelled from the 7th heaven, they had been entrenched in the 6th heaven, the Sky-Water Divine Land. This was a remote province. The Luo family was not the only immortal emperor clan entrenched there. There were also 2 other immortal emperor clans. The Luo family was also in a bad situation. According to Lin Sun's understanding, the 6th heaven had a total of 24 divine lands. Some top immortal emperor clans could even control 2 or 3 divine lands. As for the Ping family that Ping Tianxiang was in, they occupied the Azure Heaven Divine Prefecture, and their foundation and power were also very strong. In comparison, the Tianshui Divine Region was a remote place, and the Luo clan had to coexist with 2 other immortal emperor clans. It was obvious to what extent the Luo clan had fallen to, 1 month later. Tianshui Divine Continent, Red Willow City. The night was as dark as ink. Lin Sun stayed in an inn. Luo Xuanfu had already left in a hurry to inquire about the news. These few years, he had always stayed in chaotic Devil Sea's overflowing net land and did not understand the Luo family's recent situation. Although he was eager to go to the Luo family with Lin Sun for revenge, it was urgent to collect enough information. In the inn, Lin Sun was meditating and comprehending the natural primordial Dao marks on the Kuan ancestor's life bone. Every time there is a big event, there is calmness. Going to the Luo family for revenge was one of Lin's biggest obsessions since he started his cultivation, and it was even about to become a mental block. However, he also knew that this matter could not be rushed. He needed to find out more information so that he could complete this revenge operation in one fell swoop. He needed to remove the hatred that he had accumulated over the years from the depths of his heart. Vent it out. The Luo family's territory was located in the Dragon's Pine Divine Mountain in the southeastern territory of the Tianshui Divine Region. It was one of the most famous mountains in the Tianshui Divine Region. If he set off from Red Willow City, he could reach the territory where the Dragon's Pine Divine Mountain was located within 3 days. In fact, Red Willow City was already one of the cities under the control of the Luo family. It was the territory of the Luo family. It was not until 2 days later that Luo Xuanfu returned in a hurry. "Uncle, this is the news I found out." Luo Xuanfu immediately handed a jade slip to Lin Sun. According to seniority, Lin Sun was 1 generation older than him, so it was reasonable to call him uncle. Lin Sun opened the jade slip and looked at it for a while. A few years ago, since the immortal Emperor Luo Yunshan was killed by Lin Sun in the 5th heaven, the Luo family was shocked. Losing an immortal emperor was equivalent to losing one of the pillars of the Luo family. It was a huge loss that no amount of emperor ancestor realm cultivators could make up for. Under this heavy blow, the situation of the Luo family became more and more pessimistic. In the territory of the Heavenly Water Divine Land, the other two immortal emperor clans that coexisted with the Luo family had been moving frequently recently, encroaching on some of the territories that originally belonged to the Luo family. This made the Luo family shocked and angry, but they were helpless. What could they do when they were inferior? However, Lin Sun didn't care about this. He put down the jade slip and asked, all these years, Pei Ru only had 2 old servants with her? Luo Xuanfu nodded. Since this bitch and Luo Cheng became Taoist companions, the 2 old servants have been staying in the Luo family. Although they are servants, they have been enjoying the most thoughtful offerings of the Luo family over the years. His voice was full of hatred. As a descendant of the main bloodline, Luo Xuanfu had enough reason to hate Pei Ru and the people around her. What about Luo Yunhe? Has he been in seclusion all these years? Lin Sun asked again. Luo Xuanfu said, this old bastard has been in seclusion for 3,000 years. It is said that he is comprehending a secret method. In recent years, even when the news of Luo Yunshan's death came back to the Luo family, he didn't come out of seclusion. Lin Sun thought for a while, do you think there is a way to lure Luo Yunhe out of the Luo family? Luo Xuanfu shook his head, it's too difficult. His status in the branch of the Luo family is extremely high. According to seniority, he is Luo Cheng's uncle. Ordinary things can't alarm him at all. Speaking of this, he thought of something and his eyes lit up. By the way, I think of one thing. If we can catch a person, maybe we can make Luo Yunhe restless and unable to eat and sleep in peace. Who? Luo Feng. Luo Xuanfu's eyes were full of hatred. He is the grandson of Luo Cheng. In order to help him become an ancestor, Luo Cheng almost used up all the resources accumulated by the main bloodline of the Luo family for countless years, which greatly affected the cultivation of the other main bloodlines. If that were the case, then it wouldn't be a big deal. But Luo Feng hates the people of the main bloodline. Over the years, who knows how many people of the main bloodline have been bullied and humiliated by Luo Feng. Most hateful of all, my 2 cousins were given as gifts to a silk pants from the Yao clan. Speaking of this, he gnashed his teeth and his eyes were red with hatred. The Yao family was one of the 2 immortal imperial clans that coexisted with the Luo family in the Divine Land. The other was the Ling family. In short, the Luo family, the Yao family and the Ling family were the 3 immortal imperial clans in the Divine Land. Lin Sun comforted Luo Xuanfu in a soft voice for a moment, and then asked, if we catch Luo Feng, we can force Luo Yunhe out of the Luo family? It's very promising. Luo Xuanfu was not sure. I only know that Luo Yunhe attaches great importance to Luo Feng. He has pinned the hope of the Luo family's re-emergence on Luo Feng. Even when Luo Feng became an ancestor, Luo Yunhe had been guarding Luo Feng with great efforts and energy. Lin Sun nodded and said, if we can catch Luo Feng, he can indeed be a threat. Do you know where he is now? Luo Xuanfu said quickly, the Tao discussion conference at the Green Sky Lake. The Green Sky Lake. It was one of the few scenic spots and historic sites in the Divine Land. The lake was vast and magnificent. It was full of bright red lotus flowers all year round, like a fairyland. Recently, the Green Sky Lake was extremely lively. Because the Tao discussion conference, which was held once in 1,000 years, began on the Green Sky Lake. Countless young geniuses from all over the Aqua Sky Divine Continent gathered together to spar and discuss the Tao on the Jade Sky Lake, and it attracted the attention of the entire Aqua Sky Divine Continent. It was indeed a grand event. Every 1,000 years, it would be held by the Luo, Yao, and Ling imperial clans. Any young talent who participated in the grand event, as long as they performed well in the competition, was very likely to be selected by the 3 immortal imperial clans, thus realizing the change of carp leaping through the Dragon Gate. In any case, in the eyes of the cultivators of the Divine Land, the 3 immortal imperial clans were like the supreme sacred places. Being able to enter any of the clans to cultivate was enough to change their fate. Today's Tao discussion conference was hosted by the Luo family, and the standard was extremely high. Luo Feng, as the ancestor of the Divine Land, was personally present. In the past, it was generally presided by the Emperor ancestor-level characters. Although the Luo family is in a precarious situation now, a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. In my eyes, it is still an unattainable behemoth. If I can enter the Luo family to cultivate, I don't have to worry about not being able to rise in the future. As the ancestor of the divine land, Luo Feng will definitely shine in the future. After all, there are only a few legends like him in the entire sixth heaven. I just don't know how many lucky people will be chosen by the Luo family this time. The banks of the jade-green sky lake were densely packed with figures. It was impossible to see the end of them at a glance, and all sorts of discussions rose and fell one after another. In the center of the blue sky Great Lake, there was a huge dojo floating. At this moment, a Tao discussion conference was taking place on the dojo. And not far from the blue sky Great Lake, there was a row of seats piled up by clusters of auspicious clouds. Luo Feng was sitting on the central seat at this moment. He wore a crown that shot up into the sky and a bright yellow robe embroidered with pythons. He was handsome, his gaze was sharp like a sword, and a wisp of a faint cold arc hung on the corners of his mouth. He sat there casually like a supreme overlord. It's really boring. Luo Feng sighed softly. The Tao discussion conference had been going on for 7 days, and now it was time to select the top 100 participants. But in Luo Feng's opinion, there were only 7 or 8 people who were worthy of his attention. Such a Tao discussion conference made him feel quite bored. However, the only advantage is that he is the focus of attention in this Tao discussion conference, a legend that countless young talents can only look up to, not only because his surname is Luo, but also because he is the ancestor of the divine land. And in the countless years since the Luo family entered the sixth heaven, he is the only ancestor of the divine land. End of this chapter. Xianxia ancestor, what a dazzling title. What a supreme realm. Every time Luo Feng thought that he had set foot in this realm, he couldn't help but feel that it was unreal. In the future, the Luo family will be under my control, and the Luo family will be different because of me. Luo Feng's heart was filled with lofty aspirations. Child, the patriarch sent a message asking you to return to the clan immediately after the Dharma discussion. An old servant came in a hurry. Why? Luo Feng frowned. He had already made an appointment with his friends to go to the restaurant for a banquet after the Dharma discussion. The old servant looked around and whispered, "It is said that the patriarch's wife has agreed to fight for a chance to enter the seventh heaven ancestor sect for you." Luo Feng was shocked. The ancestral court of Yuan sect. All of a sudden, his heart became hot and he said, "Did my grandmother really agree?" The old servant nodded with a smile. "Child, you are the hope of the Luo family's rise. Only by entering the ancestral court of Yuan sect can you show your strength." Luo Feng couldn't help but smile and nodded. "Well, when the Dharma discussion is over, I will go back immediately." The ancestral court of Yuan sect. It was the place that all the Xian ancestor dreamed of going to. If he could enter it, it would no longer be a delusion to enter the immortal realm. If I enter the immortal realm, the Luo family will be mine in the future. Luo Feng thought and couldn't wait to return to the clan now. On the bank of the blue sky lake. In the crowd, Luo Xuanfu looked into the distance and said, "Uncle, that is Luo Feng." Lin Sun stood on one side with his hands behind his back, looking at Luo Feng sitting in the central seat from a distance, and said, "I really didn't expect that it was possible to become a Xian ancestor by throwing cultivation resources." Luo Xuanfu sighed, "Although I hate him to the core, I have to admit that Luo Feng's talent and bone structure are indeed outstanding among his peers. That's why Luo Chong is willing to throw all the cultivation resources accumulated by the clan for many years on Luo Feng." Lin Sun nodded and said, "It's really not easy to become a Xian ancestor." With that, he took a step forward. Luo Xuanfu was startled, and then his expression changed. "Uncle is going to make a move in front of everyone?" But soon after, he noticed something different. There were so many practitioners nearby, but as Lin Sun walked in the void, no one noticed his existence at all, but in his eyes, Lin Sun's figure was so clear. What kind of magical technique is this? Luo Xuanfu was dumbfounded. The spars were still going on the Dao exchange grounds, and it drew the gazes of everyone. However, no one noticed that a tall figure was walking through the sky above the Dao exchange grounds. There were over a dozen Emperor Ancestor Realm cultivators sitting on the seats not far away from the Dao exchange ground, but none of them, including Luo Feng, noticed that a figure was approaching them through the air. This strange scene caused Luo Xuanfu to almost not dare to believe his eyes. What was more terrible was that he could see Lin Sun, but he couldn't capture Lin Sun's trace in his spiritual awareness, just as Lin Sun arrived near the row of seats, Luo Feng, who was sitting high in the center, finally noticed something and suddenly looked up. Then, he saw Lin Sun, who was 3 meters away from him. His pupils shrank, and he shouted, "Who are you? How dare you break into the place where Luo family is guarding?" His voice came out, but the people nearby didn't notice it at all. This made Luo Feng's face change. He suddenly stood up and spread his cultivation. Only now did he see clearly. Unknowingly, the nearby heaven and earth had changed as if the stars had moved. Everything had disappeared, and only darkness and nothingness remained. A formation, realizing this, Luo Feng calmed down. "You have a good temperament." Not far away, Lin Sun's figure appeared out of thin air. "But your reaction is still a step slower. Compared with Feng Pejuan, Qi Lingyun, and Zhongli Xiao, you are much weaker." Being criticized like this, Luo Feng felt quite uncomfortable. He stared at Lin Sun for a while and suddenly realized something. "Are you Lin Sun?" A look of surprise appeared on his face. "I'll give you a chance to make a move. Let me see how strong the Luo clan's sovereign ancestor Juing really is." Lin Sun wasn't surprised that Luo Feng had guessed his identity. In this situation, if he still couldn't guess his identity, then he was extraordinarily stupid. "It's really you." Luo Feng's expression was uncertain. He couldn't calm down. This was the 6th heaven, and who knew how many immortal emperor clans were sharpening their swords to kill this guy. Even in this situation, this guy still dared to appear. It was also at this time that Luo Feng realized the seriousness of the problem, and said, "Lin Sun, my grandfather said that as long as you submit to the Luo family, the position of the Luo family's patriarch will be yours. Are you really not going to reconsider?" He was stalling for time. Even if he was full of confidence as the great ancestor of the great ancestor, when facing Lin Sun, he couldn't help but feel afraid. This was a terrifying and ruthless person who had survived the bloody slaughter in the god's relic and killed his way from the 1st heaven to the 5th heaven. These years, the entire eternal world had been spreading his fierce name and bloody achievements. Others might not know, but how could Luo Feng not know? Even the immortal Emperor Luo Yunshan of the Luo family was likely killed by Lin Sun. All of this made him suddenly lose confidence when facing Lin Sun. How could Lin Sun not see through Luo Feng's thoughts? He couldn't help but say indifferently, "Since you asked, then I'll tell you. It won't be long before I go to the Luo family to see your grandfather and your powerful grandmother. At the same time, I'll also settle the past grievances." Luo Feng squeezed out a smile. "Brother Lin, why do I feel like you're joking?" Lin Sun said, "Whether it's a joke or not, now are you going to follow me obediently, or struggle a little more?" Struggle a little more? In Lin Sun's eyes, was he so weak as the great ancestor of the great ancestor of the great ancestor? Luo Feng couldn't help but be angry. "Do you really think you can win?" Lin Sun said, "Then try." Boom! As soon as his voice fell, Luo Feng's body emitted a power far beyond that of an ordinary ancestor realm expert. Dazzling silver divine light flowed around him, making him look extraordinary. "Lin Sun, I'm not a person who will sit still and wait for death. Like you think." With a loud roar, Luo Feng attacked brazenly. From between his eyebrows, a purple sword swept out, like a divine rainbow, slashing through the air. The majestic and terrifying sword Qi swept out, as if it wanted to destroy the world. Lin Sun flicked his finger. Clang! As if struck by lightning, the purple sword let out a violent collision and wailed, and was shaken and sent flying. Luo Feng was so upset that he almost coughed up blood, and his expression changed completely. Lin Sun said indifferently, "The power of this sword is far from enough to break this forbidden world. If you want to attract the attention of the people outside, I advise you to give up." Luo Feng's expression became more and more ugly. As Lin Sun said, the purpose of this sword was not Lin Sun, but to take this opportunity to break this forbidden world. As long as he could attract the attention of the outside world, it would be enough to get the help of the ancestor realm experts of the Luo family. "I don't believe it." Luo Feng took a deep breath and suddenly waved his sleeves. A round jade plate as clear as ice and snow swept out, glowing in the void and surging with purple thunder. This was undoubtedly a secret treasure that borrowed the power of order. "Open!" Luo Feng exerted all his strength, and the round snow-white jade plate emitted a clear and melodious buzz. Countless purple orders evaporated and spread like thunder dragons, giving off a terrifying aura that could destroy the world. This attack was still not aimed at Lin Sun, but trying to destroy this forbidden world. However, before this treasure could exert its power, as Lin Sun stretched out his hand and grasped, the abyssal sword cauldron appeared in his palm, giving off an obscure aura of nirvana. In an instant, the purple thunder of order all over the sky seemed to be frozen and imprisoned, and then it was all swallowed up like thousands of streams returning to the sea. Bang! In the end, even the jade plate in Luo Feng's hand was shattered. This, all of a sudden, Luo Feng's heart sank to the bottom, and his body was cold. Although he had known that Lin Sun's combat power was formidable, when he fought with him, he realized that Lin Sun's combat power was far stronger than he had imagined. He couldn't be shaken at all. Facing him was enough to make any person in the same realm feel frustrated and powerless. What else do you have? Show me. In the distance, Lin Sun said casually. Luo Feng's face was livid, and he said, "Why don't you kill me directly?" Lin Sun said casually, "Without you, how could I lure Luo Yunhe out? In your eyes, I am just a bait?" Luo Feng was stunned, and his face was stiff. He felt that his dignity was trampled to pieces at this moment, and an unprecedented sense of frustration and depression surged all over his body. "What do you think?" Lin Sun sighed, "So what? Your elder Luo Yunshan is an immortal, but he is also dead." Luo Feng trembled all over, and his eyes were dim. Originally, he was full of ambition and hope. He planned to go to the seventh heaven to fight for an opportunity to enter the ancestral court of Yuan religion according to his grandmother's arrangement. But the appearance of Lin Sun completely shattered everything. On the same day, the news that Luo Feng mysteriously disappeared from the green sky lake spread like a storm, causing a sensation in Xianxia divine land. After all, Luo Feng was not only a member of the Luo family, but also an ancestor of Zhu Shui Emperor. Even in the sixth heaven, they are rare existences. But such a dazzling figure disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. This was undoubtedly incredible. Who did it? Who could hide from the eyes of countless cultivators and take Luo Feng away at the Taoism discussion meeting? The question was soon answered. Because on the same day that Luo Feng disappeared, a news came out. Luo Feng was kidnapped by the enemy of the Luo family. As soon as the news came out, the entire Qianshui divine land was shocked. Dragon's Pine Divine Mountain. The place where the Luo family is located. When the news of Luo Feng's capture spread, the entire Luo family was shocked and in an uproar. Who is so bold to capture a member of the Luo family? Damn it! The person who dares to do this must have an extraordinary background. All kinds of discussions rang out in the Luo clan, causing everyone to be anxious. However, these voices were divided into two distinct attitudes. The people belonging to the Luo family branch were all angry, while the people of the main branch of the Luo family, although surprised, were gloating in their hearts. Over the years, Luo Feng has bullied the people of the main branch of the Luo family, causing great anger and resentment. In this turmoil, the atmosphere in the main hall of the Luo family was extremely oppressive and dignified. Since Luo Tongtian's disappearance, Luo Chong, who has been in charge of the Luo family, had a gloomy expression on his face, suppressing the anxiety and killing intent in his heart. His hair was as black as ink, and he was dressed in a purple robe. He was tall and thin, and he was sitting casually. In the main hall, a group of big shots of the Luo family branch gathered together, and each of them had an ugly expression on their faces. Although Luo Feng is a junior, he is the only Zhu Shui Emperor ancestor cultivated by the Luo family over the years. His status was so important that it was far above these big shots like them, yet now, they'd suddenly been taken hostage during the Dao discussion, and this was undoubtedly like being struck by a rod, causing them to be taken by surprise. In this sixth heaven, the one who dares to do this must be an immortal emperor clan. I even suspect that the enemy is likely to be the Yao family or the Ling family. One person said angrily. Since the Yunshan ancestor suffered a disaster in the fifth heaven, in recent years, these two forces have frequently taken action, encroaching on the territory controlled by our Luo family. They don't put our Luo family in their eyes, so they are the most likely to attack Luo Feng. Everyone's heart was in turmoil. The Yao family, the Ling family, and the Luo family coexist in the heavenly water god continent, like three legs of a tripod, each occupying one side. Over the years, the three great immortal emperor clans have been peaceful on the surface, but in fact, they have secretly competed with each other countless times. In recent years, the Yao family and the Ling family have been too lazy to hide it anymore and directly put their struggle on the surface. Now, 20% of the territory controlled by the Luo clan had been annexed by these two clans. It wasn't that the Luo clan didn't retaliate, but it was very difficult for them to stop all of this. The reason for that was because the Luo family had suffered repeated casualties over the years, causing their power to weaken rapidly. Especially the death of Luo Yunshan a few years ago, it was simply a heavy blow that couldn't be any heavier. It caused the Luo clan to suffer a great loss, and the forces it possessed were far inferior to the Yao clan and Ling clan. Under such circumstances, he didn't have the confidence to completely fall out with these two great clans. Even if they lost some of their territories, they could only pinch their noses and endure it. But now, an extremely important clansman like Luo Feng had actually been abducted. This was simply equivalent to touching on their reverse scale, and they were unable to endure it any longer. We can't make any wild guesses. With the current strength of our Luo family, it's impossible for us to start an all-out war with the Yao family and the Ling family. In my opinion, it's better to find out what's going on first. Someone muttered. These words caused everyone present to feel suffocated in their hearts, and they felt extremely aggrieved. Thinking back to a long time ago, their Luo family was a behemoth standing in the seventh heaven, a top force that dared to wrestle with the top 10 immortal giants of the eighth heaven. But now, it's really a situation where a tiger is being bullied by a dog. It's all that old slave Lu Boya's fault. If he hadn't taken Luo Qingxuan and Luo Qingheng away that year, how could so many things have happened? Someone complained, his voice full of hatred. Sigh, in recent years, our Luo family has encountered too many ups and downs. Could it be that the heavens really don't bless our Luo family? If this continues, I'm afraid that we will repeat the same mistakes of the past. We will no longer be able to stand in the sixth heaven, a sigh sounded in the hall. They are all big figures of the Luo family. How could they not know how embarrassing and dangerous the situation of the Luo family is now? Enough. On the main seat, Luo Chong said coldly, suppressing all the voices in the hall, causing the hearts of everyone present to tremble. I just want to know now, who took Feng Er? I don't want to listen to your complaints. Luo Chong's eyes were like lightning, and his expression was cold and frightening. The hall was silent, and everyone looked at each other. If they knew the exact news, how could they still be sitting here? Patriarch, there's news about young Master Luo Feng. Suddenly, an excited voice came from outside the hall. A guard rushed in and presented a jade slip. Under everyone's gaze, Luo Chong took a deep breath and probed the jade slip with his divine sense. After a while, boom! The jade slip exploded, and Luo Chong's face became ferocious. His brows were full of anger. This made everyone realize that the situation was not good. Who sent this jade slip? Luo Chong looked coldly at the guard who delivered the letter. The guard trembled and said in a trembling voice, reporting to Patriarch, it was an errand vendor in 100 Spirit City. I specially inquired about it. This vendor said that a stranger gave him the jade slip and gave him 10,000 eternal void source crystals as an errand fee. Luo Chong continued to ask, where is the vendor now? The guard answered quickly, I also noticed that something was wrong, and I have already detained the vendor. He is currently in our clan. Luo Chong's expression softened. He nodded and said, you did well. Bring the vendor here. The guard obeyed and left. Patriarch, is there something wrong with the jade slip? Someone could not help but ask. Luo Chong said expressionlessly, there's nothing wrong with the jade slip. The problem is who handed the jade slip to the vendor. If we can find out the vendor's background, we might be able to find out who the enemy who captured Feng Er is. As he spoke, the guard had already brought the vendor into the hall. This was a capable and vigilant male. His cultivation was quite unbearable, not worth mentioning. Luo Chong did not intend to ask any questions, and said directly, I want to see who gave you the jade slip from your spiritual soul. What do you think? The man was clearly panicking. He prostrated on the ground and nodded cooperatively. As long as I can help all of you, it will be my honor. This was called the desire to live. Luo Cheng nodded and released his divine sense, entering the man's spiritual soul. Not long later, Luo Cheng saw a scene. On the bustling street, a man found a peddler. After negotiating the price, he handed a jade slip to the peddler. Luo Cheng tried to see the man's appearance clearly, but no matter how he tried, he could not. It was like looking at flowers in a fog. What was even more strange was that the man seemed to be prepared. He suddenly turned his head and looked at the vendor. His lips moved slightly, and he said silently, "You only have 10 days. You only have 10 days. Remember." Luo Cheng's face instantly darkened. This was not said for the vendor to hear, but specifically for him to hear. Obviously, the other party had expected that he would search his soul. Retracting his divine sense, Luo Cheng waved his hand. "Take this person away." The guards hurriedly dragged the peddler, who was already scared like a dead dog, out of the main hall. All the people present looked at Luo Cheng again. "Patriarch, is the situation bad?" someone asked. Luo Cheng was silent for a moment, then said. "The other party said that he wants us to bring 10 immortal Dao soldiers and the Wuji divine book to the sky-splitting Thunder Sea within 10 days. Otherwise, he will kill Luo Feng." The great figures present instantly exploded into an uproar. All of them were furious and stamped with rage. 10 immortal Dao soldiers? What does the other party think these treasures are? Scrap metal? It's simply insane. Someone was furious. Immortal Dao soldiers are refined from all kinds of immortal materials. They are extremely rare and precious. Generally speaking, only immortal characters can control and refine them, and their number is extremely small. In the entire 6th heaven, the number of immortal Dao soldiers owned by each immortal emperor family is extremely limited. The other party asked for so many immortal Dao soldiers. If they agree, it is equivalent to taking out all the remaining treasures of the Luo family. The Wuji Divine Book is a supreme treasure left by ancestor Tong Tian. It contains endless mysteries and is the most precious treasure of our Luo family. The other party made such a request. It's indeed a wolf's ambition. Others also spoke one after another, their faces extremely gloomy. We still have to save people, but the treasures absolutely can't be given. Someone said murderously. Since the other party agreed to meet in the sky-splitting Thunder Sea, this gives us a chance. Let's directly kill them. Someone also suggested. We still need to prepare the treasures. In case the situation goes wrong, we can leave some room for buffer. Luo Cheng nodded. He had already calmed down. The other party dared to make such a request. They must have been prepared for a long time. Feng'er is the ancestor of the Juing Emperor, but she was silently captured during the Dao discussion. It can be inferred that the person who did this must be an immortal. This also means that if we go to the sky-splitting Thunder Sea, we need at least an immortal to personally lead the team. At this point, he sighed and said. Now, Ancestor Yunhe is in seclusion, and as the patriarch, I can't act rashly. This is a bit tricky. Everyone couldn't help but frown, realizing the seriousness of the problem. In the end, the current Luo family is far from what it used to be. Luo Yunshan's death made the situation of the Luo family even worse. If you give me the Wuji Divine Book now, I'll help you settle this small matter. Suddenly, a hoarse and magnetic voice rang out. Outside the hall, a graceful and slender figure walked in gracefully. Her jet-black hair was coiled into a bun, revealing a dignified and gorgeous face that didn't lose its charm. Her neck was snow-white, her skin tender, and her dark blue dress was unable to conceal her proud figure. Every single move she made, every single frown, and every single smile she made carried an innate and noble aura. All of a sudden, all the important figures stood up in unison with solemn expressions. Even Luo Cheng, who was sitting on the main seat, was startled. Then, he stood up, squeezed out a smile, and stepped forward to welcome her. Madam, why are you here? It was Pei Ru. She was a mysterious woman who possessed an unimaginable might. Towards this woman, the big shots of the Luo family were both in awe and in conflict. Without her, Luo Cheng wouldn't have been able to become the patriarch of the Luo family, and they wouldn't have been able to control the core power of the Luo family. But she hadn't fulfilled any of the promises she made back then. Helping the Luo family rise again and returning to the 7th heaven no longer counted. On the contrary, in the past countless years, the Luo family had spent countless clan resources to support her and the two old servants around her, but due to the power of this woman, they could only pinch their noses and accept it. "If I didn't come, who would help you solve these small things?" Pei Ru said as she came to the main seat. Seeing that she was about to sit in her seat, Luo Chang's eyes couldn't help but change slightly. But fortunately, Pei Ru only sat on the side of the main seat. "It would be great if you could help me." Luo Chang smiled. He and the other big shots of the Luo family looked at each other. They both loved and hated this woman. "I can help, but you must give the Wuji divine book to me," Pei Ru said, "but don't worry, I will only take it to study and return it to you later." Everyone looked at each other, feeling a burst of resistance and disgust in their hearts. Over the years, Pei Ru had made similar requests more than once. At first, it was for the heaven accessing place, the sword of fate, and the eternal coffin. Luo Chong agreed because these three treasures were not in his hands, and his promise was just an empty promise. But in recent years, Pei Ru began to have ideas about the blade of light and shadow and the Wuji divine book. Luo Chong naturally wouldn't agree. He knew very well that this was the reason why his wife became his cultivation companion. But at the same time, he also needed to use the power she had. The relationship between the two was to take what they needed. Under such circumstances, Luo Chong would never let the other party get what she wanted. Otherwise, once the other party succeeded, their relationship of taking what they needed was doomed to no longer exist. Without value, how could Pei Ru still stay in the Luo family? However, it was very obvious that Pei Ru was not satisfied. She had made the same request again when she saw that Luo Feng was in danger. Luo Chong let out a long sigh. "Madam, all these years, the limitless God book has been sealed in the ancestral origin God stone of our Luo family. You know this as well. Even if I wanted to lend it to you, I had no choice." Pei Ru revealed a wisp of faint ridicule as she said, "Are you trying to say that I need the Grand Devourer bloodline to activate the energy of order on the ancestral root stone?" Luo Chong seemed as if he didn't hear the ridicule in Xianxia's words, and he nodded seriously. "Exactly. Then how do you explain the blade of light and shadow? Didn't you say earlier that this treasure was sealed within an ancestral divine stone? Why was it taken away by Luo Yunshan a few years ago?" Pei Ru spoke coldly. Luo Chong was just about to say something when an indifferent voice rang out. "I'll settle the matter of saving Feng Er." Outside the hall, a skinny and imposing figure had appeared at an unknown time. He had a head full of silver hair and his eyes were as cold as knives. Yunhe ancestor, the great figures present were all stirred restlessly, revealing looks of joy. It was Luo Yunhe who had been in seclusion for thousands of years. Pei Ru frowned when she saw him appear, and she immediately stood up and said with an expressionless face, "All right, then I'll be troubling you." After speaking, she left directly. Luo Chong and the others didn't meet her until she disappeared from the hall. At the same time, they heaved a sigh of relief. "Ancestor, I never expected that this matter would alarm you." Luo Chong walked forward and welcomed Luo Yunhe into the hall with a complicated expression. "If I didn't come, it would have been difficult to get rid of your wife." Luo Yunhe's voice was cold. "Luo Chong, the current situation of the Luo family is already precarious. Now that you've grasped the energy of order of the clan, it's sufficient to solve some of the hidden dangers around you. If you still hold on to other fantasies, then the Luo family, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for it to gain a foothold in the sixth heaven. Solve the hidden dangers around me." Luo Chong's heart shook. How could he not know who Luo Yunhe was talking about? After a moment of silence, he said, "I'll consider it carefully." Luo Yunhe nodded and said, "It's fine to ask a tiger for its skin, or to take what we need. The situation has already reached this point, it's time to end it." After a pause, he continued, "In the future, no matter how weak our Luo family is, as long as we can cultivate Feng Er into an immortal figure, the Luo family will rise again in the future." That sonorous voice resounded throughout the hall. On the same day, Luo Yunhe led the 3 Emperor Ancestor Realm Elders of the Luo family and a group of Ancestor Realm Elders and left Dragon's Pine Divine Mountain. The sky-splitting Thunder Sea. A ferocious sea covered by thunderstorms all year round. The surging thunder power could easily tear the sky apart. It was extremely terrifying. The name Sky-Splitting Thunder Sea came from this. On a black island, thunder and lightning intertwined, and there was no vegetation. Luo Xuanfu's expression was indifferent as usual, but at this time, he was a little nervous, glancing at the distance from time to time. Next to him, Lin Sun, who was sitting cross-legged and reading an ancient book, said casually, "Are you worried that I'm not their opponent?" Luo Xuanfu shook his head. "I'm just thinking that if the power of the branch of the Luo family really dares to keep the appointment, they will not only send Luo Yunhe." Lin Sun smiled and said without raising his head, "When the time comes, you can just hide." The ancient book in his hand was given by Master Lu, which recorded the mystery of spiritual tattoos, which inspired him when he studied it. Seeing him so calm, Luo Xuanfu couldn't help asking, "Uncle, aren't you nervous at all?" Lin Sun smiled. "Why should I be nervous?" Up until this point, he'd experienced countless battles of all sizes, so how could he possibly be nervous because of an upcoming battle? Luo Xuanfu was speechless for a moment. At this moment, Lin Sun suddenly raised his head, looked into the distance, put away the ancient book in his hand, and stood up, saying, "A good show is about to begin. Are you going to hide or watch the fun?" Luo Xuanfu's body stiffened. Looking into the distance, he saw thunder and lightning surging, and the sea rolling. Vaguely, he could see many divine rainbows breaking through the sky and rushing here from a very far distance. "I want to stay and fight with you, uncle." Taking a deep breath, Luo Xuanfu said firmly. "You'd better stay and watch the fun." Lin Sun smiled and shook his head. With a wave of his hand, Luo Xuanfu was wrapped by an invisible force and came to a formation behind the island. Then, Lin Sun turned around and looked into the distance. His clothes fluttered, and his deep eyes gradually became cold and indifferent. Did they finally come? Boom! In the distance, thunder roared and lightning flashed. Led by Luo Yunhe, a group of strong practitioners came from the void. The power released from their bodies shattered the thunder in the sky. Luo Xuanfu, who was hiding in the formation, held his breath. An immortal figure, 19 emperors, such a lineup was simply capable of causing any cultivator to feel despair. It could also be seen how much the branch of Luo family valued Luo Feng. However, when they saw Lin Sun standing alone on the island, Luo Yunhe and others couldn't help but be stunned. Was he alone? "Everyone, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Lin Sun put his hands behind his back and said calmly, his voice resounding in the sky. "You are Lin Sun." Someone shouted, and his face suddenly changed. Claiming to be Lin Sun alone, there could only be one possibility. Luo Yunshan's face also sank, revealing a look of disbelief. This little thing really dared to come to the sixth heaven. Before, they all thought that it was a big force that captured Luo Feng this time, or even the Yao family or the Ling family. But they never thought that it was Lin Sun. "Lin Sun, do you know what you are doing?" Luo Yunshan calmed down. "Of course I know." Lin Sun smiled slightly. "If you still want to say some useless nonsense, you can't save Luo Feng at all." Luo Yunshan's face was ugly and gloomy. "Are you really going to be stubborn and fight against the Luo family to the end?" Lin Sun said, "If I remember correctly, you are just a branch of the Luo family. You can't represent the whole Luo family, right? Presumptuous. According to the seniority, Ancestor Yunshan and your maternal great-grandfather are the same generation. How dare you say such rebellious words? It's simply heartless." "Lin Sun, this is the sixth heaven. Aren't you worried about getting into trouble by being so bold?" The powerhouses of the Luo family scolded him. Lin Sun frowned and said, "You talk too much nonsense. Let me ask you again, do you want to save Luo Feng or not?" Luo Yunshan's words made the expressions of those people change. They looked at Luo Yunshan. As long as the latter gave the order, they would immediately take action. "My elder brother Luo Yunshan was really killed by you?" Luo Yunhe asked after a moment of silence. Lin Sun said, "Yes." Luo Yunhe asked again, "The blade of light and shadow is also in your hands?" "Yes." Lin Sun's answer was light and breezy, but the expressions of the powerhouses of the Luo family had changed. It seemed that at this time, they realized that although Lin Sun was only one person, although he was only the ancestor of the Juexian emperor, his past achievements were enough to make anyone tremble with fear. Luo Yunhe's face also became livid and cold. "It seems that you are well prepared to kidnap Luo Feng this time, but obviously, you don't have the courage to rush into the Luo family at the first moment." Otherwise, why would you go through so much trouble? After a pause, he stared at Lin Sun with frightening eyes. This only proves that you are not sure that you can fight against the whole Luo family, right? Everyone looked at Lin Sun with a thought. But Lin Sun said with a smile, if there were other ways to destroy the branch of the Luo family, why would I do it recklessly? I'm alone. Who would be stupid enough to start a fight without understanding the situation? Look at you. How dare you come here alone without knowing who the enemy is? Luo Yunhe snorted, I only know that you don't have the courage to take revenge on the Luo family after all. You can only do some despicable things like coercing hostages. If your great-grandfather were alive, he would be ashamed of you. Lin Sun said with a smile, if you keep delaying like this, I will destroy Luo Feng's cultivation now. At that time, the one you want to save will be a waste. His voice was casual and his face was full of smiles, but the meaning in his words was chilling. P.S. More tonight. Luo Yunhe realized that he couldn't delay any longer. He stared at Lin Sun and said, the Book of Infinity is sealed in the ancestral source stone. Only the devourer of the abyss can take it out. If you want it, you can go to Luo family with me. I believe you can easily take it out with your talent. After a pause, he continued, as for the 10 immortal Taoist weapons, I can give you 2 first. As long as you let Luo Feng go, I will give you the other 8. Lin Sun laughed, are you still bargaining at a time like this? Or do you really think I don't know that the Book of Infinity is in Luo Cheng's hands? The ancestral source stone is nothing more than a lie to deceive Pei Ru. Luo Yunhe frowned and was quite surprised. Then he said coldly, did those bastards from the main branch of Luo family tell you that? Lin Sun sighed, I see that you don't intend to exchange the treasures for Luo Feng's life this time. With that, he waved his sleeve and Luo Feng's figure appeared. When he saw Luo Yunhe and the others in the distance, Luo Feng shouted excitedly, Ancestor, help me. Feng. Luo Yunhe was also excited. But the next moment, his face froze. Under his eyes, Lin Sun patted Luo Feng's shoulder with one hand, and Luo Feng's cultivation suddenly burst like a bubble. In a flash, Luo Feng had become a disabled man. This was like a bolt of lightning. Luo Yunhe's eyes widened as his body trembled in anger. The overmatches of Luo family were also dumbfounded. No one had expected that Lin Sun would cripple Luo Feng so decisively. Over the years, the branch of Luo family had spent a lot of resources on Luo Feng and tried every means to cultivate him into the ancestor of Zhu Xiong. In the eyes of others, Luo Feng was the hope of their branch to rise again. But now, Lin Sun's palm was equivalent to killing all the hope of the branch of Luo family. Why did he do this? How dare he do this? Didn't he know that crippling Luo Feng would only anger the Luo family and kill him? This was no different from killing a hostage before a deal. It was too unexpected and completely unexpected. To be honest, I never expected you to hand over those treasures. At most, Luo Feng is just a bait. She just wants to lure you here. Me? Yes. Kill. Got it. You. At this moment, Luo Yunhe was angered to the point his eyes were bloodshot while his long hair stood on end, and his entire body emanated a terrifying and violent eternal might that blotted out the sky. He seemed like a completely infuriated beast. Amidst the earth-shattering roar, he waved his palm and a beam of immortal sword energy slashed down. Boom, the world was overturned, the seawater evaporated, and even the lightning in the sky was crushed into powder. Brilliant sword energy was filled with immortal light, illuminating this ocean. This was undying might, a terrifying might that wished to destroy the world from rage. Even ancestor Zhu Shui wouldn't be able to withstand it, much less an ordinary ancestor. However, an inconceivable scene appeared. As the sword descended, only a heaven-shaking rumble resounded. Countless dents and dense Dao patterns surged out like tidewater, and dense symbols flickered. Luo Yunhe's sword, which was filled with rage, disintegrated and dissipated without a sound. Everyone's pupils constricted and their hearts trembled. What kind of formation was this? How could it withstand the attack of an immortal? Luo Yunhe couldn't care less about this anymore. Luo Feng's cultivation was crippled, which was equivalent to cutting out his flesh. Kill! He roared angrily. His hair and beard fluttered in the wind, and his entire body was covered by terrifying immortal lightning. He was like a berserk god of thunder as he tore the sky apart and charged towards Lin Sun. Whatever restriction or grand formation it was, all of it collapsed like a piece of paper under his charge, and it caused a rain of light to spray into the surroundings. Lin Sun stood still on the spot. It was as if he was completely stunned by Luo Yunhe's power. Luo Xianfu, who saw this scene from afar, was so shocked that his heart was in his throat. "Uncle." As for the Luo clan's powerhouses, they sneered. So what if it was a formation? In front of an angry immortal, nothing was worth mentioning. However, no one would underestimate Lin Sun. Lin Sun's past achievements made them realize that it was impossible for Lin Sun to be scared out of his wits. It was unlikely that they could kill him with one blow. However, it was foreseeable that Lin Sun would not be able to hold on for long under the attack of the furious Luo Yunhe unless he used some extraordinary trump card. However, what was his trump card? The forbidden magic, some kind of forbidden secret treasure, or was it something else he could rely on? The powerhouses of the Luo clan began to speculate in their hearts. At this moment, someone's pupils shrank and he cried out involuntarily, this. The others were horrified, and their faces turned pale with fright. A mysterious door made of the mysteries of time and space appeared in front of Lin Sun. Inside the door was a boundless black abyss, as if it led to the depths of hell. Just by looking at it, people would feel unspeakably cold and frightened. When Luo Yunhe's figure broke through the layers of formation and was only 3 meters away from Lin Sun, the door appeared silently. Luo Yunhe's reaction was extremely decisive. He tried to dodge at the first moment, but he staggered and approached the door uncontrollably. It felt as if an invisible hand was fiercely grabbing onto him and trying to drag him into that door. Luo Yunhe struggled crazily and his immortal light burst out like a landslide and a tsunami, but it was to no avail. It all happened within a breath of time. His whole body was dragged into the door and disappeared without a trace. He didn't even have time to make a sound. Everyone was shocked by this strange scene, and it was as if they were struck by lightning as they stood there in a daze. An immortal was gone just like that. This was enough to drive anyone crazy. It was more than incredible, it was completely horrifying. Even though they were the emperor ancestors and had seen all kinds of horrible things in the world, when these powerhouses of the Luo clan saw this scene, they were still shocked to the core. How could this be? Luo Xuanfu, who had seen this scene in the distance, couldn't help but be stunned. That was, of course, the door of exile. When Lin Sun fought against Luo Yunshan, he had used this forbidden skill at the 3rd stage, but he lacked experience at that time and didn't seize the best time to use it. So in the end, Lin Sun had to release the fire of order to kill Luo Yunshan. But this time, he seemed to be much more skilled. Luo Yunhe, who was furious, took the initiative to rush to Lin Sun. Lin Sun would not miss such a great opportunity. In fact, Lin Sun destroyed Luo Feng's cultivation in order to irritate Luo Yunhe and create a favorable opportunity to use the door of exile. Obviously, he succeeded. After fierce fighting and killing, Luo Yunhe, an old monster who had stepped into the immortal realm, was directly banished to the abyss of nothingness, and the price he paid was about 70% of his own strength. But it was enough to deal with the rest of the ancestor realm opponents. Light and shadow flashed, and the door of exile disappeared silently. The powerhouses of the Luo family in the distance were already in a cold sweat. One by one, they realized that the situation was not good. When they looked at Lin Sun again, there was uncontrollable fear on their faces. Is this the 3rd stage of the devouring abyss? Someone said in a trembling voice. In the past, when the Lord of Tong Tian awakened the 3rd stage of the Blade of Time, no one in the 7th heaven dared to call himself the Lord of Time. Now, although what Lin Sun used was not the Blade of Time, the strange door was obviously the forbidden power of the devouring abyss. Lin Sun took a deep breath and smiled. Want to know? As long as you can live, I will tell you. With that, his figure disappeared. The next moment, he appeared in front of the Luo family powerhouses, waved his sleeve, and the abyssal sword cauldron swept out with an earth-shattering roar. Boom, the battle broke out, and the void collapsed under the pressure of the terrible divine light. The turbulence was turbulent, and from time to time, blood splashed, screams came out, and treasures burst into pieces. In the eyes of Luo Xuanfu in the distance, Lin Sun at this moment was like a god, sweeping through the battlefield and tearing the emperor ancestor realm like tearing a painting. It was so easy, so calm, so fierce and swift. Some people tried to escape by teleporting, but in the nearby sea area, Lin Sun had already set up layers of Taoist forbidden arrays. Even if many of them were destroyed by Luo Yunhe before, it was more than enough to trap these ancestor realm powerhouses. Blood continued to spill. Screams sounded one after another. It was a bloody and cold scene of slaughter. Luo Xuanfu dared to swear that he was destined to never forget the scenes he saw today in his life. It was too shocking. After a while, this one-sided bloody battle came to an end. A total of 19 Emperor Ancestor realm powerhouses from the branches of the Luo family were killed on the spot. No one survived. The void was dyed a dazzling red. At this point, the force led by Luo Yunhe was completely annihilated. Luo Xuanfu didn't dare to imagine how Luo Chong and the other branches of the Luo family would feel when such grievous news reached the Luo family. Would they be furious or terrified? What are you standing there for? Time to take inventory of the battlefield. In the distance, Lin Sun turned around and landed on the island. He grabbed a handful of spirit pills and medicines and stuffed them into his mouth. It wasn't difficult to kill those Emperor ancestors, but it was difficult to use the Door of Exile, and it consumed too much of his energy. Luo Xuanfu hurried over from afar, and he only looked at Lin Sun, who was recovering his strength after he finished cleaning up the spoils. At this moment, his face couldn't help but be suffused with reverence. This uncle of his was simply a god. In the past, he had heard all sorts of rumors about Lin Sun, but they were all rumors after all, and it was far less shocking and impactful than seeing it with his own eyes. In fact, if he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have been able to imagine how an Emperor Ancestor Zhu Shui could defeat an immortal in the blink of an eye. This had completely subverted his imagination and understanding. After this defeat, do you think the Luo family's branch will still send people here? Lin Sun suddenly asked from afar. P.S. I'm sending more updates. End of chapter 2658. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.